Chapter 1. The tiger's venom does not consume its offspring. In the grand empire of Xia, before the imperial study, a handsome young man knelt resolutely in the snow. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes tightly shut, breath absent, and heartbeat non-existent, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture. Yet his body remained straight and unwavering, like a sharp sword piercing the heavens, his spine unyielding. He was Xia Tian, the ninth prince of the Xia Empire. Upon his birth, the emperor bestowed upon him the name Tian. In an era where the emperor claimed to be the son of heaven, naming a prince Xia Tian was nothing short of defiance. At that moment, the door to the imperial study creaked open, unleashing a wave of warmth that collided with the frigid air outside, instantly transforming into a mist. Following this, a young man clad in a four-clawed python robe emerged, his pale face accentuated by a hawkish nose exuding a sinister air. With an air of superiority, he ambled forth, his demeanor imposing upon the stiff figure of Xia Tian. In his hand, he held an imperial edict, his small eyes glinting with malice as he surveyed the young prince in the snow. Lifeless, devoid of breath and heartbeat, presumably deceased. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he unfurled the edict. By the grace of heaven, His Majesty the Emperor decrees, the ninth Prince Xia Tian has reached the age of 16. According to royal tradition, he is to be conferred the title of King of Huangzhou, and by tomorrow, he must proceed to his fief. Without decree, he is forbidden from entering the capital. Thus it is commanded. The young man tucked away the edict, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Congratulations, ninth brother, on becoming the king of Huangzhou, the eighth royal of our great Xia, to receive a fief. Bring forth the jade bowl bestowed by Father Emperor, he commanded. Ninth brother, this bowl is a tribute from the Hanhua nation, said to be a celestial artifact that fell from the heavens. You must treat it with reverence in the king's residence, offering incense each morning, for seeing the bowl is akin to seeing Father Emperor. At that moment, a beautifully adorned lady rushed forward, her exquisite face marred by sorrow and fury. Your Highness, Tian is already dead. Must you continue to humiliate him thus? Ha ha, the crown prince laughed maniacally. Then, in a hushed tone, he remarked, Concubine Qin, this is not humiliation. Father Emperor is aware of his frozen demise, and thus has conferred upon him a royal title, enabling him to receive a princely funeral, allowing him to depart with dignity. Truly, we have spared no effort for ninth brother's posthumous affairs. You should be grateful to this prince. With tears streaming down her face, Concubine Qin bit her lip in anger, her resentment soaring towards the heavens. Why must you bring about his demise for your amusement? The crown prince's demeanor darkened, akin to a demon poised to devour. He retorted, Do you truly not comprehend, Concubine Qin? You are of the previous dynasty, and ninth brother possesses the bloodline of that era. While he lives, remnants of the old regime retain their aspirations. Their thoughts multiply. With his death, their ambitions will diminish. Only then can they be truly loyal to our great Xia, and not the fallen Qin dynasty. Concubine Qin, tears flowing profusely, cried out towards the imperial study. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. Although you are a heartless emperor, yet you are also Tian's father. When you ascended to the imperial palace, you promised me, as long as I became your concubine, as long as I ensured the loyalty of the former dynasty's ministers, my child would certainly live a long life. Silence enveloped the study. It seemed there was nothing left to say. He. The crown prince sneered repeatedly, whispering, Noble consort, may you find solace. For the past 16 years, the ninth brother has hidden in the library, speaking and acting like a fool. The palace and beyond have labeled him as a foolish waste. Yet who knows if he is merely playing a part? You have employed every tactic to seduce the emperor, preventing him from taking action against the ninth brother. To be candid, your methods are quite adept. However, your desire for the ninth brother to wed the illegitimate daughter of Chancellor Sima Jian, Sima Lan, is but a delusion. For the Sima family is the most powerful clan in Guangzhou, formidable enough to instill caution even in the royal family. I may marry their daughters, as can other princes, but the ninth brother is an exception. Such a clever woman as yourself. How could you commit such a faux pas? Now it seems, the ninth brother is dead. Noble consort Qin gently bit her pale lip, retorting, Does the crown prince also fancy Sima? Indeed, the crown prince envisioned a graceful figure, a lustful glint appearing in his eyes. She is the most beautiful and talented woman in the Daxia Empire. Of course, I am fond of her. However, being an illegitimate daughter, her status is unworthy of the position of crown princess. Hence, I shall first marry Sima Mei, the legitimate daughter of the Sima family, as the crown princess, and subsequently take her as a concubine. This pair of sisters shall both belong to me, he declared, his tone chilling. Ninth brother, should you dare to vie for a woman with me, your fate is sealed. Hey. With the death of my royal brother today, I am in high spirits. I shall certainly indulge in several cups of fine wine granted by the emperor. At that moment, in the snowy expanse, the ninth prince, Xia Tian, gave a slight twitch of his fingers. His body gradually regained warmth. A faint breath emerged from his nostrils. His heart and pulse began to thrum gently, blood coursing anew. The ninth prince of this era, Xia Tian, had perished. Yet the soul of a similarly named general had traversed through time, a knowledgeable Xia Tian reborn. He melded the memories of the ninth prince, suddenly opening his eyes to fixate on the crown prince's fierce visage, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Brother crown prince, you might be disappointed. I'm still alive. A resurrection from the dead. Is this a resurrection? The crown prince, startled, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, a stream of yellow urine escaping as he paled and shouted, "Help! Protect the emperor!" Two armored guards stepped forth behind the crown prince, positioning themselves before him, drawing their swords high, their arms striking down. The gleaming blades glimmered ominously, a chilling aura piercing the air. "Do not!" Noble consort Qin spread her arms to shield her son, her phoenix eyes glaring fiercely at the guards. "Halt!" In that critical moment, in the sweltering heat of summer, one must succinctly extinguish the murderous intent of the two guards. To murder the prince is to condemn your entire lineage. Hiss! The sharp blades of iron came to an abrupt halt above Summer's head. The glint of the blades severed several strands of hair, which, caught by the biting cold wind, fluttered down onto the snow, creating a striking contrast. At that moment, the two golden-armored guards were drenched in cold sweat. Had that strike not been halted, they would indeed face the annihilation of their entire clan. While the emperor could slay a prince without consequence, others would find themselves without a grave. As scions of noble families, the two guards understood this truth all too well. They cast a deep glance at Summer, sheathed their blades, and bowed respectfully. "We were reckless. Please forgive us, your highness and the ninth prince." Summer, too, was drenched in cold sweat. Fortuitously, these two golden-armored guards possessed remarkable skills, able to control their strikes with precision. Otherwise, his head would have surely been forfeit. This world was perilous and decidedly unfriendly to him. Taking a deep breath, Summer declared, "I have just been conferred a title of nobility and am in good spirits thus. I pardon your transgressions." Only then did the two golden-armored guards breathe a sigh of relief. They turned to assist the crown prince, holding their breath. "Your highness, the ninth prince still lives. It is not a trick of the dead." Summer raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his features. "Your highness, you seem rather frightened." Since the previous incarnation of Summer had been condemned to death for feigning madness, there was no longer any need to pretend to be incapable. "You insolent wretch!" The crown prince, acutely aware of the loss of his dignity, turned crimson, his neck veins bulging in embarrassment, his eyes aflame with murderous intent not only directed at Summer and his mother, but also at the two golden-armored guards. Anyone who witnessed his humiliating demeanor must perish. In his fury, the crown prince felt a gnawing unease. The survival of this remnant of the former dynasty, now a newly titled noble, signified the failure of his scheme to eliminate him through subterfuge. Now, the plan had backfired. Would his father show him mercy? If he allowed Summer to govern a territory, was he not releasing a tiger back in the mountains? Would this loathsome spawn continue to covet his beloved? The crown prince's head throbbed painfully. Chapter 2. The beautiful bride. At this moment, Summer clenched his fists tightly, sensing his physical condition. Although lean, he possessed a well-toned body, a vessel honed for martial prowess. Moreover, this physique was endowed with innate strength. Now, The spirit of a warrior combined with this natural might heralded a promising future. Strength brings forth a sense of security. This was a tumultuous era, set in a time of cold weapons. Countless nations loomed over this land, where the mighty held dominion and the weak were subjugated, with ceaseless warfare laying bare the law of the jungle. At this moment, concubine Qin grasped Summer's hand tightly, fearful that his resurrection was but an illusion. However, her son's hand grew warmer. With tears glistening in her eyes, she smiled. Tiana, you frightened your mother. Summer reciprocated the grip, his palm warming both their spirits. Do not fear, mother. I am not so easily vanquished. In the palace, you shall call me Mother Concubine. Summer felt a twinge of discomfort. Yes, Mother Concubine. Suddenly, the north wind howled louder, and the snow fell like goose feathers. An elderly eunuch with gray hair emerged from the study, his demeanor respectful, his voice sharp. His Majesty has decreed that concubine Qin, the crown prince, and the ninth prince enter the study for an audience. As commanded. In the study, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown and clad in a dragon robe sat upon the dragon throne, his square face radiating authority, and beneath his thick brows, a pair of piercing eyes scrutinized Summer with a complex expression. This man was none other than Emperor Xia Zhou of the Great Xia Kingdom. Your son pays respects to father, Summer proclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Xia Zhou inquired, Tiana, do you harbor resentment towards your father? Summer shook his head. I bear no hatred. Why is that? Between ruler and subject, father and son, if a ruler demands the death of a subject, that subject must comply. If a father demands the death of a son, that son may willingly acquiesce. The emperor's countenance revealed no discernible emotion. Among all my sons, you, Tenor, spend your days in the library, studying diligently, exhibiting understanding and eloquence. This brings me great comfort. However, if I were to command you to end your own life here and now, would you dare to comply? Concubine Qin gasped in shock. The crown prince rejoiced, believing this wayward child would finally meet his end. Summer, without hesitation, propelled himself towards the nearby golden dragon pillar, bowing his head like a charging bull. Bang! He did not collide with the golden dragon pillar, but rather into the palms of the elderly eunuch. His momentum halted, causing him to stagger back 3 steps. The eunuch cast a glance at the historian poised to take notes and quickly interjected, Ninth Prince, do not act recklessly. His Majesty did not mean it that way. Summer had triumphed. Had he been compelled to shed blood in the study, the emperor's reputation for benevolence would have crumbled, and the infamy of slaying his own son would be inscribed in history. Foolishness. The emperor exclaimed with regret, Tiana, I merely inquired casually, why do you act so impulsively? This old fellow speaks truth. That was not my intent. At this juncture, Summer returned to stand before the emperor, a look of trepidation on his face as he ventured to mention the royal decree. Father, I only wish to remain in the palace to accompany you and Mother Concubine. I have no desire to be the king of any wild province. I implore you to rescind your command. The emperor's expression stiffened, glancing at the historian beside him, his eyes betraying a deep-seated helplessness. The historian, pen in hand, gazed intently at the emperor, as if questioning when the sovereign would deem it necessary to end his life and ensure his name would be etched in the annals of history. The Summer Emperor felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Nonsense. A ruler's words are not to be taken lightly. It is said among the people that upon reaching the age of 16, one is considered an adult. You are now 16, thus deemed grown, according to royal custom. At this age, you should take possession of your fief and guard the vast lands of our great Xia for your father. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the title of King of Huangzhou, not to indulge in luxury, but to defend Huangzhou, safeguarding the western gateway of our great Xia. You shall set forth on your journey tomorrow. The historian documented, on the 3rd day of March in the 20th year of the Great Xia, the Summer Emperor conferred the title of King of the Great Wilderness upon his 9th son, Xia Tian, commanding him to depart for his fief on the 4th day of March. Both concubine Qin and Xia Tian sighed in relief, having evaded the obvious dangers. Now it was merely a matter of guarding against hidden threats to survive the journey to Huazhou. Once there, the skies would be high enough for birds to soar, the seas vast enough for fish to leap. It would not be as simple for the emperor and the crown prince to take his life as it was within the confines of the imperial city. The crown prince's face turned ashen, and he begrudgingly remarked, No. His words were abruptly interrupted by the Summer Emperor. Crown prince, you should first change your attire. It is unbecoming for the dignified crown prince to enter the imperial study in damp garments. The crown prince shivered inwardly, aware of the emperor's disdain for the odor clinging to him, as well as his cowardice. Immediately, he shrank back, daring not to utter another word. Bowing respectfully as he retreated, "I take my leave, your majesty." At this moment, concubine Qin, appearing quite pitiful, interjected, "Your majesty, by custom. Tian should establish his residence and recruit talents in the imperial capital before departing. The selection of capable individuals typically takes about half a year. Would it not be too hasty to leave tomorrow? In the Great Xia dynasty, any prince holding a title has the right to establish an office and recruit officials, much like a miniature court. What does it mean to establish an office? It entails setting up a royal office in the prince's fief, managing it like a small court, with the liberty to recruit and appoint officials, reporting to the central court for record-keeping. The fief is then governed by this small court, which also collects taxes. What does it mean to establish a military force? It refers to forming an army directly subordinate to the prince, not exceeding 3,000 men, commanded directly by the prince, with the roster submitted for central court documentation. Thus, a prince becomes a local sovereign in his territory, wealthy, powerful, and influential. Ha! The summer emperor wore a forced smile. Your words hold merit, concubine. However, a military report has just arrived from Huangzhou. The border troops of the Tianling Empire are gathering at the frontier, poised to strike Huangzhou City at any moment. The situation is urgent. Tian may establish his office and military once he reaches his fief. This was the summer emperor's calculated strategy, to which Xia Tian had no choice but to acquiesce. Should his fief fall to the Tianling Empire, he would become a prince without a territory, a mere empty title, destined for demise. Yet, this also aligned perfectly with Xia Tian's desires. I accept the decree. Xia Tian felt a surge of joy within. Though his countenance betrayed reluctance, I shall set forth for Huangzhou on the morrow. The summer emperor's expression softened with satisfaction. Excellent. Since you have been conferred a title, you shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, 100 bolts of fine silk, and 1,000 bolts of fabric. I shall instruct the crown prince to allocate 1,000 elite soldiers to escort you, ensuring your triumphant victory over the Tianling army and the protection of your fief. The summer emperor's words were sweet, yet the reality was that a prince's allocation of resources upon assuming a fief was unprecedented. Merely offering a handful of gold, silver, and fabric was an unparalleled act in history. The historian cast a peculiar glance at Emperor Xia and swiftly inscribed, "The emperor of the Xiazhou dynasty harbors a disdain for the ninth prince, Xia Tian, and has thus expedited his departure to his fief, neglecting the royal protocols for bestowal, merely rewarding him with a modest sum of wealth. The king of Huangzhou is destined to be the most impoverished among the 8 esteemed princes. I express my gratitude to Father Emperor for the bestowed gifts." Xia Tian refrained from further comment. "I shall prepare my belongings overnight and, at dawn, muster troops outside the western city gate, leading them towards Huangzhou City." At that moment, concubine Qin interjected, "Your Majesty, on that day in the Qin Feng Hall, you promised me that you would arrange a marriage for Tian with Sima Lan. Since Tian is now conferred as a prince, according to royal customs, Sima Lan is to be the future princess of Huangzhou. Is that not correct?" The expression of Emperor Xia darkened, his hawkish eyes narrowing. "Tian your father shall grant this favor. I shall issue an edict forthwith, bestowing upon you the most beautiful maiden of the great Xia, given Huangzhou's remoteness from the imperial capital, to alleviate your longing. I shall also command that Sima Lan accompany you. Upon your arrival in Huangzhou City, you shall wed immediately." Ah? Xia Tian was taken aback. This malevolent emperor clearly harbored no desire for Sima Lan to wed him. Why, then, was he suddenly so benevolent, concerning himself with his marital affairs? What scheme lay beneath this facade? Did he intend to use the allure of beauty to ensnare him within the clutches of the great Xia's most enchanting woman? Was that unparalleled beauty truly a harbinger of misfortune? Chapter 3, The First Encounter with the Fair Maiden. I express my gratitude to Father Emperor. Xia Tian feigned great delight. The countenance of Emperor Xia shifted from somber to bright. "Bid farewell to your mother, then return to the little Xia palace to pack your belongings." "Understood." Concubine Qin grasped Xia Tian's hand. "Your Majesty, I shall accompany Tian out of the imperial study." "Very well." The mother and son clasped hands and turned to depart. Emperor Xia's gaze lingered on their retreating figures, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. A moment later, outside the imperial study, concubine Qin's eyes glistened with tears, her delicate face awash with reluctance as she gently embraced Xia Tian, whispering softly in his ear, "Once you leave the imperial capital, do not fret over your mother. I possess the means to protect myself." Within the Great Xia, there exists a clandestine organization known as the Qianlong Society, comprised of former officials and their progeny, trustworthy allies. They shall provide you with support. Xia Tian felt the warmth of maternal love. Mother, take care. I shall return in 3 years. Concubine Qin nodded. First, survive. Xia Tian turned to depart. Mother, await my return. Concubine Qin gazed longingly at Xia Tian's retreating silhouette until he vanished from sight, still reluctant to part. The little Xia Palace, situated outside the Imperial Palace, served as Xia Tian's residence. According to the customs of the Great Xia dynasty, underage princes resided within the palace, each possessing a designated palace. Upon reaching adulthood, princes were required to vacate the palace and reside in external estates until they governed their fiefs. The staff within the Little Xia Palace was modest, comprising merely 4 eunuchs and 4 palace maids. Upon returning to the palace, Xia Tian summoned the eunuchs and maids. I am to depart for the vast Huangzhou to govern. I shall leave at dawn. Who among you wishes to accompany me? Only one handsome young eunuch raised his hand. My lord, Xiaobai is willing. Xia Tian smiled with appreciation, presenting a jade bowl bestowed by the emperor to Xiaobai. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the chief steward of the Huangzhou prince's residence. Ensure this jade bowl is kept safe. Those departing shall receive a severance fee of 10 taels of silver. Understood. Xiaobai, of the same age as Xia Tian, both being 16, had been responsible for Xia Tian's daily care, and despite being a mere eunuch, they shared a close bond. Matters concerning the Xia Palace were typically managed by him. Subsequently, Xia Tian entered the study to organize his personal belongings. Aside from gold and silver treasures, he intended to take a substantial collection of books. The Great Wilderness State was a land of savagery, where literature could play a crucial role. Meanwhile, as soon as Xia Tian departed, the departing eunuchs and palace maids voiced their confusion regarding Xiaobai's choice. Xiaobai, everyone in the court knows that the one above intends to eliminate the 9th prince. Following him is tantamount to courting death. The 9th prince is timid and easily frightened. He cannot guarantee your safety. You would be better off accompanying us. In this vast imperial palace, any master would be preferable to following him. Xiaobai's gaze was resolute, and her demeanor unwavering. No. 3 years ago, had it not been for the 9th prince's rescue, I would have been struck dead by that old eunuch. To repay this kindness is the essence of humanity. Come, each person shall receive 10 taels of silver. The eunuchs and palace maids shook their heads and sighed. They regarded Xiaobai as if she were a mere corpse. Soon after, the entire Xia Palace was left with only Xia Tian and Xiaobai, both diligently preparing their belongings. Suddenly, a guard hurried to the palace gate. I salute His Highness of the Wilderness State. What is the matter? A group of royal offspring outside the palace has issued a death challenge to His Highness. Xia Tian was taken aback. Why? The guard wore an expression of amusement. Those royal descendants claim that Your Highness has a grudge against them regarding a woman. If you are a man, you should ascend the royal death arena to settle the matter. A grudge over a woman? Xia Tian suddenly comprehended. Sima Lan, renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Great Xia, ranked 3rd among the 10 most beautiful women in the world, had admirers stretching from the imperial capital to the Great Wilderness State. It is often said that a man is innocent until he possesses a treasure. No. The worthless prince possessing an unparalleled beauty is the original sin. That night, with the imperial decree of marriage, Sima Lan overnight became his intended princess, inciting wails from all her admirers throughout the city. They were filled with rage, wishing to eliminate Xia Tian. Especially enraged was the fact that Sima Lan would accompany Xia Tian to his fief to wed, further igniting the passions of those suitors. The mere thought of their beloved dream girl being stripped and pressed beneath a worthless prince stirred the royal descendants to disregard Xia Tian's princely status and directly challenge him. After all, their beloved was already the 9th prince's. They were left with only a tragic dream. What harm is there in death? At this moment, with red eyes, the royal descendants, eager to stab Xia Tian, blocked the palace gate, clamoring. Yet, Xia Tian remained largely unconcerned. His primary focus was on the attitude of the Sima family. If Sima Lan truly became the princess of the wilderness, the Sima family would undoubtedly become a thorn in the emperor's side. If they wished to avoid being annihilated by the emperor, Xia Tian had to perish. He must not be allowed to survive until the fief in the Great Wilderness. This was the Xia emperor's treacherous scheme, a blatant conspiracy. A glint of cold light flashed in Xia Tian's eyes. Ignore them. After the curfew, these royal descendants will naturally disperse. Indeed, the guard, witnessing Xia Tian's calm demeanor, departed in disappointment. How dull it was without the excitement to witness. Nevertheless, the ninth prince seemed somewhat different from before. Perhaps it was due to his refusal to feign ignorance? Morning arrived, with the dawn barely breaking. In the summer, Xia Tian and Xiao Bai each drove a cart laden with goods towards the prince's palace, drawing the curious glances and whispered remarks of the palace guards and maidens, who regarded Xia Tian with utter disdain. This was the prince's residence, a place rife with sycophants and disparagers, where venomous words wielded power akin to that of a blade. Xiao Bai's face turned ashen upon hearing the scornful chatter, and several times she nearly halted the cart, itching to confront the gossiping eunuchs and maidens. Yet, Xia Tian remained unfazed. In due time, we shall silence them with our strength. Xiao Bai nodded emphatically, harboring a resolve within. Indeed, to speak frankly, it was unprecedented for Prince Xia Tian to personally drive a cart out of the palace, accompanied by only a single eunuch, truly a remarkable first in history. Perhaps, with this attitude, Emperor Xia sought to announce to the world that the king of Huangzhou was his least favored prince, thereby emboldening certain individuals' murderous intentions. Upon exiting the palace, Xiao Bai, under Xia Tian's command and laden with a cart full of jewels, headed towards the largest apothecary in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Xia Tian steered the cart towards the western city gate, where he was to receive the 1,000 elite soldiers allocated to him by the crown prince. Half an hour later, at the western city gate, the commanding officer and soldiers saluted as they watched Xia Tian's cart depart the city. At this moment, he had arrived ahead of schedule for the troop reception. However, outside the city stood an opulent carriage adorned with a beautifully carved rose, unmistakably belonging to the Sima family. The Chancellor. Go. Xia Tian urged the horses forward, halting beside the carriage. As he turned to gaze, he was struck by an astonishing sight. Standing upon the carriage was an ethereal maiden, her features as captivating as a painting. Her large phoenix-like eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, ensnaring onlookers with their enchanting allure. Her figure was slender, clad in a silk gown that hugged her form, with a bosom that rose majestically and an astonishingly delicate waist, inviting the temptation to unravel her belt and explore further. She was a supremely enchanting beauty, akin to a fairy descended from the mountains, or a celestial being who had fallen into the mortal realm. Even if the 3,000 beauties of the palace stood before her, they would pale in comparison. Xia Tian gazed in admiration and offered a respectful salute. Indeed, seeing is more profound than merely hearing tales. The beauty of Miss Sima is a sight I have never witnessed before. Sima Lan smiled gently, radiating grace and elegance as she returned the gesture. It is indeed true that seeing is more profound than hearing. It is rare for a prince of such stature to personally drive a cart to the domain of Sima Lan. Pray, Your Highness, can you guess why this young lady awaits you here? Chapter 4. The examination of a talented woman. Xia Tian replied with a subtle smile, speaking leisurely. Miss Sima, do you wish to ascertain whether I truly embody the feeble and timid figure depicted in legends? Or are you more curious about why? Despite knowing that pursuing your hand in marriage is a perilous path, I still choose to do so? Sima Lan appeared somewhat taken aback, the disdain in her beautiful eyes diminishing. Why? Xia Tian's expression turned serious as he stood tall. To place oneself in a position of peril is to embrace the possibility of rebirth, rather than languishing in the palace like a domesticated pig, subject to the whims of farmers. It is far better to step beyond its confines and strive for a glimmer of hope. Without freedom, one might as well embrace death. A spark of brilliance flickered in Sima Lan's eyes. Your declaration of without freedom, one might as well embrace death is remarkably well stated. So, was all of this part of your plan? Indeed. Honesty is the only path to earn the trust of this enchanting maiden. In this grand gamble of life, hope emerges for victory. At this moment, the disdain in Sima Lan's eyes has diminished. Last night, the imperial decree of marriage arrived at the residence of the left chancellor. My father intended to refuse the marriage on the spot, but I stopped him. Can you guess why? Xia Tian, possessing wisdom, smiled faintly. Because to resist the decree is the least favorable option. Do you have a better plan that allows you to avoid becoming my bride? Sima Lan, stunned, revealed a beautiful expression of shock. Her enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. Her cherry lips parted slightly, as if they could accommodate 2 quail eggs. Rumors in the imperial capital depict the ninth prince as a Navi scholar, lacking worldly understanding. Yet, it appears these rumors are mistaken. He is certainly not foolish. After a moment, Sima Lan regained her composure, biting her red lip in contemplation, and asked, What do you think that method is? Xia Tian gazed into her lively eyes. The strategy of delay, prolonging until my death. Do you think I cannot survive long enough to reach the fief? Or, even if I managed to arrive at the fief alive, before the merciless Tianlang army, I would merely be a lamb awaiting slaughter. My life would not be prolonged. The moment I perish, you would regain your freedom, perhaps even evade the political marriage imposed by the Sima family, allowing you to choose the life you desire. Sima Lan was once again taken aback. Can he read minds? How do you know my thoughts? Xia Tian chuckled gracefully. I have read your poetry. The essence of your carefree spirit and yearning for freedom is woven into every word. Do you not wish to see the vast mountains of the world? Rather than conceal your beauty in a confined space, life as pleasures intoxicate among the flowers, and willingly farming in coarse clothing is not one of your favorite lines? At this juncture, Xia Tian fixed his gaze upon Sima Lan's exquisite eyes, pausing with each word. Most importantly, you are unwilling. You do not wish to be a mere pawn in the game of interests. You do not desire to be a mere appendage to power. You wish to be yourself. I am your sole opportunity for freedom. Sima Lan, struck by the truth of his words, could not help but murmur to herself, am I unwilling? Indeed, she is. She is unwilling to see her entire education rendered useless, unable to achieve greatness like a man, destined to remain trapped in the palace, a caged bird, a beautiful plaything. The disdain in Sima Lan's eyes vanished, and she gazed directly at Xia Tian. The one who understands her is this rumored useless prince destined for death. At this moment, the sun rises above the horizon. In the morning light, an exquisite maiden gazes adoringly at a handsome youth, akin to a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. The scene breathtakingly beautiful. Sima Lan's heart raced. She reached out her delicate hand to smooth the loose strands of hair by her ear. Her ruby lips slightly parted. Prince Huang, do you know what the fief of Huangzhou is like? Xia Tian nodded. I do. Among the 9 provinces of the Great Xia, Huangzhou is the smallest in area. Furthermore, it lies in the far west, predominantly comprising rugged mountains and wild lands, with 80% of its territory covered by forests, rife with miasma and venomous creatures, making the environment exceedingly harsh. Throughout history, it has always been a place of exile for criminals. The people there are fierce. With numerous ethnic minorities, they established settlements on perilous peaks and rugged cliffs, known for their savagery. Revolts among the common folk are common, and killings of officials occur frequently in Huazhou. In the mere 20 years since the founding of the Great Xia, 20 officials assigned to Huangzhou have perished. Thus, those who aspire to govern the desolate region of the Great Wilderness either meet their demise or tread the path toward death. At this juncture, Xia Tian furrowed his brow. In recent years, the court has exiled certain officials to manage the Great Wilderness, resulting in a fusion of corrupt officials and bandits, rendering it a land of desolation. The emperor and the crown prince believe that even if I reach the wilderness, my longevity will be fleeting. For the resentment harbored by the inhabitants toward the court is enough to extinguish my life. Sima Lan smiled faintly. Knowing this, do you not feel fear within your heart? Xia Tian tilted his head, gazing at the slowly rising sun. What use is fear? If I fear, will these calamities not befall me? If I fear, will I secure my life? Sima Lan gently shook her head. I fear that it will not. Xia Tian countered. Then why should I fear? Sima Lan's smile blossomed like a flower, breathtakingly beautiful. In that case, indeed, there is no need for fear. What else do you know about the Great Wilderness? Xia Tian recognized that Sima Lan was testing him. The Great Wilderness lacks counties, featuring only a single city. According to the latest statistics from the 20th year of the Kaiyuan era, the permanent residents in the city number merely 1,000 households, totaling 10,000 souls, akin to the population of a county in other regions. Of course, this does not account for the exiled criminals in the Great Wilderness. If included, the population swells to approximately 20,000. Sima Lan, standing on tiptoe with her hands behind her back, inquired playfully, do you know why the population of the Great Wilderness is so sparse? Xia Tian's expression suddenly turned somber. I know a little. The primary reason is that the Great Wilderness borders the empire of the Celestial Wolf, which annually invades to pillage, capturing civilians to enslave them on the plains, referring to us of the Great Xia as mere 2-legged sheep, mercilessly slaughtering us. The people of the Great Wilderness have always lived under the shadow of death. The current peace of the Great Xia bears no connection to their plight. Sima Lan blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly asked, if you were to enter the Great Wilderness alive, what would you do? She was keenly curious about Xia Tian's response. With unwavering resolve, Xia Tian proclaimed, as the king of the wilderness, I would dedicate myself to the land. Those who trespass upon my territory shall be slain. Those who oppress my kin shall be slain. Those who violate my sisters shall be slain. Those who insult my people, though distant, shall be punished. Those who kill my citizens, though powerful, shall be vanquished. The 3 slayings and the 2 punishments encapsulate Xia Tian's sense of responsibility and attitude as the king of the wilderness. Sima Lan's eyes sparkled with admiration. He is indeed a man of ambition. Sima Lan's long eyelashes fluttered, her gaze like flowing water. Your Highness, I am now willing to accompany you to the great wilderness. If you live, I shall walk beside you. If you die, I shall return to the imperial capital, never to cross the threshold of the Xia family, nor live in mourning for you. She felt a burgeoning curiosity toward this handsome young prince. Rumors portrayed him as timid and cowardly, yet her interactions revealed his wisdom, grandeur of heart, and lofty aspirations. Naturally, understanding her feelings was of paramount importance. Some individuals she wished to know better. Some paths she could accompany for a while. Xia Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Having passed Sima Lan's scrutiny was tantamount to overcoming the challenges posed by the Sima family. He could now focus on addressing the emperor and the crown prince. Thank you. Sima Lan, not only the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital but also its most talented, understood his sentiments. I hope that your highness will not let Lanner down. She raised her handkerchief and waved it 3 times, resembling a signal of sorts. Instantly, from the woods outside the city, a group of 20 assassins from the Sima residence, exuding an aura of menace, rushed forth. Chapter 5, The Wounded Are Treasures. Moments later, the 20 assassins knelt on one knee before Sima Lan's carriage. Miss, Sima Lan commanded, Sima Ge, bring forth the supply carts. We shall accompany His Highness the Prince of the Wasteland to Dehuang Prefecture. Yes, replied Sima Ge, the leader of the assassins. Despite his masculine name, he was a strikingly beautiful young woman, her figure voluptuous and alluring, possessing an undeniable charm that was only slightly overshadowed by Sima Lan's beauty. In a moment of distraction, Xia Tian could not help but glance at Sima Ge, largely out of concern that her armor might not be able to contain her ample bosom. He vowed that his admiration was purely aesthetic and devoid of any ulterior motives. Shortly thereafter, Sima Ge led the 20 carts out of the city, each laden with burlap sacks filled with rice. Xia Tian pondered that had Sima Lan turned hostile just moments ago, those assassins would have rushed over to dismantle him. Thus, those carts filled with provisions would have never left the city. Your Highness of the Wasteland, this is a gift of 100 shur of rice. All fine quality rice from Guangzhou, prepared by my father. I hope your Highness does not find it unworthy of the Sima family. Sima Lan stated graciously. The most important sentiment is the sincerity of the Sima family. In the great Xia dynasty, 1 shur is equivalent to 100 jin. Thus 100 shur amounts to 10,000 jin. This gift was neither too large nor too small. Xia Tian expressed his gratitude. Dehuang Prefecture is suffering from a shortage of grain. There could be no better gift than this. With a charming giggle, Sima Lan replied, my father fears you might go hungry. In truth, within the vast 10,000 mountains of Dehuang Prefecture, there exists ample arable land and rich mineral resources, yet the treacherous terrain and dangers of the mountains hinder any transportation of goods. Your Highness of the Wasteland, should you succeed in conquering the 10,000 mountains of Dehuang Prefecture in the future, the region could prosper. It was evident that Sima Lan had done her research on Dehuang Prefecture. Miss Sima, your insights are appreciated. I shall rely on your guidance henceforth. Sima Lan, devoid of arrogance, smiled warmly, exuding a gentle and amiable demeanor. Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. Since we are now companions on this journey, I shall do my utmost to assist you in claiming Dehuang Prefecture. Helping you is akin to aiding myself. This reflected both Sima Lan's personal ethos and the stance of the Sima family. Xia Tian was utterly enamored by the combination of wisdom and beauty embodied by Sima Lan. His fervent gaze flushed her exquisite visage. Should the Emperor of Xia witness their joyful reunion, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. At that moment, a series of disordered footsteps echoed from the city gates, as a troop of soldiers, clad in tattered armor and wielding rusty weapons, hastily emerged from the city. These soldiers appeared to be between 20 and 30 years of age, yet their faces were etched with wrinkles, a clear sign of malnutrition and hardship. Moreover, they were all wounded. Some limped, others had stiff arms, and a few were blind in one eye or the other. It was evident that this was a battalion composed entirely of the injured, numbering around 100. Led by 2 young silver-armored officers wielding long spears, those same golden-armored guards who had accompanied the prince yesterday. Both individuals stepped forward to pay their respects. I am Lu Shu. And this is Gao Fei. We humbly greet your highness, Prince Huang. The Emperor's decree has been issued. Henceforth, we shall serve as your Highness's personal guards. Lu Shu shall be the chief guardian, and Gao Fei the deputy guardian. In an instant, Xia Tian surmised the implications and ventured a probing question. Is it because you witnessed the Crown Prince's cowardice that he dispatched you to accompany me to my demise? Lu Shu and Gao Fei, struck by the truth of his words, turned pale and gritted their teeth, declaring, "We are terrified. From this day forward, we shall dedicate ourselves to safeguarding your Highness's safety, sharing life and death with you." Indeed, from the moment they became Xia Tian's personal guards, their fates were irrevocably intertwined. Should harm befall Xia Tian, they too would face execution. Perhaps even the wrath of the Emperor would lead to the annihilation of their families. Such occurrences have been numerous throughout history. "Rise," Xia Tian said, in good spirits. Having witnessed their swift blades, he recognized their prowess. "If you heed my commands, perhaps we shall find a way to survive." Lu Shu and Gao Fei's eyes brightened, and they bowed again to Sima Lan. "We pay our respects to the princess." Sima Lan's cheeks flushed, and she graciously returned the gesture. "I am Sima Lan, pleased to meet the sons of the Lu and Gao families. I have yet to wed Prince Huang, so you may simply address me by my name." She then turned to Xia Tian and added, "Prince Huang. Both Lu Shu and Gao Fei hail from military lineages and have studied military strategy since childhood. They will surely alleviate your burdens." Xia Tian responded noncommittally. "I shall await the results." Lu Shu and Gao Fei exchanged glances. Sensing that the prince harbored doubts about their capabilities, they resolved to prove themselves. At that moment, Xia Tian pointed to the disheveled line of troops before him, calmly inquiring, "Lu Shu, is this the 1,000 valiant soldiers the Crown Prince entrusted to you?" Lu Shu's face reddened with embarrassment. "In response to your Highness, the Crown Prince allocated 1,000 wounded soldiers to us. The majority are severely injured. Gao Fei and I selected these 100 lightly wounded men to form your guard." Both Lu Shu and Gao Fei knelt simultaneously, exclaiming, "We are incompetent. Please punish us." "Your Highness." Nearby, Sima Lan furrowed her brow. Could such injured soldiers even take to the battlefield? Could they adequately protect Prince Huang? However, Xia Tian displayed no signs of disappointment. Rather, he appeared exhilarated, his eyes sparkling as they swept over the 100 men. "What treasures?" he mused. "These seasoned veterans are priceless. It is a rare fortune to find such gems without effort. The Crown Prince is indeed considerate." Suppressing his excitement, Xia Tian addressed Sima Lan, "Miss Sima, I wish for these veterans to remove their shirts so I may assess their physiques. If it is inconvenient, they may first rest in the carriage." Sima Lan, sensing Xia Tian's enthusiasm, felt curious. She gracefully entered the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze outside, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Prince Huang, please proceed. I am now at your service." Xia Tian couldn't help but smile. How delightful. He spoke firmly. "Lu Shu, instruct them to remove their armor and shirts. I wish to examine their wounds." "Yes." Lu Shu and Gao Fei's eyes brightened. The prince actually understood military matters. "His Highness the Prince has commanded that all soldiers remove their armor and shirts. We need to examine their wounds." The injured soldiers murmured in discontent. "Do you not believe we are warriors who have fought fiercely against the celestial wolf soldiers? Are you trying to freeze us to death in this biting cold?" Nevertheless, as imperial soldiers, they possessed an inherent sense of obedience. Reluctantly, they began to strip off their armor and shirts, cursing under their breath as they revealed their injuries. "Damn it, it's freezing." Xia Tian dismounted from the carriage and meticulously inspected the veterans, noting that their wounds were all on the front. The gory injuries were a testament to their valor. Yet, Xia Tian found beauty in them. In his amalgamated memories, these scars were the masterpieces left by the celestial wolf's crescent blades and wolf-toothed arrows. He gazed at these battle scars as if viewing a series of medals, instilling a sense of pride in the injured soldiers. "Oh heavens, does the exalted prince comprehend this?" he mused. Did he recognize the honor of these veterans? Though wounded, their indomitable spirit remained unbroken, their will to fight undiminished. Suddenly, the previously dejected formation stood tall, their slumped figures straightening like unsheathed swords. An intangible aura of battle fervor surged skyward. At that moment, Lu Shu beamed, "Your Highness, we have already inspected their bodies during the selection process and verified their injury records. They are indeed men who have sustained injuries in direct combat with the enemy." Xia Tian, pleased with Lu Shu and Gao Fei's competence, lauded them. "You truly are the scions of military families. Your selection of soldiers is commendable. I shall remember your merit." Lu Shu and Gao Fei were elated, exclaiming, "Thank you. His Highness the Prince. Inside the carriage, Sima Lan appeared puzzled. Little Gu. Is there any significance to the location of a soldier's injuries? Sima Gu, with her cherry-like lips slightly parted, respectfully explained, Miss, on the battlefield. Wounds on the front typically indicate that the soldier was injured in direct combat. Conversely, wounds on the back often suggest they were inflicted while fleeing. Or perhaps, they were dealt by their own comrades on the battlefield. While examining injuries to assess soldiers is not infallibly accurate, it is still a relatively effective method. Ah, I see. Sima Lan was taken aback, muttering to herself, this bookworm actually understands military affairs. How intriguing. What exactly did you learn in the palace's library? Sima Gu furrowed her brow. Miss, you do not mean to say you have developed feelings for the so-called useless prince, do you? Useless? Sima Lan frowned. Do you truly consider him to be so? Noticing the peculiarity in her reaction, Sima Gu hesitated before replying. In the capital. The rumors suggest he is a waste of potential. Ha ha ha. Sima Lan shook her head and chuckled lightly. Little Gu, seeing is believing. While hearing can be misleading, a person embodies more than one facet. To truly understand someone, one must interact with them, observe their character and demeanor, and only then can one discern if they are a dragon or a mere worm. Sima Gu, biting her red lip, inquired, Miss, what do you currently perceive the prince to be? Sima Lan's expression turned serious. He possesses great strategies and wisdom, appearing foolish yet is not a common individual. Sima Gu furrowed her delicate brows even deeper, reaching out with her slender, jade-like hand to touch Sima Lan's forehead, finding her temperature normal, devoid of fever. My lady, has he cast some malevolent spell upon you? Your assessment of him was not so prior to your meeting. Sima Lan shot her a charming glare, retorting. This is what one refers to as the disparity between reputation and reality. Let me inquire once more. My lady, have you fallen head over heels for him? With a soft giggle, Sima Lan covered her mouth and replied, Love at first sight is merely an impulse of lust. I simply feel a kindred spirit with him, as if meeting a new friend who shares my interests. The Prince of the Wilderness is not to be underestimated. Once we embark, observe him closely. Indeed. Sima Gu cast a fierce glance at Xia Tian, declaring, I shall assist you in keeping a vigilant watch over him. Sima Lan pondered for a moment. Convey my desire to accompany the Prince of the Wilderness to the great wilderness state. Understood. Meanwhile, Xia Tian made a startling discovery that all these veteran soldiers had bow legs. Observing the soldiers struggling to close their legs, Xia Tian exclaimed thrice, Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Shu and Gao Fei exchanged a knowing glance. Could it be that the Prince of the Wilderness had uncovered the secret of these soldiers? Lu Shu cautiously inquired, Your Highness, have you made some discovery? A content smile spread across Xia Tian's face. Lu Shu, Gao Fei, are you testing this prince regarding the hidden nature of these 100-old soldiers? We dare not. Lu Shu and Gao Fei hastily knelt. We have failed to report in time. Please, Your Highness, impose your punishment. Xia Tian personally helped them to their feet, his expression warm and devoid of reproach. The selection of the personal guard has been commendably executed, exceeding my expectations. What fault lies therein? Please, rise. For this selection of soldiers, I shall grant you further commendation. Lu Shu and Gao Fei, relieved yet somewhat astonished, expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Having long served in the palace as mere attendants to the crown prince, they were accustomed to being treated as tools, called upon without regard. Typically, the prince either scolded or reprimanded them, treating them no differently than servants. Today, they found themselves beside the Prince of the Wilderness, facing peril together. The heartlessness of the imperial family weighed heavily upon them. Yet now, they perceived that this reputedly inept prince was unlike other royals. He treated people with sincerity. Their diligent selection of soldiers had been met with praise and recognition. An unexpected sentiment stirred within Lu Shu and Gao Fei. Being in the presence of such a prince brought them comfort and security. How could this prince be considered inept? Perhaps he resembled a wise ruler more than anything. Their gazes towards Xia Tian transformed, now brimming with hope. In the carriage, though Sima Lan was astute, she was perplexed by matters of the military. Xiaoge, why does the Prince of the Wilderness wish to commend Lu Shu and Gao Fei once more? Do these old soldiers harbor some secret? Sima Gu nodded slightly, pointing out, My lady, observe how these soldiers' legs are tightly pressed together, creating a considerable gap between them. Sima Lan nodded in agreement. Indeed, their legs are severely bowed, distinctly different from those of ordinary people. This condition is known as bow legs. Sima Gu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, These injured soldiers are the most precious cavalry of the great Xia kingdom. Realization dawned upon Sima Lan as she responded. So, they are cavalry. Sima nodded. The Tianlang kingdom is established upon vast grasslands, and the Tianlang people have grown up on horseback, naturally becoming formidable cavalry. Their combat prowess surpasses that of the entire continent. They are exceptionally agile and formidable adversaries. In contrast, our great Xia possesses fewer cavalry and limited mobility compared to Tianlang. Thus, both the former Qin and great Xia can only adopt a defensive posture against the Tianlang Empire. The 100 veterans who survived encounters with the Tianlang cavalry must be exceptional warriors. If they can recover from their injuries, they shall emerge as elite fighters. Sima Lan's eyes sparkled with hope. Can their injuries be healed? Sima Gu shook his head. According to our intelligence, they cannot be healed. If healing were possible, they would have been snatched away by the armies of great Xia like treasures. The crown prince would not have entrusted them to the prince of the wilderness. Sima Lan's expression suddenly dimmed. What a pity. Meanwhile, Lu Shu and Gao Fei shared a similar sentiment, lamenting the situation. They had managed to select the best of the injured soldiers, yet they were still merely wounded warriors. The fact that the personal guard of the prince of the wilderness consisted entirely of injured men would surely invite ridicule. This was a profound humiliation for the prince of the wilderness. Xia Tian, sensing their thoughts, attempted to console them. Lu Shu, Gao Fei. Allow me to share a secret. I possess some knowledge of medicine. Ah? Lu Shu and Gao Fei were taken aback. Xia Tian nodded. These warriors have not suffered shattered bones or severed tendons. Their injuries are primarily superficial. If we are willing to use quality medicine and treat them properly, we can completely heal their wounds. Restoring them to their former glory is not a mere fantasy. This revelation filled Lu Shu and Gao Fei with great joy. Your Highness is magnificent. In truth, Xia Tian had been born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners before his journey through time. Standing on the shoulders of giants from 5,000 years of Chinese medical history, he was well-versed in both Eastern and Western medicine, earning the title of the military's divine healer. Although the external injuries of these soldiers were not severe, the medical practices of this era would struggle to heal them. However, Xia Tian believed that with some minor procedures, these elite warriors could fully recover. It was not an insurmountable challenge. Currently, Xia Tian found himself surrounded by peril. He required loyal generals and soldiers to carve out a path for survival. The arrival of these wounded soldiers was fortuitous. If they could protect Xia Tian as he took command of the wilderness, he would ensure that they gained renown and respect in the future. Together, they could achieve great things. At that moment, Xia Tian, accompanied by Lu Shu and Gao Fei, approached the front of the line and spoke firmly. Put on your clothes. I have something to say. Yes. The veterans relaxed slightly and hurriedly donned their tattered uniforms and armor. The biting cold was unbearable. Why must the so-called worthless prince regard them with such admiration and reverence? Why should they feel proud? Yet, truth be told, the feeling of being admired and appreciated was extraordinarily gratifying, especially coming from someone of noble stature. Under the pressure of the cold, the veterans quickly dressed. They then focused intently on what this so-called worthless prince had to say. Chapter 7. Supreme Glory in the Summer, with Unwavering Eyes. Shi Tian gazed intently at the veterans, his fists clenched tightly. He articulated in a language comprehensible to the warriors, conveying the sentiment that veterans never die. They merely wither away from wounds. A resounding echo reverberated through the gathering of injured soldiers. They stirred like awakened lions, their eyes wide and filled with a fierce intensity. Fixated on Shi Tian, as if he were a kindred spirit, their eyelids glistened with unshed tears. Why did that scoundrel, the prince of the wasteland, utter words that pierced their pride? Why did such words resonate so profoundly? A flicker of emotion stirred within them. Why did they feel the urge to weep? It is said that men shed tears sparingly. Amidst the laughter of the veterans, there was a fervor and ambition. Within their laughter lay boundless pride. Within their laughter lingered a bittersweet sorrow. They laughed because the noble prince understood the veterans. In this moment, the complex emotions of the veterans found complete release. They laughed. They laughed. Tears shimmered in the eyes of the wounded as they laughed and cried silently. Silently, they shed tears that tasted salty upon their lips. They had fought valiantly for this empire, returning with numerous injuries after vanquishing countless foes, proving to the heavens that the great Xia possessed true cavalry. Yet upon their return, their accolades were usurped by the gilded scions of aristocratic families within the military. They were cast into the infirmary, neglected and forgotten. No one cared for their well-being. Their fervent patriotism and hot blood gradually cooled. They were not only physically wounded but emotionally scarred. Gradually, resentment took root in their hearts. They realized they might have been forsaken. Then, they boldly discarded the word might. They were assuredly abandoned. Their hearts turned to ice. But now, someone claimed to understand them. Someone wished to utilize their strength. To their astonishment, they realized they had not been forgotten. Who was this person? It was the Prince of the Wasteland. The son of the Emperor, the most noble bloodline of the Great Xia. Henceforth, if anyone dared to label the Prince of the Wasteland as worthless, they would face dire consequences. At that moment, the veterans exchanged glances, each silently communicating, and then, in unison, they knelt, wiping away their tears, and roared. Veterans salute the prince. Their voices soared to the heavens, resounding throughout the realm. At the city gate, a group of old soldiers silently knelt on one knee, their eyes shimmering with tears. Had it not been for the strict military protocols, they would have rushed forward to pay their respects. The gatekeeper's eyes glistened with emotion as he struggled to contain his own feelings. You may rise. Let the comrades below kneel in your stead, honoring the veterans on our behalf. It would not be wise for the prince's men to witness your display. The old soldiers rose quietly, casting several lingering glances at Shi Tian, etching his figure into their memories. Inside the carriage, SMLN's enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance as she murmured, "What a poignant sentiment! Veterans never die. What a profound declaration! They merely wither away from wounds. Little G, what are your thoughts?" SMG's chest plate trembled with intensity, revealing his inner unrest. Such heartfelt words can capture the hearts of 100 warriors. The Prince of the Wasteland is a master of understanding the human heart. If he could ascend to power in the Great Wasteland, it might truly be like a dragon entering the sea, a tiger returning to the mountains, capable of achieving great things. My lady, I have finally come to understand why you chose to accompany him to the great wilderness. Sima Lan gazed curiously at Xia Tian's silhouette, exclaiming, I simply wish to discover how far he can go. Xiao Gu, safeguard him with the same fervor as you would protect me. Sima Gu, with her long eyelashes fluttering, reaffirmed, my lady, indeed. In the midst of the assembly, Xia Tian, filled with emotion, declared, the ground is cold, all soldiers, rise swiftly. Yes, the veterans responded, standing taller and with more vigor than before. Xia Tian continued, the wounds upon your bodies are your medals of honor. I observe your injuries, eager to discern whether you fled in the face of the enemy. No, the veterans shouted resolutely, their eyes filled with determination. No, no, no. Xia Tian raised his hand, silencing the crowd. Moreover, I wish to ascertain just how deeply the enemy has wounded you. For the past 2 decades, the Celestial Wolf Empire has trampled upon our lands, slaughtering our kin, abducting our people to serve as slaves upon the steppes, causing rivers of blood to flow along our borders, and leaving our people in a state of unrest in life and death. Originally, you could have enjoyed a peaceful existence at home, living a life filled with family and warmth. You could have chosen not to enlist. Yet, for the sake of this empire, you resolutely took up arms, journeying from the capital to the borders, battling the ferocious Celestial Wolf Army. Who among you can tell me the reason for your sacrifice? Was it merely for the meager military pay? No one answered. The veterans' eyes sparkled with nostalgic memories, their hearts ablaze as if something within them was about to erupt. Xia Tian spoke with even greater fervor. You may remain silent, but I know. You fight to protect this nation from the trampling of the Celestial Wolf Army. You fight for your brothers and sisters, to shield them from the humiliation of the Celestial Wolf people. It is because your blood has not run cold. The veterans, filled with righteous fury, bellowed, yes, 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 our blood has not run cold. Xia Tian's eyes glistened with emotion at the same time. You all comprehend a fundamental truth. To live in peace and happiness, the people of Xia must triumph over the Celestial Wolves. We must drive them away. Thus, you raised your swords to defend your homeland, bravely slaying enemies on the battlefield, returning, though wounded, by sheer fortune, though you are mere ordinary soldiers, seemingly contributing only a fraction of strength. It is you who have demonstrated to the Celestial Wolves that the men of Xia are unafraid to mount their steeds, that we are fearless in the face of death, and that our nation is immensely powerful, deserving of respect. The veterans, filled with fervor and tears in their eyes, shouted, yes, yes, yes. Xia Tian's heart surged with passion. I recognize that you have been injured in the service of your country, yet you have not received just rewards. However, the blood you have shed for this land shall not be forgotten. You have protected the people of Xia, and they will be grateful to you. All that you have done is of the highest honor. The highest honor. Xia Tian's voice rang out, resonant and powerful, soaring towards the heavens. Capable of splitting the earth itself. Boom. The hearts of the veterans exploded with emotion. All their grievances, indignation, and resentment dissipated with these words. Indeed, the prince speaks the truth. Their blood was not shed in vain. Their wounds were not endured without purpose. This land will remember their bravery. They are adorned with unparalleled glory. The wounded soldiers, with red-rimmed eyes, knelt once more, united in a powerful roar. We are willing to serve His Highness, the King of unto death. Lu Shu and Gao Guang echoed this sentiment as they knelt. We are willing to serve His Highness, the King of unto death. A soldier dies for those who understand him. As Mencius once stated, the ruler regards his ministers as hands and feet, while the ministers regard the ruler as their innermost heart. Warriors who have faced life and death can discern the goodness or malice in people, the authenticity of emotions. Now, they are ready to follow Xia Tian. On the city wall, the gatekeeper clenched his fists, his beard trembling. From now on, who dares to call the king of a worthless prince? Let him be punished. Indeed, the veteran soldiers wiped away their tears. Rest assured, General, our hands are heavy. We will strike such gossipers until even their mothers cannot recognize them. These old fellows have chosen the right leader in the king of. The gatekeeper nodded. With a knowing expression, the king of is destined for greatness. Inside the carriage, Sima Lan bit her red lips lightly. What a phrase, unparalleled glory. They are all fine men. Sima Gu gazed at the kneeling veterans. Miss, if I were one of those veterans, I too would willingly serve him unto death. Do you perceive in him the spirit of a hero or that of a tyrant? Sima Lan pondered for a moment, then shook her head. It is still unclear. For the first time, Sima Gu smiled, like a blooming snow lotus, teasing. Miss, you wish for him to be a hero, don't you? Sima Lan shot her a half-amused glance. What makes you say that? Sima Gu covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, because heroes have a hard time overcoming the beauty barrier. You are a beauty, thus you must have a hero by your side, right? A glimmer of wisdom shone in Sima Lan's eyes. Time will reveal his true nature. In fact, I hope he is a tyrant. Why is that? Sima Gu asked, bewildered. Miss, tyrants are often heartless. They're not good. Sima Lan shook her head, offering a faint smile. No, heroes are too sentimental, which makes them vulnerable, their weaknesses too apparent. To achieve great things, one must be ruthless. Sima Ge's expression sharpened. I understand. However, is a heartless person truly worthy of these soldiers' allegiance? Is he worthy of your affection, miss? Just as Sima Gu was lost in thought, a fleet of carriages rumbled through the city gates, their scale quite imposing. Chapter 8. Genuine feelings for genuine hearts. At this moment, Xia Tian spoke solemnly. Move around in place and await orders. Yes, the veterans rose. Their gazes upon Xia Tian varied. At this juncture, Xiaobai leaped down from the carriage, kneeling on one knee. My lord, as per your instructions, the gold, silver, and jewels have been sold. We have procured 40 carts of medicinal herbs, fine liquor, food, cloth, salt, butter, and pork. The veterans' stomachs growled with increasing hunger at the mention of food, yet they maintained their military composure, steadfast and unmoving. Originally, the Ministry of War had allocated funds to these deserving wounded soldiers for their recovery and sustenance. However, these funds were siphoned off at every level. By the time the money reached their hands, it was barely enough to buy pickled vegetables. The veterans had long since grown weary of meager rations. Memories often brought tears to the old soldier's eyes. Yet, amidst it all, His Highness the Prince sells jewelry to exchange for food. Is it for their sustenance? Is it? There is meat. How I long to eat. The gentle summer smiled. Rise. Well done. Those jewels can procure such a wealth of supplies. They are indeed of great value. Xiaobai, reluctantly, said, Your Highness, those are treasures of the court. Summer waved his hand, silencing Xiaobai. Chief steward by, man is made of iron. And food is steel. One meal without sustenance makes one feel uneasy. The soldiers in the infirmary are suffering from poor rations, lacking nutrition, and their injuries heal exceedingly slowly. Henceforth, every meal must include meat, to replenish the soldiers' vitality. Yes, Xiaobai accepted the order. I will ensure the soldiers dine well. The veteran soldier's eyes reddened. It turned out that the prince sold jewelry to provide them with meat. Truly, he is like kin. Thus, the veterans silently vowed many oaths. Long life to the prince. To marry 3,000 concubines. To embrace all 10 of the world's most beautiful women. At that moment, Xiaobai gracefully approached Summer, glancing at Lu Shu and Gao Fei. Her eyes filled with inquiry. The meaning was clear. Was there something important to discuss, and should the two be dismissed? Summer shook his head, smiling as he introduced both parties. From this day forth, Lu Shu and Gao Fei are one of us. Speak freely. Yes, Xiao Bai understood, as the Crown Prince anticipated. The Crown Prince ordered that the arsenal must not supply weapons and provisions to the Imperial Guards of the following Your Highness's arrangement. I delivered 100 taels of gold to General Liu of the arsenal, securing 1,000 sets of thick cotton military uniforms, 500 sets of fine iron armor, 500 high-quality iron blades, 500 superior iron spears, 105 stone longbows, and 6,000 arrows, along with 100 shields. All procedures have been completed, and this is sufficient to equip our current personnel. In total, there are 10 carts, all concealed among the supplies. Lu Shu and Gao Fei were overjoyed. Now, we lack nothing in terms of medicine, food, military attire, and weaponry. Your Highness, truly dependable. Next, we shall follow the prince and carve a bloody path to seize a glimmer of hope. Soon, one supply cart after another emerged from the city gates. The veteran soldiers beamed with joy. With provisions in the army, morale remained steady. Summer glanced at the sky. It was nearly time to depart, and he spoke solemnly. Soldiers. Here. The veteran's eyes sparkled, their response resonating loudly. Summer made one final confirmation. My fief is a land of impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, facing the Wolf Emperor's empire. Follow me, and the odds of dying in battle are high. Now, I offer you one last chance to decide. Those who choose to follow me shall henceforth be my brothers and comrades. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall not go hungry. Should anyone choose to remain in the imperial capital, I will provide 10 taels of silver as severance pay, allowing you to return and procure some good food to restore your health. Do you understand? The veteran soldiers roared in unison. Understood. Good. Those unwilling to go too. Step forward. No one moved. The veterans knelt on one knee in unison. Your Highness, do not ask further. We shall follow you. A highly esteemed veteran spoke. We are all orphans, with no home, no kin, and no women or children in the imperial capital. We have no ties to hold us back. We are willing to follow His Highness to the great wilderness. Wherever Your Highness is, that shall be our home. The hearts of the veteran soldiers surged with emotion as they shouted in unison. Wherever Your Highness is, that shall be our home. Excellent. A warmth spread through Xia Tian's heart. He, having traversed into this realm all alone, was not unlike an orphan. Xiao Bai, Lu Shu, Gao Fei. You shall lead the caravan and the veterans, waiting for me 20 miles ahead at the Peach Blossom Grove. Understood. Upon arriving at the Peach Blossom Grove, ensure the veterans are outfitted with warm, thick cotton clothing, distribute new armor and weapons, and arm them to the teeth. There are fierce battles to be fought ahead. Yes. Xiao Bai, Lu Shu, and Gao Fei accepted their orders and departed. At that moment, more servants from the Sima Manor surged forth at the city gate. Under Sima Ji's arrangements, they boarded various carriages, taking the veterans along as they drove away. Just then, Sima Lan stepped before Xia Tian, standing side by side. Your Highness. Do you now sense a glimmer of hope for reaching the great wilderness alive? Xia Tian gazed at the royal guards pouring out from the city gate. Offering a faint smile, I shall strive to survive. I will not leave you a widow. A blush crept onto Sima Lan's delicate face, her restless hands clutching her skirt as she shifted the topic. Are you implying weakness by allowing the caravan to depart first, remaining behind alone, without even a guard? Xia Tian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Miss Sima, your astuteness is truly admirable, but you are mistaken. At that moment, an opulent carriage halted at the city gate. A eunuch called out in a prolonged voice, His Highness the Crown Prince has come to send off the Prince of the Wilderness. Subsequently, the Crown Prince, clad in splendid attire, emerged from the carriage, dismissing those around him with an air of triumph. Sima Lan instinctively distanced herself from Xia Tian. For in the eyes of the Crown Prince and the Prince of the Wilderness, a menacing intent loomed, with the potential for conflict at any moment. Keeping her distance, she chose not to hear what she ought not to. The Crown Prince gazed greedily at Sima Lan's retreating figure, his tone sinister. Ninth brother, may your journey be safe, though your life may not be preserved. The malice in his words was palpable. Xia Tian remained unfazed. Is this what the Crown Prince ought to say when bidding farewell to the prince? If this were to leak, the censors would surely censure your Highness for your improper conduct. I would advise you to exercise caution, your Highness. Humph. The Crown Prince, with an air of indifference and arrogance, retorted, All here are my trusted subordinates. Who would dare speak? I would. Xia Tian pointed to himself. If you persist in your intent to kill me, I shall have no choice but to recruit hundreds of storytellers to disseminate the tale of how the crown prince soiled himself in fear amidst the snow. You are exposing my vulnerabilities. The crown prince, enraged, narrowed his serpent-like eyes, attempting to provoke Xiao further. Ninth brother. Are you satisfied with the 1,000 elite soldiers I have allocated to you? How courteous of you to only request 100 when I have sent you 1,000 wounded soldiers. The crown prince awaited Xiaotian's furious outburst, seeking to humiliate him in turn. Yet, no such response came. In truth, Xiaotian was genuinely grateful to the crown prince. Anger was not an option. Xiaotian smiled knowingly. I shall forever remember the great favor bestowed by my elder brother, the crown prince. I shall not dare forget. A sense of frustration welled within the crown prince, unable to express itself. Ninth brother, it seems I have underestimated you. Xiaotian raised an eyebrow. Then keep your eyes wide open and watch me. Oh, the crown prince possesses small eyes that cannot open wide. His gaze resembles that of a malevolent triangle, exuding an innate aura of eeriness. Within the court, many officials privately speculate that he lacks the demeanor befitting a sovereign. However, he is, alas, the emperor's legitimate eldest son, destined from birth to be the crown prince. As the saying goes, one may strike a person but should not strike their face. One may scold but should not expose their shortcomings. The crown prince's most painful scar was unveiled by Xiaotian. Consumed by rage, he yearned to draw his sword and take a life, his heart a tempest of anguish. Howling, I shall eliminate him. I shall destroy him. Yet, the crown prince ultimately refrained from unsheathing his blade. Suppressing his fury, he ominously inquired, Ninth brother, do you know who the most beautiful person in the realm is? Chapter 9. The ambitions of the prince of the wilderness. Xiaotian shook his head. He only knew that the foremost beauty of the great Xia, Sima Lan, ranked third on the list of the world's beauties. The crown prince's eyes flickered with a sinister flame. Ninth brother, you truly are a bookworm. Allow me to enlighten you. The greatest beauty in the land is Huyen Duoer, the grand princess of the Tianling Empire. Her domain is adjacent to your great wilderness state, in the Tiandiao state. Should you venture to her territory, you are likely to witness her enchanting figure as she leads her troops into your lands. Xiaotian's expression sharpened. Is that so? Certainly. The crown prince, adorned with a mischievous smirk, continued. Every winter, once the season ends, the Tianlang army invades great wilderness state to seize grain and captives. As long as you remain in the great wilderness, you shall undoubtedly encounter that unparalleled beauty. Legend has it that Huyen Duoa not only possesses ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being, but is also among the top 3 generals of the Tianlang Empire, a heroine of unmatched valor. Should she capture you, ninth brother, with your handsome visage, you might become her consort. She could very well provide for you. The crown prince aimed to provoke Xiaotian with the pain of great wilderness state. He cast a glance towards Sima Lan in the distance, jealousy gnawing at his heart. In that moment, Xiaotian maintained his smile. Thank you, crown prince, for your guidance. Once I arrive in great wilderness state, I shall capture the renowned beauty Huyen Duoa and make her my maid. With conviction, he asserted, I shall not tarnish the dignity of the great Xia royal family. This response took the crown prince by surprise. He inhaled deeply, astonished by the audacity of this bookworm. Ninth brother, should you manage to capture Huyen Duoer as your maid, I shall consume the stone lion before the prince's manor. Agreed. Xiaotian seized the opportunity. I eagerly await the day you feast upon the stone lion, dear brother. The crown prince was momentarily speechless, choked by his own words. Coughing, Xiaotian feigned concern, asking, Dear brother, after that day in the snow, have you suffered any lasting ailments? This was Xiaotian's counterattack. One strikes the face when one strikes. Indeed, the crown prince's demeanor shattered at the remark. His eyes blazing with fury, fixated on Xiaotian as if he were a sworn enemy. Were his gaze lethal, Xiaotian would have perished, bloodied and torn. The crown prince's face darkened like ink, ominously declaring, There is no need for the prince of the wilderness to concern himself. This prince is in robust health. Xiaotian wore a look of satisfaction. That is good to hear. However, after years of diligent effort alongside several imperial consorts, you remain childless. Is it a sign of your frailty? The crown prince clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging from his neck, nostrils flaring in fury, ready to explode with rage. No. He would draw his sword and pierce Xiaotian with 100 wounds. Strike first, kill later. Again and again. He must kill him. The crown prince's mind was in a frenzy. At 30 years of age, with numerous concubines, he had yet to father a single child. This was the crown prince's profound anguish. Before the city gates, an unexpected stillness enveloped the air. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Only the crown prince's rapid, furious breaths pierced the silence. Within the city gate, an opulent carriage came to a halt. Inside, a handsome middle-aged man sat quietly, absorbing the conversation between the crown prince and Xia Tian, his expression a tapestry of complexities, murmuring, "So this is the ninth prince. No wonder Lawner is intrigued by you. Such a temperament is unlikely to succeed." This man was none other than the left chancellor, Sima Jian. "Please, see the young lady off," he commanded. Yes. A burly coachman guided the carriage slowly out of the city gates, halting beside the crown prince's chariot. Sima Jian dismounted gracefully and saluted. "I pay my respects to your highness." The crown prince's rigid demeanor softened slightly as he forced a smile. "No need for formalities. Left chancellor, have you come to see off the prince of the wasteland?" "Indeed," Sima Jian replied, his demeanor polished and his smile radiant. "His Majesty decreed last night that my daughter, Sima Lan, be wed to the prince of the wasteland. As a father, it is my duty to accompany them." The crown prince considered this. Last night, the entire court was aware that the ninth prince nearly met his demise in the snow. Then, unexpectedly, the emperor arranged for Sima Lan to marry the prince of the wasteland. Sima Jian wielded immense influence in the court. Even the crown prince found it challenging to win his favor, often hinting at the desire to wed both daughters of the Sima family. The court understood that if the crown prince could marry Sima Mei and Sima Lan, securing their family's full support would firmly establish his position, unassailable by anyone. However, the emperor's decision to bestow Sima Lan upon the ninth prince was laden with implications. Today, the entire court speculated about the emperor's intentions. Yet Sima Jian had already discerned the truth. The emperor had presented him with two choices. The first was to secure his daughter's happiness by covertly eliminating Xia Tian, using the crown princess' hands to do the deed. Should he choose this path, the act against the prince would be a leverage the emperor could wield against the Sima family at any moment, binding them to unwavering loyalty. The second choice was to allow Sima Lan to accompany the ninth prince, thereby shattering the crown prince's dreams of marrying the Sima sisters. The emperor's message was crystal clear. He would not permit the crown prince to wed any daughter of the Sima family, not even the illegitimate younger daughter, let alone the legitimate elder daughter. This way, the Sima family would remain distanced from the crown prince, preventing any dangerous ambitions from taking root. The Sima family would dutifully serve the emperor. For the emperor, it was a strategy that achieved two objectives with one stroke. Thus, regardless of the choice made by the Sima family, the emperor would emerge victorious. At this moment, the crown prince wore a facade of flattery, stating, "It is only natural for Chancellor Sima to send his daughter off on a journey. Of course, it is permissible." However, he could not resist sowing discord. The great wilderness is a perilous and savage land. Is it truly wise for the left chancellor to send Miss Lan into such danger? Sima Jian merely smiled faintly and dismissed the matter, saying, "Your Highness is considerate. This union has been personally sanctioned by His Majesty, who has decreed my attendance. Should I oppose this, it would be tantamount to defying the imperial edict. In such a case, my life would be forfeit." The crown prince's expression turned awkward. "Certainly. We cannot defy the decree." "Absolutely not." At that moment, Xia Tian respectfully bowed. "I greet you, left chancellor." Sima Jian promptly returned the gesture. "It is rare for a prince to bow to an old minister. I have met the prince of the wilderness. Please allow me to bid farewell to Lan." Xia Tian graciously acquiesced. "Please, left chancellor." Sima Jian approached Sima Lan, where the father and daughter exchanged tender reassurances, embodying a scene of paternal affection and filial piety. At that moment, the crown prince entered the carriage with a darkened expression, coldly declaring, "This is where I shall part ways, prince of the wilderness. Safe travels." The driver turned the horses around, heading back to the city. Xia Tian respectfully saluted the carriage. "I bid farewell to my elder brother, the crown prince. Please convey my regards to the 3 imperial sisters-in-law. May you become a father soon, with a multitude of children." As they passed through the city gate, the crown prince could no longer suppress the turmoil within him. Blood surged in his throat, and he spatted inside the carriage, roaring in frustration, "Xiaomarin." A graceful silhouette clad in black appeared at the window, her voice soft and melodious, akin to a lark speaking human words. "Your Highness, what is your command?" The crown prince's face twisted in rage. "Kill him. Eliminate him immediately." The elegant figure hesitated. "Your Highness, if we act hastily, all the meticulous plans we have devised will be in vain." "Then let it be in vain." The crown prince unsheathed his sword, gritting his teeth. "I cannot wait any longer. I wish to send him to the netherworld with utmost speed. Understood. The graceful figure reluctantly agreed. I shall quickly devise a new assassination plan. Additionally, upon the arrival of the injured soldiers, the ninth prince not only expressed no disappointment, but also reveled in it, as if he had discovered a treasure. The crown prince smiled ominously. The wretched ninth is merely putting on a show. At this moment, his heart must be in turmoil. The more he pretends to be joyful, the more sorrow he must feel. It must be so. Let him perish in his torment. Moments later, the crown prince's carriage emerged from the dim city gates. The outside world devoid of figures. Everything that had just transpired felt like a mere illusion. On the other side, before the city gates, Sima Jian could not restrain his curiosity. My lord, why must you provoke the crown prince? Xia Tian replied humbly, Uncle Sima, please do not address me so formally. Simply call me son-in-law. Sima Lan's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes playfully narrowing at Xia Tian. Sima Jian was taken aback. Son-in-law? Xia Tian countered. Is that not how one addresses me? Sima Jian maintained his composure, speaking candidly. If you can survive to lead the great wilderness, I shall comply. However, I wish to know why you felt the need to provoke the crown prince. With a gentle smile, Xia Tian remarked, on my journey to the great wilderness state, the crown prince has undoubtedly devised means to assassinate me. Should I provoke him, it would be most advantageous for him to lose his composure. Sima Jian, stroking his 3 strands of beard, regarded him with admiration. It appears that not only does the prince comprehend military affairs, but he also possesses a profound understanding of strategy. Excellent. Now, I wish to propose a wager. If your highness can repel the celestial wolf army and establish a foothold in the great wilderness state come spring, the Sima family shall lend their utmost support. Xia Tian readily agreed. Thank you, Uncle Sima. Sima Jian no longer resisted the title, responding, Your Highness. Let us speak of thanks once you have solidified your position in the great wilderness state. Xia Tian asserted, Uncle Sima, even without this wager, for the sake of the people of the great wilderness state, I shall drive Huyin Duoer back. Very well. Sima Jian contemplated for a moment before inquiring with keen interest. Your Highness, what are your aspirations? Xia Tian was prepared for this question, yet he understood the peril of expressing such ambitions at the city gates of the imperial capital, where it could reach unwelcome ears. Nevertheless, whether or not this prince harbored grand ambitions, he was a target for those in the palace, so why should he remain modest? The Sima family, a formidable entity within the Daxia Empire, lacked neither wealth nor power. Aside from not being of royal blood, they possessed everything. To attract investment from such a family, one must first demonstrate ambition, and only then would they assess a prince's capabilities. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood erect like a sword, his voice low yet resonant enough for only Sima Jian and Sima Lan to hear. As if transcending time itself, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to set a destiny for the living, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to usher in peace for all generations. His aspirations echoed with profound impact. The history of this land diverges from that of Huaxia. Although the titles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the same, the individuals differ. Following the Shang and Zhou dynasties, in the spring and autumn and warring states periods, it was not the Han dynasty that arose after the Qin, but rather the current Daxia dynasty. Daxia is rich in literary talent, relishing poetry and prose, yet lacks the enduring masterpieces of Huaxia's 5 millennia. In terms of ambition, these 4 aspirations are sufficient to astound heaven and stir the spirits. At this moment, a thunderous realization struck Sima Jian and Sima Lan, as if 4 nuclear bombs had detonated in their minds, stirring their souls. His heart is immense. Does he aspire to be a sage, or perhaps an emperor? Indeed. Sima Jian's eyes gleamed with newfound respect for Xia Tian. What grand aspirations you possess. Your Highness, such remarkable spirit. He regarded Xia Tian intently and advised Sima Lan, Lanner, assist the prince in establishing his rule in the great wilderness state. Should you encounter difficulties, promptly send word to our family. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Sima Lan, awakening from her reverie, replied, Yes. Father, take care. Sima Jian nodded, instructing, Your Highness, I entrust Lanner to your care. I wish you success in your endeavors in the great wilderness state. I shall await your good news in the imperial capital. Xia Tian performed a respectful gesture. Sima Jian returned the courtesy. The journey of 1,000 miles must come to a parting. Safe travels. Summer, I shall undoubtedly take good care of Miss Sima. And I shall not fail the Sima family. Sima Jian nodded. Then, with a graceful turn, he departed, gazing into the void, his heart surging with emotion. to establish a heart for the world, to uphold the fate of the people, to carry on the unbroken teachings of the sages, and to usher in an era of peace for all. The world has misjudged the ninth prince. At that moment, Summer's voice resonated through the air. Do not heed the rustling of leaves in the forest. Why not hum a tune and stroll leisurely? A bamboo staff and straw sandals are lighter than a horse. Who is afraid? Sima Jian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Excellent. A splendid declaration of the fearless king of the wasteland, unafraid of the storms that assail him, indifferent to whether the sky above is clear. The path that must be traversed shall be forged through thorns and brambles. Such ambition, such determination. I, Sima Jian, shall witness your rise amidst the winds and clouds in the imperial capital. Chapter 10. The heart of the empire is as deep as the sea. The northern winds of the imperial capital grew ever stronger. Snow began to fall once more. Inside the carriage where Sima Jian resided, the robust coachman could no longer contain himself and asked, Master, by sparing the ninth prince, are we not defying the emperor's secret decree? Is it worth it? Ha ha ha. Sima Jian stroked his flowing azure beard, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes as he replied, 18. You must understand that the ninth prince is a dragon's son, a child of the emperor. Throughout history, those who have slain princes have never met a good end. The coachman, 18, suddenly realized. No wonder the master allowed the second miss to act on her own accord. Prime Minister Sima, possessing a keen intellect, spoke steadily. More importantly, the current sovereign is in the prime of life and, barring any unforeseen events, is likely to govern for a long time to come. Meanwhile, the crown prince is impatiently yearning to ascend the throne. His ambitions are well recognized by the sovereign. However, the crown prince lacks strength at present, and the sovereign is not concerned about a court coup. Yet, if the Sima family, as a prominent clan, were to marry both daughters to the crown prince, it would signify a complete entanglement with him. Should the crown prince gain the strength of the Sima family, the sovereign would find it truly difficult to eat or sleep. Unless the crown prince or the entire Sima clan perishes, he would never feel at ease. 18. If you were the current sovereign, whom would you have killed? The coachman, 18, wore a grave expression. If I were the emperor, I would certainly not kill my own son. I would annihilate the Sima family instead. Ha ha ha. Sima Jian chuckled with satisfaction. The child is indeed teachable. The Sima family, fully aware that Xiao Lan's association with the wasteland prince would lead to her demise, still chose to send her away. Such an attitude is necessary to soothe the heart of the true dragon within the palace. The coachman, 18, expressed concern. Master, the second miss is your most cherished. Can you truly bear to part with her? Sima Jian's expression turned serious. Dispatch orders to the clan guards. We must ensure Xiao Lan's safety. Otherwise, a collective burial shall be mandated. The coachman, 18, finally bore a smile upon his rugged face. Yes. And what of the wasteland prince? Sima Jian blinked. No need to concern ourselves with him. If he dies, he is not a true dragon, merely a worm bound by fate. In the imperial palace, within the royal study, Emperor Xia was reviewing documents. An elderly eunuch silently entered the room, standing not far behind the emperor. Without raising his head, the emperor inquired, Has the young ninth departed? Indeed, the eunuch reported. Only the crown prince and the left chancellor saw him off. The civil and military officials of the court remained indoors, admiring the snowy scenery. Sigh. The emperor placed his brush upon its stand, gazing at the heavy snowfall outside, and sighed. All the officials in the court are indeed astute individuals. They are all attempting to decipher my intentions. Yet, can they truly grasp them? What harm is there in sending off the prince of the wilderness? Am I truly such a petty individual? Do they believe me to be a cruel and unfeeling father? The old eunuch dared not reply. Instead, he skillfully steered the conversation. Your Majesty, what shall we do about the left chancellor, Sima Jian? A mysterious smile graced the summer emperor's lips, revealing his evident interest in the topic. Sima Jian is quite astute. He must have discerned my intentions. Yet, he refrained from harming the ninth prince and even allied himself with the daughter of the nation's beauty. What could this mean? Does he perhaps hold the ninth prince in higher regard than my other sons? Or is he merely expressing his loyalty to me? The old eunuch, maintaining his composure, silently listened. The emperor, as a formidable sovereign, possessed strong opinions that required no answers. After a brief moment, it appeared the emperor had an epiphany. Rising to his feet, he inquired with a buoyant spirit, Old fellow, why does my heart feel at ease regarding Sima Jian's decision not to harm the ninth prince? This time, the emperor explicitly demanded his response. Throughout history, the minds of emperors have been unfathomable. Those who correctly guess their thoughts often meet untimely ends. The old eunuch had no choice but to answer, "Your Highness, only a dragon can deceive its own offspring. If outsiders attempt to deceive, they shall perish." The emperor laughed as he chided, "Old fellow, it is no wonder you have survived by my side until now." The old eunuch, a master of evading the emperor's inquiries, subtly shifted the topic. "Your Majesty, the crown prince has arranged a lethal ambush on the road to the great wilderness province. Even if Sima Jian refrains from taking action, the ninth prince may find it difficult to survive the journey to his fief." The emperor's expression darkened, and he closed his eyes, feeling somewhat perturbed. "Very well. Whether the ninth prince survives depends on his fortitude. This time, I hope the remnants of the previous dynasty will emerge, allowing me to eliminate them all. Old fellow, relay any pertinent information promptly." "Yes." The old eunuch pondered for a moment before asking, "What arrangements have been made concerning consort Shane?" "Transfer her to the solitary mountain palace, permitting no one but myself to enter or exit. Sever her ties to the outside world. I wish to uncover what other demons and specters lurk within this palace." "Understood." The summer emperor continued to gaze at the snow outside, murmuring, "A tiger does not consume its own cubs, yet are you truly my son?" The snow fell. The wind howled. This question filled the old eunuch's eyes with dread, compelling him to avert his gaze, pretending not to hear anything. The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Old fellow, send the great seal of the king of wilderness, along with the royal robes and ceremonial apparatus." The old eunuch paused in surprise. "As you wish, your Majesty." The imperial heart is indeed as profound as the ocean, enigmatic and elusive. 20 miles outside the imperial city stands a bastion constructed by the powerful of the former Qin dynasty, known as Peach Blossom Dock, named for the peach orchards that flourish outside its walls. In March, the early blooming flowers burst forth, exhibiting exquisite beauty against the backdrop of a snow-laden world. At midday, the brooding clouds still obscured the sunlight. Due to heavy snowfall blocking the roads, the caravan of the King of Wilderness had only covered 20 miles in half a day. At this juncture, Summer, accompanied by Sima Lan's entourage, caught up with the main convoy, merging their forces into one. As Gao Fei dashed out from the fortress, he halted before the carriage of the Summer, bowing respectfully. "My lord, this fortress has long been abandoned and is devoid of any inhabitants. Shall we set up camp here and rest before resuming our journey?" Summer shook his head. "It is not merely a brief respite. We shall stay here for the night and depart in the morning." At this declaration, Lu Shu, Gao Fei, Sima Lan, and Sima Gu were momentarily taken aback. Sima Gu furrowed her brow slightly, exchanging a glance with her mistress, and remarked disdainfully, "We have only just left the imperial capital. Is the prince already fatigued?" Sima Lan shot her a glare. "Xiao Gu, do not disrespect the prince. Since the prince has chosen to spend the night here, there must be his reasons." Sima Ji's countenance revealed her discontent, and she muttered softly, "Spoiled and pampered." Sima Lan extended her delicate hand, pinching Sima Ji's slender waist, causing her ample bosom to quiver slightly. With a hint of embarrassment, Sima Lan addressed Summer. "My lord, I beg your pardon. It is entirely my fault for indulging her too much, which has led to her lack of respect towards you. Should you be displeased, please direct your ire towards me." Upon finishing, Sima Lan presented herself with an air of submissiveness, awaiting Summer's response. To her surprise, Summer chuckled rather than expressed anger. "Sima Gu, unafraid of hardship, accompanies us to the great wilderness. How could I blame her?" The defiance in Sima Ji's eyes dissipated. "My lord possesses a magnanimous heart." It is Sima Gu who has spoken thoughtlessly. Only then did Summer elucidate. "Most of the soldiers in my personal guard are still recovering from old injuries. If we hastily push forward in their current state, their bodies will not withstand it. Thus, for the next few days, we shall adopt a regimen of traveling for half a day and resting for half a day and night. Once the soldiers' conditions improve, we shall accelerate our pace." Sima Lan nodded in understanding. "I see." The soldiers, upon hearing this, could not help but feel their eyes moisten once more. It became clear that their lord was concerned for their well-being. The warriors boisterously proclaimed, "My lord, we are capable. My lord, we have endured forced marches before, enduring days and nights without issue. My lord, the situation in the great wilderness is urgent. We can handle it. Let us continue." Summer smiled and gestured for silence. "I am not only your prince, but also a physician. What you require most at this moment is a hearty meal, a warm bath, fresh clothes, and a restful sleep, so that you may approach the great wilderness in optimal condition to confront the enemy." Without further ado, he commanded, "All shall enter the fortress. We will spend the night here. Xiaobai, please organize the convoy." "Yes." Xiaobai acknowledged the command and entered. where soldiers who had accompanied Gao Fei in reconnaissance were already present to guide the carriages towards the stables. Lu Shu, Gao Fei, arranged the defenses according to the blueprint. Summer produced a sheet of white paper, adorned with diagrams and explanatory text. Lu Shu and Gao Fei received it respectfully, their fierce eyes scanning the paper with intensity before they turned to implement the defense arrangements for the fortress. Sima Lan, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity, asked, "Xiao Ge, were you able to discern the contents on the paper?" Sima Ge shook her head. "Those two fellows are guarding against me. I cannot see clearly." The two young women seemed to disregard Summer's presence, their exchange clearly indicating a desire for His Highness the Prince to elucidate further. Summer, as if oblivious to their intent, smiled nonchalantly and turned to enter the fortress. From this moment forth, he shall seize every fleeting second to tend to the wounds of his valiant guards, swiftly restoring their vitality with nourishment and diligently enhancing their combat prowess. Sima Lan bit her crimson lip, her gaze intricate as she observed the retreating figure of Xia Tian. "Xiao Ge, shall we venture inside to discern his arrangements? Let us see if the Lord's strategies can weather tonight's calamity and allow us to greet the sun of tomorrow." Chapter 11. The Lord's Love for Bathing Indeed. Sima Gu escorted Sima Lan into the dock fort, closely followed by the death warriors of the Sima residence. As Sima Lan traversed the grounds, she scrutinized the Peachtree Dock Fort. This fortification, erected during the former Qin era by the local gentry of Peach Blossom Village, boasted walls 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, constructed from a mix of rough stones and yellow clay. While not towering, it was remarkably sturdy. Upon observing the walls, traces of arrows, fire, and impact scars were evident both inside and out. Undoubtedly, this fort had endured warfare. A palpable aura of clashing steel and galloping steeds permeating the air. The fort's walls were adorned with watchtowers, corner towers, and pavilions, all intact despite their dilapidated state, hinting at past grandeur. At this moment, the 40 carts of supplies procured by Xiaobai, along with 10 carts of grain gifted by the Sima residents, and another 10 carts of weaponry were steadily entering the dock fort, entirely filling the stables and surrounding grounds. Instantly, the once abandoned fort came alive with the sounds of neighing horses and bustling humanity. Xia Tian stood at the entrance of the main hall, his stature reminiscent of a mountain, quietly observing the unfolding scene. These individuals were to become the backbone of his future endeavors. Each one was a precious asset to the Wangfu of the Wild State. Soon, this foundation would enable them to penetrate the Great Wild State and repel the Celestial Wolf Army. Yet, how could he swiftly augment the combat capabilities of Lu Shu, Gao Fei, and the 100 seasoned veterans? He fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xia Tian's eyes as he gazed at the rough saddles of the war horses in the courtyard. Envisioning an item capable of revolutionizing cavalry warfare, if he could create that artifact belonging to the cavalry, he would be able to rapidly train a multitude of horsemen, whose strength could rival that of the Celestial Wolf Empire's cavalry. A smile graced Xia Tian's face as he turned and entered the hall of the dock fort. Sweeping his sleeve to dust off the splintered wooden table, his movements grandiose, his eyes alight with determination, "Xiaobai, prepare the writing instruments." "Yes." Xiaobai promptly presented the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Shortly thereafter, a design for the cavalry's gear appeared on the white paper, each component accompanied by detailed descriptions and construction methods. This gear was not only aesthetically pleasing and practical, but also included 2 additional components compared to the current armaments of various nations. Astutely, Xiaobai discerned the purpose of this equipment, excitement bubbling within him. "Your Highness is truly remarkable. With this artifact, our elite cavalry shall soar to new heights. In the future, we shall not fear the Celestial Wolf Cavalry." Xia Tian remained noncommittal, rolling up the white paper and handing it to Xiaobai. "Have you located several blacksmiths?" Xiaobai respectfully reported. 5 households, totaling 20 individuals, all of whom have offended the powerful and found it perilous to remain in the imperial capital, have no choice but to follow us to the perilous Great Wild State. I have already signaled them to converge here while en route to the apothecary. As per our agreement, they shall arrive by evening." Summer nodded. "Have the background checks been completed?" "Very clearly. There are no spies. Then you may proceed to arrange the logistics." "Yes." Xiaobai carefully tucked the white paper into his bosom, his heart brimming with excitement as he set about organizing the campsite. The fort was quite spacious, with numerous rooms. Though dilapidated and covered in dust, a thorough cleaning would render it habitable, sparing everyone the hardship of sleeping in the snow. Summer, accompanied by Xiaobai, lush, and Gao Fei took refuge in the main hall of the fort, while the remaining soldiers were assigned to rooms accommodating 10 individuals each. Sima Lan and Sima Ge led the assassins of the Sima family to reside in the two side rooms behind the main hall. Before long, the heavy snow ceased, and the long-awaited sun peeked through the clouds. In front of the main hall, Xiaobai directed the others to set up 10 military pots to boil water, which was then poured into wooden barrels for the soldiers to carry into a makeshift bathing area. This temporary bathing facility was ample enough to accommodate 10 individuals at once. For the first time, Lush and Gao Fei, along with 8 injured soldiers, entered the bathing area carrying the wooden barrels. To their astonishment, they discovered that none other than their prince, Summer, was already present. Before him sat a bucket of warm water as he began to disrobe. With a gentle smile, Summer, now shirtless, asked, "What are you all doing standing there? Is it not permissible for your prince to bathe with you?" Lush, Gao Fei, and the seasoned soldiers hastily protested. "We dare not." Yet, they had never bathed alongside their prince, nor had they even dared to imagine such a scenario. An undeniable sense of trepidation enveloped them. How bizarre it was. The actions of their prince were utterly unfathomable. No matter how much Lush, Gao Fei, and the seasoned soldiers pondered, they could not comprehend why their prince would choose to be so candid with them. Could it be that he had an inclination towards male beauty? As this thought crossed their minds, Lush, Gao Fei, and the seasoned soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their unease deepening. At that moment, Summer had fully undressed, revealing skin as white as jade, soft and delicate, exuding an air of nobility. Though slender, his physique was taut with muscle, featuring a trim waist, long arms, and legs, creating a figure of flawless perfection, a truly resplendent young man. Clearing his throat, Summer seemed to sense the group's apprehension and coughed lightly to break the tension. "I command you all to enter and bathe." "Yes," they responded solemnly. "Undress." "Yes." Lush, Gao Fei, and the seasoned soldiers, with expressions of dismay, reluctantly stepped into the modest temporary bathing area, their hands trembling as they began to shed their garments, as if they were being led to execution. Once everyone was bare, Summer proceeded to douse himself with water, continuing to command, "Begin bathing." "Yes," they replied, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, hastily pouring warm water over themselves. It was indeed cold. With a gentle smile, Summer inquired, "Brothers, do you usually bathe with your comrades after training in the barracks?" "Yes." The seasoned soldiers replied somewhat awkwardly, their voices synchronized. "I may be your prince, but from the moment you chose to follow me, we are comrades," he declared. "So why the restraint in bathing together? Do you perhaps think that I am unworthy of sharing this experience with you?" After a teasing remark from Xia Tian, a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. "Are you afraid that I might fancy your robust physiques?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, easing their tension significantly. Instantly, they dismissed any lingering suspicions about their prince's proclivities. One audacious veteran, emboldened, cast a sly glance at Xia Tian's waist and, in a lewd tone, flattered, "In terms of grandeur, we could never compare to the prince. Honestly, his assets are truly remarkable, akin to the legendary rock. We simply cannot measure up. His future consort will surely be fortunate." Xia Tian, taken aback by such flattery, fixed a bemused gaze on the veteran's lecherous face and retorted, "You scoundrel." Laughter erupted once more, dissolving the last remnants of their previous reservations. The veterans relaxed, their earlier rigidity replaced with ease. The privilege of bathing alongside the prince was a tale they could boast about for a lifetime. Their lord was not a distant sovereign commanding them, but rather a personable figure akin to a neighborly brother. At that moment, on the slanted roof of the makeshift bathhouse, a curvaceous silhouette leaned in, intently listening to the exchanges within. The eavesdropper was the strikingly beautiful and aloof Sima Ge. Her heart raced as she overheard the conversation, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Quietly, she slipped away from the rooftop and returned to the courtyard, her emotion stirred. "Miss, the prince is bathing with the wounded soldiers. They praise his prowess as comparable to that of a rock." Sima Lan blinked her delicate eyes, puzzled. "What prowess? What does that mean?" Chapter 12. The childlike black-clad maiden. Despite Sima Lan's exceptional intelligence, she found herself momentarily bewildered. A fleeting image crossed Sima Ji's mind, and her cold visage deepened in hue. "Miss, that is a private conversation among men," she whispered softly in Sima Lan's ear. Suddenly, understanding dawned on Sima Lan. A rosy blush adorned her alabaster cheeks. "Xiao Ge, you seem a bit off. Where has the fierce warrior girl gone? I instructed you to monitor the guards, not to spy on them while they bathe." Sima Ge pouted, her lips forming a sulky line. It's those disabled guards' fault. The moment I approached to eavesdrop, they treat me like a thief. Sima Lan chuckled softly, shaking her head. They are not guarding against you. Sima Gu paused in confusion. Then who are they guarding against? Sima Lan replied earnestly. They are guarding against all outsiders. Sima Gu, seeing her chief guard's confusion, Sima Lan elaborated. Xiao Gu, although we have a royal betrothal, our current situation resembles a wager. If he wishes to survive and reach the great wilderness, becoming the true king of the wilderness, he cannot entrust his life to outsiders. He's an exceptionally cautious individual. Thus, even we must remain vigilant, for he cannot afford to lose. Losing equates to death. Sima Gu suddenly awakened to the truth. I see now. Miss, if that is the case, let us prepare our defenses independently. Indeed. Sima Lan smiled as she gazed outside, her expression laden with meaning. Our fate must be in our own hands. When the assassin arrives, they will not spare me simply because I am the second miss of the Sima family. Sima Ji's expression turned serious. Miss, should the one from the Eastern Palace make a move, it would surely come with overwhelming force. I fear that the remnants of the King of Chaos may not withstand such an assault. Sima Lan remained noncommittal. It all depends on his fate. Though he possesses remarkable wisdom, his subordinates are all wounded. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Xiao Gu, once the battle commences, stay by his side and ensure his safety. Yes. Sima Gu acknowledged. Rest assured, he is the key to your liberation, and I will protect him with my very life. Sima Lan pondered for a moment. If the situation becomes untenable, you may retreat. Freedom is of utmost importance to me. You are equally significant to me. Sima Gu felt a surge of emotion. I would gladly sacrifice my life for you, miss. Meanwhile, 20 miles from the front of the Peach Blossom Fort, there lay a colossal snow-capped mountain known as the Fierce Tiger. This place was characterized by towering peaks and dense forests, its terrain treacherous. At the foot of the mountain lay the official road leading west from the imperial capital. Due to continuous heavy snowfall, the accumulated snow on the road had risen to knee height, making travel arduous. Consequently, few travelers dared to venture forth. The Fierce Tiger stronghold was a den of bandits nestled deep within the mountain, established 3 years prior. Most of the outlaws were wanted criminals who had fled from the imperial capital, each carrying the stains of blood on their hands, banding together to rob passing travelers. They plundered wealth and virtue alike, resorting to murder and silencing witnesses. Over the past 3 years, this gang of bandits had committed countless heinous crimes along this road. Yet, their ruthless approach of leaving no survivors had allowed them to evade the authorities successfully. At this moment, within the assembly hall of the Fierce Tiger stronghold, a young girl's scream pierced the air, filled with immense anguish, like the sorrowful lament of an injured nightingale. Please, spare me. A stunning girl with disheveled hair was pinned down on a long wooden table by 4 ferocious bandits, weeping pitifully, her plea echoing through the hall. Her fair skin was marred with dark bruises. Instantly, the bandits in the assembly hall fixed their eyes upon her delicate form, their throats bobbing as they shouted in a frenzy, "Strip! Strip! Strip!" Suddenly, a robust bald man charged forward with impatience. In an instant, a slender sword, swift as lightning, pierced through the bald man's throat, the blade glimmering with a sinister sheen of blood. With a thud, the bald giant fell, lifeless, between the girl's long legs. The sword was withdrawn, and a torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering the girl. Then, with a series of swift movements, a slender figure appeared like a phantom, unleashing 4 streaks of sword light that sliced through the air like venomous serpents, severing the throats of the 4 bandits at the edge of the table. With a chilling sound, the blood spurted from the throats of 4 bandits, drenching the bare skin of the young maiden, as if attempting to cleanse them of the heinous crimes they had committed against her. The girl, now stained with blood, stood rigid as if sculpted from stone, rendered utterly dumbfounded by the horror of the scene. At that moment, the bandits in the hall finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A corpulent bandit bellowed, his voice laced with fury akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "We are under attack. The leader and the 4 chief bandits have been slain by her. Brothers, seize this girl and kill her. Avenge our leader and the others." Indeed, the perpetrator was a stunning young woman clad in black. She possessed a radiant smile, youthful features, and an innocent visage, yet the bloody dagger in her hand conveyed a stark reality to all the bandits. She was a merciless killer, one who struck without a flicker of hesitation. The bandits cried out in unison, "Kill this girl! Slay her!" Just then, a group of skilled individuals in black attire surged into the hall, their prowess evident as they engaged the bandits. With swift movements, they leaped and dashed, swords flashing, painting the air with a crimson shower as they claimed lives. The bandits stood no chance against this formidable assembly. Moments later, every last bandit within the stronghold lay dead. The blood-soaked girl trembled as she rose, her gaze filled with vengeance, shedding the leader's outer garments to wrap around herself. Kneeling before the wooden table, she prostrated herself. Yi Jinlian expresses her profound gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Might I inquire your name, so that I may honor you with a memorial tablet at home? Praying for your eternal well-being? The black-clad maiden, with a cool smile, retorted, your audacity to strip the dead speaks volumes of your will to survive. Having triumphed over your shame, you shall surely thrive henceforth. There is no need for you to know my name, nor to erect a tablet in my honor. I merely happened to save you. I spared your life only because there are enough corpses here already. Now be gone. Yi Jinlian cast a lingering gaze at the black-clad maiden before searching the bald leader's body for some loose silver. She grabbed a bloodied chicken leg from the table, and, as she bit into it, crimson splattered across her pale lips, reminiscent of a beast devouring its prey. Yet, she remained unfazed, her singular desire now to survive. Her family had been slaughtered by this band of brigands, and now they had been vanquished by the black-clad warriors. Although her foes lay dead, she felt a fervent animosity towards all bandits. They all deserved to perish. Once Jinlian's silhouette faded from sight, the youthful black-clad maiden spoke crisply. The elder sister has commanded us to assassinate the 9th prince beneath the fierce Tiger Mountain. According to our calculations, he and his entourage should arrive here by evening. For now, let us rest and prepare for the mission. Yes, replied the masked warriors, bowing in respectful acknowledgement. Suddenly, a black-clad figure rushed from afar, kneeling before the youthful maiden. Second Holy Envoy. The Great Holy Envoy has sent me with a message. What instructions does the Great Holy Envoy have? The Great Holy Envoy reports that the 9th Prince and his party are resting at Peach Blossom Fortress. If they cease their journey today, I command you to lead the charge against Taohua Fort, leaving no one alive, ensuring absolute annihilation. The youthful envoy furrowed her brow. Must we act with such urgency? The cloaked figure nodded. The Grand Envoy has decreed that the one from the Eastern Palace desires to see the head of the 9th Prince immediately. Therefore, the mission must be accomplished tonight without delay. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the youthful envoy. I accept the order. I will report to the senior sister that the 9th Prince shall perish this night. I shall present her with his severed head. Chapter 13. The same dream at Taohua Fort, within a makeshift bathing chamber. Barrels of clear hot water were delivered to wash away the grime from the bodies of the weary. After the cleansing, the water turned murky. To enjoy a hot bath on a snowy day was indeed a delightful luxury. The wounded soldiers felt their burdens lighten. At that moment, a fragrant aroma began to permeate the bathing area. Shi Tin brought forth the royal pigweed, sharing it generously with all present. What is pigweed? It is a medicinal herb known for its diuretic and edema-treating properties. However, when used for bathing, it serves a purpose akin to that of soap. In the Daxia dynasty, pigweed was a bathing luxury for the wealthy, nobles, and officials. The pigweed that Shi Tin used was exclusively supplied to the royal family, available only within the palace. It was a symbol of status that could not be purchased, no matter how wealthy one might be. For ordinary folk, it was an invaluable treasure. LSH. GFI, and the soldiers felt a twinge of apprehension. They hesitated to reach out for it, let alone apply it to their skin, anticipating their reluctance. Shi Tin smiled gently. Are you hesitant to partake? Hee hee. The grizzled veteran chuckled dryly. My lord, we are but rough men. A simple wash with soap would suffice. To use your pigweed would be wasteful. Indeed. Indeed. The veterans nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at corn. The old ghost speaks wisely. Shi Tin shook his head. The old ghost is mistaken. Shouldn't comrades share both hardship and joy, facing life and death together? Of course. The soldiers pounded their chests with resounding vigor. We shall certainly endure both trials and triumphs alongside you, my lord. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Shi Tin's mouth, akin to a fox that has caught a hen. Excellent. Since you wish to share both joy and sorrow with me, why then do you refrain from using my belongings? What logic is this? His expression turned serious. Do you wish for the world to believe I am the sort who burns bridges after crossing them? One who can only endure hardship but not share in joy? LSH's expression grew grave. We would not dare. My lord, in the hearts of all soldiers. Your status is exalted, a chasm apart from our own, as different as heaven and earth. To follow a prince with a fief is already a blessing bestowed upon us by our ancestors. Even to die for you would not be in vain for our time spent in this world. Shi Tian interrupted him. No. Here, we are brothers in adversity. Comrades entrusted with each other's lives. We hold no distinctions of rank or wealth. Pigweed is merely a mundane item for bathing. Do not overthink it. When we reach the great wilderness, I shall create bathing products far more exquisite and practical than this. By then, this rudimentary pigweed will no longer be necessary. The old ghost's lewd demeanor vanished, curiosity overtaking him. My lord, can you truly create bathing products superior to the royal pigweed? Of course. For our use. Absolutely. Are our bodies not more precious than those of the ladies in the palace? Upon uttering these words, the lecherous old ghost realized his blunder. He hastily covered his mouth. His beady black eyes darting nervously, and with a guilty expression, he pleaded, Your Highness, I have misspoken and committed a grave act of disrespect. Please, punish me. Summer, unperturbed, replied, Indeed, when the time comes and you utilize those items, your body shall be deemed more valuable than those of the harem ladies. You have spoken no falsehood. What crime is there in that? However, you must keep your mouth in check when outside. Refrain from speaking carelessly. Yes. The old ghost finally breathed a sigh of relief. Summer's expression softened. In truth, the reason I have you use my polypore for cleansing is that it maximally purifies your bodies. At this juncture, Summer paused, his gaze becoming somewhat peculiar as it swept over the crowd. Ha ha. The group, far from pondering further, erupted in hearty laughter. Hee hee hee. The lecherous old ghost was the first to seize the polypore and apply it to his body, exclaiming, Your Highness, since you are not one to favor male beauty, do not frighten us. Summer shook his head, boring. Ha ha. Laughter filled the air once more as the onlookers gazed at Summer. Your Highness, you cannot convey merely half a thought. What is most crucial? Summer continued. More importantly, it is to cleanse your wounds thoroughly, reducing the risk of infection, preventing the deterioration of your injuries, and alleviating your pain. The crowd, unfamiliar with the term infection, refrained from inquiring. For it was said that the legendary people of the Great Xia were descendants of dragons, and their prince was a dragon's son. Thus, such incomprehensible terms might very well be dragon speech. Therefore, there was no need for questions. Not understanding was acceptable as long as the prince comprehended. After all, the notion of infection was undoubtedly formidable. This was for their benefit, and they felt a profound sense of care wash over them, permeating every cell within their being. It was warm. It was comforting. At that moment, Summer donned his attire and instructed, at the entrance of the bathing chamber, Chief Steward has procured strong liquor. Shortly, he will bring the wine inside. After you cleanse and dry yourselves, he will disinfect your wounds. After lunch, I shall tend to your injuries. Yes. Just then, Little Bai entered the bathing chamber, carrying the wine jug. Those with wounds, come forth for disinfection. Thank you, Chief Steward Bai. Before long, Lu Shu and Gao Fei emerged from the bathing chamber clad in freshly issued military uniforms, engaged in conversation. Gao Fei. The prince's demeanor does not resemble that of a royal raised within the palace. Gao Fei replied with a smile. What does it resemble, then? Lu Shu contemplated. He resembles more those wise sages within the palace. Every word indeed invites closeness, inspiring loyalty. Gao Fei's smile deepened. Is that not a good thing? Commander Lu, do you know what it means to enjoy wealth and honor without forgetting those who stood by you in adversity? Lu Shu's eyes widened. Deputy Commander Gao, though my education may be limited, I understand that this phrase signifies that if you one day experience wealth and honor, do not forget those who shared hardships with you. Gao Fei asked earnestly, in this world, are there many who can share in adversity? Lu Shu nodded. There should be quite a few. Yet, those who can share in wealth and honor are exceedingly rare, especially among the royal lineage. Gao Fei nodded in agreement, expressing his belief that our prince is indeed a master worthy of shared wealth and honor. Lu Shu, regardless of your thoughts, my heart has already been captured by the prince, and I have resolved to follow him for a lifetime, leaving no regrets even in death. Hiki. Lu Shu chuckled, extending his hand. My devotion to the prince is as steadfast as a rock. Come, let us pledge to wholeheartedly assist the prince and strive for a glorious future together. With a firm grip, Gao Fei clasped Lu Shu's hand. Excellent. Let us forge a future together. The two young warriors exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. In the hall, the sizzling sound of golden meat sizzling on the grill filled the air, the aroma wafting enticingly around. The newly adorned old ghost, his eyes glimmering like a famished wolf, gazed at the roasted meat with insatiable hunger. No, it was not just one, but a pack. A pack of ravenous wolves clad in warm, new military uniforms, eagerly observing the feast. At that moment, a pot of noodles boiled away. Xia Tian stood before the pot, wielding a large ladle, scooping a generous bowl of noodles, into which he added coarse grains of salt. Then, from another pot, he ladled a scoop of scalding beef fat, drenching the noodles and causing them to bubble with vigor. Following that, he added another scoop of oil, and a third. Finally, Xia Tian sliced several pieces of meat, a perfect balance of fat and lean, placing them atop the noodles. Thus, the oil-splashed noodles made their grand debut in this era. Xia Tian handed the dish to the scruffy old ghost. You must be starving. Dig in. The scruffy old ghost reached out, casting a deep glance at Xia Tian, offering no thanks, and squatted down nearby, heedless of the scalding noodles, devouring them with gusto. No words of anxiety or gratitude were uttered. Exquisite. Delightful. The old ghost's eyes gleamed. My lord, does this dish have a name? Xia Tian replied with a smile. Indeed, it is called oil-splashed noodles. A splendid name. The old ghost shouted. Brothers, the noodles made by our lord are truly delectable. We must not miss this. The injured soldiers, freshly washed and donned in warm, new military uniforms, formed an orderly queue, receiving the oil-splashed noodles from Xia Tian with eagerness, showing no hesitation. Xia Tian beamed with joy. The veterans had subconsciously accepted him as one of their own. At last, Lu Shu and Gao Fei sat on the threshold, indulging in their meal with great satisfaction. Xia Tian, with a bowl of oil-splashed noodles, squatted beside the old ghost, devouring his portion with equal fervor, indistinguishable from the other soldiers. Yet, the warriors regarded Xia Tian with even greater reverence. As he ate, Xia Tian mumbled indistinctly, Old ghost, would you like more? The old ghost, finishing the last sip of broth, replied, My heart desires more, but my stomach is full. Then he collapsed in the snow, gazing up at the dark clouds. My lord, it has been ages since I felt truly full. Now, with new clothes to wear and noodles and meat to savor, it feels like a divine existence. You may find it hard to believe, but I now find myself thinking of women. Hee hee. My lord, do you think I am inherently frivolous? Ahaha. At this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Old ghost, you have finally come to your senses. Xia Tian joined in the laughter. As the saying goes, a solitary yin does not endure, and a solitary yang does not thrive. It is indeed quite natural for a man to think of women. Old ghost, if we can establish our roots in the great wilderness state, we shall transform it into a paradise where everyone is well fed and warmly clothed, and where every man can take a bride. What do you think? Old ghost's eyes sparkled. Your Highness, then let us proceed with this plan. We shall make the great wilderness a land of joy. Summer earnestly agreed. Indeed, let us do it. Old ghost, filled with excitement, sprang to his feet with a leap. Your Highness, how shall we conduct tonight's battle? Chapter 14. The Prince's Vanity. At that moment, Lu Shu sat on the threshold and spoke. Old ghost, the arrangement I just made aligns with the prince's strategy. You need only follow orders. Old ghost was somewhat taken aback. Can such tactics truly be effective? Lu Shu shot him a glare. The prince is well versed in military strategy. What do you think? Old ghost shrank his neck. It will surely work. Ha. Laughter erupted once more in the hall. Yet, deep down, old ghost felt uncertain. This method of defense was unlike any he had ever heard of. In the courtyard of the fort, the members of the Sima family were enticed by the aroma of roasted meat wafting in from outside, igniting a hunger within their stomachs. Sima Lan was already ravenous. She cradled her delicate face in her hands while sitting on a stool, weakly inquiring, Xiaoge, why aren't we dining with the Prince of the Wilderness? At that moment, Sima Gu, with his fair complexion smudged with soot, gritted his teeth and vigorously stirred the beef in the pan, as if in a contest with it. You are the second young lady of the Sima family, the future princess. How could you sit among a bunch of soldiers eating noodles? Moreover, you have been accustomed to luxurious living since childhood. Such coarse noodles are unworthy of your palate. The food you desire must be exquisite, and the one who prepares it must be a master chef. Am I right, my lady? Gurgle. Sima Lan's stomach growled in agreement. Despite her reluctance, you are indeed correct. However, glancing at the bubbling beef, she couldn't help but ask, Chef Xiaogu, why is your beef so charred? Sima Gu replied coolly, It is because this meat comes from a black cow. Sima Lan's temples twitched in disbelief. A black cow is only black-skinned. Shouldn't the meat be red? Sima Gu smirked stubbornly. This one is special. Its meat is also black. Sighing softly, Sima Lan lamented, Then why does it emit a burnt odor? Why is your unique black beef aflame? At this juncture, a loud crash echoed as the beef fat ignited. Sima-gu was taken aback and swiftly grabbed a ladle to douse the flames with water. Boom. The fire intensified. Sima-lan quickly seized the pot lid, undeterred by the flames, and firmly placed it over the pot. Instantly, the fire was deprived of oxygen and extinguished. Sighing helplessly, Sima-lan asked, "My chef, what shall we do?" The group of warriors exchanged glances, each filled with despair. They had devoted their lives to honing their killing skills, and cooking was not their forte. Furthermore, in this era where gentlemen shun the kitchen, it was precisely this reason that Sima-gu was in charge of the cooking. At that moment, another pot emitted the acrid scent of burnt rice, thickening the smoke in the courtyard. Alas! With a swift kick, Sima-gu toppled the makeshift stone stove, causing a black pot to crash to the ground and scattering blackened rice everywhere. Sima-lan wore an expression of exasperation. "Xiaogu, how do you expect to marry off in the future behaving like this?" Sima-gu, feeling somewhat distraught, replied, "Miss, I am your devoted servant, destined to stay by your side for life. I have no intention of marrying. Please bear with me a little longer. I shall attempt it once more. I am certain it will succeed." Her face resembled that of a distressed feline, and internally, she yearned to weep. Is cooking truly this difficult? As the other loyal subordinates began to feel disheartened, injured soldiers entered the inner courtyard, each carrying bowls of oil-splashed noodles. The savory aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses. Xiaobai surveyed the chaotic scene in the courtyard, his expression unchanged and with a warm smile. He approached to pay his respects. "Miss Sima," the prince caught a whiff of the burnt aroma of food from the inner courtyard and, concerned that the eldest siblings of the Sima household were unskilled in outdoor cooking, especially instructed me to bring you his personally prepared oil-splashed noodles. Please do not find them lacking. The enticing scent of the noodles and roasted meat rendered the hungry crowd unable to resist. Sima Lan's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she queried, "Chief Bai, why did you allow the prince to cook himself?" Xiaobai explained, "These oil-splashed noodles are a creation of the prince himself. No one else can replicate them, so it was imperative that he take charge this time." The prince said, as fellow travelers sharing food and lodging, "Though this dish is simple, he hopes Miss Sima will not find it wanting." Sima Lan smiled radiantly. "These noodles may be simple, but crafted by your prince's own hands. They must surely be the most precious delicacy in the world. Thank you, Chief Bai, for delivering the noodles. Xiaogu, this is a generous gift from the prince. Hurry and accept it to share with everyone." "Yes." Sima-gu, with a flushed face, shot an angry glare at Xiaobai. "We are grateful to Chief Bai." Shortly thereafter, Xiaobai, accompanied by the loyal guards, departed with smiles. Sima Lan entered the side room, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she picked up chopsticks from the table and took a small taste. Instantly, a delightful flavor enveloped her palate. Delicious. A subtle smile graced her lips as she murmured to the oil-splashed noodles, "Your loyal guards, having savored your creation, will undoubtedly be moved and pledge their lives to you. The devoted warriors of the Sima household, enjoying your meal, will surely protect you with unwavering dedication. This bowl of oil-splashed noodles is exquisitely prepared. It truly feeds the heart." Then, disregarding the need to maintain the poise of a noble lady, she began to eat heartily. It was simply too delectable. The sounds of slurping noodles and sipping broth echoed throughout the courtyard as the loyal subordinates were ravenous. Sima-gu squatted at the entrance of the side room, voraciously devouring the noodles, mumbling indistinctly, "Miss, you must not fall for him merely because he can cook noodles. Otherwise, you may end up a widow." With a thud, Sima Lan approached and playfully flicked Sima Ji's forehead twice with her delicate hand. "Having partaken of his food, you still wish ill upon his longevity? That is truly unacceptable." Sima-gu retorted defiantly, "I am merely looking out for you." At that moment, the hall of the fort had been divided in two by a silk curtain. The old ghost was the first to step beyond the silk, staring at the half-masked figure, revealing only his eyes, and exclaimed, "I pay my respects to the prince. Without unnecessary formality, let us save time." Indeed, the old ghost sat before the summer, shedding his shirt, revealing a long, deep scar across his chest. The edges of the wound were red and swollen, with parts already festering, presenting a truly ghastly sight. Summer withdrew a long silver needle from a nearby leather case, igniting its tip over a lit candle. "I have examined your wound twice. The first was during our initial encounter, and the second was while bathing. The reason your injury remains unhealed, repeatedly festering, is due to the poison that has not been extracted. I shall first pierce the abscess to remove the pus, then expel the toxin from your wound, and finally apply my unique golden ointment, after which your injury shall heal." The old ghost was elated. Summer continued. The weapons of the Tianlang people were smeared with some bizarre substances. If you are wounded by them, those strange materials will transform into a dreadful poison within you. While it may not lead to immediate death, the ceaseless agony will accompany you throughout your life, rendering existence worse than death, most malicious. A glint of hatred flashed in the old ghost's eyes. "My lord, what did the Tianlang people smear on their blades?" A cold light flickered in Summer's gaze. Rotting carcass fluids, excrement, venom from serpents, rust-infused water, and the essence of toxic herbs. These substances are exceedingly troublesome. The old ghost's eyes darkened with painful memories. Indeed, many of my old comrades did not perish on the battlefield but succumbed to these unhealable wounds. At this juncture, the old ghost curiously inquired, "My lord, is your medical master one of those enigmatic practitioners from the palace?" Within the Great Xia Imperial Palace, there exists a hall known as the Hall of Offerings. Rumors circulate that it is populated by extraordinary individuals collected by the emperor, capable of soaring through the skies and summoning storms. However, only the emperor may enter or exit the hall, leaving the nature of its inhabitants a mystery known solely to him. Summer refocused his thoughts. "My medical master is named Hua Tua, not a palace offering, but a recluse of great renown. The technique I have learned, known as the Qing Nong Divine Needle, originates from his unparalleled medical artistry." Chapter 15. The Old Ghost is a treasure. The Qing Nong Divine Needle derives from Hua Tuo's legendary medical work, the Qing Nong Classic. Who is Hua Tuo? He is renowned throughout Chinese history as a divine physician, revered as the master of surgery and the progenitor of surgical practices. He was the first expert to develop surgical techniques on that land, the first to invent anesthetics such as Ma Fei San, and a pioneer in the use of acupuncture for healing. In his lifetime, he traversed the world as a physician, authoring the esteemed medical tome, the Qing Nong Classic. After his demise, the Qing Nong Classic vanished from the annals of Chinese history, never to be found again. It was because the classic was bequeathed to Summer's ancestors, becoming a treasured heirloom of the Xia family, eventually passed down to Summer himself. At this moment, one could see Summer deftly maneuvering the needle, piercing the abscesses on either side of the old ghost wound, then laying down the silver needle. With a finger, he pressed upon the old ghost's abscess, expelling all the pus. The old ghost gasped sharply as the pressure on his wound caused him to involuntarily cry out in pain. His lips turned pale as he trembled, asking, "My lord, is the toxin deep within my wound?" Summer shook his head. "No, it should have already adhered to the sternum. The speed at which this poison spread surpasses my expectations." The old ghost's heart sank. "Your Highness, what shall we do?" Xia Tian swiftly sealed the old ghost's acupoints. His demeanor serious and solemn as he inquired, "Have you ever heard the tale of scraping bone to heal?" "Ah." The old ghost gasped in surprise. "No." At that moment, Xia Tian produced a small silver knife, soaking it in strong liquor. Long ago, there was a renowned warrior named Guan Yu, who, during a fierce battle, was struck in the arm by an enemy's poisoned arrow, rendering the toxin difficult to eliminate. Subsequently, my master, Hua Tuo, attended to his wounds, only to find that the poison had already seeped into the bone. It was imperative to scrape the bone to purge the toxin and restore health. The old ghost gritted his teeth and asked, "What happened next?" Xia Tian lifted the silver knife. "You must understand one crucial aspect. To cut open a person's body and scrape the bone with a knife is an excruciating ordeal, one that would pierce through to the very marrow, a pain that most could scarcely bear. In the face of such agony, one's instinctive response would be to struggle. Yet, should one struggle, the poison embedded in the bone would remain. Thus, the attempt to expel the toxin would only result in further injury, relentless bleeding, and ultimately, death." Xia Tian gestured with the knife before the old ghost. "Therefore, my master, Hua Tuo, proposed erecting a great pillar outside Guan Yu's tent, from which a large ring would hang, binding Guan Yu to the pillar to prevent any movement while he had his arm placed within the ring for the scraping procedure." Sweat beads the size of beans began to form on the old ghost's forehead. And then, Guan Yu, unfazed, ordered a feast and a game of chess to be set up, consuming several cups of wine before extending his arm, declaring, "Let it be done, I shall not move." Consequently, my master prepared a basin for the blood, wielding the knife to cut through flesh until reaching the bone. Indeed, the bone had turned a shade of blue, the poison infiltrating. My master struck with the knife, the scraping resounding through the entire tent, causing Guan Yu's subordinates to flinch, unable to bear the sight or sound. All aghast, the pain of scraping bone is enough to make one's heart tremble. Yet, Guan Yu remained unperturbed, engaged in chess and merriment, as though the one undergoing the ordeal were not he. Once my master completed the scraping, sutured the wound, and applied the medicine, Guan Yu rose, praising my master's medical skills, and continued to drink with his men. Old ghost, can this man be deemed a hero? The old ghost's gaze hardened. Indeed, Guan Yu is a rare hero of the world, a man of unwavering resolve. Indeed, Xia Tian nodded. My master remarked that Guan Yu is a hero born once every 5,000 years. And you? The old ghost's expression fell. Your Highness, is it not acceptable for me to be less than a hero born once every 5,000 years? Xia Tian shook his head. My master once passed down a medicine called Mafu San, which could numb the area to be treated while scraping away the poison. However, a few key ingredients were not obtainable today, rendering its preparation impossible. Thus, you must emulate Guan Yu and endure. The old ghost trembled, feeling a chill throughout his body. Your Highness, can we not wait until you concoct this Mafu San before scraping the bone? Xia Tian shook his head. No, we cannot. Why? Due to the unavailability of the primary ingredient for the anesthetic, the day of preparation remains distant. The poison resides within your sternum, and should it further seep into your heart, your demise is inevitable. The old ghost wore a face almost brimming with tears. Your Highness, enemies will surely attack tonight. If I undergo the bone scraping procedure now, I shall be unable to participate in the battle. May I not have this done until after the conflict? No. Xia Tian coldly refused. If you engage in fierce combat tonight, the poison will surely reach your heart, sealing your fate. Is there truly no room for negotiation? None. Are you prepared? The old ghost clenched his yellowed teeth, closed his eyes, and tears glistened at the corners. Your Highness, let me first have a tankard of wine. Xia Tian offered him strong liquor. You must not become inebriated. One must remain alert, for you need to firmly control your body and refrain from thrashing about. If you drink to excess, you will lose control. I have already sealed your acupoints with silver needles to alleviate some pain. The old ghost grimaced as he took several gulps of the fiery drink, extending his arm. Your Highness, let us proceed. Xia Tian nodded, and the silver knife glided down the wound in the old ghost's chest. Ah! The old ghost emitted a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing cry. It hurts. By the heavens, it truly hurts. He writhed in agony, sweat pouring down his face, contorted in pain, yet remained resolute. The sound of the blade scraping bone echoed throughout the hall, sending chills down the spines of the wounded soldiers outside. They strained their ears to listen, the sound of the scraping causing them to shiver, their teeth chattering, wishing they could cover their ears. Inside the hall, Xia Tian, with utmost seriousness, continued the bone scraping. Old ghost, you should consider yourself fortunate. The toxins in your sternum are not extensive. A gentle scraping will suffice. In a blink, Xia Tian's hands moved like phantoms, scraping bone, suturing, applying medicine, and bandaging all in one fluid motion. He endeavored to minimize the old ghost's suffering. However, even with the pain-relieving medicine applied, the old ghost felt as if his very soul was exploding from the agony. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Your Highness, I have never witnessed such miraculous medical technique. Following you, I might find it difficult to meet my end. Hee, Xia Tian replied earnestly. If you can endure this pain of scraping bone, you are no less than the legendary Guan Yu. In the future, your name shall resonate throughout the world. Indeed, Xia Tian held great expectations for the old ghost. His indomitable will could withstand what others could not. With a little nurturing, he would become a talent worthy of command. Within the inner courtyard, Sima Lan stood at the door, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Xiao Gu, what do you think of the old ghost? Sima Gu replied with utmost seriousness. A rare hero among men. Sima Lan nodded in agreement. If this old ghost does not meet an untimely demise, he shall one day make his name known far and wide. He had truly struck gold. Who would have thought the camp of wounded soldiers was brimming with talent? If the crown prince were to know, would he not be incensed to the point of spitting blood? Without hesitation, Xiao Gu responded. Indeed. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Sima Lan's eyes as she gazed into the void, murmuring, You truly have not boasted, possessing unparalleled medical skills. However, you are young and under surveillance within the palace. How did you acquire such abilities? What other skills lie hidden within you? At that moment, the sky gradually darkened. A group of individuals clad in black galloped across the snow, heading towards the Peach Blossom Fort. Chapter 16. It is said that the king is destined to die. In the verdant pine forest, 5 kilometers from Peach Blossom Fort, the cavalry led by the youthful black-clad second saint halted. They tethered their horses to the pines and slowly consumed their rations, biding their time until dusk. For it is night that belongs to assassins, and the dark. Windy nights are the most opportune for murder. At that moment, a figure in black darted into the woods and knelt on one knee. Second Saint. The 9th prince and the entourage from the Sima Manor remain within Peach Blossom Fort, their defenses slack. Occasional cries of agony can be heard from within, likely the wounded succumbing to the bitter cold and their afflictions. The youthful second saint nodded. Scout further. Yes, if there are no unforeseen circumstances. There is no need to return for further reports. Remain outside the Peach Blossom Fort and await my arrival with reinforcements. Understood. The figure rose and vanished into the vast expanse of snow, moving with extraordinary speed, not typical of ordinary men, coughing lightly to garner the attention of all present. The second saint addressed the assembly of black-clad figures. Esteemed comrades, our mission is straightforward. Eliminate the 9th prince. No. He should now be referred to as the king of the wasteland, although you are merely bronze-ranked assassins under my tutelage. Dealing with the wounded within the fort and a powerless prince should be well within your capabilities. Should we succeed in this endeavor, the leader shall reward you with boundless riches and numerous beauties to indulge in, and arrange for you to dwell in celestial lands overseas, free from the pursuit of the great Xia court. At this juncture, a glimmer of inscrutable intent flickered in the second saint's eyes. However, as long as we execute our task with precision, no one shall trace it back to us. There will be no need for you to flee to the sea. The assembly of black-clad assassins erupted in sinister laughter. Brothers, we have taken countless lives, although we may not possess the skills of silver or gold-ranked assassins. Dispatching a group of wounded soldiers and a feeble prince is as effortless as crushing a swarm of ants. Fear not, the rewards after our success are assured. Indeed, the assassins, upon hearing of the rewards, felt a surge of excitement. They are all frail and ailing. We shall strike with intention against the unprepared, and victory shall be ours. The second saint frowned, straightened her trembling chest, and spoke in a deep voice. Silence. Do you know why you have never ascended to silver-ranked assassins? Instantly, the assassins fell silent, their expressions turning grim. The second saint's piercing gaze swept over them. It is because your hearts are too restless. Completing simple assassination tasks poses no challenge. Yet when faced with more difficult assignments, your likelihood of failure increases significantly. That is why you remain unworthy of silver-ranked missions. This assassination of the feeble prince of the wasteland was originally a silver-ranked task, requiring silver-ranked assassins to execute it. However, due to the Grand Saint's change of plans, those silver and gold-ranked assassins could not arrive in time, which is why you have been summoned from nearby to take advantage of this opportunity. In truth, you are correct. This wasteland prince has been confined to the palace, utterly defenseless, surrounded by a cadre of incapacitated soldiers. Eliminating him should be exceedingly simple. However, let us not forget that within the ranks of the Prince of the Wilderness, there are the formidable guards of the Sima residents, each possessing remarkable skills. Thus we must not underestimate them. The assassins straightened their expressions and replied in unison. Understood. The countenance of the 2 holy envoys of youth relaxed considerably. Nevertheless, I have faith in your abilities, even should the guards of the Sima residents engage. They shall not be our match. Indeed, the assassin's faces glimmered with pride. The 2 holy envoys of youth shook his head and ceased his admonishment. In a moment, as you charge into Tawawawa Fortress to slay the Prince of the Wilderness, I will obstruct the guards of the Sima residents. Should they refrain from intervening, I shall spare their lives. However, if they dare to jeopardize our mission, even if Sima Lan is a person designated by the Eastern Palace to be brought back, he shall meet the same fate as the rest. This operation must be swift. We shall commence at the hour of Z. Yes. The assassins responded eagerly. The hour of Z, within the 12 divisions of a day in the Great Xia, refers to a time frame equivalent to midnight, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. in Huaxia. This is typically when people are fast asleep and prone to drowsiness. The 2 holy envoys of youth, though possessing a grand stature, also has a sharp intellect. Meanwhile, the guards of the imperial court, dispatched by royal decree to deliver seals, royal robes, and ceremonial apparatus for the summer, are now pursuing, having come within 10 miles of Tao Fortress. The leader is none other than the deputy commander of the imperial court, Hua Wujian, a middle-aged man of rugged appearance yet profound thoughts. The imperial court was established to protect the emperor of the Great Xia, functioning as the elite among the elite, acting solely on the emperor's commands. Hua Wujian is considered a trusted confidant of the emperor. Suddenly, Hua Wujian raised his hand. Halt. Instantly, the entire procession came to a standstill. What now? A sharp-voiced eunuch galloped forward, his face pale and beardless, tinged with anger. Deputy Commander Hua, according to reports. The Prince of the Wilderness is encamped at Taowu Fortress tonight. If we hasten our journey to deliver the items bestowed by His Majesty, we shall have completed our task, allowing us to escape this bitter cold and return home to rest. Why do you stop again? Hua Wujian chuckled enigmatically. Master Gao, I am famished. Let us set up a pot here to prepare a meal. Once we have dined, we shall continue to Taowu Fortress to fulfill our duty. Absolutely not. Master Gao could no longer contain his rising fury. Deputy Commander Hua, since we departed, you have been dilly-dallying. Either you need to relieve yourself or are too hungry to continue. In the short distance from the imperial capital, you have set up your pot thrice. Even a dull-witted goose would not exhibit such a gluttonous appetite. Hua Wujian's expression darkened. Master Gao, I ask that you show proper respect to this commander. Left with no choice, Master Gao suppressed his anger and quietly inquired, Deputy Commander Hua, what exactly are you planning? Hua Wujian lifted his eyelids, casting a cold gaze towards the direction of Taowu Fortress. There are those who do not wish to see the Prince of the Wilderness receive these items. Hence they have instructed me to proceed slowly. Tonight, it is highly probable that the Prince of the Wilderness will encounter mountain bandits and meet his demise at Taowu Fortress. The ceremonial apparatus gifted by the Emperor may also be seized by the bandits and vanish without a trace. Master Gao, what would you demand for the valuable items contained within that apparatus? Would you settle for 50%? The esteemed high eunuch, filled with trepidation, cast a furtive glance at the palace guards behind him, who had already drawn their blades, and a cold sweat broke out upon his brow. No, I only require 30%. The remaining 20% shall be allocated to the brothers of the front palace. It was only then that Hua Wujian dismissed him with a wave of his hand, declaring, You've shown some sense. Otherwise, you would meet your demise tonight alongside that worthless prince, slaughtered by the mountain bandits. The high eunuch recoiled slightly. From this moment forth, I shall heed your commands. Satisfied. Hua Wujian replied, High eunuch, we shall set up camp here and retrieve the remains of the Prince of the Wilderness at dawn. Are you truly so certain that the Prince of the Wilderness will perish? Without a doubt. The high eunuch regarded Hua Wujian with keen eyes. Whose man are you, truly? A cold smile crept across Hua Wujian's face. If you guess correctly, you shall meet your end. Care to take a guess? The high eunuch covered his mouth in alarm. At the hour of Z, amidst the absence of snow, the wind swept through the woods, devoid of the usual piercing cries. The moon, long absent, occasionally broke through the shroud of clouds, casting its gaze upon the mortal realm. Thus, the snow-laden ground near the peach blossom dock flickered in and out of light. The youthful saint of childlike countenance, amidst the dim illumination, led a throng of black-clad assassins through the snow, to avoid alarming the horses. All of them were tethered within the grove of green pines. At that moment, the peach blossom fortress was eerily silent, both inside and out. Not a single soldier patrolled the walls, as if all had succumbed to slumber. 500 meters from the peach blossom fortress, the slender hands of the saint of childlike countenance waved. Advance. Stealthily approaching, they scaled the fortress walls, opening the gates to usher in the main force. Yes. Two shadows darted towards the fortress walls. Chapter 17. The Ghosts in the Snow. These two individuals were the Sea Army de la Sea Army among the bronze-tier assassins. They traversed the shadowy edges of the walls with the grace of ethereal beings in the night, their movements agile and masterful. The black-clad assassins were duly impressed. A satisfied expression graced the face of the saint of childlike countenance, who murmured, Do you see? Xiongda and Xiong'er have reached the pinnacle of utilizing the terrain. Though they are merely bronze-tier assassins, their stealth surpasses even that of gold-tier assassins. The assassins nodded in agreement, filled with admiration. Xiongda and Xiong'er, in their mastery of stealth, truly deserved the praise of the saint. Suddenly, a ripple of speculation coursed through the ranks of black-clad assassins. They glanced at the enchanting visage of the saint. Could it be that this alluring woman had taken a liking to Xiongda and Xiong'er? Did she wish to indulge in the company of two bears? In an instant, vivid images materialized in the minds of some assassins. A captivating woman sharing a bed with two hulking brutes on a dark, tempestuous night. At that moment, the hearts of the assassins stirred with restlessness, silently vowing to excel and capture the attention of this earthly goddess. The fantasy was indeed delightful. Meanwhile, Xiongda and Xiong'er concealed themselves within a shadow beneath the fortress wall, their dark attire blending seamlessly with the night. Remarkable. The gathered assassins whispered praises, impressive, truly skilled. Yet in that very moment, within the shadows, Xiongda and Xiong'er's eyes widened in alarm. Their bodies chilled as though they had encountered an overwhelming fright. In the shadows stood two figures clad in black, akin to phantoms, brandishing crossbows pointed menacingly at their throats. It was a chilling sight. Not only were their garments dark, but their faces and hands were shrouded in black as well, flawlessly camouflaged within the gloom. At this moment, Bear 1 and Bear 2 adjusted to the dim light of the shadows. Before them, with a cold smirk, was the very target of their mission, the so-called wasteful prince of the wasteland. Even though he had obscured his face and hands, and despite the fact that they had never encountered him in person, his well-defined features and vibrant eyes stood out like fireflies in the night. Summer discerned the understanding in the eyes of Bear 1 and Bear 2. They recognized him. Truly, they were adept assassins, possessing an innate talent to identify their quarry amidst a crowd. The prince's assassins were indeed extraordinary. Alas, they had now crossed paths with their own kind. At this moment, Bear 1 and Bear 2 fixed their gaze upon Summer, contemplating the phrase playing the fool to catch the wise. Who had ever claimed that the prince of the wasteland was merely a useless scholar? Who said he was incapable of even crushing a chicken? Who dared to assert that he was an easy prey to be dispatched? Now, the roles of hunter and hunted had entirely reversed. Prior to entering this shadowy realm, Bear 1 and Bear 2 had utilized their unique abilities to sense the area, finding no indication of danger whatsoever. As seasoned killers with numerous lives claimed, they possessed an instinctual awareness of peril. Yet this time, they felt naught but silence, signifying the prince's exceptional stealth, one so refined that it eluded their detection. At this moment, Bear 1 and Bear 2 dared not move an inch. A single motion would result in their throats being pierced by the sharp arrows. Life and death hung by a slender thread. Suddenly, two shadowy hands emerged from the darkness, stuffing foul, black cloth into their mouths. Instantly, Bear 1 and Bear 2 felt a wave of relief wash over them, for if the prince intended to kill them, he could simply pull the trigger and let the arrows do their work, rather than going through the trouble of silencing them. However, Bear 1 and Bear 2 had miscalculated. As they obediently opened their mouths to accept the putrid black fabric, two black daggers shot forth from the darkness, swift as lightning, plunging into their chests and piercing through their hearts like venomous serpents. It was a decisive and clean kill. Bear 1 and Bear 2 had no opportunity to struggle. Their breaths extinguished in an instant. They collapsed softly into the snow, not a sound escaping their lips. Then, Summer gestured. Gaofei, following suit, vanished once more into the shadows. At this moment, Gaofei's astonishment was beyond expression. The lethal techniques of his lord seemed to surpass those of the very assassins they had encountered. The prince was truly unfathomable. Suddenly, a realization struck Gaofei, his face illuminating with understanding. He mused that his lord, well versed in the healing arts, surely understood the vulnerabilities of the human body, and thus, his prowess in taking lives was formidable. The arts of healing and killing were intrinsically connected. The youthful and ethereal second saint and the cadre of black-clad assassins waited for a quarter of an hour, yet still saw no sign of the agile figures of Xiongda and Xiong'er. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the second saint's beautiful eyes. Camel, Cobra. That shadow may present a problem. You two, investigate. Camel and Cobra were code names for two assassins, formidable bronze-tier killers surpassing even Xiongda and Xiong'er in prowess. In a swift motion, two dark figures shot forth from the side of the second saint, akin to phantoms in the snow, their speed eclipsing that of the aforementioned duo. This time, they did not follow the path of Xiongda and Xiong'er, but approached the shadow from an alternate angle. At that moment, torches appeared atop the fortress walls. Two limping soldiers, their necks hunched, emerged from the tower, one following the other as if on a routine patrol. Startled, Camel and Cobra accelerated, plunging directly into a mound of snow. Suddenly, as they landed in the snow, they were caught off guard, their mouths covered, and their throats slit by two sharp daggers. Camel and Cobra met their demise. The warm blood that flowed from their bodies mingled with the white snow, resembling plum blossoms hidden within the snowy mound. A quarter of an hour later, the patrolling soldiers extinguished their torches and retreated back into the tower. The snowy night returned to tranquility. However, the forms of Camel and Cobra remained absent from the snow, consumed as if by a gaping maw. The atmosphere turned eerily strange. A sense of foreboding stirred within the hearts of the black-clad assassins. Could this snowfield silently devour men? Where had they gone? The four missing individuals were all exceptional bronze-tier assassins. Disregarding their assassination skills, they could stand against at least 10 elite warriors in a direct confrontation. Even within a military context, assuming the role of a squad leader would pose no challenge. Yet now, they had vanished without a trace. What peculiarities lay hidden within this snowfield? Chapter 18. The ruthless rain of arrows. The snowfield before the fortress walls appeared unremarkable, save for a few conspicuous mounds of snow. Yet, in the eyes of the youthful second saint and the assembly of assassins, it was rife with peril. Within this snowfield lay assassins stronger than Xiongda, Xiong'er, Camel, and Cobra. Only those superior to them could silently eliminate these four renowned bronze-tier killers. An ambush lurked here. In previous encounters of this nature, the second saint would have surely turned back with the assassins, awaiting clarity regarding the true nature of the snowfield before returning to complete the task. This was due to the first tenet of the assassin's code: to act within one's capabilities, devise a strategy before taking action, maintain absolute patience, and strike with certainty. Should the strike fail, immediate retreat was imperative. However, this time was different. The Grand Saint had just relayed urgent news that the Crown Prince awaited the head of Prince Huang in the Eastern Palace. The assassination must succeed tonight, or they would all perish. What to do? An experienced black-clad assassin inquired. Second Saint, if we do not eliminate the danger in the snowfield, we are perpetually at risk. The second saint glanced at the darkening sky. There is no time left. The assassins furrowed their brows in concern. Then what shall we do? A forceful assault? Indeed. The youthful second saintess gritted her crimson lips, declaring, if our mission fails tonight, we shall all perish. My comrades, we must mount a fierce assault. I refuse to believe that those wounded soldiers under that worthless prince can withstand our onslaught. Her proclamation bolstered the confidence of the black-clad assassins. The second saintess narrowed her eyes, gazing at the desolate snow-covered ground. I am certain that there are not many assassins concealed within the snow. Their sole aim is to intimidate us. If they possess the strength to eliminate us, they would simply allow us to enter and strike us down. There is no need for such theatrics. This reasoning resonated with the black-clad assassins, who acknowledged the wisdom and beauty of their second saintess. Then let us proceed with the assault. They rallied, understanding that retreat equated to death, and it was better to fight valiantly. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, the second saintess commanded, Scorpion, lead a team to eliminate the enemies lurking in the shadows. I shall handle those in the snowdrift. Onward. Swiftly, the group of black-clad assassins split into two, charging towards the shadows and the snowdrift, their murderous intent slicing through the tranquility of the snowy landscape. Before they could approach, the assassins drew various concealed weapons, launching them towards the shadows and the snowdrift. The sharp whistling of the projectiles echoed ominously. If there were indeed foes concealed within, they would surely be riddled with wounds. However, the shadows and the snowdrift remained unresponsive, with no one emerging from their hiding places. The second saintess, wielding a long sword, plunged into the shadows, discovering only the lifeless bodies of Bear and Bear 2, filled with hidden weapons. Among the snowdrifts lay the corpses of a camel and a cobra. Her exquisite countenance hardened with frost as she muttered, "What cowardly vermin! Launch a direct assault on the fort. If these scoundrels appear, shoot to kill. Yes, onward." The black-clad assassins split into two groups, removing grappling hooks from their backs and throwing them onto the city walls, scaling them with the agility of monkeys. At that moment, from the ramparts of the city wall, Lu Shu coldly issued his command. Kill. Yes. Boom. 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 Explosions of snow erupted from behind the parapets, revealing a host of bloodthirsty wounded soldiers, bows and crossbows in hand, aimed at the black-clad assassins scaling the wall below. No, the black-clad assassins, though forewarned, were still taken aback. It's an ambush. This is bad. It's crossbows. According to their intelligence, these wounded soldiers were armed with the most rusted and broken weapons from the armory, which would snap at the slightest touch, posing no threat to the second saintess and her assassins. Thus, they were confident in their ability to accomplish their mission even in a direct assault. Could a group of wounded soldiers wielding inferior weapons truly pose a threat? Certainly not. Yet now, those wounded soldiers wielded crossbows, formidable weapons for close combat. What a turn of fate! Had their intelligence been erroneous? Or was this truly a trap? The second saintess's expression changed dramatically as she forced herself to remain calm. Do not panic. As long as we take the walls, victory will be ours. Indeed, the seasoned assassins shared the same sentiment. The walls echoed with the rapid twang of arrows being released from bows. The short crossbow bolts glinted with a cold light, resembling venomous serpents as they flew towards the group of black-clad assassins. The group of bronze-clad assassins let out sinister cackles as they clutched their ropes, adeptly evading the first arrow. Once they sidestepped this initial shot, they could scale the city walls and exact revenge upon the wretched wounded soldiers. For these crossbows could only discharge a single bolt at a time. Yet, as the wounded soldiers released their first arrow, they revealed another bow. The cold gleam of the bolt sending shivers down one's spine. With a swift whoosh, another volley of bolts rained down. Thud, 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 the bolts pierced flesh, painting the scene in a crimson deluge, a heart-wrenching agony. Most of the black-clad assassins were struck and fell from the city walls, some meeting their demise on the spot. However, those who escaped the lethal shots remained alive, filled with a sense of relief. This time, they surged forward to avenge their fallen comrades, intent on turning the wounded soldiers into mere fragments of flesh. Yet, the soldiers atop the walls held a different perspective. They swiftly drew forth their third and fourth bows, unleashing a flurry of arrows in a dual assault. With arrows raining down like a plague of locusts, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos. After 4 rounds of bolts, 90% of the black-clad figures lay slain beneath the walls, while the remaining 10% bore wounds. No. The heart of the youthful envoy sank as he recognized the futility of the situation. Retreat. In this moment, the soldiers silently brandished their 5th bow, launching yet another assault. Thud, thud, thud. The blood stained the city walls crimson. In an instant, save for the youthful envoy, every black-clad assassin was shot down. Wait for me. I shall return. The envoy declared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the fortress, before leaping into the snow with the grace of a bird, soaring away. Xia Tian watched, eyes sparkling with astonishment. How could she leap so high? Gao Fei's expression grew serious. Your Highness, this assassin is a second-tier martial artist. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, none of our guards could match them. Xia Tian was taken aback. What is a second-tier martial artist? Chapter 19, Martial Artist and True Chi Martial Artist. This term stirred a flutter within Xia Tian. Gao Fei, surprised, cautiously inquired, Your Highness, there are many martial artists in the palace. Has no one spoken to you about them? Xia Tian had heard whispers of martial artists within the palace, but due to his status, no one had elaborated on the subject. In the books he had perused, there was no mention of martial artists. He wondered how these martial artists differed from those in Huaxia, deciding to feign ignorance. He replied, I have spent my youth reading in the library and know little of martial artists. Oh, I see. Gao Fei exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Your Highness, martial artists are those who cultivate martial arts to forge inner strength. Xia Tian's interest piqued. Inner strength? Yes, it is a vital breath. What breath? The true chi of the inner school. A spark of curiosity illuminated Xia Tian's eyes. Where does a second-tier martial artist stand among their peers? Gao Fei pondered for a moment, deciding to enlighten his prince on the fundamentals of martial arts. Your Highness, martial artists are categorized into 3 tiers. The 3rd tier is the weakest, the 2nd tier is intermediate, and the 1st tier is the strongest. How are they distinguished? 3rd-tier martial artists have merely begun to cultivate their inner true chi. They can fell 10 elite warriors in one breath. In the realm of martial arts, they are deemed 3rd-tier masters, while within the military, they may serve as centurions. In the realm of martial arts, a 2nd-tier warrior possesses the inner strength to contend with 100 elite fighters, earning the title of a second-rate master in the Jianghu. In the military, such a warrior could command 1,000 soldiers. A 1st-tier warrior, endowed with the power to face 1,000 elite combatants, is esteemed as a general in the army. Xia Tian blinked. Is a 1st-tier warrior the pinnacle of martial arts? Gao Fei shook his head. Beyond 1st-tier warriors lies a coveted realm known as the Grandmaster stage, where one can rival an army of 10,000, commonly referred to as an invincible warrior. Xia Tian's eyes sparkled. Does the great Xia Kingdom have a Grandmaster? Gao Fei replied negatively. There is one, concealed within the palace's worship hall, named Long Ni Tian. Xia Tian expressed surprise, murmuring, What an audacious name, Ni Tian. Gao Fei was also taken aback. Your Highness, you are acquainted with him. A figure flashed through Xia Tian's mind. Is he that old eunuch? Gao Fei nodded. Indeed. The ancient figure beside His Majesty the Emperor. Xia Tian was perplexed. If he can rival 10,000, why would he choose to serve in the palace as a eunuch? Your Highness, he encountered fortuitous circumstances in the palace after becoming a eunuch, which enabled him to ascend to the Grandmaster realm. How many Grandmasters are there in this world? Officially, there are three. Who are the other two? One is Ouyang Du, the national master of the Tianling Empire. The other is Lu Yunyun, the queen of the fairy kingdom, known to the world as Lu Fei Fei, bearing two names. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xia Tian's eyes. Lu Yunyun, the only empress on the continent? Precisely. Are there any reclusive grandmasters? Yes. How many? Unknown. Gao Fei pondered and speculated. There should be quite a few. Thus, Xia Tian finally grasped the essence of warriors in this continent. Your Highness, although you have not cultivated inner strength and lack that aura, you possess innate divine strength. Excelling in stealth, concealment, and assassination techniques, with prowess comparable to that of a third-tier warrior. No, those 4 third-tier assassins are no match for you, Your Highness. You are at least on par with a second-tier warrior. Xia Tian chuckled. Comparable to a second-tier? Gao Fei nodded emphatically to reinforce his assertion. Yes, at the very least. Xia Tian flashed a charming smile. What tier are you, then? Gao Fei earnestly held up 3 fingers. Third tier. However, unlike those third-tier assassins who practice assassination arts, I specialize in battlefield slaying techniques. In the personal guard camp, are there any other warriors? Lu Shu, like me, is also a third-tier warrior. And what about the people from the Sima Manor? That Sima Gu is inscrutable and quite formidable. The other guards are all third-tier masters. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Shu, accompanied by the injured soldiers, pursued the fleeing assassins with admiration. Your Highness, as you said, no matter how high one's martial prowess, one fears the rain of arrows. Now, only the leading female assassin has escaped. Shall we pursue? The injured soldiers gazed at their lord with reverence. Everything that transpired today was within the lord's calculations, with no surprises. The admiration for Xia Tian among the injured soldiers reached unprecedented heights. Xia Tian shook his head. Do not pursue a desperate foe. The soldiers are still recovering. If we recklessly chase after them, we risk being picked off one by one and facing counterattacks. Understood. Lu Shu turned to command. Clear the battlefield and retrieve the crossbow bolts. Yes. The injured soldiers joyfully rushed toward the fallen bodies. Cleaning the battlefield signifies reaping rewards. These assassins clad in black appear to be quite affluent, undoubtedly poised for significant gains. However, the newly instituted military regulations of the Royal Guard state that all spoils must be surrendered to the collective. Personal appropriation of the spoils is strictly prohibited, or one shall face disciplinary action. Initially, under the military code of the Great Xia, strategic resources captured on the battlefield were to be entirely submitted, with half of any gold and silver treasures retained by the captors. Yet, given that their lord has established such a decree, there must be compelling reasons behind it. Surely, it is of utmost necessity. Their lord is not a capricious individual. He would never indulge in the avarice of plundered goods. The injured soldiers can vouch for this with their very lives. Their lord will undoubtedly maximize the value of the spoils. In all honesty, the wounded soldiers are elated to scavenge the battlefield. Occasionally, a cheer erupts from the injured, drawing the attention of many. These black-clad assassins are incredibly wealthy. They carry silver notes worth thousands. We are about to strike it rich. Ha ha ha. The wounded hands over the silver notes to Lu Shu and continues. These assassins are like walking treasure troves. If such battles occur more frequently, the royal house of Huangzhou will surely prosper. Lu Shu and Gao Fei share in the excitement, fully aware that a military force is a voracious beast. The larger the army, the greater the consumption of resources. It is common knowledge that the emperor harbors disdain for his own lord. Thus, the recent conferment of titles and rewards is meager, rendering him the poorest of lords. Without sufficient funds and provisions, sustaining a large army in the future will be impossible. Failing to support the army would render these two leaders mere figureheads. This cannot be allowed. Brothers, let not a single coin slip through our fingers. Indeed, the morale of the wounded soldiers surges as they respond. Rest assured, Commander, we will meticulously inspect and spare not a single coin. Ha ha ha. Gao Fei chuckles playfully. Old veterans. At that moment, Gao Fei turns to look for their lord. Wasn't he just here? Meanwhile, the holy envoy of youth, in a flurry, traverses the snowy landscape, soon exhausting her energy and slowing her pace. She halts, her graceful figure swiftly pivoting. Who goes there? Step forth. Chapter 20. The battle in the grove under the moonlight, amidst the pine forest. Apart from the rhythmic breathing of her horses ahead, the surroundings are eerily silent. The holy envoy of youth narrows her striking eyes, planting her black leather boots firmly against the ground. Her curvaceous silhouette springs forth with lightning speed, akin to a swift arrow. Yet, her aim is off. There is no one behind that pine tree. The snow-covered ground bears no suspicious traces. As a top-tier silver assassin, she has long acclimated to navigating the shadows. Although the light in the pine forest is dim, it hardly affects her. Yet, to miss her target unexpectedly leaves her quite perplexed. The holy envoy of youth. Filled with curiosity, squints her beautiful eyes, her delicate hand delving into her garment, retrieving a handful of copper coins. With a flick of her wrist, she releases them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The coins slice through the air, speeding towards the thicket behind her. Most embed themselves in the trees, while some vanish into the depths of the forest. Seemingly consumed by the woodland, the biting cold wind rustles the leaves ominously. This evoked a term in the mind of the youthful saint, demon wind. Could this pine forest harbor monsters? Suddenly, a series of panicked whinnies erupted from the herd of horses ahead, startled. These steeds were battle-hardened warhorses from the celestial wolf empire, accustomed to the bloodshed and the sin of carnage, and not easily frightened. Yet now, they were gripped by an overwhelming fear. What had appeared must be truly terrifying. A chill ran down the youthful saint's spine as her delicate hand, like a wraith, reached for her belt and gently pressed the jade clasp. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal resonated through the pine grove as a soft sword was drawn. In an instant, the youthful saint unsheathed her blade with remarkable speed, thrusting it upward with her right hand while her left clutched a handful of copper coins, ready to hurl them. A mocking laughter echoed in her ears. Too late. Panic surged through her as she raised her beautiful visage, only to behold a ghostly figure descending from the heavens, materializing before her eyes. Despite the dim light in the forest, she could discern that he was an extraordinarily handsome youth. The prince of the wilderness? How could this be? A wave of dread washed over her, and she instinctively exclaimed, "Aren't you just a useless bookworm?" At that moment, Xia Tian's long, sturdy hands had already gripped her jade wrist with an iron-like hold, inducing a sharp pain as if her bones were on the verge of breaking. Xia Tian's voice, warm and smooth as jade, resounded once more in her ear. Single capture, easily transitioning to dual capture, binding the empty-handed to seize the blade. With a flick, the youthful saint could no longer maintain her grip on the soft sword. Her fingers splayed open, and the hidden copper coins fell into the snow, borne with immense strength. The youthful saint's eyes widened in shock, her final breath of true energy coiling within her like heated iron rods. Attempting to fling Xia Tian's hand away. So you have not cultivated internal energy, merely possessing a strong physique. Humph. The youthful saint's heart steadied. Even with your innate strength, you cannot match a second-tier peak martial artist. Release me. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Xia Tian's lips as he tightened his grip, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glow. Is this what internal energy is? Quite intriguing. In an instant, Xia Tian felt a tremor in his palms. His hands were indeed pushed away, as if springs were installed within the meridians of her wrist. The youthful saint rejoiced. Useless prince. You will never comprehend the chasm between ordinary individuals and second-tier martial artists. What a stroke of fortune. As she spoke, she summoned her last vestiges of true power, her jade hand slicing towards Xia Tian's neck. Kill. Xia Tian was well aware that her hand strike, enhanced by internal energy, was as sharp as a steel blade. He raised his eyelids and swiftly retreated. Although he lacked internal energy, his meridians were broader and sturdier than most, his coordination unparalleled. And with the foundation of martial arts from his past life, he evaded her strike with fluid grace. How is this possible? The youthful saint's expression paled. You are not even a martial artist. How could you evade the attack of a second-tier martial artist? She, with her breath utterly depleted, found herself ensnared by a sudden burst of brilliance in Xia Tian's eyes. Like a massive serpent, he coiled around the innocent-faced second saint envoy from behind, his hands immobilizing her arms while his legs ensnared her delicate limbs, bringing her crashing to the ground. Instantly, the innocent-faced second saint envoy felt as if her body were on the brink of being shattered, an excruciating agony assaulting her nerves. Ah, this is a pain I have never known. She cried out in anguish. I will kill you. I will kill you. On the other hand, Xia Tian's experience was starkly different. A soft, alluring form was trapped in his embrace, a fragrant breeze wafting into his nostrils, her disheveled hair brushing against his cheek. Yet, he remained unfazed, fully aware that allowing this seductive enchantress even a modicum of energy would place him in a perilous situation. Sensing her futile struggle, the innocent-faced second saint envoy relinquished her efforts, adopting a pitiable demeanor as she implored, My lord, I am but a pawn in this game, forced to come after you. If you spare my life, I shall submit to your every whim and serve you faithfully. bringing you joy for a lifetime. What say you? Naturally, the innocent-faced second Saint Envoy was stunningly beautiful, her figure breathtakingly voluptuous, and her allure was undeniable, often rendering men powerless to resist her charms. At that moment, the grip on her softened slightly. Overjoyed, she teasingly flicked her tongue, revealing a sharp blade hidden beneath her delicate tongue, glinting ominously in the light, filled with murderous intent. With just a slight loosening from Xia Tian, she could turn and strike. Suddenly, Xia Tian did release her. The innocent-faced second Saint Envoy rejoiced. Indeed, all men were mere lustful creatures. They deserved to perish. Her mission was nearly accomplished. She would soon acquire boundless wealth and opulence, along with countless handsome suitors. With a fierce expression, she abruptly turned her head, her tongue poised to sever Xia Tian's throat with the blade. Her tongue, honed through rigorous training, was as agile as a viper. A mere bite would spell death. Just then, a pair of strong hands seized her delicate head, forcefully redirecting her with an irresistible strength. In an instant, the blade fell. Crack. The innocent-faced second Saint Envoy's neck was snapped. At last, she beheld the face of that worthless prince, and indeed, he was quite handsome. Yet, he dripped with cold sweat. Killing her had proven no simple feat. Was it possible this prince had never known a woman? Unaware of their essence? With endless resentment, she succumbed to the engulfing darkness. At this moment, Xia Tian slowly rose, shaking his arms, murmuring, "Had I not acted when this fellow's energy was completely depleted, I would not have succeeded. The inner energy indeed holds great power. However, I shall soon possess it." From the innocent-faced second Saint Envoy, Xia Tian retrieved a golden token inscribed with the character and a sum of 3,000 taels in silver notes. A most bountiful harvest. As for the red silk pouch he found, he cast it aside without a second thought. Then, in the summer, Xia Tian wore a smile, rubbing his hands together like an old farmer approaching a herd of horses ahead. Now, these war horses belonged to him. His cavalry finally possessed the finest steeds on this continent. Everything had unfolded perfectly. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared before him like a wraith. Chapter 21. The mysterious beauty. It was a woman whose face was partially concealed by a veil, revealing only half of her visage. Beneath her willow-shaped brows were enchanting phoenix eyes, exuding an uncommon spirit that was both unique and captivating. Although her complete beauty remained hidden, her curvaceous form, skin as smooth as jade, and the subtle contours of her features conveyed a singular message. She was an unparalleled beauty, skilled in martial arts. As for her age, it was impossible to discern. At that moment, the woman took 2 steps on the snow, as light as a feather, leaving no trace behind. Xia Tian's eyes sparkled, exclaiming, "You tread without leaving a mark." The veiled maiden raised her phoenix eyes. "You recognize my lightness of foot?" Xia Tian's expression grew serious. "Are you here to encounter this prince by chance?" The masked maiden gazed deeply at Xia Tian. "Aren't you afraid that I might be here to kill you?" Xia Tian confidently shook his head. "Your aura is unfathomable. Had you intended to slay me, you would have acted long ago. The mere fact that you have not means you are not here to harm me. Besides, should I face someone of your caliber, I would be powerless to resist." The masked maiden remained noncommittal. "That you have not cultivated inner energy, your innate strength is remarkable. The world often spoke of the current emperor having 9 sons. The crown prince being debauched and unworthy, the second to the 8th princes being mediocre, and the 9th prince, a simpleton, deemed a fool. It now appeared that the crown prince's debauchery was indeed true. The mediocrity of the 2nd to 8th princes also held merit. However, the 9th prince's foolishness was merely a fade. You are indeed a hidden gem." Xia Tian chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. "Fair maiden, do you accept disciples? Perhaps one endowed with innate strength?" The masked maiden was taken aback. "You wish to become my apprentice?" Xia Tian nodded. "Indeed." The masked maiden blinked her phoenix eyes. "You aspire to learn martial arts?" "Yes. Regrettably, although you possess natural strength, you have missed the prime age for martial training. Your meridians and bones have already formed, leaving little plasticity, making it difficult to become a master. My discipline focuses on cultivating inner energy, which may not suit you." The masked maiden implied her refusal. "It would be best for you to train in external martial arts and see if you can achieve any success." The masked maiden spoke truthfully. The path of martial arts involves honing the exterior, muscles, bones, and skin, while cultivating inner breath. External martial arts refine the exterior, while internal martial arts develop true energy. Each has its own strengths. However, throughout history, those who neglect inner cultivation find themselves empty-handed in old age. The importance of inner energy to a martial artist is self-evident. Nonetheless, although Xia Tian had missed the optimal age for martial training, he possessed knowledge of two profound techniques capable of reversing the formation of meridians and bones. The first volume is titled The Muscle Transforming Classic, the most formidable external martial art of the Huaxia, capable of reshaping the meridians and fascia of summer, compensating for its foundational deficiencies. The second volume is known as the Essence Washing Classic, the most powerful internal martial art of Huaxia, rumored to cultivate the primordial true energy, overwhelmingly potent. Within the legendary narratives of Huaxia's martial arts, there exists a monk from Shaolin Temple who has mastered these two divine skills, rendering him invincible across the realm. Summer smiled faintly, noticing the carefree smile on his face. The masked maiden could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Prince Huang, why are you lost in thought?" With a light chuckle, Summer shifted his gaze and replied with a serene smile, "Where there is will, there is a way." The masked maiden's eyes sparkled with interest. "Indeed, where there is will, there is a way." Such profound words. Since your martial spirit is so resolute, let me observe how this aspiring individual, who has missed the prime time for martial training, transforms into a martial powerhouse. As she finished speaking, the masked maiden turned and ventured deeper into the pine forest. Each step she took upon the snow left no trace, akin to a sprite gliding through the flurries. Summer, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction, pondered, "Who are you truly?" Without turning back, the masked maiden responded, "If you can survive to reach the great wilderness state, you shall know who I am." "Are you here to assist me?" he asked. "No," she retorted. "Then what is your purpose?" "To observe and see if you are truly as inept as the legends suggest." Summer inquired, "Have you encountered my 8 brothers?" "Yes," she replied. "Can you truly not take me as your disciple?" "Indeed, I cannot." "Why not?" "If you live to reach the great wilderness state, you will surely understand the reason." Summer pressed on, "Are you friend or foe?" The masked maiden replied, "Both friend and foe." "What is your name?" "You may call me the masked maiden." As her words faded, her silhouette vanished. Summer gazed at the spot where she had disappeared, murmuring to himself, "Must I survive to the great wilderness state to earn your regard?" In contemplation, he questioned, "What compels you to spy on the emperor's 9 sons? What do you truly seek?" This masked maiden was indeed intriguing. At that moment, a voice rang out from beyond the pine forest, "Your Highness, Lu Shu." A warm surge filled Summer's heart. "I am here." The swift arrival of Lu Shu and Gao Fei, accompanied by a cadre of injured soldiers, revealed their genuine concern for his safety. Their tracking skills were indeed impressive. This was truly fortuitous. Just then, Lu Shu and Gao Fei burst in, exuberantly exclaiming, "Your Highness is safe." Suddenly, the fiery and graceful figure of Sima Gu appeared, and upon seeing Summer, her expression relaxed. "It is a relief that you are unharmed. Now I can return to report to the young lady." Abruptly, Sima Gu's bright, watery eyes fixated on the body of the black-clad assassin leader. Approaching the corpse, she squatted down, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she conducted a meticulous examination. Then, standing before Summer, the unmistakable pallor of her skin caught his attention. "Your Highness, did you do this?" Some sights are best appreciated within the pine forest. Summer inhaled deeply. "If I were to assert otherwise, would you believe me?" Sima Gu nodded earnestly. "I would. I shall convey this to the young lady. As for her belief, that remains beyond my knowledge." Sima Gu turned and walked away with 10 devoted warriors, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your strength is remarkable. The neck of that beautiful assassin is shattered. Furthermore, you truly lack compassion. How could you strike such a lovely maiden with such ruthlessness? What a heartless man you are." Xia Tian remained silent, commanding, "Lu Shu, Gao Fei, assess the war horses in this forest and bring them all back. From this moment forth, these steeds shall belong to us." "Certainly," Gao Fei replied, brimming with excitement. "Your Highness, your foresight is indeed remarkable. These assassins have unwittingly delivered us messengers of horses." Lu Shu, without uttering a word, led the foremost horse from the herd, gazing at Xia Tian with admiration in his eyes. Could it be that the prince possesses the ability to foresee future events? Truly enigmatic. "Your Highness, all spoils from this battle have been gathered in the dock fortress. I implore you to return and inspect." Xia Tian's expression brightened. "What spoils have we acquired?" Chapter 22. The bandits are wealthy within the inner courtyard of the Peach Blossom Dock Fortress. In Sima Lan's chamber, the candlelight flickered brightly, casting shadows of 2 figures. Sima Gu stood respectfully before his mistress, reporting on the situation in the pine forest. "Miss, that female assassin leader was as beautiful as a flower. At least a second-rate martial artist, yet her neck was snapped with brute force. her eyes forever open in death. Judging by the traces of the battle, it was a deadly struggle between the prince of the wasteland and her. The outcome? The prince lives, while the female assassin perishes. Sima Lan's delicate brows knitted together slightly. Was it the prince who killed that female assassin? Sima Ge hesitated to confirm. It should be. Should be. Indeed. Sima Ge faltered. There were no signs of a third party at the scene, so it ought to be the prince's doing. However, therein lies the mystery. The prince evidently lacks inner strength. How could he slay a second-rate martial artist in such a manner? Sima Lan pondered for a moment, her brows relaxing. Perhaps a third party was present, but left no trace. It is likely this third party dispatched the black-clad assassin. Sima Ge was momentarily taken aback. Miss, your insight is exceptional. That is entirely plausible. However, only a master could traverse the snow without leaving a trace. Sima Lan, with an air of profundity, replied. Not necessarily. There are many extraordinary individuals in the world who might possess the ability to perform such an art. Sima Ge nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. Suddenly, Sima Lan furrowed her brows once more, an influx of questions swelling within her. Why would the prince pursue the black-clad female assassin? Knowing she was stronger than him, Sima Ge shook his head. Why is the prince unafraid of her? He continued to shake his head. And who is that mysterious third party? Could it be that the prince has a hidden protector? Sima Ge felt a bit dizzy from the inquiries. Miss, why not simply ask him? I am at a loss. With a soft laugh, Sima Lan's demeanor brightened. Little Ge speaks wisely, rather than speculating here. It would be better to seek an answer from him. However, a glimmer of insight sparkled in her beautiful eyes. If he wishes to share certain matters, there would be no need to inquire. If he chooses to remain silent, asking would be futile. I find my betrothed increasingly intriguing. Not far away, in a room within the fortress courtyard, a temporary storage facility for spoils of war had been established. As Summer lingered inside, supervising Xiao Bai, Gao Fei, and Lu Shu while they tallied the loot, the elite guards suffered no losses in this battle. Having vanquished over 100 black-clad assassins and reaped considerable rewards, 1,000 taels in gold notes, 30,000 taels in silver notes, 100 longswords, 100 broadswords, and 10 pieces of soft armor. Xiao Bai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Your Highness, these black-clad assassins truly are harbingers of wealth. Perhaps they were aware that your rewards had been exchanged for supplies and were eager to deliver silver. Gao Fei laughed heartily, clasping his hands in salute. Your Highness, the most valuable prize remains the 100 warhorses. They are the finest steeds of the celestial wolf army. In the Great Xiao, such a horse could fetch 1,000 taels of silver, and they are rare to find. Xiao Bai calculated, his eyes gleaming. So these 100 warhorses could be sold for 100,000 taels of silver? Indeed. Lu Shu affirmed seriously on the black market that price could double. Xiao Bai couldn't help but exclaim, Your Highness, we have truly struck it rich. Lu Shu raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, only the crown prince could procure such a multitude of fine steeds. Summer nodded, exchanging a glance with Lu Shu, then shifted the conversation. Chief Bai, this is merely a trifling windfall, hardly sufficient. The great wasteland state is a desolate land, and transforming it into a paradise requires astronomical resources. You must prepare yourself mentally. Xiao Bai's expression turned solemn. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will follow your directives and ensure every coin is spent wisely. Nearby, Gao Fei furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Your Highness is right. We must earn more. Just then, the voice of Old Ghost echoed at the door. Your Highness, Chief Bai, Commander Lu, Commander Gao. I have an immature thought I wish to share, if I may. Summer smiled. Old Ghost, since you've come this far, speak freely. Old Ghost, still reclining on a makeshift stretcher carried by 4 injured soldiers, continued. Your Highness, my father was a bandit, and my mother was also a bandit. So I was raised in a bandit stronghold. However, unlike ordinary bandits, my parents only plundered the unjustly acquired wealth and seldom took lives. As time passed, the local bullies dwindled, and our targets became scarce. Eventually, my parents had no choice but to disband the band, and we all went our separate ways. Summer inquired, What happened next? A shadow of sorrow crossed Old Ghost's eyes. Later, my parents took me down the mountain, only to be slain by those vile bandits. I was thrown off a cliff, fell into the river, and miraculously survived, wandering to the imperial capital. My bandit stronghold became a base for those wicked bandits. A glint of cold light flashed in Summer's eyes. Where is this stronghold? It is located at the Tiger Mountain in Huangquan County, 200 li from the Great Wasteland State. If we continue along the official road, we will pass by there. Summer pressed further. You must have been keeping an eye on that place all these years? Indeed, Old Ghost gritted his teeth. The vengeance for my parents' murder is a debt that cannot be forgiven. I swear I shall not rest until it is avenged. My nemesis still lives, continuing to wreak havoc on the Tiger Mountain. After 2 decades of plundering, they have amassed immense wealth, establishing their stronghold as the headquarters of the Qingzhou underworld. And my adversary has ascended to become the leader of this nefarious alliance. My lord, the reason I masqueraded as a soldier from the imperial capital was to earn my military accolades, so that one day I would possess sufficient strength to avenge my parents. However, fortune has not favored me. Despite my extensive combat experience, I have been wounded in every battle, and my merits have been usurped by the unscrupulous officials. Thus, while I command great respect among my comrades, I find myself devoid of any tangible achievements to date. I feel truly ashamed. Xia Yan discerned the old ghost's sentiments. Your intention in sharing this with me is not to seek vengeance through my hand, is it? The old ghost shook his head with effort. No. Xia Yan's smile widened. You wish to convey that most of the bandits we encounter along our journey are quite affluent, do you? The old ghost beamed with delight. Indeed. My lord, we have acquired 100 magnificent steeds. We can train our troops with the bandits along the way, enhancing our combat prowess while simultaneously amassing wealth for my princely house. Truly a dual benefit. The old ghost's thoughts aligned perfectly with Xia Yan's. Ha. Xia Tian chuckled heartily. What do you two leaders think? Lu Shu and Gao Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, great minds think alike. Ha. The four exchanged knowing glances and erupted in joyous laughter. All was understood without the need for words. At that moment, a one-eyed wounded soldier rushed into the courtyard. My lord, there is someone requesting an audience outside the fort. Xia Yan's smile faded. Who? The soldier blinked his single eye. She claims her name is Qianlong. Chapter 23. The mysterious young woman. The name Qianlong instantly brought to Xia Yan's mind the Qianlong Society. A curious smile graced his lips. Tonight is indeed lively. Old ghost, take care of your injuries. Do not miss the battle at Tiger Mountain. Certainly. Come, let us see. Yes. Lu Shu and Gao Fei hurriedly accompanied their lord. At the fort's entrance, a woman clad in a white veil stood proudly. She was the enigmatic figure encountered in the pine forest. Behind her trailed a group of half-grown children, all around the ages of 14 or 15, each pale and emaciated, clad in tattered garments, carrying large bundles on their backs, their faces frozen in a bluish hue, trembling from the cold. Upon the fort's walls, Xia Tian's eyes brightened. It is you? The veiled woman remained silent, extending a delicate finger to gently flick. Whoosh! A golden light landed in Xia Tian's hand. It was a golden token, engraved with a soaring dragon amidst clouds, accompanied by 3 characters, Qianlong Ling. Then, the veiled woman vanished in a flash, leaving behind her words. Prince of the Wilderness, I am entrusted to bring these children to you. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We shall meet again in the vast wilderness. As her voice faded, the graceful figure disappeared without a trace. Xia Tian's eyes brimmed with regret as he murmured, If I cannot reach the great wilderness, I will not see you again. Why do you gamble on my survival to reach the great wilderness? Are you one of the Qianlong Society? The wind howled, offering no answer. What purpose does the Qianlong Society have in sending this group of youths? The wind remained silent. At this moment, as summer approached, Xiaobai leaned forward and presented a booklet. Your Highness, this is the roster of the orphans of the Qianlong Society. It contains information about this group of orphans. We will verify their identities according to the roster. Those who cannot provide accurate answers will be identified as infiltrators. However, these individuals have grown up together, and if an outsider were to infiltrate, they would certainly notice. Xia Tian accepted the roster with narrowed eyes. Xiaobai, so you are also affiliated with the Qianlong Society? Xiaobai shook her head earnestly. No. However, I am a servant of the Grand Princess, and I entered the palace to serve you. But I am not one of the Qianlong Society members. I simply know some details about them. The Grand Princess has merely asked me to relay some information. The Grand Princess that Xiaobai referred to was Qin Guifei, Xia Tian's mother, and a former Grand Princess of the previous dynasty. Xia Tian glanced at Xiaobai's slender form. To serve me, you have severed your lineage and become a eunuch in the palace? That is rather cruel. Xiaobai covered her mouth and chuckled. Your Highness, some matters are willingly chosen by me. This smile held a hint of charm. Xiaobai, with her delicate features and lack of an Adam's apple, appeared as a playful and sprightly maiden. Throughout history, eunuchs in royal courts have been categorized into 2 types, those who were castrated before puberty and thus never developed facial hair or an Adam's apple, and those who underwent the procedure after development, who would exhibit a prominent Adam's apple. Based on Xiaobai's age when she entered the palace, she belonged to the first category. Seeing Xiaobai's modestly flat chest, devoid of feminine attributes, Xia Tian felt reassured. "Xiaobai, did my mother arrange for you to accompany me?" Xiaobai shook her head again. "No. I have made certain agreements with the Grand Princess that allow me not to follow you to the great wilderness. Therefore, my following you is entirely voluntary." Xia Tian felt much more at ease and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "You must have a rather extraordinary status to negotiate with my mother, correct?" Xiaobai smiled mysteriously, revealing her small canine teeth, and shifted the topic. "Your Highness, let us commence the verification of the orphans from the Qianlong Society." Xia Tian did not press further. "Who, then, is that mysterious masked woman?" Xiaobai shook her head. "I do not know. I only know that there will be individuals bringing a batch of orphans from the Qianlong Society to accompany you to the Great Wilderness, contributing to your endeavors in the Marquisate of the Great Wilderness." Xia Tian, intrigued, asked, "Xiaobai, what kind of individuals are there within the Qianlong Society?" Xiaobai pondered. "As far as I know, the members of the Qianlong Society are quite enigmatic. Some skilled practitioners cultivate their power in the mountains, while others recruit members in the marketplace. The parents of these orphans at the city walls are core members of the Qianlong Society. Their enmity with the Great Xia Court runs deep, making them ideal candidates to be nurtured by your Highness as a foundation, for they have no other support but you. Only you can protect them." Xia Tian spoke solemnly. "Lu Shu, open the fortress gates and verify them one by one. We must be cautious. We absolutely cannot allow infiltrators to mix in." "Understood. Xiaobai, you shall accompany me for the verification." "Yes." Lu Shu, with a steady demeanor, took the roster and proceeded with Xiaobai to the fortress gates to receive the individuals. Both Lu Shu and Gao Fei were not surprised by Xia Tian's status as the young master of the Qianlong Society. The legend of the favored concubine, Qin, as the leader of the Hidden Dragon Society, has long circulated through both the court and the common folk. Now, it has merely been substantiated. For them, the greater the power held by their lord, the higher their chances of survival. Thus, this is indeed a momentous occasion. As for whether the Hidden Dragon Society opposes the Great Xia Court, does it truly matter? Presently, they are marked for death by the Crown Prince. Should he ascend the throne, their desire for survival would inevitably lead them to defy the Great Xia Court. At this moment, Gao Fei gazed down at the thinly clad youths trembling from the cold and spoke with a perplexed expression. "My lord, I have observed for quite some time, and I cannot shake the feeling that the Hidden Dragon Society has ulterior motives in sending these youths here." "Oh?" Xia Tian inquired, intrigued. "Then, my esteemed commander, what do you believe is their purpose?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Gao Fei's eyes as he replied with conviction, "My lord, look at these youths. They are gaunt and ragged, lacking even proper clothing to keep warm. They must be perpetually hungry and poorly clothed. Therefore, I believe the Hidden Dragon Society has sent them here because they can no longer afford to care for them. As the saying goes, a half-grown lad can impoverish his father. Thus, the Hidden Dragon Society has cast these burdens upon you, my lord." "Indeed, it must be so." Gao Fei commended himself for his astuteness. Ahem. This rationale was so compelling that it caught Xia Tian off guard, nearly causing him to choke. After a few coughs, he recovered and remarked, "You are mistaken. Observe the bulging packages behind these youths. They are large yet light. If I am not mistaken, they contain winter garments." At that moment, at the gates of the fortress, Lu Shu pointed to the lead youth's bundle and asked, "What is inside?" The lead youth replied coldly, "Winter clothing." Lu Shu paused, then examined the lead youth from head to toe, a look of realization dawning upon him. "So that is it. Shimin Ding. Step forward. Where are you from?" "The imperial capital." "What is your father's name?" "Shimin Daqing." Xiaobai smiled faintly. "I know him. It is indeed Shimin Ding." Lu Shu nodded. "Very well." Upon the fortress walls, Gao Fei appeared confused. "My lord, these youths are clearly shivering from the cold. Why do they not wear the winter clothing? Are they masochists?" "Certainly not." Xia Tian felt a surge of joy. The Hidden Dragon Society has made a grand gesture, bestowing such a valuable gift. Gao Fei looked even more bewildered. "Are these youths truly valuable?" Xia Tian solemnly nodded. "Extremely valuable. Take a closer look. What else can you discern?" Gao Fei collected his thoughts and scrutinized the youths below the fortress. As a well-versed son of a general, he was confident he could uncover the truth. Upon closer inspection, he noted that although the youths were trembling from the cold, their faces pale and appearing weak. There was a brightness in their eyes, sharp as that of an eagle. Their backs were slightly hunched, and their muscles were taut, reminiscent of leopards ready to pounce. A subtle, untamed spirit seemed to emanate from this group of youths. At this moment, if one were to describe the sight before him, Gao Fei felt that these youths resembled strong bows, perpetually poised to unleash lethal arrows. No, they were more akin to unsheathed, razor-sharp swords. The secrets lay concealed within their very beings, elusive to the untrained eye. Gao Fei recalled certain legends, his gaze illuminating with realization. They were assassins, trained in the ancient art of concealed swordsmanship. At that moment, a voice drifted to Xia Tian's ear. Indeed, they are assassins trained in the ancient art of concealed swordsmanship. These youths, possessing bones that are 1 in 10,000, though yet to cultivate true energy, have established a solid foundation in martial arts. With a touch of refinement and honing, they shall blossom into prodigious warriors, destined to become formidable forces in the realm of martial arts. Moreover, when they conceal their remaining brilliance and appear as ordinary youths, they become like sheathed swords, their true nature nearly impossible to discern. Soon after, Sima Lan approached, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects. Sima Ge, the bodyguard, stood behind her. We greet you, Your Highness. No need for excessive formalities. Xia Tian smiled warmly. Lan'er, I discerned their rigorous training and their aura reminiscent of the assassins of the Sima household, hence my conjecture regarding their identities as assassins. However, I am unfamiliar with the term concealed sword assassins. Could you enlighten me? Sima Lan gently spoke. According to ancient records, there are 3 types of assassins. The first type, ordinary assassins, are coerced or lured into serving their masters, capable of being used to kill or protect their masters. The second type, elite assassins, are nurtured from a young age and trained to serve as devoted slaves, willingly sacrificing themselves for their masters. Most of the assassins in our Sima household belong to this category. At this juncture, Sima Gu interjected, visibly displeased. Miss, I am not that kind of assassin. Ha ha ha. Sima Lan replied with a playful smile. Little Gu is certainly unique. Our bond is akin to that of sisters. Only then did Sima Gu display a look of relief. Miss, I am merely your maid, and must adhere to the rules of the household. Sima Lan playfully shot her a glare. Is this not what you wish to hear? Speak of it, and you'll feign offense. Are you seeking punishment? Sima Gu shrank her neck, a look of trepidation on her face. I beseech you, miss, to show mercy. The 2 enchanting beauties exchanged banter, adding a delightful flair to the atmosphere. Ahem. Xia Tian cleared his throat a few times, steering the conversation back on track. Lan'er. What about the third type of assassin? Sima Lan's expression turned serious. The third type is the king of assassins, known as concealed sword assassins. These assassins are aware of their identities from birth, knowing their ultimate fate is to die for their master. They perceive this as a matter of course, a supreme honor, and their mission in this world. Their existence is solely for their master. When they die, it is for their master. Although they live, their souls belong to their master, rendering them as good as dead. Thus, they can face death without fear. They can accomplish tasks that ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of. Xia Tian gazed down at the youths below the city walls. So, the concealed sword assassins are, in essence, mentally deceased from the moment of their birth. Sima Lan nodded, acknowledging the prince's astuteness. Indeed, such is the case. As they mature, they shall seek various masters to acquire diverse skills, preparing them for the myriad tasks ahead. They will immerse themselves in literature, aspiring to possess the scholarly prowess of a top scholar, destined to become either a learned gentleman or a court official in their future endeavors. They will also engage in martial training, each one required to be a prodigy in combat, destined to take on roles such as a chivalrous hero, a clandestine assassin, or a ruthless bandit. Furthermore, they will learn the art of agriculture, becoming adept farmers, capable of blending seamlessly into their surroundings when the time comes, perhaps assuming the guise of an elderly peasant. The hidden sword assassins, aside from their scholarly and martial pursuits, each must emerge as a paragon of excellence within a chosen trade, thus qualifying them for the meticulous nurturing bestowed upon them by their masters, who invest immeasurable resources in their development. Xia Tianxing's eyes sparkled with realization, in essence. The hidden sword assassins are indeed the most elite of killers. Sima Lan concurred. The prince's assertion holds merit. As guardians of their masters, they are the strongest of warriors. When tasked with assassination, they are the most formidable of assassins. The prowess of the hidden sword assassins stems not only from their extraordinary innate talents, but also from enduring the rigors of life and death trials, honing both their minds and bodies to perfection, much like an exquisite sword, which must endure countless forges to attain its unrivaled sharpness. Presently, they forego warm attire, traversing the snowy landscape clad in thin garments, subjecting themselves to the harshness of winter as a means of fortifying their flesh and strengthening their resolve. If they survive this icy crucible, it is highly probable that they shall not succumb to the cold in the future. This marked my first encounter with the hidden sword assassins and their method of self-discipline, which undoubtedly leaves one in awe. Xia Tian nodded, recognizing that these brutal extreme training regimens are designed to awaken the latent potential within the hidden sword assassins. As long as they endure and emerge unscathed, their physical limits shall transform. In the era of Huaxia, some of the most elite special forces underwent similar extreme physical training. However, in that age, those unable to withstand the strain could simply withdraw. Here, however, physical failure equates to death, a far more merciless reality. At this moment, Sima Lan's beautiful eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Congratulations to the prince. Although these 100 youths have yet to complete their training as hidden sword assassins and are not yet the kings of assassins, once they do, they will provide unparalleled strength to the prince. Should they all reach their potential, the entire realm shall tremble before the prince. Sima Lan spoke with utmost sincerity. There exists a saying in this land: 1,000 slaves are easily acquired, but a single hidden sword assassins is hard to find. This implies that while one may readily obtain 1,000 robust servants, training a singular hidden sword assassin is a formidable challenge. As the two conversed, they descended the city wall, arriving at the fort's entrance. At that moment, Lu Shu turned and bowed. Your Highness, the verification of the data is complete. There are precisely 100 individuals, without error. Suddenly, all 100 youths turned to Xia Tian, imprinting his figure in their minds, and simultaneously knelt in the snow, clasping their fists. We pay our respects to the young master. Their voices resonated with boundless fervor. We come at the behest of the old master to pledge our lives to the young master. Outside the fort, the snow accumulated on the peach trees cascaded down in a flurry. In her enchanting gaze, Sima Lan murmured, once the hidden sword is drawn, the world will be astonished. This journey is bound to become most intriguing. Your Highness, what stratagems will you unveil next? Chapter 25. The futility of life and death. The old master spoken of by the hidden sword warriors refers to the grand princess of the previous dynasty, the mother of Xia Tian and the current favored consort of the Qin dynasty. 100 hidden sword warriors, each proficient in myriad skills, are rare talents indeed. By entrusting this formidable group to Xia Tian, the Qin consort effectively bequeaths the foundational essence of the Qianlong society to him, thus establishing his true cadre. The Qin consort, a mother who loves her son selflessly. Xia Tian gazed toward the imperial palace and murmured, Mother, please take care. Wait for your son to resolve matters in the great wilderness before I come to bring you to a life of comfort. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for excessive formalities, please rise. Yes. The young hidden sword warriors complied without hesitation, standing upright, their gazes fixed ahead, awaiting Xia Tian's command. Xia Tian approached the leader of the group. What is your name? The leader responded coldly, reporting to my master, I am Zhang Yi. My former name is no longer of consequence. From now on, I shall be known solely as Zhang Yi. A hint of curiosity tugged at the corners of Xia Tian's mouth. Why do you not refer to me as young master? Zhang Yi, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, Because the old master decreed that from the moment we met you, you are our one and only master. We heed your every command and exist solely to serve you. Xia Tian furrowed his brow. Why must you die for me? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi answered, The hidden sword warriors can only fulfill their mission by dying for their master. Xia Tian's frown deepened as he probed. What if I were to order you to die right now? In a swift motion, Zhang Yi produced a small package. His demeanor earnest, Master, this contains poison. Upon ingestion, it will seal my throat upon drawing blood. If you wish for Zhang Yi to perish from poison, I shall consume it immediately. At that moment, Zhang Yi's face radiated an expression of fervent devotion, his eyes ablaze, as though dying at the behest of Xia Tian would fulfill his utmost desire. Xia Tian shook his head. No need for poison. Zhang Yi's hands moved, and the poison vanished as if by magic. A sharp short sword emerged from his sleeve, landing in his grasp. Master, this ancient sword, named Blood Dragon, was bestowed upon me by the old master. It is capable of severing my throat with ease. I would die instantly. Xia Tian extended his hand. Let me see it. Yes. Zhang Yi respectfully presented the blood dragon sword to his master. Please examine it, master. This blade is remarkably sharp and will ensure that Zhang Yi meets his end without suffering. Xia Tian took the blood dragon's sword in silence. Observing its length of merely 1 foot, the blade adorned with dense dragon scale patterns. Upon closer inspection, each half-moon imprint bore the marks of hammering, uniform in depth and texture, showcasing the artisan's unparalleled mastery over his craft. Though forged of iron, it appeared akin to refined steel, its edge astonishingly sharp, emanating an aura of chill. Reflecting thoughtfully, Xia Tian returned the short sword and inquired, "What is your specialty?" "Forging." Zhang Yi answered without hesitation, revealing, "I am a disciple of the ancient craft of swordsmithing, skilled in forging swords as well as various weapons and agricultural tools. Provided there are blueprints, I can forge them all." In the gentle warmth of summer, a voice spoke, "Sheath your sword. Do you possess other methods of self-destruction?" The short sword vanished into the depths of the sleeve, only for a sinewy cord to materialize in hand. "Master, I could also hang myself, ensuring your eyes remain untainted. In truth, should the master so desire, I could bite my tongue to demise, dash against a wall, leap from a precipice, or pierce myself with a branch," Zhang Yi stated with utmost seriousness. The assassins trained in the art of concealed blades possess myriad means to extinguish others, and equally numerous ways to end their own existence. Once trained, they become not only the finest of assassins, but also the most adept spies. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Summer felt a shiver run down his spine and firmly instructed, "Zhang Yi, heed my words. From now on, without my command, you are absolutely forbidden to die. Stay with me, and you must live well. The journey of life encompasses more than mere death. One must also savor the essence of existence." Zhang Yi remained cold and replied, "Master, the meaning of my life is to die for you. This is an order." "Yes." Zhang Yi's tone bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, resembling merely a puppet with flesh. The indoctrination of the concealed blade assassins indeed possessed a certain rigor. At that moment, Summer exhaled deeply, commanding, "I order all of you. In the future, without my command, you are not permitted to die. Stay with me and live well." "Yes." The gathered assassins knelt once more, paying homage. "We shall faithfully obey our master's command." They lifted their heads, gazing deeply at Summer, as if a mysterious warmth brewed within their chests, poised to unleash an unparalleled strength at any moment. Their new master differed entirely from the old one. The previous master nurtured them for a day when their deaths would hold value, whereas the new master urged them to thrive. Why did their thoughts diverge so starkly? If they were to live on, could they still be deemed assassins? For the first time, Zhang Yi and the other concealed blade youths found themselves ensnared in confusion regarding life and death. "Rise." "Yes." "Are you undergoing extreme cold resistance training?" "Yes." "And for how much longer?" 10 days. "Zhang Yi, are you leading the training now?" "Yes." "What of your instructors?" "They have perished." Summer blinked in surprise. "How did they die?" "During this extreme cold resistance training, we encountered the most severe blizzard in history, and our masters succumbed to the freezing temperatures." Summer found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, hounds must perish upon the mountain, and generals are bound to fall in battle. However, what intrigued him more was, how had they managed to survive? Zhang Yi replied, "Our masters said that our will is more resolute than theirs, our vitality robust, and our inner fire ablaze. Thus we endured. Whereas they, having aged, found their vitality waning, their minds cluttered with distractions, and their inner fire gradually extinguished, leading to their demise." Zhang Yi's tone remained undisturbed, as if life and death held no weight in his heart. At this moment, Summer felt a profound shock. The concealed blade assassins were indeed unlike ordinary individuals. These young assassins were truly worthy of cultivation, since their lives are intertwined with their own fates, protecting their lord, the prince. Let us bestow upon them a life unlike any other, where they mutually achieve greatness and support each other through the harshest winters of existence. Xia Tian, with a flicker of her gaze, instructed, "Arrange a life for them, ensuring that all resources required for their training are procured by any means necessary. At once." Xiaobai acknowledged the command, turning to shout, "Song Yi in the lead," followed by Tsang Er to Tsang Yibai. "Line up to enter the fortress and collect supplies." "Understood." Xia Tian then turned to Lu Shu. "Yes. Integrate them into the personal guard unit, forming a 100-man team under my direct command, with Tsang Yi as the captain." "Yes." Meanwhile, Sima Lan had been quietly observing and finally spoke up. Xiaogu, how do these Songjian assassins compare to you? Chapter 26. The injury of Hua Wujian. Sima Ji's expression darkened. Miss, why bring up such matters? While these Songjian youths are currently weaker than us, once they cultivate their inner energy, their progress will be astonishing, and we will be no match for them. Sima Lan, intrigued, inquired, Xiaogu, if these Songjian youths are indeed exceptional talents, why have they not yet cultivated their inner energy? Gazing at the long line entering the fortress, Sima Gu replied solemnly, Miss, they could have long since breached the boundaries of martial arts to cultivate inner energy. However, they are deliberately honing their bodies to perfection, intending to unleash a formidable inner energy upon breaking through. Their goal is mastery. I see. Sima Lan's eyes sparkled with understanding that Songjian assassins indeed tread an uncommon path. Suddenly, Sima Gu chuckled. Miss, I was initially concerned that the 100 cavalrymen, while capable of charging into battle, might struggle against bandits in the mountains. Now, with these half-trained Songjian assassins, if the killers and bandits come at them without understanding, they likely won't know how they met their demise. A knowing smile graced Sima Lan's lips. Let them come. Indeed. Sima Gu nodded vigorously, Miss. The Crown Prince has long coveted your beauty and has committed many vile acts. Now, I am eager to witness his furious demeanor in the Eastern Palace and hear his exasperated voice. Sima Lan lightly tapped Sima Ji's forehead. Mischievous. The prince is still present. Do not risk rudeness. Ahem ahem. Xia Tian coughed lightly. This prince has heard nothing. Sima Ji's eyes sparkled mischievously as he deliberately asked loudly, Miss, should we inform the Lord about the 100 Songjian assassins through a secret letter? Xia Tian gazed at Sima Lan, finding her beauty captivating. But what would she decide? Sima Lan met Xia Tian's gaze, their eyes communicating unspoken words. Suddenly, Sima Lan's face flushed. No need. The Songjian assassins are the prince's trump card. Only by taking the enemy by surprise can we secure victory. If we inform my father, it risks leaking this secret. Xiaogu issued a command for silence, declaring that any leakers would be dealt with according to family rules. Sima Ji's expression turned solemn. Yes, the driver was also a loyal warrior of the estate, two among them being the master's spies. How shall we handle them? Sima Lan turned to leave. Have them come to see me. I will manage it personally. Yes. Summer smiled gently. Lana, you have worked hard. Sima Lan paused briefly. You have arranged for archers outside the fortress, haven't you? If my people venture out, will they be shot to pieces? Summer remained non-committal. What do you think? Sima Lan smiled faintly and strode away. If I were in your position, I would do the same. A spark of intrigue flickered in Summer's eyes. In the future, when you are in charge, I shall have no worries. Sima Lan did not respond. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her heart racing with the flutters of a fawn. Was the prince confessing his feelings? Nightfall was not lengthy. Soon after, light pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire fortress. The wind howled. Snow began to fall. The team of the Marquis of the Wilderness slowly exited the fortress gates, continuing their journey toward the great wilderness state, moving at a measured pace. What differed this time was the addition of 100 magnificent steeds, with injured soldiers riding and running alongside to protect the convoy. Another distinction was that beside each carriage, next to the driver, stood a slender, serene youth. Summer commanded from his mount. Gao Fei, ascertain the situation of the bandit stronghold ahead. We must uphold justice and eliminate the bandit threat from the capital to the great wilderness state, restoring peace to this road. Yes, Lu Shu, based on the intelligence gathered, prepared the anti-bandit strategy. Yes, the sound of hooves resounded as Gao Fei led 10 cavalrymen into the snow, while Lu Shu stayed at the forefront of the convoy, awaiting further reconnaissance to formulate plans. The Marquis' campaign against the bandits had officially commenced. Before long, a cavalry unit appeared at the gate of the Peach Blossom Fortress, followed by a long procession of carriages adorned with various dragon flags and ceremonial paraphernalia, led by Hua Wujian and Gong Gong Gao. The heavy snow had long concealed the traces of the Marquis' retreat. At that moment, Hua Wujian's keen ears twitched as he detected no sounds from within the fortress. Ha ha! Hua Wujian laughed with delight. Gong Gong Gao, listen. There are no sounds of people or horses within this fortress. It is as silent as an empty shell, indicating that there are no living souls or livestock inside. It suggests that those who resided here last night have all perished. In that case, we need not deliver these ceremonial items. Gong Gong Gao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Commander Hua, is it truly as you say? Absolutely. Hua Wujian confidently flicked his riding whip. Let us venture inside and see. My strategies are infallible. Brothers, forward. Yes. The Imperial Guards surged into the fortress, with Hua Wujin and Gong Gong Gao following closely behind. Then they were left dumbfounded. For behind the great door of the fortress hung the lifeless bodies of 100 black-clad assassins, swaying like dark icicles, sending a chill down their spines. A palpable aura of death pervaded the fortress. This was impossible. Hua Wujin's expression changed drastically. The Prince of Ruin's subordinates only numbered 100 injured soldiers. How could they possess the strength to counterattack against 100 elite assassins? Could it be that the Prince of Ruins is a deity, capable of conjuring soldiers from thin air? Hua Wujin's face darkened severely. What on earth transpired here last night? At that moment, the pallor on the face of Grand Eunuch Gao deepened, his smile taking on a sinister edge. Commander Hua, is this your brilliant strategy? If we do not present the ceremonial platform soon, I fear our heads may be forfeit. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Hua Wujin's eyes. Grand Eunuch Gao, do not be afraid. I trust you are aware that I am affiliated with the Eastern Palace. Even if our platform does not arrive, the Crown Prince will shield us. Even if the Prince of Ruins can evade the calamity at Taohua Fortress, he certainly cannot escape the reapers awaiting him ahead. He cannot elude the terrifying traps laid by His Highness the Crown Prince. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's name, Grand Eunuch Gao could only ask helplessly, Commander Hua, are you truly certain the Crown Prince can eliminate the Prince of Ruins ahead? Hua Wujin brimmed with confidence. I am absolutely certain. It is inevitable. As long as the Prince of Ruins is not a god, he will surely perish within that dreadful trap ahead. Grand Eunuch Gao, trust me just this once. We will trail behind the Prince of Ruins caravan, and we shall wait for the moment to collect their corpses. At that time, these treasures will belong to us. With his heart steeled, Grand Eunuch Gao's eyes sparkled with greed. Commander Hua, what exactly has the Crown Prince arranged ahead? Is it truly a guaranteed kill? Chapter 27. The ancient strategist enters the fray. Hua Wujin nodded vigorously. I assure you, no one can escape the hunting trap ahead. Even a master would meet their demise. Grand Eunuch Gao's heart settled. Well then, we shall heed Commander Hua's counsel. I will report to the palace that heavy snow hampers our pursuit. As long as we can delay until the Prince of Ruins is dead, we shall be victorious. Ha. Hua Wujin laughed heartily. Winking playfully, Grand Eunuch Gao is indeed my ally. Here, enjoy this fine wine bestowed by the Crown Prince, a sip to warm your spirit. Grand Eunuch Gao's eyes lit up. Then I shall express my gratitude to His Highness and Commander Hua. Hua Wujin took out the wine granted by the Crown Prince, indicating his intention to absorb him into the Crown Prince's faction. The Crown Prince is the future emperor of the Great Xia. Grand Eunuch Gao had long desired to attach himself to this promising figure, but had found no opportunity, as the Crown Prince did not regard him highly. Now, the chance had finally arrived. Grand Eunuch Gao grasped the silver wine jug and took a hearty swig of the Crown Prince's wine, savoring its exquisite flavor. Hua Wujin waved his hand, summoned someone to scout ahead and ascertain the whereabouts of the Prince of Ruins caravan. This time, regardless of the severity of the wind and snow, you must keep a close watch. I wish to see how the Prince of Ruins meets his end. Yes, a team of scouts from the palace rode forth to pursue. Subsequently, the team from the palace exited the fortress, entered the official road, and proceeded slowly, continuing to present the ceremonial platform. At this moment, within the Sima Prime Minister's residence, Sima Jian sat upright in his study, engrossed in an ancient tome. Suddenly, the coachman, a robust figure known as 18, entered the study and respectfully announced, Master, the convoy of Prince Huangzhou departed from the fortress this morning, continuing towards the great Huangzhou. Our men are present. The second miss is unharmed, and the prince is safe. Oh, Sima Jian set down the ancient tome he had been perusing, his brow arching in curiosity. Had there been no reports from the two spies within Xiaolon's entourage? The coachman 18 wore a perplexed expression. None. Our men passed through the convoy and clearly observed the signal, yet they walked by without a glance. Sima Jian chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Interesting indeed. What clandestine occurrences transpired within the fortress last night? As the Prime Minister of the Great Xia, Sima Jian's intellect was not to be underestimated. 18 continued, Master. After the prince's convoy left, our men infiltrated the Peach Blossom Fortress and discovered that the assassins dispatched by the Crown Prince had perished. Their bodies were hanging in the loft of the fortress. Sima Jian's interest was piqued. What weapons were responsible for their demise? 18 shook his head, his confusion evident. Our team examined the corpses of the assassins and found numerous arrow wounds, knife cuts, sword slashes, burns, and scalds. Their bodies were so mangled they were scarcely human. While our men are quite proficient in forensic examination, they could not ascertain the true cause of death for these black-clad assassins. Furthermore, upon examination, it was revealed that these assassins were at least third-rate martial artists, elite members of some assassin organization. The injuries they sustained were not inflicted by the hands of our Sima family's diehards, indicating that our men did not engage in battle. The curiosity in Sima Jian's gaze intensified. This becomes even more intriguing. The prince has only 100 injured soldiers at his side. And aside from Lu Shu and Gao Fei, who are third-rate martial artists, the rest are merely ordinary warriors. How could they possibly have turned the tables on a group of elite martial artists? 18 shook his head. Master, I cannot fathom. However, the prince must possess a secret weapon capable of slaying martial artists. To conceal the true cause of death of the black-clad assassins, they must have resorted to obliterating the evidence. Sima Jian nodded thoughtfully. From this, we can infer that the prince does not wish for others to learn of his secret weapon. Therefore, he requested Xiaolan to maintain silence. This would also explain why the spies around Xiaolan have been silenced and have failed to relay any news. Indeed, 18 bowed and stated, I will instruct our brethren to keep a close watch on the Huangzhou Prince's party and uncover the secrets therein. Sima Jian remained noncommittal. You may proceed. Yes. 18 exited the study with great haste, eager to uncover the truth. What secrets did the Huangzhou Prince's entourage hold? Within the study, Sima Jian's gaze grew increasingly luminous. Prince Huang, how did you accomplish this? What transpired last night at the Peach Blossom Fortress? At that moment, a graceful young woman entered the room. Father, this young lady bore striking resemblance to Sima Lan, being none other than Sima Mei, the legitimate daughter of the Sima family. If Sima Lan was the exquisite orchid blooming in a secluded valley, then Sima Mei was akin to a freshly blossomed, resplendent rose, vibrant and fragrant. Sima Jian smiled gently. Mayor, what brings you to seek your father? Sima Mei pouted her cherry lips and directly expressed her intention. Father, I refuse to marry that useless prince. Sima Jian was taken aback. Mayor, the prince is the future emperor of the Great Xia. If you marry him, you will become the empress. Even if the prince's character is lacking, is it not a privilege to be the empress of Great Xia? Sima Mei lightly bit her red lips. Her face filled with reluctance. Father, the tale of the prince being frightened to the point of losing control by the wild prince has spread throughout the capital. Can such a prince truly ascend to the throne of Great Xia? She had heard that apart from the wild prince, the other 7 princes were secretly training their armies in their respective territories, as if all were vying for the throne. Sima Jian furrowed his brow. Who told you that? The streets of the capital buzzed with rumors that the emperor's throne rotates, and any dragon offspring could claim it. At that moment, a blank sheet of paper silently fluttered down from the beam, landing in Sima Jian's hands, inscribed with 3 characters, Hidden Dragon Society. Sima Jian's brow relaxed. It seems those hidden strategists from the previous dynasty have begun to make their moves. Sima Mei's eyes brightened. Does father mean that someone is subtly diverting the attention of the Great Xia court, shifting focus from the wild prince to the other princes, thereby alleviating the pressure on the wild prince? Sima Jian nodded with a smile. People say your second sister is the most talented woman in the capital. Yet they do not know that my mayor possesses wisdom and insight that is equally remarkable, rare in the world. Sima Mei blinked her beautiful eyes, tentatively asking, Father, since my second sister has chosen to accompany the wild prince, it must be because he can help her achieve her dream of freedom, right? Sima Jian remained noncommittal. Sima Mei suddenly realized. Then the wild prince's foolishness is merely an act? Indeed. Sima Mei appeared relieved. All along, in matters of courtship, my second sister has held herself in high regard, looking down upon those so-called princes and talented individuals from various nations. Now, she has taken an interest in a legendary useless prince. Father, what charm does the wild prince possess? Sima Jian raised an eyebrow before parting. I inquired about the wild prince's ambitions. Mayor, would you like to hear? At that moment, curiosity filled Sima Mei's heart. Yes. Sima Jian spoke solemnly. Listen well. His ambition is to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to create a destiny for the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to open peace for all future generations. Boom. Sima Mei's soul was stirred, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance, her chest rising and falling. As she murmured with fervor, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to create a destiny for the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to open peace for all future generations. Such grand aspirations, a sage-like demeanor, such an extraordinary man, Mayor, truly wishes to meet him. Suddenly, a powerful internal energy surged forth from within her, bursting forth from every pore. Father, I wish to go protect my second sister. Chapter 28. What happened last night? Sima Jian's eyes were filled with surprise. Mayor, you have broken through. Sima Mei wore a proud expression. Yes, father, I have finally transcended into that realm. You can rest assured and let me go protect Xiaolon. Sima Jian's eyes widened in shock. Nonsense. Although the emperor has yet to issue an edict for your marriage to the prince. Everyone knows that the prince is eager to wed you and is actively facilitating this matter. The ministers who are attached to the Eastern Palace undoubtedly welcome this development and have been actively promoting it. Thus, it is almost certain that the emperor is about to issue a decree for marriage. Humph. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Sima Meifeng's eyes. It is well known that the crown prince is lecherous. He is drawn to the beauty of myself and my second sister, and in doing so, he aims to leverage the Sima family to solidify his position as crown prince. We are merely tools in his quest for the throne. Father, do you truly hold him in high regard? Sima Jian's expression remained impassive. Do you think I have a choice? Sima Mei's eyes brightened. I understand, father. With that, Sima Mei turned to leave the study. Calling back, you are a minister of the Xia family, hence you have no choice. But I do. If there is fault, it lies with me alone, and has nothing to do with the Sima family. Sima Jian gazed blankly at his daughter's retreating figure, a smile of comfort finally gracing his lips. If only you and Lan'er were sons, the world could be yours to contend for. Alas, Bai Ji, relay the order to the hidden guards. Do not obstruct the young lady from leaving home. Understood. A voice responded from the rooftop. Command the hidden guards to ensure the young lady's safety. Yes. Sima Jian then murmured, Meyer, do you seek the same freedom as your sister in your departure? Outside. The wind and snow began to stir, as if responding to the chancellor's query. Unfortunately, the whispers of the wind are often unclear. Shortly thereafter, the steward of the residence rushed into the study in a flurry, presenting a piece of paper. Master, it is bad news. The young lady has run away from home. Sima Jian unfolded the paper, which bore the words, This world is vast. I wish to venture out and see it. Unfilial daughter, Sima Mei. Sima Jian's expression was inscrutable as he raised an eyebrow. Do not panic. Spread this note and the news of the young lady's departure throughout the imperial capital. The steward's eyes brightened, regaining his composure. He respectfully exited the study. Yes. Within the hour, it shall echo throughout the capital. In the imperial palace, within the royal study, a small stove sat at the center, boiling water to dispel the chill in the room. After completing his reviews of memorials, Emperor Xia set down his brush and inquired towards the door. Old fellow, is there any news from Little Nine? The old eunuch promptly replied, Your Majesty. Due to the inclement weather, the caravan of the Prince of the Wilderness did not travel far yesterday and spent the night at Taowawu outside the capital. This morning, they have successfully departed from Taowawu Fortress and continue towards the Great Wilderness Prefecture. Oh, the Emperor's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Did nothing occur at Taowawu Fortress last night? Suddenly, thud. The old eunuch knelt in apology. Your Majesty, I am incompetent. Please punish me. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Speak. What happened? Yes. The old eunuch, still kneeling, recounted. Yesterday morning, when the Prince of the Wilderness left the city to retrieve the injured soldiers sent by the Crown Prince, I dispatched spies from the Royal City Division to follow him. However, they were inexplicably knocked unconscious at the city gate. Last night, another group of spies from the Royal City Division, lurking outside Taowawu Fortress, were all silenced. Therefore, we are completely unaware of what transpired at Taowawu Fortress last night. This morning, another scout infiltrated the dock fortress after the reckless prince departed. Discovering the lifeless bodies of 100 black-clad assassins hanging in the loft, their bodies marred with wounds, rendered unrecognizable. The Imperial City Division has ascertained that these 100 assassins were no less than third-rate martial artists, notorious killers renowned in the martial world, now serving the prince. According to the Imperial City Division's conjecture, last night, the prince's men attempted an assault but were countered and slain by the reckless prince. What? The Summer Emperor expressed mild astonishment. Little Nine led 100 injured soldiers to turn the tables on 100 martial assassins? The old eunuch affirmed. The reckless prince and his convoy departed unscathed today, while the prince's men perished entirely within the dock fortress. Thus, I stake my head as a guarantee that it was the prince who faced defeat. The Summer Emperor's eyes brimmed with questions. How did Little Nine accomplish this? The old eunuch shook his head. The scouts of the Imperial City Division were killed. I am also unaware, Your Majesty. Suddenly, the Summer Emperor's gaze darkened with a chilling intensity. The prince dares to slay the scouts of the Imperial City Division, rendering me blind and deaf. What audacity! The old eunuch hesitated. Your Majesty, there is yet no evidence to link these two incidents to the prince. Humph. The Summer Emperor coldly interrupted. The prince feigns compliance, dispatching 100 injured soldiers to Little Nine, not wishing the world to know. Thus, he sent men to incapacitate the scouts at the city gate. In the Peach Blossom Dock Fortress, the prince, intent on assassinating Little Nine, naturally sought to eliminate the surrounding scouts. Hence he struck against the scouts of the Imperial City Division once more. The prince now dares to act against the men of the Imperial City Division. Does he wish to blind my eyes and deafen my ears? This scoundrel is utterly lawless. The old eunuch blinked, cautiously inquiring, Your Majesty, shall we summon the prince to the Imperial study for an explanation? The Summer Emperor shook his head. No need. Convey my edict. The prince has recently failed to manage the snow disaster, resulting in countless deaths among the populace in the northern territories. He is to remain confined at home for introspection and to ponder solutions for the snow disaster. Without my command, he is forbidden from stepping outside the Eastern Palace. Understood. The old eunuch grasped the intent. Regardless of the prince's involvement in these incidents, the emperor resolved to reprimand him. The prince's ineptitude in managing the snow disaster provided ample grounds for such a rebuke. To fabricate a charge is but a trivial matter. However, the old eunuch puzzled over why the emperor, who seemingly wished to utilize the prince to eliminate the reckless prince, would confine him at this critical juncture. The emperor's mind is truly inscrutable. Is there anything else to report? The old eunuch pondered. Your Majesty, there is another peculiar matter. The legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Sima, Sima Mei, has run away from home, claiming she wishes to see the world. A cryptic smile played on the Summer Emperor's lips. Interesting. What schemes does that old fox? Sima Jian, harbor? Reassign the elite of the Imperial City Division to keep watch over Little Nine and his entourage. Should anything arise, report promptly. Yes. The old eunuch hastily departed. The Summer Emperor then murmured to himself. It appears that some substantial prey has taken the bait. The lure must not perish just yet. At the prince's residence, the prince was in the hall, furiously smashing various precious ornaments, his face twisted in rage as he screamed. Speak. How could 100 martial assassins be turned upon by 100 injured soldiers? You assured me there would be no missteps. Come forth and inform this prince of what transpired yesterday at Taowawu Fort. Does Xia Tian possess demonic powers? Great sage. If you fail to provide this palace with a satisfactory explanation, I shall strip you bare right here. At that moment, a striking figure emerged in the hall. Speaking with deliberate calmness, Your Highness, please temper your rage. The assassination plan last night was hastily arranged, hence its failure. However, I have now laid an intricate trap along the route of Prince Huang. This time he shall not escape his fate. The prince glared fiercely. What if it fails again? With unwavering confidence, the striking figure replied, Then I shall offer my own body to you, Your Highness. Victory is assured this time. Trust me. Chapter 29. The Prince's Wrath Overnight. The capital was abuzz with intriguing rumors. The first hot topic. The prince had been placed under house arrest due to his inadequate management of the snow disaster. The second. The 7 great princes were secretly training their armies in their fiefs, harboring ambitions to contest the imperial throne against the prince. The third. The legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Sima, Sima Mei, had fled her home, declaring a shocking sentiment that spread like wildfire throughout the capital. The world is vast, and I wish to see it. In an instant, Sima Mei eclipsed her sister Sima Lan, emerging as the idol of young women and housewives in the capital. In this era, women were often regarded as mere appendages to men. Women from ordinary families toiled for survival, often seen as rural peasants. Yet many could still make appearances without facing societal reproach. Conversely, the women within the royal palace and the households of officials lived in stark contrast. Though they lacked for nothing and appeared to live in splendor, they were often akin to caged canaries, confined to their quarters, bound by the strictures of feminine virtue, trapped in a narrow existence until death. Any deviation from societal norms would brand them as wayward women. Thus, Sima Mei's decision to leave home, regardless of whether it was to elope with a man, made her a target of public scorn. Her reputation swiftly shifted from that of a refined lady to that of a rebellious girl. Consequently, such a woman, deemed lacking in virtue, was unworthy of the prince. She was even less deserving of the title of princess or the role of a future matriarch. Before the gates of the prince's residence, The Imperial guards had set up checkpoints, barring anyone from entering or exiting. With a thunderous crash, the prince raged, smashing objects in the hall. Waves of disheartening news flooded into the residence, crashing against his heart like relentless tides, threatening to shatter his composure. Why? Why am I being confined? The prince, his hair disheveled, seized a nearby maid, demanding, "Speak. Does that old man not wish to use me to eliminate that detestable old fool? Why, at this critical juncture? Am I being restrained? What does it mean?" The maid trembled in fear, resembling a helpless lamb. "Your Highness, I do not know." At that moment, a middle-aged eunuch hurriedly entered the hall, unfazed by the scene before him. "Your Highness, Miss Sima Mei from the Sima residence has run away." "What?" The crown prince, with a fierce expression, cast aside his disheveled hair and exclaimed madly, "She has fled? She is to be the future crown princess, the future empress. Why would she run away? I, the illustrious and formidable one, possess the innate qualities of an emperor. What could possibly make her look down upon me?" The middle-aged eunuch remained silent. Although the prince was the heir apparent, the term illustrious and formidable seemed ill-suited for him. The prince continued to shout in a frenzy. "That despicable old scholar has abducted her sister, and now she has also left home. Could it be that she has taken a liking to that loathsome old scholar? What on earth is so appealing about him? You wretched woman, tell me, what merits does he possess?" With a snap, the prince's face contorted like a venomous serpent as he struck the maidservant on the head, demanding, "Tell me, what does that old scholar have that I lack?" The maid's skull shattered, blood and flesh scattering, her eyes closing as she breathed her last. Curse be it, the prince had killed the maidservant, and the brutal energy within him seemed to find release. "That old scholar shall not have a place to rest in death this time. Just wait. I will surely kill you." Meanwhile, the caravan of the Prince of the Wilds progressed slowly through the snow. In the midst of the convoy, 3 newly modified carriages could be seen. They appeared rather rudimentary, constructed with coarse wooden beams, wrapped in thick white cloth. Among these 3 carriages, one was designated for the summer's surgical procedures, while the other 2 were specifically for transporting the injured post-surgery. At present, Summer was diligently extracting toxins, reducing inflammation, applying medicine, and bandaging the wounds of the soldiers. In truth, among the injured, it was the old ghost who had suffered the most severe poisoning. The other soldiers' conditions were comparatively easier to manage. Summer first sealed the acupoints of the soldiers with silver needles, then reopened the wounds to expel the toxic blood, applying the antidotal herbs he had prepared before bandaging the injuries. After half a day's effort, 50 veterans with poison wounds had been treated and filled 3 carriages. At this moment, only half of the injured remained with the escort, visibly weakened. One soldier could no longer contain his pain, tears welling in his eyes as he implored, "My lord, be gentle." Summer replied gently, "If I were to be gentler, you would endure an additional hour of agony. Now, I present you with 2 choices. 1. Endure a heavier touch and suffer for 1 less hour. 2. Accept a lighter touch and suffer for 1 more hour." The soldier gritted his teeth and declared, "Then I shall endure your greater effort, my lord." Summer, with a look of compassion, proceeded to act. The old soldier's cries echoed mournfully along the snowy path, "My lord, apply more force." Within the 2 carriages for the injured, laughter erupted among the soldiers, all of whom had previously endured the poison, sharing an unspoken understanding. "The hands of our lord possess great strength. Shout as you will." The injured could not help but respond, "I relish the cries of pain. What of it? Am I to be ashamed? If you disagree, then shout as well." Laughter filled the caravan, and the pain of the wounded seemed to diminish significantly. Even the icy expressions of the sword-wielding youths softened, revealing rare smiles. The guards accompanying their master felt distinctly different from those of others. Traveling alongside these individuals brought a sense of relaxation to their spirits. It was truly delightful. Sima Gu wore a puzzled expression. "Miss, if Prince Huang is not in haste to redress the wounds of the injured soldiers, they could still serve as his protectors. Now, after the redressing, half of them have temporarily lost their combat capabilities. Is this not akin to crippling oneself?" He continued, "If I were Prince Huang, I would prioritize preserving the remaining combat strength of the soldiers and, upon reaching the great wilderness state, tend to their injuries thoroughly. This would surely win their hearts." At this moment, Sima Lan set aside her ancient texts. "Do you believe that Prince Huang's actions are aimed at winning hearts?" she inquired. "Is it not so?" He retorted. "Certainly not." She replied with clarity in her eyes, as if she could see through everything. "He is a sage and a benevolent man. He has always exchanged sincerity for sincerity with his own." Does such a prince even need to win hearts? Sima pondered for a moment. Indeed, he does not. Sima Lan rose and gazed at the white carriage ahead. For these veterans, pain is an unspeakable torment that severely depletes their vitality. Thus, the sooner they receive treatment, the better. The prince is a wise and compassionate leader. How could he bear to watch his people suffer without intervening? This is not about winning hearts, but about empathy. Moreover, by treating the injured now, they will recover by the time they reach the Great Wilderness State, regaining their full combat strength. The Great Wilderness State is a formidable territory. To conquer it, one must be as strong as possible. He is a man of foresight with a long-term vision. Sima understood. Miss, I have underestimated the prince's intentions. Sima Lan smiled gently, revealing two charming dimples. Xiao, he is indeed a captivating young hero. Worthy of admiration and loyalty. Sima Ji's gaze grew complex. Miss, do you truly wish to become the princess of the Great Wilderness State? Sima Lan did not respond, instead smiling cryptically and returning to her reading. Sima hesitated, thoughts swirling in his mind. Before their carriage, a veteran's upper body was wrapped like a mummy, being lifted out and sent to the recuperation vehicle. My lord, Lu Shu, seeing Shi Tai emerge from the carriage, hurriedly rode up and whispered. There are scouts on both sides of the official road and behind us, each with different affiliations. Should I? He gestured as if to slice a throat. Suddenly, Shi Tai sneezed 3 times in quick succession. Lu Shu's expression shifted. My lord, the brother's injuries can wait a while longer. Shi Tai rubbed his nose and, looking toward the imperial capital, smiled. I know my body well. I am not afflicted by a chill. In truth, sneezing can sometimes serve as an instinct. One sneeze indicates someone is speaking ill of you, while a second signifies someone is thinking of you. Lu Shu blinked and raised 3 fingers. But my lord, you sneezed 3 times. What does that signify? Shi Tai chuckled coldly. 3 sneezes signify someone wishes to harm me. Inform everyone to remain vigilant. There are certainly nefarious individuals ahead plotting against me. At that moment, a white shadow descended upon the scouts surrounding the convoy. Kill. Blood stained the snow red. The murderous intent in the snowy expanse grew increasingly palpable. Chapter 30, concealed deeply. The ethereal figure cloaked in white, her face veiled, trailed closely beside the summer caravan, deftly eliminating spies from various factions along the way. Her speed was astonishing, her form a fleeting shadow gliding across the snow, akin to a celestial being emerging from the depths of winter's embrace. This time, the spies accompanying the caravan of the Wild Prince were formidable, seasoned in stealth, their presence nearly undetectable. Yet, in the eyes of the white-clad, masked woman, they were utterly exposed. With a thunderous roar, 2 snowdrifts erupted, revealing 2 white-clad figures. One brandished a blade while the other held a golden token to signify their authority, both proclaiming in unison, "We are the agents of the imperial city. Should you dare to slay us, know that even if you flee to the ends of the earth, we shall find and execute you." Before the echoes of their threats faded, the masked woman's sword light glimmered like a mystical force, mercilessly piercing the throats of the 2 imperial agents. Blood sprayed forth, splattering against the snow like delicate plum blossoms. 2 more lifeless bodies now lay upon the frozen ground. The white-clad woman descended lightly onto the snow's surface, coldly declaring, "The imperial city cannot intimidate me. Unless the ancient specters from the temple emerge, I shall fear them not." In a matter of moments, the spies were eradicated. At that moment, anguished cries emanated from the white carriage, the wounded soldiers inside seemingly enduring the utmost torment. The masked woman gazed intently at the white carriage occupied by Summer, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. From whence has this individual acquired such medical prowess? Could it be that there are ancient spirits within the temple willing to impart their knowledge? Unthinkable. After a brief moment of contemplation, she flicked her wrist, sending a dart inscribed with a message hurtling towards Summer's carriage. Subsequently, her figure faded away into the snowy distance, disappearing from sight. Now, the eyes monitoring the Wild Prince's caravan had all vanished. The surroundings gradually returned to tranquility. Shortly after, 2 snowmen emerged silently from the depths of the snow, resembling lifeless wooden figures, and only after the white-clad woman's silhouette had completely vanished did they exhale a mouthful of blood and hasten towards the caravan. On the other side, the dart launched by the masked woman traveled swiftly, its whistling sound merging with the howling northern wind, imperceptible to the average ear. However, one named Song, he felt a sudden tremor in his ears, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he extended 2 fingers, precisely catching the dart between them. He then removed the white paper and presented it to the carriage, stating, "Master, someone has sent a message via dart. I have inspected it, and it bears no poison." Summer reached out to take it. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Who sent it?" Zhang Yi replied coldly, "We shall know soon enough." At that moment, the two returning snowmen, having shaken off the snow covering them, revealed their youthful faces, none other than the two young sword disciples. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Song Er, Song San. Who delivered the letter?" "A woman clad in white," they responded. "Her martial prowess is formidable, having assisted us in eliminating the spies. None could withstand her singular sword strike. Had we not practiced the art of concealment, we too would have fallen under her gaze." After she had committed the act, she cast aside the dart and the letter. Coldly, she instructed, "Render her visage and form." "Yes." Zhang Er and Zhang Sen leaped onto the cart's yoke. Retrieving a sheet of white paper and two peculiar brushes from a sandalwood box, commencing their artistry upon the jostling yoke. Despite the cart's tumultuous motion and the slender frames of the two young sword-bearers, their hands remained remarkably steady. Moments later, the figure of the cloaked woman in white was vividly depicted on the paper. The likenesses captured in both drawings were nearly indistinguishable from one another. Zhang Yi scrutinized the images closely. "You two go warm yourselves. Let Zhang Si and Zhang Wu take over your tasks." "Understood." Zhang Er and Zhang San complied and departed. Only then did Zhang Yi present the two drawings to the carriage. "Master, the white paper reveals the messenger of the dart, a young woman, approximately 17 or 18 years old, with willow-like brows and phoenix-like eyes. Her full visage remains obscured, preventing a definitive identification. However, her martial prowess has undoubtedly reached the realm of a top-tier master." "Oh?" Xia Tian inquired with curiosity. Zhang Er and Zhang San did not report on the capabilities of the woman in white. "How do you ascertain she is at least a top-tier master?" Zhang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he replied coldly, "Since departing from Taohua Fortress, at least 3 second-tier martial arts experts have been surveilling our convoy. The fact that she could effortlessly dispatch them with a single strike indicates her skills have long surpassed the second-tier realm." Xia Tian nodded thoughtfully. "Why then did Zhang Er and Zhang San both create portraits? Would one not suffice?" A glimmer of caution flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. Every observer perceives differently. Having two individuals sketch her simultaneously minimizes observational discrepancies, thus rendering her true appearance with greater accuracy. A hearty laugh escaped Xia Tian's lips. The Zhangjian assassins certainly live up to their reputation. Zhang Yi remained unfazed by praise, replying, "Thank you for your commendation, master." At that moment, Xia Tian unfolded the note, revealing 2 lines inscribed upon it. The first line read, "Wang of Huangzhou, there lies a trap ahead, fraught with danger. May fortune favor you." The second line stated, "I have cleared the spies surrounding your convoy. Farewell." There was no signature. Xia Tian examined the drawing of the veiled woman closely. Though her face was obscured, it could not conceal her exquisite features, slender waist, and long legs, truly a vision of beauty. "Zhang Yi, why do you think she chose to assist us?" Zhang Yi, while steering the carriage and observing their surroundings, replied, "Master, she does not wish for your demise." "But why does she not wish for my demise?" Zhang Yi answered earnestly, "It likely is not due to romantic sentiments, nor is it a desire for your wealth." Xia Tian concurred. "Then why does she kill for me and deliver messages on my behalf?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Master, should you find yourself in peril, the young lady from the Sima residence would also be endangered. If her intentions were not for your sake, then she must be concerned for the safety of the Sima young lady, thus offering her assistance." With a glimmer in his eyes, Xia Tian fixated on Zhang Yi's back. "Zhang Yi, what do you suspect the prince has laid as a trap ahead?" Zhang Yi gazed at the approaching group of young sword-bearers. "Master, Zhang Shi and his companions have returned from reconnaissance. We shall soon have our answer. Regardless of the schemes laid out by the crown prince ahead, should anyone wish to harm our master, they must tread over the corpses of all the hidden sword assassins. No matter who the adversaries may be, we are but blades in our master's hand, wielded to carve a bloody path." Summer, lost in thought, inquired, "Zhang Yi, you have yet to cultivate true inner energy. You are not martial artists. What will you do if you encounter a master of martial arts from the world?" Zhang Yi straightened his posture significantly, declaring, "Master, should we face such a situation, we shall directly break into the realm of inner martial arts and become true martial artists. We will become the genuine practitioners of the ancient art of killing with swords." Summer's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Just how formidable would such a sword-wielding martial artist be? At that moment, Song 11 leaped onto the cart's yoke. Master, Song E, 50 miles away lies Erlong Mountain, where a band of notorious old bandits has resided for years. Their stronghold is filled with vast stores of gold, silver, jewels, and provisions. This gang of seasoned bandits has taken countless lives, their hands stained with the blood of travelers, committing all manner of heinous acts. During our reconnaissance, we happened upon them descending the mountain to rob. These brutes slaughtered a group of wealthy individuals from Jiangnan and abducted a stunning woman. Captain Gao Fei is still monitoring the situation. Song E turned to Summer. Master, this is a trap. Shall we leap into it? With a light-hearted demeanor, Summer stepped out of the carriage, gazing at the snowy path ahead, and replied, I wish to jump down and see for myself. Song Yi's voice remained icy. Then jump. Suddenly, Summer questioned, Song E, if we act on behalf of heaven, vanquishing these wicked bandits to save lives, aside from training and gathering resources, what other effects might we achieve? Song E paused for a moment, then answered, Master, it would allow me to invoke the righteous name of the Wang family of the wilderness, slaying bandits and aiding the people, spreading justice throughout the land. As we journey forth, let the hearts of all return to righteousness. If you, Master, aspire to unite the world, then let us traverse the realm, bringing unity to all under heaven. Summer's eyes sparkled with insight as he fixed his gaze upon Song Yi's impassive face, asking each word with intent. Song E, besides forging, what else can you do? Song E raised his head, earnestly retorting, Master, have you ever heard of the myriad schools of thought from the preaching era? Summer's eyes shone with fervor. Which of the schools did you study under? Chapter 31. The Schools of Thought, the School of War. Song E candidly responded, Master, your medical skills are astonishing, and you excel in the art of silver needles. Have you received the true teachings of the medical school? Summer smiled faintly. What do you think? Song E replied earnestly, Master, as I know, after the usurpation of the Qin dynasty by the great Xia, Confucianism was exalted above all, and the teachings of the various schools were gathered into the imperial library. It is said that mastering the medical school's ancient tome would enable one to bring the dead back to life, becoming the head of the medical school. Master, you wouldn't have obtained that medical mastery book, would you? If you learned from that tome, those of us by your side might find it difficult to even contemplate death. At this point, Song E ceased his probing. Summer chuckled lightly. Song E, you possess quite a bit of knowledge. However, my medical skills do not stem from the medical mastery, but rather from a reclusive master whose medical expertise is unparalleled in the world. With a glimmer in his eyes, Song E remarked, Master, there exists a rumor in the martial world that within the sacred halls of the imperial palace, apart from the extraordinary individuals gathered by the Emperor of Great Xia, there are also imprisoned scholars from various schools of thought. In the era of the former Qin dynasty, the court encouraged citizens to propose strategies for governing the realm, resulting in the emergence of nearly 200 academic sections. The founders of these sects are referred to as the 100 Schools of Thought. Among them, the most widely known are the legalists, Taoists, Mahdists, Confucians, Yin-Yang School, logicians, miscellaneous school, agriculturalists, novelist school, diplomats, military strategists, and physicians, creating a flourishing scene of intellectual debate. This bears a striking resemblance to the historical 100 Schools of Thought in Huaxia. Although the doctrines are somewhat similar, the figures such as Confucius, Laozi, and Zhuangzi are absent, save for the name of Mozi. Summer, maintaining his serene smile, inquired, Do you know why the Emperor of Xia imprisoned the scholars of the 100 Schools? Song Yi's expression momentarily turned stern. He seeks immortality. He wishes to amalgamate the wisdom of the 100 Schools to concoct the elixir of eternal life. Aspiring to become the everlasting Emperor of Great Xia, his ambition knows no bounds. Gazing at the vast expanse of the snowy plains, Summer reassured, eternal life is but a legend. As long as one is of flesh and blood, they cannot escape the grasp of time, nor attain immortality. Pondering for a moment, Song E queried, Master, among the scholars, the youngest has already surpassed a century in age. If there is no elixir of immortality, how could they achieve such longevity? Is it due to their mastery of inner energy cultivation to its zenith? Summer shook his head. Aside from the emperor, no one else can enter or exit the sacred halls of the palace, thus perhaps only he knows the truth. Song E remained perplexed. Master, if the imperial palace truly confines the scholars of the 100 Schools, it implies that there are individuals within the palace who surpass them in skill, suggesting that someone possesses martial prowess that exceeds that of a grandmaster. Would you not agree? Summer replied noncommittally, Perhaps. There is always someone beyond someone else. Who can say for certain? What did your former masters say? She mentioned that when the Emperor of Xia rebelled and led his army into the palace, it was certain masked elders who effortlessly subdued the masters of the former dynasty. Among these masters were some of the scholars. She claimed those masked elders were formidable. Even the elite guards of the former dynasty, organized in ancient military formations, could not withstand their onslaught. They are truly invincible. The sacred halls of the imperial palace have existed throughout various dynasties, each shrouded in an air of mystery, yet none as enigmatic as that of Great Xia. The noble consort Qin chose not to disclose the matters of the sacred halls to her son, perhaps fearing his youthful impulsiveness might lead him to probe into the secrets of the halls, potentially resulting in calamity. Thus, the information has remained concealed to this day. Summer contemplated and set aside thoughts of the sacred halls for the moment, turning to the spirited yet lightly clad youth, Zhang Jian, and asked, Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, and even up to Zhang Bai, what have they learned? A rare smile graced Zhang Yi's handsome face. Zhang Er has studied the teachings of the agricultural school and practiced its martial arts. Zhang San has delved into the doctrines of Taoism and honed the skills of that school. The myriad schools of thought, aside from their distinct doctrines, are fundamentally dedicated to the inner cultivation of mastery, each possessing unique insights. Suddenly, a wave of joy surged within Xia Tian's heart. You 100 individuals have studied 100 different schools of thought? Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of happiness flooded Xia Tian's being. Who would have thought? Truly, who could have anticipated this? These 100 young sword-bearers not only possess unparalleled martial talent, but are also inheritors of the myriad schools of thought. In Xia Tian's eyes, the philosophies of these schools hold immense value, and upon mastering them, one could emerge as an expert in various fields. For instance, should Zhang Yi thoroughly comprehend the military strategies of the school of warfare, he could potentially become a formidable general leading troops into battle. If Xia Tian were to impart the unparalleled military treatises such as the art of war, which are absent in this world, Zhang Yi's future growth would be boundless. Furthermore, if supplemented with specialized combat training methodologies and the crafting of superior weaponry, the warriors of the great wilderness would be invincible on the battlefield. Similarly, Zhang Er, who studies the agrarian teachings, could become an expert in agricultural sciences if he attains mastery in his studies. Should Xia Tian share with him the modern agricultural knowledge from Huaxia, he would undoubtedly transform the harsh lands of the great wilderness into fertile ground, yielding abundant crops and providing a substantial material foundation for the future of the region. Moreover, Zhang San, who delves into the teachings of Taoism, might evolve into a philosopher and healer for the great wilderness. Xia Tian could impart the Tao Te Ching, which elucidates the cosmos and the essence of life, thus opening the gates to natural Taoist principles for Zhang San to ponder the universe and existence itself. The Taoist tradition, with its emphasis on alchemy, could significantly advance the medical practices within the great wilderness. Most crucially, in this era devoid of gunpowder, Xia Tian needs to discover a method to produce it. The alchemical knowledge inherent in Taoism positions them as the ideal candidates for this endeavor. In an age dominated by cold weapons, where cavalry reigns supreme, the cavalry of the Tianling Empire is formidable. To protect the great wilderness and establish a firm foothold, it is imperative to develop gunpowder and create advanced weaponry that transcends time and space to counter the might of the Tianling Empire's cavalry. Xia Tian could scarcely imagine that these 100 sword-bearers would bring such astonishing surprises. They are not merely martial prodigies but also talents for territorial development. Moreover, being young and full of vitality, they are like blank canvases upon which Xia Tian can freely paint. The future of the great wilderness is bound to be extraordinary because of their presence. Xia Tian could not help but chuckle. Old fellow, your refusal to allow me to recruit talents in the imperial capital was merely a ploy to draw out the hidden forces of the previous dynasty to assist me, enabling you to capture them all at once. Yet, perhaps you never envisioned that what the late empress left for me was not the old ministers of the former dynasty, but rather these young sword-bearers. Zhang Yi, along our journey, we must recruit some promising young men into our ranks. The art of warfare is deceptive. What appears to be real may be illusory, and vice versa. Xia Tian had not finished speaking when Zhang Yi already comprehended the profound wisdom contained in his words, encapsulating the essence of military strategy succinctly. He was somewhat taken aback. Master, have we truly mastered the teachings of the myriad schools? At that moment, a towering snow-capped mountain loomed before Xia Tian's eyes. As the sun rose over the horizon, the charismatic Gao Fei welcomed his master with a smirk. Your Highness, we have arrived at Erlong Mountain. At this very moment, a band of ruthless brigands is mercilessly assaulting the affluent of Jiangnan. What shall we do? Xia Tian, with a cold smile, inquired. How many waves of Jiangnan's elite have we encountered thus far? How many maidens have been seized? Gao Fei, with a devilish grin, replied, Your Highness, this is the third wave of Jiangnan's wealthy and the third maiden to be abducted. Xia Tian raised an eyebrow. Pray tell, how fair are the captured maidens? Gao Fei candidly responded, They are exquisite, truly deserving of pity. With a hearty laugh, Xia Tian declared, Gao Fei, let us charge forth, vanquish these vile brigands, and rescue the maidens. Indeed, Gao Fei rallied his men and surged forward, proclaiming, To the wealthy scoundrels, surrender your treasures and maidens, or face our wrath without mercy. In an instant, the scene of robbery and murder ahead fell into an eerie silence. Both the criminals and their victims wore expressions of bewilderment. Who were these newcomers? Were they agents of the Wang family or mere bandit leaders? This was not the customary way of engagement. How would this unfold? Chapter 32. A hero must rescue the maiden. At this moment, a corpulent man with a face full of flesh regained his composure and bellowed. This is the territory of Erlong Mountain. According to our rules, all plump sheep along this road belong to us. Feigning ignorance of Gao Fei's true identity, he continued, Though you don the armor of an official soldier, I know you are merely a brother of the underworld. Are you attempting to masquerade as an officer to engage in blackmail? Long Bao, the second in command of Erlong Mountain, was also the executor of the scheme against Jiangnan's wealthy. Before his arrival, he had been informed that the prince's guards consisted solely of 100 injured soldiers, led by 2 reckless youths, both of whom were naive, full of youthful exuberance, and lacking in cunning. In their calculations, they perceived the prince as merely a 16-year-old boy, sheltered and pampered, devoid of experience in the treacherous world outside. They believed that should he encounter brigands attempting to abduct maidens, there was an 80% chance he would rush in to save them. For Xia Tan was a prince of the great Xia Empire, a figure of unparalleled status. Unable to tolerate such atrocities in his presence, he would never stand idly by as maidens were sullied and defiled by mountain bandits. Although the brigands of Erlong Mountain were largely illiterate, they possessed a keen understanding of human nature. Otherwise, they would not have managed to persist as notorious bandits for years, evading countless government crackdowns. At that very moment, amidst the chaos of abduction and violence, a maiden clad in a delicate pink dress, her form perfectly proportioned, her petite face radiating beauty, began to weep and struggle in desperation. Please, you brutes, let me go? Hero, save me. I beseech you, rescue this humble maiden. With a sinister, mocking laughter, Long Bao taunted, My dear, cease your struggles. Embrace your fate as my consort upon the mountain, and I shall ensure you experience the utmost ecstasy of womanhood. Did you truly believe these men came to rescue you? No, they too covet your family's wealth, threaten your father's life, and intend to strip you bare, leaving you utterly vulnerable. Long Bao spoke in a coarse and unrefined manner. Brothers, pay no heed to those fools. We have already completed our task. We have captured this lovely maiden. Let us return to the mountain and enjoy ourselves. Indeed, for those of us in this line of work, the most crucial aspect is to erase any traces and incinerate these corpses back at our stronghold. The bandits commenced gathering the slain bodies, presumably fearful that the presence of the dead might betray their ruse. Hearty laughter erupted from Long Bao as he slung the beautiful woman in red over his shoulder, grinning with unrestrained audacity. My dear beauty, come. Let us return to the mountain, where I shall ensure you are served with utmost devotion. I assure you, at Erlong Mountain, we lack nothing but robust men. The more he spoke, the more lascivious his words became. He hoped that such lewd remarks would prompt Gao Fei and his men to charge in immediately. The lovely woman in red played her part well, her voice trembling with feigned distress. Hero, save me. Please save me. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with the urgency of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Even though Gao Fei and his injured comrades recognized the charade, they were irresistibly drawn in by her tearful visage, her disheveled attire revealing a hint of her delicate form, evoking a sense of pity and desire. Gao Fei exchanged knowing glances with his fellow warriors, realizing the truth in the prince's words. One can never awaken someone feigning sleep. These vile bandits were poor actors, yet they were eager to ensnare themselves in their own trap. As long as their performance remained unchallenged, they would cling to the hope of success. Truth be told, had it not been for the mysterious demise of 100 assassins at Taohua Fort the previous night, casting a shadow of caution over the great Saint's envoy. The bandits of Erelong Mountain would have already descended upon them. Their objective was straightforward, to lure Gao Fei into a rescue attempt, drawing away the guards assigned to Prince Huang. At that moment, behind the prince's caravan, Sima Lan and Sima Gu emerged from their carriage, one after the other. Miss, has Prince Huang discerned the threat posed by the bandits of Erelong Mountain? Sima Lan replied with a charming smile, of course. That is precisely why Commander Gao has made such an unceremonious entrance. Little Gu, where do you believe the true trap of these scoundrels lies? Sima Gu stood tall, his gaze fixed on the snowy expanse. Miss, if these bandits were to engage our caravan on the main road or launch an ambush, if the conflict cannot be swiftly resolved, it would surely attract the attention of the imperial patrols from the capital. Thus, I surmise these brigands aim to entice Prince Huang into the mountains to pursue them, only to set a trap and eliminate him. A soft chuckle escaped Sima Lan's lips as her keen eyes surveyed the terrain flanking the main road. Deep in thought, that is not necessarily the case. Just then, a contingent of injured soldiers approached on horseback, Lu Shu saluting from his mount. Miss Sima, the prince has instructed that this area is perilous. The shield placed on your carriage before departure is now at your disposal. Sima Ji's expression hardened as he signaled to his comrades, indicating, prepare for battle. The elite warriors of the Sima household sprang into action. Sima Lan responded with a calm smile. Commander Lu, please relay to the prince that I will take care of myself. He should remain wary of hidden dangers. Understood. Lu Shu led the injured soldiers onward, towards the front of the caravan. Meanwhile, on the other side, not far in front of Erelong Mountain, there lies a modest peak, its summit barren of trees, composed solely of rock, offering a wide vista. At this moment, two figures stand motionless atop the mountain, resembling statues carved from ice and snow. Finally, a sinister laughter emanates from the black figure, its voice sharp and feminine. Little sister, that you have just broken through to that realm. I have roamed the martial world for decades, taking countless lives. Can you withstand me? You may certainly try. The masked woman in white responds, her voice as melodious as a lark. Silver Fiend, given your level, none in the entourage of Prince Huang can match you. This would be an unfair contest for him. With a more pronounced murderous intent, the Silver Fiend's laughter grows more menacing as he extends his hand. Dark as a bird's claw, little sister, it seems you are indeed new to this world. In the realm of martial arts, it is the strength of one's fist that dictates fairness. If I cannot slay Prince Huang today, I will surely die. Since you insist on obstructing my mission, I shall not allow you to live either. Attack. The Silver Fiend's claw strikes like an eagle. Lunging towards the chest of the masked woman in white, Eagle Claw 13 kills. Humph. The masked woman does not flinch. Instead, she retaliates with a palm strike, bone-transforming soft palm. You seek death. Their palms clash, hard against hard, neither yielding, and a fierce battle ensues, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, on the scene of the ambush near Erelong Mountain, Longbao observes Gao Fei and the injured soldiers with red eyes. His heart swelling with joy as he thinks, it worked. He bellows, brothers, finish cleaning the battlefield and let us depart. Otherwise, the officials will arrive. Just then, a voice from within the carriage calls out, Gao Fei, slay the wicked bandits and rescue the young lady. Yes. A sly smile creeps across Gao Fei's lips as he shouts, brothers, the prince commands, slay the bandits and save the young lady. Charge. Kill. 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 The war horses gallop forth, the air thick with murderous intent. Except for the injured soldiers lying in the medical carriage, the rest surge forth behind Gao Fei. Pursuing the bandits of Erelong Mountain, you bandits, surrender the young lady, or we shall raise Erelong Mountain, slay every last one of you, and help your children find a new father. Long Bao, upon hearing this, feels his nose crinkle with indignation. What manner of ruffians has Prince Huang gathered as his guards? Nevertheless, they have fallen into his trap. Long Bao carries the red-dressed beauty into the mountain's entrance, with the bandits in pursuit, followed closely by the cavalry led by Gao Fei. At this juncture, surrounding Prince Huang's caravan are merely 10 guards led by Lu Shu, their strength woefully inadequate. In the blink of an eye, the sword-concealing youths vanish from sight. The entire caravan stands silently on the official road, as if awaiting some unfolding event. Chapter 33. An ambush in the snow valley within the mountain pass lies a 10-meter-wide path leading directly into the heart of the valley beneath the peaks of Erelong Mountain. Approximately 800 meters from the official road, this valley is gourd-shaped, possessing only one entrance, while the other 3 sides are steep cliffs. making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Long Bao, carrying the red-dressed beauty, races desperately into the valley. If he can lure Prince Huang's injured soldiers within, he can close the door and strike down the enemy. Their plan was on the verge of success. The mere thought of it sent Long Bao into a state of excitement, compelling him to mischievously squeeze the voluptuous rear of the woman in red. The beauty, feeling the sudden touch, protested weakly, "Let go of me." At that moment, Gao Fei and the injured soldiers caught up with the bandits lagging behind, swiftly executing them with their blades, severing heads from their bodies. The warm splatter of bandit blood hit the faces of the cavalry, momentarily dispelling the chill in the air. The distance of 800 meters was not long. In a brief moment, the cavalry plunged into the heart of the mountain, following the bandits. Kill. Approximately 300 bandits stood within the valley, and upon seeing the cavalry from the wild state enter, they roared, "Kill." Leading the charge was a scarred bandit on horseback. His vicious gaze fixed on Gao Fei as he shouted, at the valley entrance. From both sides of the dense forest, 2 squads of bandits rushed down to block the valley's mouth. At this juncture, Long Bao joyfully carried the woman in red to the front of the bandit ranks and proclaimed to the fierce bandit leader, "Boss, the wild prince truly cannot bear to witness such atrocities," desperately wishing to play the hero and save the damsel, only to foolishly let these wounded soldiers chase him in. He continued, "If we eliminate them all, we shall reap great rewards." The enchanting beauty gracefully descended from Long Bao's shoulder, elegantly gesturing towards the outside of the valley. "I've heard that the wild prince is merely 16 years old, still a virgin, boss. If we could capture him alive, I would first take his innocence before we dispose of him. In my lifetime, I've had countless lovers, yet I have yet to share a bed with a prince. This time, the opportunity is perfect." The chief of Erlong Mountain shook his head in refusal. "Sister, the one from the Eastern Palace is eagerly awaiting the wild prince's head. Thus we have no time for your desires." He declared firmly, "The wild prince must die now. There can be no room for error." The woman in red expressed her disappointment, gritting her teeth. "Understood. Then let us kill." The chief of Erlong Mountain nodded and shouted towards Gao Fei, "Captain Gao, if you lead your men to cast down your weapons and kneel and surrender, I can grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I will ensure that you suffer endlessly. Archers, prepare." At this moment, dozens of bandit archers emerged from the front and rear, drawing their bows and aiming at the cavalry of the wild state. The tips of their arrows glimmered ominously, each tipped with poison. The bandits of Erlong Mountain had set a deadly trap. However, Gao Fei remained undaunted, lifting his eyelids and pointing his sword forward as he bellowed, "By the prince's command, all of Erlong Mountain's wicked bandits shall be slain without exception. Kill." The cavalry of the wild state echoed his battle cry, charging forth with fierce determination, disregarding the arrow formation of Erlong Mountain. The chief of Erlong Mountain, infuriated, shouted, "Brothers, shoot them down." The archers, obeying the command, prepared to release their arrows. Suddenly, a flurry of snow and mist erupted from before the archers, obscuring their vision. Following this, flashes of sword light surged forth from the swirling snow, slicing through the throats of the archers with lethal precision. The bandit archers erupted in a spray of crimson, and chaos ensued within the bandit ranks. 50 young swordsmen emerged, each wielding a glimmering blade that radiated a cold light, resembling phantoms as they silently plunged into the ranks of 2 brigand factions. Swiftly, ruthlessly, and accurately, each strike claimed a life with unparalleled sharpness. The brigands blocking the valley's entrance were the first to crumble, perceiving these figures as snow demons, merciless entities that slaughtered without a second thought. "Brothers, flee," they cried in terror. In truth, the villains were baffled by how these swordsmen had concealed themselves among them unnoticed. When had they arrived? Thus, it was inconceivable for these young swordsmen to be human. They could not be. Within the valley, the leader of the Erlongshan bandits, Long Bao, felt his heart sink as they were ambushed. It was over for them. Consumed by despair, their only desire was to escape. Yet, they found themselves ensnared by 3 swordsmen who had formed a formidable sword formation, making escape impossible. The beautiful woman in red, her face pale and incredulous, exclaimed, "How can this be? You 3 have not cultivated inner force. How can you withstand our energy attacks?" The answer to her query was the sword. The prowess of the hidden swordsman was something these foolish brigands could scarcely comprehend. At that moment, cavalry led by Gao Fei charged forward. "Brothers, let us proceed." With a thunderous clash, the cavalry surged forth. Their tremendous momentum, combined with Gao Fei's inner strength, cleaved the leader of Erlongshan in 2. Their abilities were relatively comparable. Yet Gao Fei, bolstered by his magnificent steed, was unstoppable. Subsequently, the horses trampled the remains of the brigand leader into a bloody mire. A notorious villain met his end, his body unrecognizable. The battle raged on. The cavalry continued to assault, their blades aimed at Long Bao and the woman in red. With a resounding crack, their weapons shattered. Then, a gruesome scene unfolded as the bodies of Long Bao and the beautiful woman split apart, cleaved in twain by the battle blades. The cavalry of the Wang of Huangzhou were seasoned warriors, effortlessly dismantling the brigand ranks. This exemplified the stark difference between regular troops and brigands. Thus, within the valley, the outcome of the conflict was unequivocal. Brigands fleeing into the forest were relentlessly pursued by the swordsmen, who struck like shadows, ensuring none escaped. The remaining brigands were hunted down by the cavalry, leaving no survivors. "Spare me," one brigand, collapsing in despair, pleaded, urinating in fear. "My lord, I will reveal the location of the treasure. Spare my life." With a swift motion, a Huazhou cavalryman severed his head. "The prince has decreed, none shall be spared. As for the treasure, the prince will personally lead us to it." Meanwhile, outside on the official road, the sounds of battle from the valley resonated faintly. Suddenly, a flurry of snow mist erupted from both sides of the road, eerily reminiscent of the young swordsman's earlier arrival. Yet, emerging from the snow were not the swordsmen, but a cadre of masked assassins clad in white. They donned flowing white cloaks and held crossbows, all aimed at the white carriage occupied by Xia Tian. Each bolt, glimmering with a sinister hue, was undoubtedly laced with deadly poison. This was the true trap set for the Prince of Huangzhou. The poison on those bolts would seal the throat upon contact with blood. A single arrow could spell instant death for Xia Tian. The air crackled with lethal intent. "Fire!" The leader of the assassins bellowed. "Prince Huang, you dare to slay my esteemed envoy. Now, you shall join her in the underworld." The assassins tightened their grips on the triggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 50 venomous arrows soared towards the carriage of Xia Tian, imbued with deadly poison. Kill. Chapter 34. Who stabs whom? Zhang Yi swiftly turned and leapt into the carriage, urgently shouting, "My lord, be cautious." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 50 poisoned arrows pierced through the white cloth enveloping the carriage, resembling serpents of azure venom slithering into the interior. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows embedding into flesh echoed. Blood erupted within the carriage, splattering across the white cloth, painting it with crimson specks, both macabre and exquisite. At that moment, at the rear of the convoy, Sima Ge gasped in alarm. "Miss, Prince Huang's carriage has been riddled with arrows. He may be mortally wounded. What shall we do?" Sima Lan responded with a calm smile. "The prince is not so easily vanquished. First, ensure my safety." Sima Ge bit her lip in apprehension. "Miss, blood is pouring from his carriage." A glimmer of insight flickered in Sima Lan's eyes. "He will be fine." Sima Ge, wielding a sharp sword, positioned herself protectively in front of Sima Lan, her petite frame trembling. "How can you be so certain?" "I just know." Sima Ge fell silent. Yet she trusted her own eyes. Prince Huang must have been turned into a pincushion, surely beyond salvation. She and her mistress could avoid venturing into that desolate, terrifying, and merciless De Huang province. Yet, why did she feel a pang of sorrow? What was the reason? In that moment, her emotions were a tangled web. Meanwhile, the white-clad assassins, all silver-tier killers with a myriad of murders to their names and extensive experience, observed the scene within the carriage. The occupants had been struck by crossbow bolts, rendered akin to a hedgehog. Their mission had reached fruition. At this moment, the assassins, having achieved their goal, felt a wave of relief wash over them. The fate of the bandits in the valley was no longer of concern. They were merely bait. Now, they would descend to the ground, like birds in flight, leaving faint imprints upon the snow, ready to annihilate the entire convoy and carry away untold riches to a life of leisure overseas. Silver-tier assassins, the weakest among them, were at least second-rate martial artists. However, just as they relaxed their guard, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Boom, boom. The snow beneath their feet erupted. White snow mist obscured the vision of the silver-tier assassins. Simultaneously, flashes of sword light danced before their eyes, akin to brilliant shooting stars. Figures, swift as leopards, emerged from the snow. It was the 50 vanished disciples of the hidden sword. There were no shouts, only a silent intent to kill, crashing against the hearts of the silver-tier assassins. The assassins gasped, ancient hidden sword technique. In the blink of an eye, one assassin shouted in urgency, "They haven't cultivated true energy. Withstand it, kill." Indeed, The silver-tier assassins had no choice but to brace themselves. For the moment of their assault was perfectly timed, as the assassins' feet had yet to touch the ground. Their old strength waning and new vigor yet to arise, rendering their bodies like uprooted trees, unable to evade. The distance between them was too short, and the speed of the hidden sword disciple strikes too swift, leaving no time for the assassins to dodge. Due to the turmoil in their hearts, the hunters transformed into prey. A harrowing experience they had all encountered before, yet never in such perilous circumstances as facing an assassination attempt. Fortunately, these young sword-bearers had not yet transcended into the realm of internal martial arts, their swords devoid of true energy. They were merely second-rate warriors. By channeling their true energy to compress their muscles and bones, they could evade the lethal thrusts of the swords and retaliate with a powerful strike that could vanquish these formidable ancient sword practitioners. At this moment, the silver-clad assassins were indeed frightened. Should these young sword-bearers break into the realm of internal martial arts and imbue their swords with true energy, the assassins would face certain death. What a stroke of luck! The eyes of the silver-clad assassins glimmered with a fierce light, akin to a wounded viper poised to retaliate against its aggressors. With a swift motion, the sharp swords tore through the assassins' garments, piercing their skin and slicing through muscle, embedding themselves within their bodies. Excruciating pain assaulted the nerves of the silver-clad assassins. However, they were seasoned killers, well-versed in the art of injury. Drawing upon their extensive experience, they deftly controlled their inner true energy, contorting their muscles and bones to avoid critical damage. Everything unfolded as they had anticipated. A sinister chuckle echoed in their minds. The moment for counterattack had arrived. But just then, a voice resonated from the carriage. Breakthrough. Thunderous energy erupted from the byway point atop the young sword-bearers' heads, as if certain organs within them had been unblocked, awakening a formidable power. Waves of true energy surged forth, enveloping the swords in their hands. The faces of the silver-clad assassins paled. This is bad. In an instant, their words were silenced. The swords wielded by the young sword-bearers sliced through the true energy within the assassins, cleaving their bodies from various angles. Limbs fell away from the assassins, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. The once white snow was stained crimson. The silver-clad assassins, who rarely cried out in pain, emitted heart-wrenching, bone-chilling screams, akin to famished wolves suddenly rendered impotent. The unbearable agony stripped them of control over their bodies. Soon after, a glimmer of sword light flashed in the eyes of the silver-clad assassins, reminiscent of the dawn piercing through darkness. A crimson streak appeared at their throats as they were struck down by the young sword-bearers' blades. Their eyes lost focus, hands clutching their severed throats. Yet they could not stem the arterial blood spurting forth. 50 silver-clad assassins lay sprawled in various positions upon the snowy ground, twitching like wild dogs before succumbing to silence, their bodies turning cold. The north wind continued to howl. The infamous assassins, known for their countless killings, met an unexpected demise here. The 50 young sword-bearers remained vigilant, silently prying open the assassins' tunics to retrieve pouches filled with valuables, gathering the weapons together. With a grin of delight illuminating his handsome face, the young man leapt from a supply cart, joyfully exclaiming to his companions, "Come, brothers, let us tally our spoils." A group of wounded soldiers leaped forward, joyfully counting their spoils. These assassins were far more affluent than those from the previous night. Truly a windfall. At that moment, the young sword-bearers summoned their inner energy, resembling great frogs as they bounded back to the white carriage of summer, bowing respectfully. "Master, all enemies have been eliminated, and the spoils have been counted by Chief Steward Bai. Please give your orders." With a thunderous roar, a surge of internal energy erupted from within the carriage, shattering the white cloth that enveloped it. Simultaneously, shields riddled with poisoned arrows appeared before all eyes. Summer and Songi stood unharmed amidst the shields, though many blood bags affixed to them had been pierced, causing blood to flow and creating a rather gruesome sight. These blood bags were crafted within the Peach Blossom Fort, the blood originating from the assassins who had attacked it. Thus, the assassins bore various wounds, as concealing their cause of death was one aspect of the plan. All of this was orchestrated by Summer. Otherwise, even if the young sword-bearers had broken through to the third tier of martial arts, facing the second-tier assassins head-on would have been perilous. At this moment, Song-Yi gazed at Summer with admiration. "Master, the first trap unfolded exactly as you predicted. The enemy set an ambush here, and we have dismantled it without any casualties. Our pursuit of the mountain bandits in the valley will soon conclude. Shall we proceed with the next battle plan you devised?" Summer nodded. "Execute the plan." "Yes. Sonny responded, "We shall now implement the next battle strategy." Indeed. The young sword-bearers looked at Summer with awe. "Master, your strategic brilliance is truly admirable." The young sword-bearers had always been rather quiet. Such flattery would not be offered unless it were genuine admiration. Summer smiled handsomely. "Ahead, there are still traps laid by the enemy. We must continue the fight. But before that, let us raid the bandit den at Erlong Mountain and discover what it conceals." Yes. The young sword-bearers readily accepted their orders. They gazed at the towering peak of Erlong Mountain in the distance, speculating amongst themselves. What treasures might be hidden within the bandit stronghold? Are there captured beauties? Is there treasure? Or perhaps an even greater trap? Chapter 35. The end is only the beginning. Ambush and counter-ambush. This battle broadened the horizons of the Sima family. The white-clad assassins had initially intended to ambush the Prince of the Wilds, but were unexpectedly counter-ambushed by the sword-wielding assassins of the prince, caught off guard. The young sword-bearers had triumphed against the strong. As the saying goes, a jar will often break at the well's edge, and a general is not exempt from falling in battle. The silver medallion assassins launched poisoned arrows, aiming for a thunderous strike, employing the most ruthless methods to complete their mission. However, they never anticipated that, in their leap, they would transform from hunters into prey. Thus they lost. Thus they perished. The white-clad silver medallion assassins, who lived by the sword and bore bloodied hands, ultimately fell victim to Summer's cunning and the young sword-bearer's assassination. Truly, the wheel of fate turns justly. Does heaven spare anyone? The performance of the sword-wielding youth can only be described as enigmatic, as if they wielded not mere martial arts, but the legendary arts of immortals. At this moment, the gazes of Sima Gu and the assassins of the Sima family towards the sword-wielding youths transformed dramatically. How did these sword-wielding warriors manage to infiltrate the ranks of these killers? No matter how hard they pondered, a satisfactory answer eluded them. Was the ancient sword technique truly an art of the immortals? Similarly, Sima Lan, burdened with these doubts, led Sima Gu before Xia Tian. Her brow furrowed as she beheld the blood streaming from the carriage. Is the prince injured? Xia Tian offered a gentle smile. Do not worry, Lan. I am entirely unscathed. Only then did Sima Lan's heart settle, and she smiled sweetly. It is good that the prince is well. That smile, inexplicably alluring, warmed Xia Tian's heart. She was a girl who understood the pain of others. Across from her, Sima Lan scrutinized the group of sword-wielding youths clad in tattered garments before the carriage. Her heart brimmed with curiosity about whether their ancient sword technique was truly the fabled art of evasion. It was astonishing. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a group capable of snow evasion existed in the world. She could not fathom that such a thing could occur. Though her curiosity clawed at her like a cat's paw, she ultimately refrained from inquiring, for this was a secret belonging to the sword-wielding youths. To ask would be to breach a taboo. This secret was also the trump card of the man before her. The fewer who knew, the longer it could be concealed. Simultaneously, another question lingered in her mind. How did the prince know that these assassins would ambush him here? The more she contemplated, the more mysterious this man appeared. Could he possess the gift of foresight? It was indeed remarkable. Sima Lan's heart twisted with emotions as she gazed at Xia Tian with an expression of deep affection. Ahem. A slight cough escaped Xia Tian, breaking the moment. Lan, I will lead the army to eliminate the bandits of Erlong Mountain. You shall guide the convoy to the forward post to meet me. After speaking, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he retrieved a map from his bosom, placing it in Sima Lan's palm with a meaningful instruction. Lan, this outlines our route to the Great Wasteland. Study it carefully, and should you find any discrepancies, inform me. A flicker of joy ignited in Sima Lan's heart, her beautiful eyes shimmering enticingly. Understood. Did this man begin to trust her? However, this map might pose a challenge. It was also a test for her. Sima Lan performed a respectful bow and returned to her carriage with Sima Gu. What secrets might this man conceal within the map? She would have to examine it thoroughly. Suddenly, Sima Gu, who had followed Sima Lan a distance, turned around and bowed obediently to Xia Tian, casting him a deep glance before proudly striding away with her mistress. Xia Tian was taken aback. Was this the first time Sima Gu had bowed solely to him? What was the meaning of this? Had he, through this battle, earned her respect? Surely not. In the summer, casting aside chaotic thoughts, I observed as Gao Fei led the cavalry of thee and the young swordsmen of the back home. Your Highness, all the bandits in the valley have been dealt with on sight, and the spoils have been handed over to Chief Steward Bai. We have sustained light injuries, merely superficial wounds that can be remedied with a bit of healing ointment. There are no serious concerns. The battle in the valley was a series of ambushes and counter-ambushes, and we emerged victorious. I smiled and nodded. You have all worked hard. Let the injured step forward. I wish to assess their wounds. 3 bloodied soldiers led their horses forth, cheerfully announcing, Your Highness need not worry about us. This is not our blood, but that of the mountain bandits. We merely let our guard down and received a few cuts on our thighs and arms. It is nothing serious. I approached and carefully examined their wounds. They were indeed shallow. Provided there was no infection, they would heal swiftly, confirming they were minor injuries. Bring me some wine. I prepared to tend to the soldiers' wounds. At that moment, from the ranks of the young swordsmen, a delicate girl, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, stepped forward. Slightly frail and shy, she bowed and said, Master, I, Zhang Jiao, have studied medical arts. These minor injuries can be managed by me, so it is unnecessary for you to handle them personally. My eyes brightened at her words. Very well, let me see how you treat the wounds. Zhang Jiao wiped the blood from her face with her sleeve and cleaned her small hands in the snow. Then, her approach to treating external injuries mirrored mine precisely. First, she disinfected with strong liquor, then applied healing ointment, and finally wrapped the wounds in white gauze. I observed attentively, Zhang Jiao. Did you learn this method of dressing wounds from me? She responded obediently, Yes, master. If a disciple of the medical arts were to handle such injuries, how would they proceed? Zhang Jiao blinked her large, round eyes and replied, Master, medical practitioners would lack your disinfection process, and their method of bandaging the wounds would not be as thorough as yours. The absence of your disinfection process can lead to patients suffering from infections that worsen their conditions and recur. Thus, I believe your medical skills surpass those of the medical practitioners. Therefore, using your techniques to treat comrades is undoubtedly the right choice. Despite her young age, Zhang Jiao spoke eloquently, her sharp gaze reflecting the essence of traditional Chinese medicine that I had integrated into my own practice, undoubtedly surpassing the nascent medical knowledge of this era. At that moment, the other young swordsman looked at her with affectionate admiration. Without a doubt, this little girl was the beloved of the group. I smiled and inquired, Zhang Jiao, you possess great discernment. Would you be willing to learn my medical techniques? Her excitement was palpable as she nodded vigorously. I would love to. Master, I am willing. Upon finishing her statement, she knelt and bowed her head. Zhang Jiao pays respects to you, master. I helped her to her feet, sensing that she was indeed quite thin. Stand up. I am 16 this year, and you are only 9. Zhang Yi, have you all successfully entered the realm of internal martial arts? Has this trial of hunger and cold concluded? Zhang Yi stepped forward. It is complete. I nodded. First, change your clothes, then have a good meal, and finally, we shall venture into the mountains to eliminate the bandits. Yes. Zhang Yi acknowledged my orders. As summer drew to a close, Xia Tian walked to the roadside, closely followed by Zhang Jiao, much like a devoted little tail, evoking a tinge of envy among the young swordsmen of Zhangjian. Truly, Zhang Jiao was fortunate to be apprenticed to such a master. At that moment, Xia Tian spoke in a low voice. Lu Shu, Gao Fei, let the convoy proceed. Everything is to unfold as planned. Understood. Lu Shu, Gao Fei. And the injured soldiers mounted their horses, and the convoy began to advance slowly. They were acutely aware that this ambush on the official road was merely an appetizer. The grand battle lay ahead. However, with the prescient prince at their helm, they felt an unwavering calm within their hearts, a confidence earned through their recent victories. The vast expanse of Dahuang Prefecture was theirs to conquer. Subsequently, Zhang Yi led all the young swordsmen in unloading supplies from the cart and changing attire in the woods by the roadside. Simultaneously, Sima Lan's graceful figure stood atop the cart, passing by Xia Tian to offer a cautionary reminder. Your Highness, take utmost care. Xia Tian nodded in response. I shall. Lana, these supplies are our lifeblood. You must guard them closely. Sima Lan's cheeks flushed a delicate hue. As long as you remain unharmed, the convoy will not falter. This was Sima Lan's solemn promise. At Erelong Mountain's bandit stronghold, preparations were underway for Xia Tian's impending assault. Meanwhile, on the distant, even peak, the figure clad in black seethed with rage, her chest heaving violently as she shrieked, Incompetence, all of you are worthless. She cast a fierce glare at the masked woman in white, akin to a great rock diving from a cliff. Did you think our assassination attempt failed? Do you think this is the end? No. This is merely the beginning. You shall all perish. The murderous intent of the woman in black reverberated through the mountain gorge. The woman in white narrowed her eyes, murmuring to herself, what does this mean? What scheme does she have up her sleeve? Chapter 36. The traitor must die. The convoy of the Wangfu of Huangzhou continued its journey along the official road. The injured soldiers had cleansed the blood and grime from their skin and donned fresh military uniforms, marching forth with renewed vigor to safeguard the convoy. The morale of an army is often forged in the crucible of victory. They had not accompanied Xia Tian into the mountains to eradicate bandits. Their mission was to protect the convoy and preserve the wealth of the Wangfu of Huangzhou. This task was deemed far more crucial than vanquishing the nefarious bandits of Erlong Mountain. Moreover, the dense forest was not a domain for cavalry. It was the realm of the young swordsman. At this moment, Xiao Bai sat atop a supply cart, undeterred by the jolting movements, diligently recording entries in the account ledger of Huangzhou Wangfu. Following the recent battle, Huangzhou Wangfu had accrued an impressive sum of 3,000 taels of gold and 30,000 taels of silver, along with hundreds of various weapons, a bountiful harvest indeed. The silver-clad assassins, most of whom bore gold on their persons, had now become the spoils of Huangzhou Wangfu. In the Great Xia dynasty, 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver was worth 1 guan, which consisted of 1,000 won. 3,000 taels of gold and 30,000 taels of silver would sustain Huangzhou Wangfu for quite some time. Xiao Bai felt elated. These assassins were exceedingly wealthy. Were it not for the safety concerns regarding the prince, Xiao Bai would genuinely hope for more such assassination attempts. No, more assassins bearing gifts of gold would be preferable. In that case, the impoverished Huangzhou Wangfu would finally possess wealth. At that moment, a formidable army could be assembled to establish a stronghold in the vast wilderness, resisting the incursions of the celestial wolf empire. Suddenly, Xiao Bai clenched his fists, gazing towards the rear of the convoy, murmuring, "My lord, we shall surely succeed. The great wilderness will undoubtedly belong to us." Meanwhile, Xia Tian had led the sword-concealing youths into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. The recently battled thoroughfare remained desolate, devoid of passers-by, as vigilant guards had already stationed themselves on both sides to ambush the Prince of the Wilds and obstruct any travelers along this route. Suddenly, 2 robust men clad in the attire of the Sima Manor's guards stealthily emerged from the thicket. These 2 were among the loyal protectors of Sima Lan. "Shall we quickly scout the hiding place of those sword-concealing youths? There must be some mystery beneath. Once we uncover it, we shall achieve great merit," urged one of the burly men. "At that time, boundless wealth and glory shall be ours," chuckled the other, named Xiao Yi, with a hint of excitement. "Let us see what secrets their concealment holds." The 2 men dashed towards the recently occupied hideout of the sword-concealing youths, fervently digging through the snow, eager to reveal the secrets buried beneath. Suddenly, an icy chill ran down their spines, as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious gaze. The 2 men glared fiercely, slowly rising and drawing their blades. Turning abruptly, "Who goes there?" Before them stood a strikingly beautiful maiden, none other than the furious Sima. Instantly, beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans broke out on their foreheads. They regarded her as a formidable beast, their voices trembling as they inquired, "Captain, what brings you here?" Sima Gu brandished a dagger that glimmered with a chilling light, coldly retorting, "That question should be posed by me to you. Why have you left the ranks to dig here?" The 2 men forced themselves to remain calm, though their hands gripping the blades began to shake. "Captain, we were unwell and ventured into the forest to alleviate our discomfort. We had no idea the convoy had already departed. We were just about to pursue." Sima Gu raised an eyebrow, her entire demeanor radiating an aura of menace, her smile icy. "It seems you are unwilling to answer my question?" "And no." The 2 men fervently shook their heads. At that moment, their pupils widened, fixating upon the gleaming dagger, the cold light sending shivers through their hearts, their faces turning pale. "Captain, spare us," they pleaded, raising their blades in defense. "Do not kill us." Their fear was palpable. They alone understood how terrifying their seemingly harmless leader, with her fiery figure and amiable demeanor, could truly be. She was indeed formidable, otherwise, she would not be the personal guard of the second lady, Sima Lan. Sima Gu approached them. "To be honest, you are spies placed here by the crown prince, aren't you?" The faces of the 2 men turned ashen. They did not wish for death. "Captain, please do not kill us. Our lives are valuable to the lady. We can relay the happenings from the Eastern Palace." With a swift motion, Sima Ji's graceful form left a series of fleeting shadows in the snow, akin to a gust of wind, passing by the 2 men. Upon the snow, only a few shallow footprints remained. Hiss. The throats of the 2 robust men were slit open, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The dagger in Sima Ji's hand vanished. "When you were at Taohua Wu Bao, you deliberately leaked our whereabouts," Did you truly believe I was unaware? Had it not been for Prince Huang's intention to keep you alive to disseminate information, you would have met your end long ago. The two men finally understood. They had merely been instruments for Prince Huang to relay messages. Thus, he was able to orchestrate the ambush on the prince's designated target. The cunning of Prince Huang was truly terrifying. With a final gasp, the two men collapsed into the snow, their last thoughts lingering on whether the secret of the concealed sword assassins lay buried within the snow. Sima Gu cast a glance at the snow pit they had dug, then turned to leave. A man as cautious as Prince Huang would never allow you to glimpse the secrets of the concealed sword assassins, nor permit you to take credit for it. How foolish. Sima Ji's delicate face was taut, her mood profoundly affected. For this time, the traitors she had eliminated were of her own kin. Meanwhile, on Erlong Mountain, the area was shrouded in primitive forest, towering ancient trees crowned with heavy snow, making it difficult for anyone to be detected within. In the thicket, Xia Tian led the group of concealed sword youths up the mountainside. Song Yi, what is your dream? Song Yi hesitated, responding instinctively, of course, it is to die for our master. Xia Tian blinked. Song Jiao, what about you? Is your dream different from your older brother Song Yi's? Song Jiao shook her head resolutely. No, it is the same. My dream is also to die for our master. Xia Tian scooped up a handful of snow, rubbing it on her face, feeling the chill. Song Jiao, from now on, you may simply call him master, without the need for the title lord at the front. Song Jiao looked at Song Yi, torn. Song Yi nodded. Song Jiao, we must obey what our master says. Yes. Song Jiao's rosy cheeks broke into a sweet smile. Master. Ah. Xia Tian responded with a bright cheer. In that instant, a single title bridged the distance between their hearts. Nearby, the other concealed sword youths watched Song Jiao with affectionate smiles. Suddenly, the cold thicket was imbued with warmth. Ahem. Xia Tian chuckled lightly, clearing her throat, and began to inquire about the training and living conditions of the concealed sword youths. Song Yi candidly replied, one word, bitter. Two words, extremely bitter. The concealed sword youths were a group of unfortunate children, orphaned at birth. From an early age, they were indoctrinated with a sense of familial and national enmity, harboring a death wish, always prepared to meet their end in battle, like puppets. This only solidified certain thoughts in Xia Tian's mind. At that moment, whoosh. Song San returned from the front, agile as a monkey, landing before Xia Tian with a serious expression. Master, Song Yi, the guard post at Erlong Mountain lies just ahead. Those vile bandits are nothing short of beasts. You should take a look. Xia Tian's handsome face grew stern, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Let us go. Chapter 37. Xia Tian's reasoning at the bandit stronghold atop Erlong Mountain. It resembled a dragon pearl, precariously perched on the summit. Upon reaching the mountainside, 3 sheer cliffs surrounded it. There was but one path leading up, making this formidable stronghold easy to defend yet difficult to assault. This is the goal of summer. Halfway up the mountain, a wooden house has been erected, where a band of bandits maintains a watch, stationed there year-round. Outside the wooden house, countless corpses dangle, each one pierced through the shoulder by iron hooks, their chests ripped open, exposing their entrails, suspended from ancient trees, frozen into macabre sculptures. Counting them reveals 9 bodies, all clad in the garments of ordinary civilians, including an infant and a little girl. In front of the wooden house stands a towering wooden sign, emblazoned with bold crimson characters. Trespassers beware, these wretches shall meet their end. No mercy. The sanguinary aura of the bandits seeps from the sign. Behind the wooden house lies the path leading to the bandit stronghold atop the peak. At this moment, Summer, accompanied by the young swordsman of the Hidden Sword sect, is merely 100 meters away from the wooden house. Upon witnessing the horrific scene before the house, even those with stout hearts, who have encountered countless bloodshed, feel a surge of rage, longing to eradicate the perpetrators of these icy horrors. An insatiable thirst for vengeance swirls in the howling northern wind, reverberating before the wooden house. Zhang Jiao's face turns ashen as he whispers, Master, killing is but a fleeting act, yet these vile bandits have even disemboweled infants to create their frozen sculptures. They are truly monstrous and deserve to be slain. Zhang Yi's voice grows colder. Master, I have encountered such individuals before, who take pleasure in murder, utterly deranged. At this moment, all the young swordsmen of the Hidden Sword sect gaze at Summer, awaiting the command to eliminate the bandits. Summer turns back, his gaze sweeping over them, feeling a deep sense of gratification. His eyes glimmer with a hint of red. Zhang Yi, this is an evil place. The hearts of those within have darkened, resembling beasts, showing no mercy. Indeed, Zhang Yi responds quietly, Master, I shall go. With that, Zhang Yi and the young swordsman lower their bodies, disappearing into the snow, vanishing as if they were a host of ice and snow spirits transforming back into their elemental form, merging seamlessly with the snowy expanse. Only Zhang Jiu remains beside Summer, a testament to the presence of the hidden sword youths. Summer watches with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. The art of the hidden sword, concealing swords. And concealing people is indeed fascinating. Suddenly, a piercing male scream erupts from within the wooden house. Ah, you filthy wench. How dare you kick my manhood? Seeking death. Are you? Just wait, my brothers, and I will take turns with you, then slice off your breasts, rip open your chest, and turn you into an ice sculpture. Let us see you kick me. A series of lewd laughter echoes from inside. Come, little lady, let me give you some pleasure. You beasts. A sharp female voice brims with fury. One day, a hero will come to flatten this den of thieves and tear you apart. Come on, do your worst. I am stronger than you think. Outside the wooden house, Zhang Jiu follows closely behind Summer, stepping towards the structure like a pair of siblings. Master. This woman is rather peculiar. Summer inquires, what do you find strange? Zhang Jiu ponders for a moment. Her voice is filled with anger, yet devoid of fear or terror. Logically, a weak woman in such a situation should be overwhelmed with fear. Why is she not afraid? Summer senses it too. The woman is indeed peculiar. At that moment, the ringing of a bell echoed as Xia Tian intentionally stepped on a thin line of snow, causing the bell in front of the wooden cabin to chime. Who goes there? A thunderous voice boomed, and a group of ragged, filthy bandits burst from the cabin. The leader, a towering figure with a brutish countenance, glared menacingly at Xia Tian and Zhang Jiu. Ha ha ha. So, it's a handsome young lad and a pretty maiden. How delightful they look. You, boy with delicate skin, are exactly to my taste. Just wait. I shall cleanse you, and then have my way with you. The bandits, upon realizing their visitors were mere youths, felt their tension dissipate. Boss, what a splendid day it is. In this frigid expanse, not only do we have a beauty delivered to us, but also this naive young master and miss who have come to entertain us. Boss, let us make our move. I'll take care of this little sister. After we're done, I'll create a human ice sculpture. The bandits leered at Xia Tian and Zhang Jiu, as if they were already meat on a chopping block. The more the leader stared, the more familiar Xia Tian appeared to him. Suddenly, a vision materialized in his mind, a painting featuring a boy strikingly similar to the one before him. Ah, he gasped, are you that worthless prince? Indeed, Xia Tian replied, a smile gracing his handsome face. I am the so-called wasteful ninth prince you intend to kill. What? The bandit leader was taken aback. You're still alive? Xia Tian's smile turned icy. Thus, the ones you sent down the mountain are all dead. The bandit leader staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. With your mere 100 old and weak soldiers, you cannot withstand us. Xia Tian dismissed further conversation. Zhang Jiu, attack. Yes. In an instant, a soft sword materialized in Zhang Jiu's palm. With a swift motion, she moved, the sword's brilliance preceding her as it struck the bandit leader. One strike severed his left leg, another his right leg, one cut through his left hand, and another through his right hand. The final strike silenced his tongue. Within moments, the bandit leader had been reduced to a mere trunk, his limbs severed from his torso. Zhang Jiu, filled with loathing for these brigands, chose not to end his life swiftly, but rather sought to prolong his suffering. The souls of the deceased encased in ice likely yearned to witness these villains endure torment before their demise. Blood gushed forth from the bandit leader's remains. Martial artist. The remaining bandits gasped in shock, flee back to the hideout, and raise the alarm. But it was too late. Zhang Jiu's petite form danced like a sprite across the snow, her light footsteps weaving through the white expanse, the sword's light flowing with her. In an instant, all but one long-legged bandit had been reduced to mere trunks. This last bandit, however, dashed back to the cabin, extending a grimy hand to grasp a rope the thickness of a thumb. Zhang Jiu, startled, propelled herself like an arrow, shooting towards the villain. The rope must be connected to the bandit stronghold. Once pulled, they would be alerted to the attack on the wooden cabin, realizing that enemies had intruded. Yet, she was a moment too late. Before the bandit could act, he grasped the rope with one hand, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. You shall perish. However, why did he pull on empty air? The tall, malevolent bandit was taken aback, looking up to see that the rope in his hand had been severed by a slender silver blade, thwarting his efforts. The silver dagger, of course, belonged to Xia Tian. Then he caught sight of Zhang Jiu's sword, cold and merciless. With a swift motion, Zhang Jiu slashed the bandit's throat, blood splattering everywhere. Although his attempt to raise the alarm had failed, his demise was swift, which could be seen as a form of liberation. The warm blood melted the ice and snow in front of the wooden cabin. A few writhing figures in the snow silently experienced the depths of human suffering. Struggling helplessly as they gazed at the frozen corpse hanging from the tree, their eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Xiaotian's gaze swept over the frozen body. And he coldly declared, "Do not worry. I shall not spare a single one of these heartless fiends. I will make them understand that slaying the virtuous without cause is unacceptable. If heaven does not punish them, then I shall." In that moment, a mysterious aura enveloped Xiaotian, instilling a deep admiration in Zhongjio. "Master, you look magnificent at this moment." Then, Xiaotian pushed open the door of the cabin, revealing a bare young woman with disheveled hair, gazing at him without any intention to conceal her modesty. Her unique emerald eyes resembled those of a ravenous wolf. Chapter 38. The sorrow of Jin Lian. Xiaotian cautiously scrutinized the naked maiden before him. She possessed an exquisite face and a gentle demeanor, her figure perfectly proportioned, ample bosom, slender waist, and long legs, balanced and neither too thin nor too plump. Her skin was as smooth as jade, indicating a life of privilege. However, these observations were not his primary concern. The most critical point was that the young woman bore no concealed weapons. Indeed, with no garments to hide them. There was nowhere for her to conceal a weapon, unless, perhaps, she had hidden a blade within her delicate mouth. At present, her eyes held no murderous intent, and her gaze was particularly peculiar, as if she had something she wished to convey. What could it be? He dared not turn his back, fearing a surprise attack from this unfamiliar maiden. Just then, Zhongjio entered the cabin, her brow furrowing. "Who are you?" Only then did Xiaotian turn, positioning himself away from the naked girl, and removed his cloak, tossing it back. "Put this on." Jin Lian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she hurriedly wrapped herself in the cloak. Xiaotian's cloak was thick, crafted from the finest mink fur, enveloping her warmly. Then, Xiaotian turned back. "Who are you?" Jin Lian bowed respectfully. "I am Jin Lian, daughter of the late Governor Yi Fan of Qizhou. Reporting to the king of Huangzhou." She knelt gracefully, exposing her delicate skin and beautiful form, undeniably alluring. Xiaotian was somewhat taken aback. "I have never left the palace." "How do you know it is I?" Yi Jinlian pointed at the convulsing figures outside and declared, "Those brutes, when they captured me, were incessantly discussing their leader's plans to descend the mountains and slay the prince. I overheard your conversation outside." Her explanation was coherent. "Your father has perished?" Yi Jinlian's swollen eyes brimmed with hatred. "Indeed. Not far from Erlong Mountain lies a bandit stronghold known as the Fierce Tiger Denver. As we passed, we were ambushed by those vile bandits, leaving me as the sole survivor." Xiaotian furrowed his brow in surprise. To ambush a provincial governor, those bandits are utterly unrestrained. However, he reflected on his own identity as a prince, who had faced 2 assassination attempts shortly after leaving the imperial capital. If these ruffians dared to kill a prince, one could scarcely imagine their audacity against a provincial governor. The incompetence of the great Xia dynasty's local governance was glaringly evident. Xiaotian posed a question. "Did your family not bring any personal guards when returning to the capital?" Yi Jinlian shook her head. "No. Upon receiving the imperial decree, my father hastily set forth with us. When we departed from the borders of Qizhou, he mentioned that there were issues with the personal guards and sent them away, leaving only a handful of attendants. Little did we anticipate that those bandits would audaciously attack our convoy and commit such rampant slaughter. If it weren't for their lust for my beauty, intending to toy with the daughter of a governor, I might have perished as well." Xiaotian gazed into Yi Jinlian's sorrowful eyes, discerning no pretense. Her words were undoubtedly truthful. "How did you manage to escape from the Fierce Tiger Den?" Yi Jinlian's eyes reflected a fleeting memory. "On that fateful day, as those bandits stripped me bare and were about to violate me, a group of black-clad assassins stealthily ascended the mountain and exterminated everyone within the stronghold. The leader of those assassins was also a woman, perhaps out of pity. She spared my life, and I, too, did not choose to end my own. But I vow, as long as I draw breath, I shall eradicate every last one of these vile bandits. They all deserve to perish." Suddenly, Xiaotian pondered whether the female assassin from the pine forest had indeed spared Yi Jinlian. He regarded the girl who had endured such tribulations. "How then did you find yourself captured again by the bandits of Erlong Mountain?" Yi Jinlian's expression turned bitter. "Misfortune never comes alone. After escaping from the Fierce Tiger Den, I was cold and famished. As I approached Erlong Mountain, I was seized by 2 bandits who brought me here. They stripped me once more, intent on taking advantage of me." Xiaotian remarked, This unfortunate child seems destined to cross paths with bandits. At this juncture, Yi Jinlian fixed her gaze upon Xia Tian and asked, "My lord, do you believe all men in the world are lecherous?" This has long been an unsolvable conundrum. Xia Tian's expression grew complex. "Miss Yi, I can only assert that the bandits you encountered are indeed lecherous." Yi Jinlian nodded. "Had it not been for the timely arrival of the prince, this time I would surely have suffered indignity, only to be turned into an ice corpse afterward." With that, she knelt down and said, "Jinlian expresses her heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace, my lord." In that instant, the spring radiance of her skin was particularly striking. Xia Tian seemed to perceive something. "Miss Yi, please rise quickly. I merely came to slay the bandits. Rescuing you was an unforeseen happenstance. And there is no need for such grand gestures." Yi Jinlian did not rise immediately, but gazed intently at him. "Your Highness, you just mentioned outside the wooden cabin that you intend to reason with the benevolent and the wicked on behalf of the frozen corpse outside." Xia Tian's expression grew stern. "Indeed. On my journey to the fief in the great wilderness, I shall visit each of the major bandit strongholds to elucidate my principles, punish the wicked, and uphold righteousness." Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignited in Yi Jinlian's tearful, enchanting eyes, as if a drowning person had grasped their last lifeline. "Your Highness, Jinlian has lost her family and is alone. I am willing to accompany you to the great wilderness and assist you in reasoning with the bandits." Xia Tian promptly shook his head. "That is not permissible. You are the daughter of a high-ranking official, even though Governor Yi has been murdered. You remain a noble woman with a family to rely upon in the capital and an abundance of wealth to sustain your life. How could you possibly travel with me to the fief in secret? If word were to spread, the court would certainly assume I have abducted you. This would not bode well for either of us." Yi Jinlian's expression fell, and she slowly stood up. "Your Highness, is it truly impossible?" Xia Tian remained resolute. "It cannot be." However, he expressed curiosity. "I am intrigued to know if that woman in black who saved you on the Tiger Mountain possesses a generous bosom and appears to be around 14 or 15 years of age." Yi Jinlian paused in surprise. "Yes. Does your Highness know her?" Xia Tian did not confirm nor deny, instead stating solemnly, "She attempted to assassinate me at Taowawa Fortress. And I killed her. Do you wish to avenge her?" Yi Jinlian fell silent for a moment before responding. "Her death was a consequence of her actions in attempting to assassinate you. While I am grateful to her, we are not of the same ilk. I only request that your Highness allow me to retrieve her remains to repay the debt of life she once granted me." Xia Tian nodded, his gaze toward Yi Jinlian softening slightly. "Yi Jinlian, you are rather intriguing. Very well." He directed her to the location of the pine forest. "Miss Yi, I must also proceed to Erlong Mountain to reason with the bandits. You should descend the mountain on your own." Yi Jinlian bit her red lip lightly. "Your Highness, if you do not take me to the great wilderness, I shall remain in the capital as your subordinate." Beside them, Songjio widened his eyes in astonishment. Unable to refrain from interjecting, "Miss Yi, please maintain your dignity. My master is not someone you can easily approach." Yi Jinlian laughed, though her laughter was tinged with sorrow. She offered no explanation, removing her cloak to reveal her youthful form once more within the wooden cabin. "Your Highness, everyone desires my body. Even if I return to the capital, it would be difficult to safeguard myself. Your Highness has saved me, and in return, I can only offer my purity to you, begging you to cherish it." Xia Tian felt a rush of warmth flood his face. With a gentle sigh, he stepped forward. Songjio stared wide-eyed, wondering if his master truly intended to fulfill the desires of this exhibitionist. Yi Jinlian's cheeks flushed crimson. "Little girl, you should leave now. Do you wish to observe?" Xia Tian felt a vain throb at his temple, bent down, and picked up her cloak, draping it over her shoulders with his own hands. "Miss Yi, do you mean to suggest that I would take advantage of your vulnerability? Would you have me become the subject of public scorn?" Yi Jinlian remained still, her head bowed in disappointment. "Does your Highness disdain my body for having been seen by the bandits?" Xia Tian shook his head. "Of course not. Your physique is exquisite." Upon uttering these words, it felt inappropriate in the presence of Summer. Indeed, Songjio cast a fierce glare at Yi Jinlian. Undeterred, Yi Jinlian bravely lifted her head, her face ablaze, and gazed directly at Xia Tian. "Your Highness has seen Jinlian's body. Thus, in this lifetime, Jinlian can never marry. Henceforth, I shall serve as your Highness's eyes and ears in the capital. I implore your Highness to grant me this." To speak candidly, the distance from the great wilderness province to the capital is considerable, and a reliable individual is needed to relay the happenings within the court. Xia Tian turned and departed. "We shall discuss this matter later." Yi Jinlian rummaged through the wooden cabin and donned the attire of a bandit haphazardly. "Your Highness, Wait for me. I wish to see how you reason with the bandits. Without glancing back, Xiao replied, As you wish. Song Jiao followed closely behind, gritting her teeth. Eugene trailed the two, heading towards the bandit stronghold on Erlong Mountain. Chapter 39. The peculiar logic the biting north wind lashed against their faces, causing a stinging sensation. On the narrow path winding up Erlong Mountain, 3 figures, a man and 2 women, strolled leisurely towards the summit. This pathway, known as One-Line Sky, is flanked by cliffs, rendering it impossible to scale. Stubbornly, Yi Jinlian followed closely behind Xiao and Song Jiao. Despite the arduous journey, stumbling along the way, she gritted her teeth resolutely, refusing to yield. At this moment, her inner strength was unwavering. She was determined to witness how the prince would reason with the bandits. Along the way, Yi Jinlian had expected to encounter flashes of blades and torrents of blood, stepping over the corpses of foes to reach the bandit stronghold. Perhaps they would perish on this path leading to the lair. However, the reality was quite different. Although the road was patrolled by sentinels and the bandits were numerous, they were all lifeless. As they passed, the sentinels lay dead on either side of the path, their throats pierced by a single strike, blood flowing profusely. Seeing that Xiao and Song Jiao remained unfazed, appearing as if the situation were inconsequential, she quickly realized that others had already infiltrated the stronghold. They were not merely 3 solitary figures. Everything transpired unseen, silently, and mysteriously. The heavy snow began to fall furiously, each flake resembling goose feathers, gradually covering the ground, concealing the corpses and blood, shrouding all earthly sins. After half an hour of walking, the trio finally arrived at the entrance of the bandit stronghold on Erlong Mountain. Here, the guards lay slain upon the ground. The 9 frozen corpses suspended in the mountainside had mysteriously ascended to stand atop the ice and snow at the peak. Eugene was taken aback. How did these frozen corpses reach this height? They had only just been at the mountainside. What formidable individuals serve under the prince? Remarkable. Yet, it was undeniably frigid. Aside from the sentinels, the other bandits remained indoors, tightly shutting their wooden doors, for the biting wind could freeze a person into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Xiao surveyed the area. The peak of Erlong Mountain extended about a kilometer in radius, surrounded by wooden walls that enclosed the entire bandit stronghold. Within the confines of the walls lay an array of rudimentary wooden houses, in utter disarray. At the center stood the tallest wooden structure, above which hung a sign inscribed with 3 bold characters, Assembly Hall. He chuckled, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. You lot dare to speak of righteousness? He approached the entrance of the Assembly Hall, quietly listening to the commotion within. Inside the hall, a cold, black-clad man lounged in a tiger-skin chair, sipping his drink, slightly inebriated as he declared, Brothers, your leaders have descended from the mountain on a mission. Should they succeed, you, the people of Erlong Mountain, shall bask in endless riches and glory. Now, raise your cups. The bandits in the hall lifted their cups, their voices rising in boisterous agreement. Cheers. They drank heartily. Ha ha ha. With the liquor flowing, the bandits erupted in exuberance. What a thrill. I hear that the so-called worthless prince is accompanied by an unparalleled beauty. Yes, yes, yes. It is said that she is Sima Lan, ranked 3rd among the world's beauties, possessing a captivating grace that could intoxicate anyone with just a glance. Emboldened by the drink, the bandits grew increasingly crude in their banter. Such a beauty could entertain me for half a year with just 1 leg. If I could indulge in her, I'd be willing to perish in her embrace. Their laughter echoed. If I were to meet my end, I would skin her and drape her hide over another woman, ensuring she forever accompanies me. And I would sever her head, hollow it out, and use it as a goblet for my wine, drinking from it every day? What say you, 3 holy envoy? Is this arrangement not splendid? The black-clad 3 holy envoy appeared to share in their depravity, grinning lewdly. Indeed, the more exquisite the beauty, the more delightful the play. Just then, with a resounding crash, the 2 wooden doors of the assembly hall were forcefully thrust open, toppling to the ground. The bandits were startled. Who goes there? The black-clad envoy's eyes glinted with malice. Step forward. At that moment, 9 icy corpses flew through the doorway, landing in the center of the hall with a heavy thud. The ground trembled. Among the frozen figures, the visage of a lifeless infant captured attention. The bandits, drawing their weapons, suddenly sobered. Isn't that the ice corpse from the mountainside? What is it doing here? This is bad. An enemy attack. The black-clad envoy's expression turned grave as he demanded, Which faction do you hail from? Show yourselves. Tension filled the air as the bandits focused intently on the doorway. Without allowing time for speculation, a chilling laughter echoed. Summer's tall, slender figure appeared at the entrance. I am not your friend, for I tread the righteous path. Our ways do not align. He continued, I have come to impart a lesson. At that moment, the black-clad envoy's eyes widened in disbelief. The worthless prince of the wasteland. How is this possible? What? The bandits were equally astonished. This pretty boy is the wasteland prince we sought to kill? Where are their leaders? The black-clad envoy narrowed his slanted eyes. They are, of course, dead. Impossible. The bandits erupted once more, their irrational shouts echoing. Brothers, avenge our leader. Slay this effeminate prince with a flurry of blades. Then seize that unparalleled beauty, the third in the realm, and finish him off. Silence, roared the cloaked envoy, his voice laden with fury. What reasoning do you wish to convey, Prince of Chaos? With a mere lift of his eyelids, Xia Tian stepped over the threshold, declaring, I wish to impart this. A murderer shall invariably meet his end at the hands of others. You boast of your fearsome cruelty, slaughtering indiscriminately. Rest assured, a day will come when a more ferocious demon will claim your lives. Today, I act in accordance with the heavens. Allow me to reveal to you what true malevolence entails. The bandits, fueled by alcohol, scoffed. This pretty boy is a demon? Ridiculous. Kill him. Before Xia Tian. The bandits raised their knives, ready to strike. Opposite them, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xia Tian's eyes. Listen well. I demand that every drop of their blood be shed, cleansing this mountain of its sins with their lifeblood. They shall be rendered speechless, enduring 1,000 cuts, experiencing the utmost agony the world can offer. I shall extract their tendons, shatter their bones, sever their limbs, allowing them to taste the pain of being disemboweled. I will behead them, stacking their heads into a grim tableau, so that all who behold it dare not disrupt the peace of the world. My principle is simple, blood for blood, killing to cease killing, violence to counter violence, evil to combat evil. Let the virtuous survive. Kill. Yes. In the wake of his proclamation, a voice resonated throughout the bandit stronghold of Erlong Mountain. The master has a principle to share with you. Chapter 40. A sea of blood. These sudden utterances, devoid of emotion, echoed Xia Tian's words. Blood for blood, killing to cease killing, violence to counter violence, evil to combat evil. Let the virtuous survive. The cloaked envoy and the bandits were taken aback, their faces paling as they shouted, Who? Stop your tricks and show yourself. The atmosphere in the hall grew exceedingly tense. In the shadows, a palpable aura of death had locked on to every villain within. The cold wind outside stirred the dust on the floor, laden with unbounded malice. The envoy's eyes blazed with a fierce light, yet outside remained empty, save for the figures of two women. The voice emanated from behind the fair-faced young prince, as if a true demon lurked within. In that moment, a chill ran through the hearts of the bandits. Had this fair-faced young prince truly transformed into a demon? Yet, the bandits before Xia Tian remained defiant. They trusted in the blades they wielded. They believed that their dark hearts and ruthless resolve made them invincible, capable of slaying this fair-faced young prince. For knives, imbued with boundless murderous intent, sought to cleave Xia Tian into pieces. Naturally, they were careful not to mar the prince's delicate features, for doing so would forfeit their reward. Human greed drives men to death, as do birds to their hunger. Wealth and honor are perilous pursuits. Such thoughts had long since entrenched themselves in the hearts of these villains, guiding their malevolent actions. The glint of the blades shimmered ominously, while the air was thick with the deadly resolve of the bandits. Kill. At that moment, a flash of sword light emerged from behind Xia Tian, resembling a meteor shower, striking first with overwhelming swiftness. The clash of blades echoed as the weapons of the villains collided with the sword of Zhang Jiao, sending sparks flying and producing a piercing sound akin to metal striking metal. The lethal daggers, devoid of true energy, were deftly deflected by Zhang Jiao. In a swift motion, her petite figure appeared before Xia Tian, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Like a shooting star, her sword poised at the throat, claiming 4 lives with a single strike. Blood splattered forth, and the nefarious foes before Xia Tian fell lifelessly. Such a display of prowess in 4 successive kills was formidable. The blood of the wicked sprayed forth as their sinful bodies crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, behind Xia Tian, Yijin Lian gazed in awe at his upright silhouette, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Was this truly the foolish prince spoken of in the world? If folly could inspire such fervent, righteous words, then she wished that all men were as such foolish and inept. For if they were, the wicked in this realm would inevitably be vanquished, allowing the virtuous to thrive. In that instant, within a snow-covered bandit stronghold, a handsome youth stood tall and unyielding before countless villains, articulating his righteous rationale for slaying evil with the utmost calmness. His demeanor would be forever etched in Yijin Lian's memory, an indelible mark. If he were a demon, she would willingly embrace that darkness alongside him. Her eyes gradually filled with admiration and reverence as she softly uttered, "The principles espoused by the prince are precisely what the virtuous wish to convey to the malevolent. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. To quell violence with violence. To counter evil with evil, so that the good may live." Each word resonates deeply within my heart. Amidst these thoughts, she lamented her own lack of masculinity. Just then, the roof of the gathering hall erupted in a cacophony of destruction, wooden shards flying as the thatch scattered like the heavens collapsing. A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down, akin to a torrential downpour, spilling blood in abundance. In an instant, countless bandits lay wounded upon the ground, their cries of despair filling the air. Following this, beams of sword light descended from above, and agile figures emerged above the heads of the bandits. The sword-wielding youth descended, crossbow in his left hand, sword in his right. A tempest of retribution. The bolts flew forth, sweeping away the foes beneath, staining the earth with their blood. The youth, having stowed his crossbow, unleashed a frenzied assault upon landing, confronted by the merciless villains of Long Mountain. The seemingly cold yet fiercely passionate hearts of the sword-wielding youths could no longer contain their thirst for vengeance. Do not mock the youthful dreams of the Jianghu. Who among us does not dream of the Jianghu in their youth? Their leader proclaimed, "Let the blood of these villains cleanse the sins of Long Mountain. Kill. Let the blood of the wicked be a sacrificial offering to goodness. We shall use these heads to instill fear in the hearts of evildoers, ensuring they dare not harbor malicious thoughts against the virtuous again. Kill. Sever their limbs, and let the agony of the wicked be the most harrowing in existence." Dismembered limbs flew within the gathering hall, blood gushing forth, staining the ground crimson. 100 sword-wielding youths united, encircling and dispatching their enemies, supporting one another as they overwhelmed the 300 bandits, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. On the high platform, the three dark-clad saints wore expressions as grim as the depths of water. Everyone, remain calm. These adversaries are merely youths, recently entering the realm of internal martial arts. If we withstand their onslaught and exhaust their energy, victory will be ours. The dark-clad holy envoys have discerned that the sword-concealing youth is merely a third-rate martial artist. He stands at the pinnacle of second-rate warriors. Were it not for the ambush, he would naturally have no fear of his adversaries. Moreover, he is not alone. Given the uncertainty of the situation, the most prudent course of action is to deplete the target's strength using the bandits from Long Mountain. After all, no one knows if this worthless prince has formidable allies lurking behind him. Very well, with our smaller numbers, we shall wear these youngsters down. The wicked bandits, lacking better alternatives, can only rely on brute force, hoping to exhaust their foes. However, none of them are willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of others. Thus, despite their fierce shouts, the bandits retreat more vigorously. Consequently, their defeat comes swiftly. "Ah, it hurts so much. Please don't sever my hands and feet. I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes." The bandits, whose limbs have been severed, writhe in agony, seeking to plead for their lives. "Heroes, we truly understand our wrongs. We should not have indiscriminately taken lives. We should not have killed for amusement. Please grant us another chance." The sword-concealing youths remained silent, having severed their limbs, leaving them to wail amidst a sea of blood. "Our master has decreed that your survival would be a desecration to the virtuous." Covered in blood, surrounded by severed limbs and remnants of humanity, the sword-concealing youths resembled demonic entities emerging from the depths of hell. The remaining bandits, still intact, are filled with terror. "I surrender. I know where the treasure of Long Mountain is. Spare me," they plead. "Good sirs, if you spare me, I shall surely repent and become a kind person." The sword-concealing youths smile wickedly, feeling considerably relieved. "Then you shall strive to be a kind soul in your next life. Kill." The path is paved with flesh and blood as a vast sea of crimson begins to form. The bandits are truly frightened. "Holy Envoy, please intervene. If you do not act soon, we will all be slaughtered." Yet, the dark-clad Holy Envoy remains seated, coldly observing as the bandits are eradicated, never lifting a finger. The ground is strewn with the lamentations of the dying, blood gushing forth, their cries echoing as if from a hellish realm. Hurling accusations at Xia Tian, "You are the true devil." As their cries crescendo, they succumb to their pain, ultimately losing their breath. These wicked bandits have met their retribution at last. Suddenly, amid the ice sculptures, the two youths and the infant, their bellies gruesomely opened and eyes unblinking, peacefully closed their eyes, finding tranquility at last. Finally, the wails within the Hall of Brotherhood cease entirely. The sword-concealing youth, bloodied sword in hand, strides towards the dark-clad Holy Envoy. However, The latter appears unfazed. Xia Tian, coldly laughing, inquires, "Your martial prowess must be considerable. Why do you not save them?" The holy envoy's lips curl into a cruel smile, because when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Worthless prince, your people are exhausted. Their inner energy has been depleted. Thus, it is time for you to perish. With a swift leap, the dark-clad three saints propelled themselves into the air like a flying swallow, seamlessly merging with their sword, soaring over the gathered sword-hiding youths, and launching a lethal assault towards Shi Tian, a wave of murderous intent stirring the blood-soaked ground, rippling like the ocean's tide. "You shall be the first prince to perish at my hands," cackled the assailant. "A fortune of 100,000 gold coins is mine." Chapter 41. The master behind the curtain. At this moment, the sword-hiding youths had indeed exhausted their internal energy, rendering them incapable of soaring to rescue their leader, their speed utterly eclipsed by that of the dark-clad three saints. Furthermore, they were not inclined to turn back. Their focus was unwaveringly fixed upon the wooden wall behind the drapes of the assembly hall. The sword-hiding youths drew their crossbows, loading bolts and taking aim. Zing Wei, with a grave expression, signaled with a gesture understood only by the sword-hiding youths, gradually encircling the area. Within that wooden wall lay their formidable adversary. At this juncture, at the entrance of the assembly hall, the dark-clad three saints sprang forth, swiftly confronting Shi Tian with malevolent expressions. "Die. Get out of the way." Unfazed, Ziying Ji stood defiantly in front of Shi Tian, channeling her internal energy into her sword, unleashing a full force. Yet, having just ascended to the rank of a third-rate martial artist, the disparity between her internal energy and that of a peak second-rate martial artist was vast. With a crack, Ziying Ji's sword shattered, her petite form sent flying. A bitter taste filled her throat, blood surged within her chest, escaping uncontrollably. The blood was acrid. At this moment, the sword of the dark-clad three saints was but a hair's breadth from Shi Tian's brow, the energy infused within the blade piercing his skin, causing a sharp pain. In that instant, the dark-clad three saints felt the thrill of impending victory. In the next moment, the sword would pierce the brow of this worthless prince. Henceforth, riches and glory would accompany him for life. Power and beauty would be his to possess. The foolish prince had erred. In this chaotic era of the Great Xia, virtuous souls meet untimely ends, while evildoers thrive for millennia. Only by committing malevolence can one live freely. He vowed upon his own wickedness. Yet, why had his sword not penetrated the brow of this worthless prince? Was time slowing down? Or had the sword ceased its advance? A sense of foreboding crept into the heart of the dark-clad three saints. Squinting, he beheld the sword's tip being clamped by the hands of that worthless prince. When had an ordinary person possessed the strength to seize the sword of a peak second-rate master? Fury ignited within him. This was tantamount to courting death. The dark-clad three saints felt his martial prowess insulted. He prepared to channel all his internal energy to crush the prince's hands before proceeding to kill. However, why was his abdomen aching so? Why could he not gather internal energy? Why could he no longer grip the sword? Why did his body feel so heavy? With a thud, the dark-clad three saints fell to his knees, relinquishing his sword, his body convulsing with weakness. His heart plummeted into despair, panicking. What had happened to him? Bowing his head, he finally discerned a shimmering silver needle lodged 3 inches beneath his navel, having pierced his dantian, severing his internal energy's gathering point. When had he been struck? He was oblivious. The black-clad three saints let out a cry of excruciating agony, akin to that of a wounded wild dog. In the depths of despair, he sensed an even greater peril approaching him. With a sudden jerk, the black-clad three saints looked up to witness the useless prince wielding his own sword, severing his left hand. The searing pain pierced his soul like 100 iron spikes. "No," he screamed in despair, only to have his right hand fall away. "How could your speed surpass that of my sword?" He bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with desperation. "Master of Erlong Mountain, will you not take action? If I perish here, my elder sister will not spare you. You shall meet your demise as well." In the fleeting moments it took to utter those 3 sentences, both of the black-clad three saints' legs vanished, transforming him into a mere human stick, akin to the ruffians in the Hall of Unity. His wails mirrored theirs, eliciting a satisfying sense of retribution. Moments later, the black-clad three saints succumbed to the pain and fainted. At that instant, a cold voice commanded, "Shoot." The sharp whistling of crossbow bolts pierced through the curtain, embedding themselves in the wooden wall beyond, creating a multitude of tiny holes. A sound of someone being struck by an arrow echoed through the air. Just then, a resounding crash reverberated as the wall behind the high platform collapsed, sending dust swirling and wooden planks flying. Suddenly, a wooden structure appeared. not smaller than the Hall of Unity. Inside this structure stood another high platform, upon which a robust man sat, with hawk-like brows and wolfish eyes. Clad in iron armor and wielding a spear, he spoke with a sinister expression. "My lord, it is said that you are a foolish bookworm. Yet, the Crown Prince insists you are merely pretending. Initially, I was skeptical, but today, witnessing your prowess firsthand, I realized the Crown Prince was indeed correct. You have concealed your true self so well." At that moment, a battalion of fully armored infantry formed a protective formation around the formidable man, shouting, "Kill." The air was thick with murderous intent. "Ha ha!" Summer exclaimed as he extracted the silver needles from within the black-clad three saints, cleaned them, and tucked them away in his sleeve. He stepped into the blood-soaked ground, advancing toward the imposing man. "So, you are the commander of the left bank from the Eastern Palace. You are the true mastermind of Erlong Mountain. Here, I can finally witness the genuine union of officials and bandits. You are the real villain. It is the Crown Prince who is the source of all evil. The ambush down the mountain and the battle in the Hall of Unity were merely bait. This is the true trap." With a cawing laugh, the commander of the left bank rose to his full height of at least 2 meters. "Prince Wang, you have awakened far too late. Will you choose to take your own life, or shall I have the pleasure of doing it myself?" With a wave of his massive hand, countless hooked iron grapples smashed through the wooden boards, seizing the critical points of the wooden structure. With a thunderous roar, all the grapples pulled simultaneously, tearing away the roofs and walls of both the Hall of Unity and the wooden house where the commander stood, casting them far away. In an instant, the wooden house vanished. Summer, Songjiu, the young swordsman, the commander of the left bank, and the armored infantry were all laid bare beneath the vast sky. With a swift rustle, a legion of armored archers emerged from the snow-laden ground outside the wooden cabin, akin to phantoms, drawing their bows and aiming at Xia Tian and the band of Jian-concealed youth. Yi Jinlian gasped in astonishment. She hastened to follow Xia Tian, silently surveying the surroundings. Had they inadvertently stumbled into the encampment of the great Xia army? "Ha ha ha," Zhuan, casting his gaze about, laughed boastfully. "My lord, are you aware of the moniker I bear in the military?" Xia Tian continued his stride undeterred. "Is it necessary for me to know?" Zhuan, brimming with pride, declared, "In the ranks, I am known as the Butcher. My favorite pastime is to skin my victims and keep their hides as trophies. My lord, soon, your skin shall become the most exquisite addition to my collection." At that moment, Xia Tian appeared to Zhuo and as a fish trapped in a net. With a mere command, he could transform this walking treasure into a mere pincushion. As for the Jian youths, they were already akin to meat on his chopping board. The mercenaries of the Jianghu were but refused before the imperial forces. He refrained from ordering the arrows to be loosed immediately. For Zhuan harbored another insatiable ambition. "My lord, there are tales in the court that the Qianlong shall safeguard the treasures of the former Qin dynasty. If you are willing to relinquish them, I could grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, your fate shall be far grimmer than that of these mountain bandits." Xia Tian smiled handsomely, unperturbed. "Are you truly confident in your ability to slay me?" "Ha ha ha," Zhuan, self-assured, replied. "My lord, your forces have been rendered powerless, and Sima Lan is busy guarding your treasures. No one can save you now. Even if you scream for help, it will be futile. Today, you are destined to perish. Now, reveal to me the whereabouts of the Qianlong treasure." Chapter 42, The Collapse of Zhuanhem. Xia Tian faltered. "Is there truly a treasure of the former Qin dynasty?" Zhuan narrowed his eyes. "My lord, are you feigning ignorance? Your mother is the grand princess of the former Qin, possessing all the resources left by that dynasty. It is said that the treasure lies among them, containing various rare artifacts from the former Qin. Whoever claims it shall dominate the entire realm. My lord, this dominion I speak of extends beyond merely conquering Great Xia. It encompasses the entirety of this continent. Thus, do you comprehend why the current sovereign has not executed your mother upon entering the palace?" Xia Tian felt a weight in his heart, as if he had intuited the answer. "Why?" "Ha ha." Zhuan cackled maliciously. "Aside from your mother's unparalleled beauty that renders him incapable of harming her, a crucial reason lies in his desire to utilize your mother to locate this treasure and seize dominion over the realm. Hence, he has endured your Qin bloodline for the sake of this treasure." "Ha ha ha." Xia Tian laughed heartily. Advancing towards the concealed youths, "Do you truly believe that I am oblivious to everything?" Zhuan shook his head. "Not at all." Xia Tian's gaze sharpened. "Are you not afraid of revealing this secret, only to find yourself slain by the one on the dragon throne?" "Ha ha." Zhuan's mocking laughter ascended in pitch. "I have stated before, today, no one can rescue you." As the archers prepared, A sudden whoosh echoed from the summit of the Erlong mountain, the sound of arrows slicing through the air. Yet, they were not the arrows of Zhuan's archers. With a flurry of extraordinary iron arrows soaring through the ether, each one found its mark in the throats of the armored archers. The lethal shafts pierced flesh and sinew, emerging from the napes of their necks, trailing droplets of crimson. A rain of arrows fell, leaving the archers on the left bank lifeless upon the ground. Who could it be? The commander of the left bank, taken aback, leapt from the high platform to the heart of his troops, shouting for vigilance. Suddenly, his personal guards, brandishing shields, formed a protective circle around him. Amidst the biting wind and swirling snow, the graceful figure of Sima Gu appeared atop the peak. Flanked by a cadre of assassins from the Sima estate, bows drawn, aimed at the formation of the left bank's army. My lord, as per your strategy, the traitors have been eliminated. The sentinels and scouts lying in ambush outside have been dealt with, Sima Gu announced. He then soared gracefully through the air, landing before Xia Tian. My lord, the young lady has conveyed that everything has transpired as you foresaw. After we sealed the main road, there were those who sent word to the imperial capital via pigeon. Now, the messenger has been silenced. That pigeon has been shot down and roasted, awaiting your return to enjoy. At that moment, the heart of the left bank commander plummeted into despair. He had transformed from hunter to prey. Everything unfolding here was a result of the machinations of this incompetent prince. Yet he refused to accept it. Drawing forth his dagger, he spoke darkly. Impossible. You could not have anticipated my movements. Even if you were not a fool, you lack the capability. It must be Sima, is it not? The most talented maiden of the imperial capital has utilized the power of the Sima family to monitor our actions, has she not? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. However, Sima Gu shook his head with a mocking expression, akin to observing a drowning dog. Commander, you are mistaken. All your schemes were anticipated by my lord. Your traps are deep, intricately laid, and fraught with peril. A common person would likely perish without understanding how. Yet, in my lord's discerning eyes, your flaws are glaring, and there is nowhere to hide. This time, I am truly convinced. The wisdom of my lord is beyond your comprehension. Dejected, the left bank commander lamented. It seems you are the most astute among all the princes. Had the crown prince possessed even half of your cunning, I would not find myself in such a predicament. At this juncture, a spark ignited in his eyes, and an idea flashed through his mind. He suddenly dropped to his knees, exclaiming, My lord, I, the left bank commander, am willing to change allegiances. From this day forth, I wish to follow you. Please accept me. Xia Tian furrowed his brow. Commander, were you not just speaking of flaying my skin to add to your prize collection? The left bank commander's face flushed with embarrassment. I would not dare, my lord. Just consider my previous words as mere folly. As long as you spare my life, I shall flay the enemies for you from now on. Xia Tian could not help but laugh heartily. What a flexible character you are, left bank commander. A glimmer of hope appeared in the commander's eyes. Does this mean the lord will accept me? Xia Tian remained noncommittal, turning to his aides. Song Yi, what did you observe? Song Yi, with a stern demeanor, replied, a disloyal and treacherous man, fickle and unreliable. Song Jiao scoffed disdainfully. Your Highness, today he may betray the crown prince, and next time, he may also betray you. Such a treacherous soul deserves to perish. Deserves to perish. The young warriors of the Tsang family exuded an intense aura of bloodlust. Xia Tian nodded in agreement. You are all absolutely correct. A disloyal and unprincipled individual is akin to a rabid dog, poised to bite its master at any moment. If I were to let him go today, I would be betraying the innocent souls who perished at Erlong Mountain. My oath would be nothing but worthless drivel. Remember this, when faced with such repugnant scum. They must be eradicated. Indeed, the Tsangjian youths responded eagerly. Such vile individuals, if left unpunished, would not quell their inner rage. Suddenly, the shield before Zhuan stirred, moving away and leaving him entirely exposed to the threat of arrows. A fierce light flashed in Zhuan's eyes as he glared at his personal guards. How dare you look down upon me? Do not forget the sins committed at Erlong Mountain. You share in the blame. If I am a wretch, then you are even worse. I will slay you. Enraged, Zhuan unsheathed his blade and severed two of his guards in half. Chaos erupted before him, throwing the military formation into disarray. Xia Tian's eyes sparkled with intent. Attack. The assassins of the Sima house unleashed a volley of arrows. The Tsangjian youths swiftly knocked arrows to their crossbows, joining in the onslaught. Xia Tian had previously declared, should they be able to rain arrows down upon the enemy, they would not engage in close combat. The sound of arrows clattering against shields rang out. "Ah, it hurts." The anguished cries of the armored soldiers echoed as they fell victim to the arrows. After dispatching several guards, Zwoan seized a shield to protect himself. Though he was merely a second-rate martial artist, he was still flesh and blood, unable to withstand the barrage of arrows. "Brothers, if we wish to survive, we must not descend into infighting. We must break through first." At that moment, the rain of arrows ceased, as Xia Tian's side had exhausted their supply. However, the carnage was evident, having scattered Zwoan's formation and eliminated half of his troops. Had they not been encased in armor, the devastation would have been far greater. Charge. Zwoan led the charge, embarking on a desperate assault. Their current state resembled that of cornered wild dogs. A mysterious smile graced Xia Tian's face. "Let them pass. A dog, when struck, will flee. If pursued relentlessly, it will continue to run. However, if cornered into an inescapable alley, it will fight to the death. Hence, let them pass." The Songjianyus had already depleted their vital energy during the earlier battle. A collision with this band of desperate soldiers would surely result in casualties. Each one of the Songjianyus was invaluable, and Xia Tian could not bear the thought of losing them. Thus, he and the Songjianyus quickly positioned themselves on either side, allowing Zwoan and his men to pass before slowly trailing behind. The assassins of the Sima house did likewise, permitting their escape while following closely. Moments later, Zwoan, racing forward, beheld the mountain pass ahead, vacant and unguarded. He could not help but rejoice. "Brothers, charge down the mountain. We shall survive. This worthless prince dares not confront us. Hurry." The armored warriors collectively exhaled in relief, declaring, "Let us depart." Yet, how could the ground atop the mountain tremble ever so slightly? Terrifying silhouettes suddenly emerged before the left bank, obstructing their escape route. His heart plummeted once more into the abyss, his mentality utterly shattered. Engaging in combat with such foes was truly exhausting. In despair, the left bank turned around and bellowed. "Prince Huang, how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Reveal them all. Is it truly impossible for me to surrender?" Chapter 43. The enigmatic cavalry. At this moment, at the mouth of Erlong Mountain, heavily armored cavalry appeared. Their steeds and riders clad in the most common scale armor of the Daxia army, resembling demonic entities ensconced in steel. The heads of the horses and the faces of the riders were enveloped in armor, rendering it impossible to discern the length of a horse's visage or the countenance of a man. Mysterious and formidable, the left bank, a renowned general, was acutely aware of the prowess of heavily armored cavalry. The robust armor of both horse and rider could withstand the full force of a third-rate warrior's strike. A third-rate warrior, representing the third tier of martial practitioners, could barely contend with 10 adversaries. If one did not strike at the vital points of the armored cavalry, it would be futile to inflict harm upon the warriors within. Moreover, on the battlefield, the heavy cavalry advanced in unyielding rows, akin to a wall of iron. Even if one were to slay an individual, it would not disrupt the relentless advance of the heavy cavalry. Once within the striking range of the heavy cavalry, one would be subjected to trampling by iron steeds and unending cleaving assaults, a relentless cycle of life and death. A martial artist merely cultivates a breath within, merging strength and energy into true might. Their speed, power, flexibility, and reflexes surpass those of ordinary individuals, yet they are not impervious to blades or fire. Even a master reputed to be a match for 10,000 foes would find it perilous against the onslaught of heavy cavalry. For if he could not annihilate his foes before exhausting his true energy, he too would meet his demise. Most military leaders are martial artists, and those who command heavy cavalry are invariably first-rate generals, decisive in battle, seasoned through years of warfare, and their combat experience is extensive. Even a master would find them formidable. In summary, the heavily armored cavalry reigns supreme on the battlefield, the harbingers of death. Even the most formidable martial arts masters would not dare to provoke such entities lightly. Now, how did these harbingers of death ascend Erlong Mountain? The left bank pondered in confusion. This summit towers thousands of meters high. If warhorses were to carry the burdensome armor through the snow, they would likely perish before reaching the peak. Thus, encountering heavy cavalry here felt akin to encountering phantoms. At this moment, the left bank resolved firmly, "Brothers, even if they are heavily armored cavalry, they shall not obstruct our path. We must fight our way through. Only by breaking free can we survive." With a fierce determination, the left bank propelled himself forward, soaring into the air like a soaring eagle, launching himself towards the heavy cavalry. Based on his experience, these heavily armored warriors typically employed long lances to fend off aerial foes. If that were the case, he could leverage the lance in midair, risking injury. Much like a lark, gracefully gliding over the ranks of heavy cavalry to escape the encirclement. The heavy cavalry at the mountain pass formed only 4 ranks. Their formation not particularly dense. As long as he reaches the cabin nestled on the mountainside, he becomes like a tiger in the forest or a dragon returning to the sea, nearly impossible to capture. He would then return with the information regarding the wild prince, redeeming himself in the eyes of others and rising once more. The left bank was sharp-witted and had devised an excellent plan. Yet, reality proved to be harsh. The heavily armored infantry did not strike in accordance with conventional wisdom. They did not use their long pikes to thrust at him. Instead, they drew forth small crossbows from their waists, taking aim and pulling the triggers. The piercing sounds of the crossbows and the sharp whistling of the arrows combined to create a symphony of death. At close range, 40 bolts descended upon the left bank like a swarm of wasps, launching a saturating assault. Their method of combat diverged from that of the Daxia heavy cavalry, because they were cavalry trained by the summer. The prince had once taught, enemies who prefer to take to the skies for an assault are the most foolish, for once airborne, they cannot touch the ground. Lacking the root of power, unable to change their form, making them targets, easily struck down by arrows and crossbows with the greatest effect. Indeed, the prince was not mistaken. As the left bank deflected a few arrows in midair, he was struck in vital spots by over 30 bolts, plummeting from the sky like a bird pierced by a hunter's arrow. Oh, the pain! The left bank, resembling a rag riddled with holes, bled profusely and roared in despair. Why did you not use pikes to stab me? How infuriating! With a heavy thud, he fell before the ranks of the armored cavalry, blood streaming from his mouth, his gaze hazy as he stared at the heavens, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, still pleading, "My lord, I, the left bank, initially sought to rise through honorable means by vanquishing enemies and gaining wealth, and even in death on the battlefield, others would have raised their thumbs in praise, calling me a true hero. Yet, I was led astray by demons, seeking shortcuts and committing heinous acts for the crown prince, killing countless innocent souls, truly deserving of death. My lord, I have understood the principles you spoke of. I deserve to die. But in the face of death, do my words not carry weight? Am I truly a wretched being? Am I truly unworthy of forgiveness?" The summer replied coldly, "Yes, you are indeed a wretched being. If you seek forgiveness, go to the legendary underworld and plead for mercy from those you have wronged. If such a legend exists." The left bank's eyes brightened. "Very well. If I could live again, I would never be a wretched being again." With that, he breathed his last. At that moment, Lu Shu's voice rang out from among the armored cavalry. "Heavy cavalry, attack." The sound of hoofs thundered as the war horses accelerated, launching the assault. Behind them, Summer led the sword-bearing youths while Sima Gu commanded the Sima family's assassins to join the fray. Kill. The armored soldiers, realizing they could not escape unscathed, resolved to fight back. Yet, infantry against heavily armored cavalry was akin to seeking death. The pikes pierced through their bodies, one after another, until all enemies lay slain. Before long, the battle atop Erlong Mountain concluded. The bandits of the Erlong Mountain stronghold were entirely eradicated. The black-clad 3 saints and their entourage were all executed. The warriors from the Eastern Palace, brought by the left bank, also met their demise, with none surviving. The young swordsmen commenced their grim task of severing heads and clearing the battlefield. This battle left Yi Jinlian, who followed closely behind Xia Tian, utterly astounded. The youthful prince wielded his military prowess with divine precision, akin to the legendary generals of the continent, effortlessly manipulating his foes and securing a resounding victory. To be his enemy was indeed a pitiful fate. Her heart grew resolute, solidifying certain thoughts. At that moment, Lu Shu removed his helmet and dismounted his steed. Approaching Xia Tian, Lu Shu pays his respects to the prince. Xia Tian personally assisted him to his feet, saying, "The ground is cold. There is no need for such formalities." He gazed at the injured soldiers who had removed their helmets and remarked with satisfaction, "So, it turns out you possess a hidden identity as heavy cavalry. What punishment do you deserve for deceiving me?" An old soldier, with a simple smile, replied, "Your Highness, whether light cavalry or heavy cavalry, we are all your soldiers." Indeed, the injured soldiers echoed in unison. Xia Tian laughed heartily. "Did those few blacksmiths provide the heavy armor you wear?" Just then, Xiao Bai's handsome face appeared at the mountain's edge. "Your Highness, indeed. There are 50 sets of heavy iron armor, a testament from those few craftsmen. These master artisans typically forge heavy armor at the Blacksmith's Guild, and these were what they brought before departing." However, upon seeing the heavy armor, These fellows' eyes sparkled, and they immediately transformed into heavy cavalry. Thus, I used the sled armor crafted by your highness last night to bring them up the mountain. Consequently, the light cavalry envisioned by Xia Tian had metamorphosed into heavy cavalry. Xia Tian patted the shoulders of Xiaobai and Lu Shu, feeling grateful for such perceptive followers. His lack of overt praise was, in itself, the greatest compliment, illuminating their faces with joy. At that moment, 20 horses appeared at the peak, pulling 10 newly modified sleds intended for transporting spoils of war. These sleds had been transformed by Xia Tian the previous night at Tawawawa Fort. He had removed the wheels from a cart and crafted smooth wooden planks for the modification, effortlessly astonishing everyone with his ingenuity. With such sleds, their travel time to the desolate state would be significantly reduced, undoubtedly yielding surprising results. Now, gazing at the dilapidated bandit stronghold, Xiao Bai's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Your Highness, what of the bandit's treasure? Chapter 44. The Mysterious Cave. Xiao Bai, please wait a moment. Xia Tian called out, noticing Sima Gu approaching. Miss Xiao Gu, do you have something to say to me? At this moment, Sima Gu stood before Xia Tian, her demeanor strikingly valiant. She wiped the blood from her chest garment but left the mark intact, resembling a vibrant red maple tree growing between two towering peaks, unmistakably conspicuous. She abandoned her attempt to clean up. Your Highness, when I arrived, my lady instructed that once the battle concluded, I should escort the people of the Sima residence back to protect her. Now that victory is achieved, I must take my leave. Xia Tian expressed his gratitude. Your lady disregarded her own safety, sending all of you to assist me in vanquishing the bandits. I shall remember this kindness. The guards of the Sima residence have also worked hard. Please, after we collect the spoils, let my brothers take a share before departing. Upon hearing this, Sima Gu smiled, akin to a pear blossom blooming before the summer sun. The young lady anticipated the prince's generosity towards us. Hence she instructed that after our victorious battle, we would not claim any spoils from the bandit lair, for the prince has grander designs. The guards of the Sima residence receive bounties for their duties. Assisting the prince in combat is our obligation. I shall accept his intentions on behalf of us all. With that, Sima Gu commanded with a spirited tone. Let us return and protect the young lady. Yes. Sima Gu led the guards away in haste. At that moment, Xiao Bai leaned closer to Xia Tian, whispering, My lord. Miss Sima seems to understand you increasingly well. It appears she can foresee your every move. Xia Tian pondered for a moment, retorting, Be bolder. Remove the word seems. Xiao Bai wore a mysterious smile. Our royal residence is destined to have a splendid princess consort. With a radiant smile revealing 8 pearly teeth, Xia Tian teased. So just because she refuses your spoils and declines to share the steward's rewards, she has won you over? Xiao Bai, seemingly struck by the truth of the statement, replied. My lord, Miss Sima's decision to send Sima Gu to assist us in battle, without leaving a single guard by her side, signifies her unwavering faith in your ability to lead us to victory and thwart the traps laid by the crown prince. Furthermore, she is willing to wager her life to ensure your success. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Bai continued, Moreover, Princess Lan is aware of our royal residence's limited resources. She would not accept any rewards for the Sima guards, and she will undoubtedly use her own funds to support us upon returning. Princess Lan is truly remarkable. Princess Lan? Xia Tian chuckled incredulously. Xiao Bai, you are rather easily swayed. Xiao Bai nodded earnestly. Her kindness towards you is kindness towards everyone in the Huangzhou royal residence. As the steward who oversees the finances and expenditures of the royal household, Xiao Bai understood well that sustaining a royal residence requires substantial resources. Hence, Princess Lan's inclination to support us by saving funds for Xiao Bai is something to be cherished and respected. Perhaps even Sima Lan did not foresee that her actions today would win Xiao Bai's heart. Nearby, Lu Shu, Song Yi, and Song Ju all expressed their agreement. The royal residence is the prince's home. It is also their home. It is the sanctuary for all wounded soldiers. It is the haven for the young swordsman. Although the Huangzhou royal residence has yet to rise majestically in the vast Huangzhou, it already embodies their dreams. Those who treat the prince well, treat the Huangzhou royal residence well, and they shall reciprocate accordingly. Sima Lan has, at least in part, secured their approval. Moments later, the young swordsman finished clearing the battlefield, collecting an impressive array of spoils, 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, 100 sets of heavy infantry armor, hundreds of swords and daggers, 50 bows, 1,500 arrows, and 30 iron hooks. Xiao Bai beamed with delight. directing the seasoned soldiers to pack the spoils securely onto the sleds. At that juncture, the inner energy of the young swordsman had also been restored. Only then did Xia Tian point toward a modest wooden cabin, stating, "According to the dying words of several bandits, the treasure vault of Erlong Mountain lies beneath this cabin, with a tunnel leading to the caverns below. Over the years, the treasures seized at Erlong Mountain have been stored within that cavern." Lu Shu dismantled the wooden hut. Zhang Yi, accompanied by 10 men, followed me into the cave. Yes, the warhorses whinnied. Iron hooks tore apart the dilapidated wooden structure. Only a massive wooden plank remained on the ground. With a forceful strike, the plank shattered, revealing a vast pit at the mountain's peak. A gust of wind surged forth from the abyss, chilling the air as if it were exhaling the very essence of hell, enveloping the cave in an eerie gloom. Xia Tian narrowed his eyes. This cave must have another ventilation shaft. Judging by the wind's strength, it is quite substantial. Enter the cave. Yes. The 10 young swordsmen entered first, with the foremost 2 brandishing shields in their left hands and torches in their right, protecting their bodies as they advanced. Zhang Yi and Zhang Jiu safeguarded Xia Tian and Xiao Bai from behind. Lu Shu and the other young swordsmen remained on the surface to guard the injured. The cavern measured approximately 3 meters in diameter, with stone steps leading into the darkness below, shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. However, upon entering, they discovered torches affixed to the walls. The young swordsmen ignited them one by one, instantly dispelling the shadows. The cave brightened, winding downward. The further they ventured, the more grandiose the cavern became. After 30 meters, the ceiling soared to about 10 meters, akin to a 3-story building, while the cavern's floor expanded to 5 meters in width. After 100 meters, the ceiling was adorned with stalactites that shimmered under the torchlight, devoid of any signs of human excavation. Zhang Yi observed with keen vigilance, "Master, it appears we have stumbled upon a natural cavern. The bandits of Erlong Mountain merely broke through from above to connect with it. As we descended, we encountered no toxic threats, indicating that any dangers have likely been eradicated. However, there may be traps ahead. Master, we shall protect your advance from the shadows." "Very well." Zhang Yi and the young swordsmen retrieved special cloaks from their waists, donning them before vanishing into the darkness, as if they had transformed into phantoms within the cave. The ancient swordsmanship was reminiscent of a technique Xia Tian recalled, one that allowed its practitioner to blend seamlessly with their surroundings, particularly effective in the enveloping darkness. At that moment, only the 2 young swordsmen holding shields and torches remained before Xia Tian, with Zhang Jiu and Xiao Bai by his side. After proceeding another 100 meters, the descent ceased, and the path within the cave flattened. The cavern was deep and silent, save for the sound of footsteps and the crackling of the torches. An unsettling stillness enveloping them. Soon, the cave grew increasingly arid, and lime appeared on the ground. Xia Tian's eyelids lifted. We must be nearing the treasure vault of Erlong Mountain. After rounding a bend, light emerged ahead. Not the glow of torches, but natural illumination. The wind within the cavern intensified. In that illuminated area lay the corpses of bandits, their foul stench wafting through the air. Suddenly, a piercing female voice echoed from ahead. "Help! Save us!" It was not just one voice. There were at least 10. The voices sounded youthful, indicating that the women in distress were likely quite young. The presence of these young women within the bandit lair ignited a flurry of imagination. Xia Tian narrowed his eyes. "Accelerate our pace." Yes, the crowd immediately quickened their pace. Zhang Jiu's eyes darted around as he asked, "Master, could there be another trap ahead?" After a moment of contemplation, Xia Tian replied, "It is difficult to say." Zhang Jiu blinked. "Master, I've heard in various folklores that some female demons enjoy hiding in caves, feigning helplessness to lure men to their rescue, only to devour the lustful hearts of those men. Master, do you truly believe that demons exist in this world? The brigands of Erlong Mountain are so vicious. Could it be that their consciences have been consumed by these demonesses?" Chapter 45. I am a good person at that moment. Xia Tian reached out and gently ruffled Zhang Jiu's small head, saying, "Little Jiu, remember this. There are no demons in the human realm. If they exist, it is because some individuals harbor demons within their hearts, transforming themselves into fiends. Such people are far more terrifying than the demons described in books." Zhang Jiu seemed to grasp the essence, replying, "I will remember." At this juncture, the shield-bearing youth, Song Jian, halted his steps. Zhang Jiu leaped forward, exclaiming, "Attack!" The cave erupted with flashes of blades. Moments later, Song Jiu's voice echoed with disappointment, "Master, it turns out they are not demons." The others paused, realizing it was not the right time to enter. "Master, Come in and take a look. Without hesitation, Xia Tian stepped forward, standing in the ray of light as Song Jiao returned to his side, vigilantly observing ahead. Before them lay over a dozen brigands, sprawled in disarray. Blood flowed from their throats into the cave's depths, creating various patterns on the stone surface. A beam of light streamed into the cave from below. Outside, it was desolate, with the wind blowing in from the outside. If Xia Tian's intuition was correct, they were situated at a cliff's edge. This indicated that the true entrance to the cave lay here, while the upper entrance had been forcibly excavated by the brigands of Erlong Mountain. The space within was expansive, approximately 30 meters high and circular, spanning 200 to 300 square meters. Ahead, an iron cage contained 10 young women clad in sheer garments. Though their faces were weary, they retained an undeniable beauty, their youthful forms both concealed and revealed, exuding an enchanting allure. At that moment, as Xia Tian's figure appeared in the light, he appeared to the young women in the iron cage as a savior. They gazed at him with longing, tears streaming down their faces. Woo-woo. The terrifying brigands are finally dead. Is the young man in the light here to rescue us? Those eyes, those brows, those lips, that slender waist and long arms are truly exquisite. The sentiments of youth are often poetic. In times of peril, maidens invariably hope for a prince on a white steed to come to their rescue. Had they encountered the hero destined to save them? The young women, with reddened eyes, unabashedly displayed their vulnerability, pleading, "Hero, save us. We are so frightened. Please, save us." One by one, they introduced themselves. Upon hearing their names, Xia Tian was taken aback. For these semi-clad maidens were all direct descendants of prominent families from the imperial capital. They were the esteemed daughters of nobility, destined to become the matriarchs of powerful clans in the future, wielding significant influence within their households. "Hero, should we manage to return to the imperial capital, we will surely bestow upon you a generous reward. We shall never go back on our word." In such an atmosphere, even amidst the oppressive heat of summer, the enchanting daughters of the imperial capital would unhesitatingly agree to save others. Yet, Summer remained noncommittal, his gaze fixed upon another iron cage brimming with skeletons, piled high, indicating that many souls had perished within. The delicate frames of those bones led to a daring supposition that they all belonged to women. A shadow of gloom crossed Summer's face as he inquired, "Why are you imprisoned here?" A striking young woman, endowed with curvaceous beauty, wept as she introduced herself. "I am Li Furong, daughter of Duke Li Guogong. I was captured by the vile bandits of Erlong Mountain while seeking my father in the imperial capital. We, possessing fair appearances and figures, have been spared by these ruffians, who claim they intend to secretly present us to the crown prince tomorrow." The bandits boasted that the corpses in the adjacent cage were those of women who had perished at the prince's hands, only to be retrieved and left to decay in this place. For, it was said, even in death, women who had been touched by the prince were not to be defiled by others. A surge of rage ignited within Summer. As Li Furong continued, her sorrow deepened. "The bandits have foretold that we shall meet the same fate. Hero, how can the crown prince of our great Xia be such a beast?" Her lament was echoed by the other young women, who wept in unison. Summer closed his eyes, silently grappling with his emotions. He had long known the prince's nature, but never had he fathomed the depths of depravity to which he had sunk, hunting noble daughters for sport at the gates of the capital. The iron cage, a veritable mountain of bones, served as a testament to the torment endured by those young women in their final moments. They had perished in the bloom of their youth. Should the prince ascend to the throne, no woman would be safe from his vile grasp. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Summer's eyes. He would not allow such filth to seize the throne of the great Xia. He vowed before the skeletal remains within the cage, one day, he would return to the imperial capital, enter the Eastern Palace, and confront that beast with the principles of humanity. He would offer his own tainted blood as a tribute to those young women who had suffered to their demise. As Summer opened his eyes, the ethereal forms of the noble girls, enveloped in their delicate garments, danced before him once more. He was merely a 16-year-old youth. He feared that too much exposure to such exquisite beauty might lead him to dream of lascivious fantasies at night. With his hands clasped behind him, he gazed upward at the cave's ceiling, inhaling deeply before posing a significant question. "Do you know who I am?" The young women shook their heads, eager to ask for their benefactor's name. "Once we return home, we shall surely honor you with a longevity tablet, praying for your well-being." Summer felt reassured, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Listen well, my name is Good Person." The noble girls paused in surprise. Good Person? What manner of name is this? They soon realized that this handsome youth was reluctant to reveal his true identity. Why? Was he fearful of their entanglement? In this era, should an unmarried girl be seen by a man in her entirety, there were generally two paths available, the first being suicide, to become a paragon of chastity. The second point, marrying this man, whether as a wife or a concubine, means conforming to the whims of fate. One must follow the rooster at dawn and the dog at dusk, without questioning the happiness of the days ahead. However, it appears that the noble women confined within this iron cage do not aspire to be paragons of virtue. If even the lowly ants strive to survive, how much more so these fortunate ladies born into privilege? Xia Tian has discerned their hearts. Bring forth the attire of the bandits for them to wear. Then blindfold them and escort them away from here, one by one. Indeed, among those present, only Song Jiao is capable of executing this task. Xia Tian continues with his instructions. Ladies, it would be best for you to forget my face, forget that I ever appeared here, forget that you have ever been here, and forget this calamity. Of course, my companions and I have never encountered you. Upon returning to your families in the imperial capital, act as if nothing has transpired. Live your lives well, and find someone to marry happily. As long as we all forget everything that has happened here, it will be as if we have erased this painful chapter from our lives. Life's journey is long, and only by forsaking sorrow can one find true joy. Li Furong gazes intently at Xia Tian, as if to imprint his visage upon her heart. Good sir, will we ever meet again? Xia Tian shakes his head. No. For our paths diverge. Even if we were to cross paths on the streets of the imperial capital in the future, please pretend not to recognize me. And I shall do the same for you. If I can witness your happiness, it would bring me great solace. Let us part ways. Forgetting each other in this vast world, there remains a reason Xia Tian does not share. If they forget everything that has transpired here, the crown prince shall surely remain oblivious to who was once imprisoned in this place. Thus, they would be safe. Li Furong bites her crimson lip, reluctant to accept. Understood. Good sir, then farewell. If one day you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Li Duke's residence. One by one, the noble women provide their addresses. Though they comprehend the slim chance of encountering this good man again, there lingers within them a hope for reunion. In their darkest moments, the image of this dashing youth, who emerged from the light to rescue them, has become deeply etched in their hearts, perhaps an unforgettable memory for a lifetime. Shortly thereafter, the noble women are blindfolded and escorted out of the cave by Song Jiao and several young swordsmen. They will be discreetly delivered to the gates of the imperial capital without any contact with others. Perhaps these noble women may one day assist Xia Tian in his endeavors. At this moment, Xia Tian turns his full attention to the cave's surroundings. To the left are countless burlap sacks, numbering approximately 1,000. Scattered across the ground where the sacks are piled are numerous grains of rice. Nearby, Xiao Bai's eyes gleam with excitement. Your Highness, if each sack holds 100 pounds of rice, then with 1,000 sacks here, we have a total of 10,000 pounds. We could strike it rich. On the right side of the cave, there are numerous wooden chests, the contents of which remain a mystery. Boldly, Xiao Bai ventures a guess, Your Highness. Perhaps they contain the bandits' gold and silver? Xia Tian nods. Open them. Let us uncover the treasures within. Chapter 46. The Crown Prince's treasury to the right of the cave. The wooden chests, though varying in material, are all exquisitely crafted, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated bandit hideout and the humble cave. At this moment, Zhang Yi revealed his form, shedding his cloak, and began to meticulously organize the wooden boxes. They had always been in close proximity to Xia Tian, though the noble women could not perceive them. The inventory revealed 1 iron box, 10 sandalwood boxes, 20 ebony boxes, and 60 ordinary wooden boxes, totaling 91 boxes that filled half the cave. Now was the moment of revelation. Everyone was eager to discover what treasures lay within these boxes. Had they belonged to a common bandit camp, the anticipation would be low. However, this bandit camp was nurtured by the Crown Prince. The contents of these boxes could very well differ from those of an ordinary bandit hideout. Xia Tian shared the same curiosity about the contents. Zhang Yi, ensure safety and take precautions. A warmth enveloped Zhang Yi as he responded, understood. With that, Xia Tian felt reassured. Open the boxes. Yes. Zhang Yi led the young swordsman in opening the ordinary wooden boxes. In an instant, a cascade of silver light poured forth from the boxes, illuminating the cave. The 60 ordinary boxes were filled with neatly arranged silver ingots, a sight to behold. Hee. Xiao Bai wore a greedy smile. His teeth so white it evoked envy among the young swordsmen. He bent down to lift a silver ingot, weighing it in his hand. My lord. Each ingot amounts to 10 taels. There are no markings to ascertain their origin. We can freely trade with them. He counted the contents. Each box contained 100 ingots, totaling 1,000 taels of silver per box. With 60 boxes, that amounted to 60,000 taels of silver. The more Xiaobai counted, the more exhilarated he became. If the ordinary wooden boxes were worth 60,000 taels, what treasures might lie within the other boxes? Surely, they must be even more precious. Next, Zhang Yi led the group to open the 20 ebony boxes. The brilliance of gold erupted forth, nearly blinding the onlookers. Xiaobai's smile widened to the point where his eyes nearly vanished. My lord, all 20 boxes are filled with gold ingots, each weighing 10 taels. Each box contains 100 ingots, amounting to 1,000 taels of gold per box. 20 boxes yield a total of 20,000 taels of gold. If converted to silver, that equates to 200,000 taels. Xiaobai recorded the figures in his ledger. My lord, these vile bandits seize mountains and harm travelers. Their actions are utterly despicable. We must not let a single bandit camp escape our wrath. We must uphold justice. Xia Tian smiled faintly. Deep in thought, the treasures within these boxes likely do not belong to the bandits of Erlong Mountain. Xiaobai paused, surprised. What have you disowned, my lord? Xia Tian pointed to the gold and silver within the boxes. If these were truly plundered by mountain bandits, the sizes of the gold and silver would not be uniform, but rather a hodgepodge of various sizes. Their weights would also be chaotic. Nearby, Zhang Yi interjected. Indeed, my lord possesses keen insight. I suspect these boxes may belong to the crown prince. He is quite avaricious, secretly buying and selling positions of power. Such wealth cannot be displayed publicly, nor can it be transported into the Eastern Palace without risking exposure. Thus, this may very well be the crown prince's hidden treasury outside the Eastern Palace. Thus, the presence of the sandalwood chest becomes explicable. This aligns perfectly with what Xia Tian had envisioned. A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, and a cryptic smile graced his lips. If it belonged to the crown prince, that would be splendid. Open the sandalwood chest. Indeed, at this moment, curiosity regarding the contents of the wooden chest intensified among the crowd. The ordinary wooden chest contained silver. The ebony chest held gold. But what lay within the sandalwood chest? Could it be something even more precious than gold? With a decisive snap, the sword-concealing youth severed the iron lock on the sandalwood chest and solemnly opened it. Instantly, the cavern was awash in a dazzling array of jewels, resplendent in myriad colors. Gold and silver are valuable, yet jewels are priceless. One by one, the young sword-bearers unveiled the sandalwood chest, revealing an assortment of gemstones before their eager eyes. Xiaobai picked up a fist-sized luminous pearl. My lord, this is an invaluable luminous pearl, and the chest is filled to the brim. There must be at least 100. We have struck it rich. Such treasures are scarce even in the imperial palace, exceedingly rare and unattainable with mere wealth. Xiaobai regarded the crown prince's method of amassing treasures with newfound respect, pondering how he had acquired such a bounty. My lord, he continued, with this chest full of treasures, once we establish the royal residence in the great wilderness prefecture, we shall illuminate the entire palace with these gems. It will undoubtedly surpass the grandeur of the imperial palace. Xia Tian smiled lightly. These luminous pearls cannot satiate hunger or quench thirst. They are not as desirable as they seem. Once we enter the territory of Qingzhou, we shall sell them all in the black market for essential supplies. Xiaobai was taken aback. Are we truly selling them all? Not leaving even one for the princess consort? Xia Tian shook his head. Not a single one. In ancient China, luminous pearls were regarded as extraordinary treasures, historically known as Suizhu, Xianzhu, Chueji, Mingyuzhu, among others. These gems contain various luminescent substances that emit radiation, potentially causing cellular mutations and severe ailments. Thus, throughout Chinese history, many monarchs met untimely deaths linked to these jewels. For the health of the royal household and the great wilderness, Xia Tian deemed it best to sell all of them. In the black market of the imperial capital, a half-fist-sized luminous pearl is valued at 1,000 taels of gold, with demand exceeding supply. The capital is home to numerous nobles, and they are not short on wealth. For any rare treasure, they would spend lavishly without a second thought. One pearl commands a price of 1,000 taels of gold, and 100 pearls amount to 100,000 taels, translating to 1 million taels of silver. This fortune is equivalent to the annual tax revenue of an entire prefecture in the Jiangnan region. Truly, the crown prince is wealthy. Alas, it seems Xia Tian has benefited from this fortune. If the crown prince were to learn of this, would he not be driven to fury? Among the 10 sandalwood chests, aside from one filled with luminous pearls, there were 3 chests of deep-sea pearls, perfectly round and plump, undoubtedly exquisite, numbering in the thousands. 3 chests of premium agate, also in the thousands. Additionally, there were 3 chests of precious jade artifacts, totaling 10 pieces. The overall value approximated 1,500,000 taels of silver. This is an immense fortune. Now, only the final iron chest remains. The crowd was most intrigued by this chest, for among the wooden boxes, the iron chest was unparalleled. Perhaps, the treasures within are equally singular. Song Yi, with utmost solemnity and caution, severed the iron lock and gently opened the iron box, his expression tinged with vigilance. Suddenly, as the lid fully lifted, 3 short, tailless poisoned arrows shot forth from within the box, shimmering a vivid blue. Poisoned arrows, gasped the onlookers, panic setting in. Yet, at such a close range, the arrows flew with such swiftness that even a master would find it challenging to evade them. Consequently, Song Yi's gaze flickered, and without flinching, he allowed the arrows to strike his chest. The hearts of the young swordsmen sank with dread. This crossbow bolt will surely pierce our leader's heart, they thought. It's over. Someone will die. Song Jiu's face turned pale as he trembled and called out, "Boss." However, with a resounding clang, when the poisoned arrows struck Song Yi's chest, they merely produced the sound of metal clashing, sparking as if they had hit an iron plate. Indeed, they had struck a piece of iron. The arrows clattered to the ground, causing no harm to Song Yi. A rare smile graced his face as he reassured them. There is no need for concern. My master had already warned me that these boxes might contain peculiarities. Thus, I prepared a protective patch and placed it on my chest. With gratitude, Song Yi cast a glance at Xia Tian before lowering his gaze to inspect the contents of the box. Suddenly, the smile vanished, replaced by an expression of horror. What is this item? Master, this object should not be removed from the box. Please step back. Everyone except Song Jiu, do not approach. Guard the entrances. Understood. Song Yi's action stirred an insatiable curiosity within the hearts of the young swordsmen, like countless cats scratching at their insides. What could possibly be contained within that finely crafted iron box? Xia Tian was equally intrigued. Chapter 47. The oath to slay the villainous bandit. Xia Tian was acutely aware that any object capable of inducing such a drastic change in Song Yi's countenance must be extraordinary. He swiftly approached the iron box and peered inside, noting that aside from a piece of silk, there lay only a single jade artifact. What immediately caught his eye were the 9 dragons intricately carved upon the jade, so lifelike that they seemed poised to take flight from the confines of the box. A tremor coursed through Xia Tian's soul, for this jade artifact bore an uncanny resemblance to a national treasure he had only ever encountered in ancient texts. He was certain of its authenticity. With great reverence, Xia Tian extracted the jade from the wooden box and examined its base, which bore 8 ancient characters, identical to those in legend. Yet, was this truly the genuine article? Xia Tian hesitated. For ages, various nations and their people had attempted to replicate this object, resulting in laying of authentic and counterfeit versions. To this day, only imitations had surfaced, while the true artifact had seemingly vanished into the annals of time. Wrapping the jade in the silk, Xia Tian handed it to Song Yi, instructing, "Keep it safe until we ascertain its authenticity." Yes. Song Yi's face radiated a sacred glow as he reverently accepted it, cradling it as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. Summer then declared, "Everyone, please momentarily forget about this jade artifact." Understood. The crowd responded in unison. At that moment, Song Yi suddenly inquired, "Master, do you believe the Crown Prince is aware of this item's existence?" Summer had already contemplated this question and surmised, there is an 80% chance he is unaware. Although this jade piece is stored separately in an iron box, it is devoid of any packaging, resembling an ordinary jade artifact. I suspect the individual who placed this item here is uncertain of its authenticity. Hence, it remains here for now. Otherwise, if the Crown Prince were to learn of it, regardless of whether it is genuine or counterfeit, it would certainly be taken to the Eastern Palace. Song Yi concurred. I share the same suspicion. Summer blinked and said, "However, to be on the safe side, let us probe the Crown Prince. The outcome will reveal itself." Song Yi nodded. Then let us proceed with the inquiry. The two shared a tacit understanding, their thoughts almost synchronized. At this juncture, Summer commanded, "Song Jiu, instruct Lu Shu to send someone down to transport the supplies from here." Yes. At this moment, Xiao Bai, his excitement waning, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your Highness, there is an excess of supplies within this cavern. Even if we dismantle this bandit stronghold to make sleds and skis, we can only transport these boxes. What shall we do about the food? Summer had already devised a plan. We shall make several trips, transporting everything down the mountain, and then set this place ablaze. Understood. The crowd acknowledged. An hour later, at the slopes of Erlong Mountain, numerous new graves emerged, containing the remains of those transformed into ice sculptures, alongside the skeleton of the girl in the iron cage. Summer stood before the graves with the others, pouring a jar of strong liquor onto the snow, declaring, "Today, I shall honor you with the blood of the bandits from Erlong Mountain. May you find peace in the afterlife. The truths you wish to convey, I have shared with the bandits. The vengeance you sought, I have avenged on your behalf. However, your adversary within the Eastern Palace remains formidable. I require time to prepare before I can assist you in avenging that grudge. Rest assured, you will witness that day from the heavens." Not long after, thick smoke billowed from the summit of Erlong Mountain, igniting a great fire that drew attention from all directions. From this day forth, the bandit stronghold, once a scourge outside the imperial capital, was extinguished. No more bandits. Soon after, at the foot of Erlong Mountain, a gruesome monument arose, with hundreds of bloodied heads neatly arranged along the official road, casting a chill over the path. What is a capital monument? It is a high mound constructed to flaunt martial prowess, gathering the corpses of enemies. Among these heads, aside from the vile bandits of Erlong Mountain, were Zhuge-Un and his soldiers. Their bodies had been burned at the bandit stronghold, their faces marred and displayed in the monument as penance. However, at the base of Erlong Mountain, Summer's intention in constructing this monument with the heads of the wicked was not to boast of valor, but to impart a lesson to all malevolent forces in the world. Thus, beside the monument stood a massive wooden plaque, inscribed with large characters, "Capital Monument of the Bandits of Erlong Mountain." Below, in smaller letters, it read, "On the 8th day of the 3rd month in the 20th year of the Kaiyuan era of the Great Xia, I, under imperial command, journey to the fief of Huangzhou. Upon passing Erlong Mountain, I encountered the bandits of Erlong Mountain robbing the wealthy of Jiangnan, abducting their daughters, and slaughtering their families without mercy. In ancient times, it was said, under the heavens, all lands belong to the king. Along the shores, all subjects serve the king. For over a decade, the vile bandits of Erlong Mountain have terrorized this region, robbing, murdering, abducting virtuous women, and gruesomely dismembering their victims as if crafting ice sculptures. They have shown utter disdain for the law of the land, and are indeed rebels deserving of execution. Thus, I, the king, led my guards to eradicate the bandit stronghold of Erlong Mountain and eliminate its nefarious inhabitants. I have established this monument to convey a message to all outlaws. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds are punished. It is not that retribution is delayed. Should you continue to slaughter the innocent, there shall be no refuge for you in this vast world. If heaven does not punish you, the royal forces of Huangzhou will surely rise against you. To all bandits, whether distant or powerful, you shall face judgment. Those who commit evil shall find no escape." The words inscribed on the monument are by Huangzhou's king, Xia Tian. In an instant, a crowd gathered before the wooden plaque, exclaiming with fervor, "The bandits of Erlong Mountain have been vanquished by the king of Huangzhou." News spread like wildfire. The exalted prince has personally taken action against the bandits and declared war on all wicked outlaws. This is indeed a matter of great significance. Moreover, many well-informed individuals have spread the word of Xia Tian, the seemingly foolish and incompetent prince. Yet, is a prince who bravely confronts injustice and declares war on evil truly a fool? Some valiant souls, driven by a hatred for wickedness, sought to witness this event firsthand. Likewise, aspiring scholars yearned to catch a glimpse of the prince. At this moment, the royal convoy of Prince Huang was advancing along the official road. Sima Lan, elegantly positioned behind Xia Tian, could not refrain from inquiring, "My lord, by establishing such a monument and making this vow, you position yourself directly against all outlaws, leaving no room for negotiation. As we journey toward Huangzhou, the bandits will undoubtedly rally against the crown prince, leading us to a relentless conflict. Is this truly worthwhile?" Xia Tian's gaze was resolute. "It is worth it, for I cannot bear to witness the oppression of the virtuous while the wicked roam freely." Sima Lan was taken aback. "Is it really that simple?" Xia Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is that simple." Sima Lan contemplated for a moment, then gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "My lord, does this not signify your determination to eradicate evil?" Xia Tian did not provide a direct answer, instead posing a thought-provoking question. "What do you think, Lanner?" Sima Lan smiled radiantly. "My lord, Your commitment to annihilating all bandits has undoubtedly created countless foes. However, it will also attract numerous righteous individuals who share your disdain for evil. In the future, you shall be the banner of justice. When you raise your flag, many will follow you into battle against the bandits. My lord, I can only say that you have established a fine monument and a noble ambition. As long as the talented and virtuous rally around you, your path will indeed be the righteous path, an unstoppable force. With her refined intellect and noble heart, Sima Lan had already discerned the truth of the matter. Xia Tian felt immense joy at having such a wife. What more could he desire? However, he must navigate the treacherous path ahead, surviving the hidden dangers in order to share a life with Sima Lan. The road is long, the wedding night still distant, and the beauty yet to be won. Efforts must continue. Laughing heartily, Xia Tian leaped from his carriage and led a group carrying bundles of grain into a nearby village. The provisions taken from the people of Erlong Mountain must be returned to them. In March, it is the time when ordinary families find themselves in a state of transition, where the harvest has yet to arrive. Delivering food to the doorstep, both the gesture and the sustenance are invaluable. Along the way, the villages are abuzz with excitement. A message travels along the official road. The Prince of Huangzhou has sent the grain seized from Erlong Mountain to the impoverished families. Truly, a living bodhisattva. Behind the main road, passers-by maintain their distance from the procession. This convoy, bearing offerings, approaches Erlong Mountain at a steady pace. Hua Wujian, with an air of certainty, declares, "High Master, rest assured, the Prince of Huang will never pass Erlong Mountain. Perhaps, just around this mountain's foot, we shall glimpse his lifeless body hanging by the roadside. Fear not, should the prince wish to traverse Erlong Mountain, there is but one method." High Master, somewhat uneasy, inquires, "What method?" Hua Wujian, with an enigmatic demeanor, replies word by word, "To perish in the attempt." Ha ha ha, he is doomed. Chapter 48. The affection of the Prince of Huang. Hua Wujian serves as a formidable ally to the crown prince within the palace. Aware of the planned ambush at Erlong Mountain, he understands that many skilled assassins are involved. Logically speaking, given the strength of the Prince of Huang and the few death warriors from the Sima clan, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding this assault. It is simply impossible. The treasures within the prince's convoy are undoubtedly his. Yet, a sense of unease lingers, as the scouts dispatched to track the prince's caravan have failed to report back. Why is that? One possibility is that there are no messages to convey. Another could be that the scouts were indiscriminately slain by the assassins. Or perhaps, the scouts are guarding the prince's corpse, awaiting his arrival to claim credit. However, what Hua Wujian cannot fathom is that all the scouts trailing the prince's caravan have already fallen victim to a mysterious woman clad in white. Thus, he shall never receive news from them. At this moment, black smoke rises from the summit of Erlong Mountain, providing him with a measure of comfort. According to the crown prince's scheme, once the useless prince is eliminated, the bandits on Erlong Mountain will also be silenced by the forces on the left bank, their bodies disposed of and their lair obliterated, severing all traces of this affair. The murder of a prince outside the capital will undoubtedly send ripples through the court. Regardless of whether the emperor desires the Prince of Huang's demise, the court will investigate thoroughly. This is a matter of dignity for both the royal family and the court. Therefore, obliterating any evidence is paramount. Even if the world knows that the ambush against the Prince of Huang was orchestrated by the crown prince, without proof, who would dare to accuse him? Unless they seek death. As Hua Wujian's thoughts swirl, he rides his horse around a bend. A gruesome sight greets his eyes, a grisly display of severed heads, piled high and terrifying. Ha ha. Hua Wujian's eyes gleam with delight as he laughs heartily. High Master, behold those heads. They must belong to the entourage of the Prince of Huang. Coughing lightly, High Master, now reassured, reminds him, Commander Hua, it is inappropriate to laugh so heartily at the death of a prince at the hands of vile bandits. Hua Wujian was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, the smile on his face transformed into a mask of sorrow. Your Highness, the Prince of Ruin, your demise is truly tragic. Wait for me. I shall lead my troops to lay waste to the Erlong Mountain in vengeance for you. Someone hastened to investigate. Yes, Hua Wujian urged his horse forward, tears of crocodile sorrow brimming in his eyes. Oh, how splendid this capital tribute is. Those assassins are indeed ruthless. Not only did they slay the Prince of Ruin and his entourage, but they also severed their heads to craft this tribute. How malevolent. They were merely after riches, while these assassins are murderers. Now, he could return and proclaim that the ceremonial carriage has been delivered, albeit possibly burned atop Erlong Mountain. What a perfect deception. He would truly strike it rich. As for the old eunuch's massacre, the remaining are all allies. At that moment, the old eunuch rode over to the wooden board and was struck with shock upon inspection. The second glance nearly shattered his soul. He struggled to compose himself, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Commander Hua, this is not the head of the Prince of Ruin and his entourage." Hua Wujian's heart sank as he galloped to the wooden sign, and upon closer examination, he gasped. Boom. As a second-rate master, he suddenly felt utterly drained, as if an unseen terror had siphoned his strength. His body weakened, and he tumbled from his horse, terror filling his eyes. How was this possible? The worthless prince was surrounded by injured soldiers. How could they have defeated such formidable assassins? On what grounds could he conquer the seemingly impenetrable bandit stronghold of Erlong Mountain? How could he possibly eliminate the mastermind lurking behind the scenes? Hua Wujian's heart sank further. Was the Prince of Ruin truly as inept as the Crown Prince claimed? Could a worthless prince compose such a declaration of war against the world's vile bandits? This declaration concealed an indomitable courage. It harbored an overwhelming aura of righteousness. Suddenly, the imposing figure of the Prince of Ruin appeared vividly in his mind. Hua Wujian contemplated many things. He mounted his horse once more. His voice sharp enough to rival the old eunuch's, galloped swiftly. We must catch up with the Wang of Huangzhou's convoy and deliver the ceremonial carriage bestowed by His Majesty. Quickly, the old eunuch took the lead. If it is not delivered today, we shall all perish. Yes, Hua Wujian and his companions were thrown into disarray. The situation had become dire. It signified trouble for everyone. Now, the only hope of extricating themselves from this predicament and preserving their lives lay in the proper delivery of the Prince of Ruin's ceremonial carriage. But, is there truly no wall that does not let the wind through? 2 hours later, Hua Wujian caught up with the Wang of Huangzhou's convoy, and he and the old eunuch respectfully presented the ceremonial carriage before hastily returning to the imperial capital to report. Xiaobai jubilantly recorded the tribute. Your Highness, His Majesty has bestowed upon us 10,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of silver, 100 pieces of jewelry, 1,000 bolts of silk, 10,000 bolts of tribute cloth, along with various other items, filling 100 horse-drawn carriages. Xia Tian observed the hasty departure of Hua Wujian and the old eunuch. Lost in thought, Lanner, did you notice how Commander Hua and the old eunuch's gazes wandered when they looked at me? They seemed unsettled while conversing. Sima Lan smiled faintly, as if she could see through everything. They might believe that His Highness had perished on Erlong Mountain and have some thoughts regarding this carriage. Now, upon seeing you alive, they feel somewhat unsettled. Hee hee. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and everything was left unspoken. Lanner, your smile is truly beautiful. Sima Lan's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she graciously replied, Your Highness, your smile is equally charming. Within the caravan on the official road, the pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl both blushed. It seemed as if the air was thick with the essence of love. At that moment, Zhao Jiu rushed in from the front, exclaiming, Master, there is another righteous warrior ahead blocking the path, claiming to want to follow you to vanquish the bandits. Sima Lan's gaze drifted forward. Your Highness, you have turned down the allegiance of numerous heroes along the way. This time, do you wish to investigate? Xia Tian nodded affirmatively. Of course. Each time, one must meticulously discern the genuine from the false righteous ones. Those who truly wish to eradicate tyranny and uphold virtue may accompany me in eliminating the bandits, while those who seek fame and attention, the pretenders, shall not be accepted. Sima Lan smiled charmingly. Your Highness, your wisdom is unparalleled. With the beauty by his side, Xia Tian felt in good spirits. Zhao Yi, let us proceed and see. I hope this time the visitor is indeed a true hero. Yes. Zhao Yi finally voiced his curiosity. Your Highness, why do you prefer to accept those impoverished youths from the villages rather than the martial artists who block the road? Xia Tian turned his gaze back to the hundreds of carriages, noting that the newly added drivers were all children from impoverished families along the route, accompanied by their kin. Having brought supplies to the villages, Xia Tian had witnessed the plight of the impoverished families in the Great Xia dynasty. Their living conditions were so abject that even the phrase-bare walls could not adequately describe their simplicity. One household's walls were riddled with holes, letting the wind seep through. The thatched roof was full of gaps, leaking when it rained. A single straw mat served as a bed for a family of 5, and a tattered quilt was shared among them. Only one pair of trousers existed, worn by whoever ventured outside. In the harsh winter, with snow blanketing the ground and no food to be found, The destitute resorted to gnawing on tree bark, their bellies pressed against their spines, barely clinging to life. Along the official road and in the mountain villages, corpses were visible everywhere, victims of the extreme cold. This land suffered year after year. Whether during the former Qin or the Great Xia, with land and grain hoarded by the affluent while the poor perished like ants, countless lives lost to starvation. It could aptly be described as the stench of wine and meat in the luxurious gates while the bones of the frozen lay along the roads. Throughout his journey, Xia Tian merely delivered grain and money to those impoverished families forced to sell their children, never accepting any of them as servants. However, when encountering families determined to perish together, he persuaded them to become citizens of the Wangfu in the wilderness, to follow him in search of a better life in the great wilderness. This humble, life-saving approach of the prince moved these families deeply. Remaining behind meant certain death from hunger and cold. Following him offered a glimmer of hope. Thus, whenever he spoke, they all chose to follow him. Along the way, his caravan grew larger, with an increasing number of followers, now encompassing over 100 families, more than 600 individuals. Among them were 100 elderly, 300 able-bodied men, over 100 youths, and more than 100 children. All donned thick cotton military uniforms, regardless of fit, simply to keep warm. As the children caught sight of the prince turning around, they could not help but wipe their rosy noses, hastily smearing the remnants on their cotton military uniforms. Their innocent voices chiming, "Prince, the prince is looking at us again." Xia Tian felt a pang in his heart, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "If you are hungry, seek out butler Bai for something to eat." The children, displaying their understanding, exclaimed, "Thank you, prince." At this moment, Xia Tian turned his horse towards the roadside. Halting before a formidable figure, "Why do you follow me to slay the vile bandits?" The towering man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his physique a tapestry of muscle. Wielding a steel fork in one hand, a grand bow slung across his back, adorned in garments crafted from tiger skin and sturdy leather boots. Exuding an aura of remarkable strength. With a sudden lift of his head, his eyes ablaze with determination, he declared, "Prince, I seek to vanquish the bandits. Yet, my greatest desire is to slay the celestial wolf cavalry and rid the world of that unparalleled beauty. I aim to eliminate the scourge for our great wilderness province." Chapter 49, The Arrival of a Brave Hero, Part 1. A flicker of intrigue danced in Xia Tian's eyes as he scrutinized the man, asking, "Do you hail from the wilderness province?" The man met his gaze unwaveringly. "Indeed. My name is Zhao Zichang, born in the wilderness province." Xia Tian nodded, urging him to recount his tale. "Certainly," Zhao Zichang replied respectfully. "I lived in the great wilderness province for 12 years. Each year, the Celestial Wolf Empire's cavalry would invade, encircling our town with murder and arson, treating us as prey, capturing our people to turn them into slaves, slaughtering at will. Every year, my parents would take me into the vast mountains of the wilderness to hide, only daring to return home once the cavalry had departed. Yet the mountains are filled with venomous snakes, poisonous insects, and fierce beasts. Each venture into those mountains is a harrowing ordeal, a struggle for survival." He continued, "Within those vast mountains, there are many foreign tribes and bandits who seize the opportunity to abduct us fleeing souls. Those who resist are killed, bearing no difference from the celestial wolf cavalry. The compliant are taken away, and their fate remains unknown. However, rumors abound in the wilderness that a dragon resides in those mountains, and that the bandits and foreign tribes serve the dragon, tasked with procuring food for it. Living beings are said to be among the dragon's sustenance." Xia Tian paused, astonished. "Is there truly a dragon within those mountains?" Zhao Zichang shook his head. "I dare not speak presumptuously, for I have not seen it with my own eyes." With a hearty laugh, Xia Tian found himself growing fond of this robust man. Seeing is believing, yet sometimes, even what we see may not be the truth. Zhao Zichang exhibited a cautious disposition, which Xia Tian found commendable. This continent is replete with primordial forests, home to colossal beasts, many of which the uninformed deem divine creatures. Perhaps within those vast mountains, a giant python is mistaken for a dragon, and Xia Tian found no surprise in that. He refrained from further questioning about the dragon, instead asking, "What happened next? How did you arrive outside the imperial capital?" A flicker of remembrance crossed Zhao Zichang's eyes. "On my 13th birthday, the celestial wolf cavalry descended without warning, surrounding our village, capturing all the villagers and transporting them to the celestial wolf empire. During our journey, the villagers revolted, slaying numerous celestial wolf soldiers, and many escaped. I was among them. However, my parents became separated amidst the chaos of the uprising. leaving me uncertain of their fate. Zhao Zichang continued, subsequently, I joined a group of refugees and resorted to begging until I reached the outskirts of the imperial capital, where I encountered my master. I settled in Zhao village nearby, subsisting through hunting and studying martial arts under his guidance. The bandits of Erlong Mountain have committed unspeakable acts in this vicinity, and I have long harbored intentions to eradicate them. Oh? Xia Tian expressed curiosity. So, you have contemplated this, yet have not taken genuine action. Zhao Zichang shook his head. Your Highness, I am a person of action. That night, I stealthily approached Erlong Mountain, only to discover that the local officials were fraternizing with the vile bandits. Had I not feared bringing calamity upon my fellow villagers, I would have surely eradicated both the bandits and the officials that night. Yet, I endured. Today, upon hearing that your Highness has designated the desolate state as a territory, intent on vanquishing the Erlong Mountain bandits and declaring war on all evildoers, I visited the site where your Highness established the bandit heads, only to find amidst the gruesome remains one head belonging to a corrupt official who had once appeared at Erlong Mountain. Although his visage was beyond recognition, I recall certain distinguishing features. If my suspicions are correct, those indistinct, bloodied heads must belong to the officials colluding with the bandits. Xia Tian remained non-committal, somewhat astonished. What do you think? Zhao Zichang's countenance was resolute. It must be so. Therefore, I am aware that your Highness not only harbors disdain for bandits, but also for the treacherous officials who conspire with them to harm the innocent. Xia Tian, in contemplation, inquired, do you remember the features of those officials? Indeed, Zhao Zichang replied. The leader among them is called Zuan. He bears a distinctive red birthmark behind his left ear, resembling a venomous serpent. Though your Highness has marred his visage, his ear remains intact, hence I can identify him. Noticing the furrow in Xia Tian's brow, Zhao Zichang hurriedly reassured him, your Highness need not worry. I have utilized lime and a small knife, feigning an expression of anger, to eliminate those identifying features. At this moment, Xia Tian regarded the robust man with newfound respect. Why would you obliterate Zuan's distinguishing marks? Zhao Zichang raised his head, meeting Xia Tian's gaze with tranquility. Your Highness, by concealing the faces of those vile soldiers among the heads of the Erlong Mountain bandits, you aim to prevent anyone from discerning their true identities as officials. Correct? Having grasped your Highness's intentions and admiring your resolve against the bandits, I felt compelled to assist in mitigating potential risks. In this world, virtuous individuals deserve support. Conversely, the wicked should languish in the depths of hell. Your Highness, Zhao Zichang declared earnestly, I do not advocate lofty principles. This is merely my authentic sentiment. Xia Tian burst into hearty laughter, finding increasing favor in this stalwart man. Zichang, the essence of lofty principles is that those who uphold righteousness garner support, while those who stray from it receive little. You have performed admirably. Zhao Zichang respectfully produced a sheet of white paper. This is my travel pass. In the Great Xia dynasty, a travel pass serves as identification. It is an official document issued by the government, detailing the holder's name, residence, and destination, akin to a letter of introduction or a transit permit. Furthermore, one must possess a travel pass to leave their hometown and traverse the land. Xia Tian examined it carefully before handing it to Zhang Yi. Verify his identity. Understood. Zhang Yi acknowledged. Zhao Zichang was overjoyed, clasping his hands in salute, and exclaimed excitedly, Zhao Zichang thanks your Highness for your benevolence. Xia Tian, with an appreciative expression, remarked, Zichang, judging by your physique, are you endowed with innate strength? Zhao Zichang nodded affirmatively. Your Highness, I possess natural strength. At the tender age of 15, I single-handedly defeated a white tiger with my bare hands. The tiger skin garments I wear are made from that very beast. Xia Tian was somewhat astonished. This fellow had killed a tiger barehanded at 15. A feat that was almost barbaric. Did you not employ any martial arts? No. Zhao Zichang replied earnestly, I dare not deceive your Highness. My master was present and forbade me from using them. He said if I failed to slay the tiger, I would simply be devoured. To survive, I had no choice but to fight with all my might. After a moment of reflection, Xia Tian inquired, were you gravely injured in that battle? Zhao Zichang chuckled innocently. I sustained no injuries, merely exhaustion. Upon returning home, I feasted on an entire wild boar leg. Xia Tian fell silent again. You were indeed fortunate. Zhao Zichang shook his head. Your Highness, my master taught me well. It is not luck, but rather the skill of a great teacher producing an exceptional disciple. At this moment, Xia Tian realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. This individual not only possessed innate strength and the ability to kill tigers, but also demonstrated intelligence, discernment, and caution, qualities befitting a capable leader. Unconsciously, Xiaotian's eyes sparkled. Zichang, what is your current martial realm? Or rather, what tier of expert do you consider yourself? Instantly, the surrounding sword-wielding youths and injured soldiers perked up, eager to learn about this giant who had slain a tiger. Chapter 50. A Hero Approaches. Part 2. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of Zhao Zichang's response. However, Zhao Zichang furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his fierce eyes. Your Highness, my martial realm is rather peculiar. It is difficult to articulate. Difficult to articulate? The crowd was taken aback. What did you mean? Zhao Zichang scratched his head sheepishly. The internal martial arts I practice are somewhat strange. My realm can fluctuate, primarily depending on the opponent's level. Xia Tian's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that you weaken against the weak and strengthen against the strong? Zhao Zichang nodded vigorously. Your Highness is astute. That is indeed the case. However, regardless of how it changes, I will always emerge victorious. Please rest assured. Now, not only was Xia Tian intrigued, but the sword-wielding youths were also increasingly curious about Zhao Zichang's martial prowess. This fellow was quite audacious. What realm could he possibly be at? Zhao Zichang glanced around, stating earnestly, do not gaze at me with such astonishment. Your auras are quite feeble, indicating you have recently entered the realm of internal martial arts. Likely at the 3rd tier. At this point, Zhao Zichang's eyes gleamed with insight as he scanned each sword-wielding youth, a look of wonder lighting his face. So, you practice the ancient Sanjian technique. No wonder you exude such arrogance. However, before me, you will find it quite difficult to conceal yourselves. His tone was earnest. The sword-wielding youths were taken aback. The Sanjian technique allows for concealment of everything, not just one's form, but also one's martial realm. Typically, in the absence of combat, the sword-wielding youths would hide their cultivation, blending in like ordinary individuals. Only those who have attained the level of a master can truly perceive the depths of another's martial arts prowess. Thus, is this towering figure a master? Regardless, given his discernment, it is evident that he is a formidable expert. The young disciples of the hidden sword respectfully clasped their fists in greeting. We pay our respects to Brother Zhao. Zhao Zichang chuckled heartily. No need for such formalities. My younger brothers, in the future, if there's a need for a fight, just call on me, and I shall ensure you do not suffer defeat. Such a casual remark instantly fostered a sense of camaraderie among the young disciples. Laughter erupted among them. Excellent. As the summer approached, curiosity ignited within him. Zichang, can you hold your own against a top-tier expert? Zhao Zichang hesitated, replying, My lord, my master has told me that if I were to spar with a top-tier expert, it would be a draw at best. However, if it were a fight to the death, I could surely defeat them decisively. The implication of Zhao Zichang's words was clear. His martial prowess was formidable in non-lethal encounters, but in a fight to the death, he would undoubtedly prevail. Summer's eyes gleamed with ambition as he inquired, what if you were to face a master? Could you overcome them? Zhao Zichang shook his head. I cannot defeat them. However, my master has assured me that I can outrun them. A master cannot kill me. He added earnestly, My lord, as long as I am here. Even a master would not dare to harm you. At that moment, with a swift motion, the figure of Tsang Yi appeared before Summer. My lord, there is no doubt regarding Zhao Zichang's identity. Zhao village lies merely a few hundred meters ahead. He has hunted in these woods for 6 years with his master, returning each time with a bountiful catch, which he shares generously with the villagers. Thanks to their presence, no one in Zhao village has ever faced starvation in the past 6 years. Moreover, the bandits of Erlong Mountain have never dared to invade Zhao village. The villagers regard him as a kind-hearted and honest man, a true asset to the community. Summer nodded. What else? Zhao Zichang continued. My master had a daughter with a widow from the village, who has just turned 6, and she has been living with me like a sister. Summer paused, surprised. Zichang, what about your master? Zhao Zichang shook his head. A year ago, he left a letter and took the widow to travel. Summer felt a pang of disappointment. Such a remarkable individual who had trained Zhao Zichang must be extraordinary. If he could recruit him, it would bolster his strength. What is your master's name? Gu Fuzi. I have asked him his true name, but he would not reveal it. Summer surveyed those around him. Has anyone heard of this name? Everyone shook their heads. Summer smiled faintly. Zichang, what of your sister? Will you bring her along with us? Zhao Zichang was overjoyed, kneeling fervently. I am willing to serve you, my lord. Summer dismounted his steed and helped him up, From this day forth, you shall accompany me back to the great wilderness. As long as I have food, you and your sister shall not go hungry. You are familiar with the customs of the wilderness. When we arrive, I will require your assistance for the royal household." Zhao Zichang clenched his fist tightly. "Yes. However, Zichang seeks a promise from my lord." "Oh, I am intrigued. What promise do you seek?" Zhao Zichang earnestly declared. "If in the future we engage in battle against the Tianlane troops, I humbly request to serve as the vanguard." Summer responded solemnly, "Certainly. Lord Xie, are you not going to summon your sister?" Zhao Zichang, with a hearty grin, turned and called out, "Zhao Ziying, the prince has graciously accepted us into the Wangfu of Huangzhou. Come forth." At that moment, from the overgrown grass by the roadside, a small girl clad in a floral cotton jacket emerged, her cherubic face flushed and adorably naive. "Brother, is it true?" she inquired, scrutinizing Summer with wide, curious eyes. "Brother? Is he truly the young lord who vanquished the bandits of Erlong Mountain, despite being younger than you? He can't possibly be a fraud, can he?" Laughter erupted among the group, charmed by the little one's innocence. Zhao Zichang, feeling a bit embarrassed, hurriedly brought the delightful child before Summer. "Your Highness, please forgive Ziying's lack of discernment." Summer extended his hand, playfully pinching Zhao Ziying's cheek, relishing the delightful texture. "Am I such a petty individual?" Zhao Ziying, however, grimaced in feigned pain, retorting, "You are. Just because I doubted your identity, you pinch my cheek." Another round of hearty laughter ensued, and even Zhao Zichang joined in. Although the prince was youthful, he possessed grand ambitions and unparalleled courage, making him a worthy leader to follow. Moreover, being part of this company felt immensely comforting, almost as if he had returned home. How wonderful! At that moment, Sima Lan and Sima Gu appeared amidst the snow, directly scooping Zhao Ziying into her arms, her face radiant with joy. "Ziying, you are truly beautiful. Would you like to share a carriage with your elder sister?" Zhao Ziying's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Prince, may I ride in the carriage?" Summer smiled indulgently. "Of course." "Wonderful," Zhao Ziying exclaimed. "Then I shall ride with this beautiful sister." "Brother Prince, you are simply splendid." Summer winked. "Thank you for the kind words, Ziying. I shall strive to be an even better brother." Another wave of laughter filled the air as Sima Lan joyfully carried Zhao Ziying away. This was indeed the finest arrangement for her. Just as Summer contemplated this notion, Sima Lan seemed to anticipate his thoughts. The renowned first talent of the imperial capital was truly deserving of her reputation. At this moment, Zhao Zichang felt a swell of emotion. He understood who Sima Lan was, the third most beautiful woman in the realm, the foremost talent of the great Xia Empire, and the beloved daughter of Sima Jian, the left chancellor of the great Xia. For Zhao Ziying to be under her tutelage was a blessing that money could not procure. This affection was monumental, one that could not even be exchanged for his own life. Suddenly, the convoy came to a halt. Gao Fei galloped towards them, his face marked with a vivid red handprint, looking disheveled and furious. "Your Highness, ahead there is a woman clad in black who has blocked our path. Not only did she strike me, but now she tramples on Lu Shu, demanding that you meet her. Otherwise, she threatens to kill Lu Shu." Summer leaped onto his warhorse. "Zichang, accompany me to confront this woman in black." "Yes." Zhao Zichang sprinted with fervor, closely trailing behind the steed ridden by Xia Tian, not allowing even a moment's distance to form between them. Moments later, a beguiling woman clad in black emerged before Xia Tian's gaze. In the snow, this enchanting figure stood with her foot upon Lu Shu's chest, a sharp sword poised at his throat, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Shu's face turned ashen. "Enchantress, kill me." Her laughter echoed like the most ludicrous jest. "Oh, little general, do you not fear death?" Lu Shu's eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed. "Not in the least. If this commander furrows his brow, I shall no longer be the chief guardian of the Wangfu of the." Upon uttering these words, his body tensed with visible veins, seemingly preparing to make a move. However, he faltered. Her laughter brimmed with mockery. "Little general, I have sealed all your meridians. Do not even think of biting your tongue in despair. For you, it is simply impossible." Lu Shu's neck pulsated with rage, a suffocating roar resonating through the air. Ahead of the convoy, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The wounded soldiers mounted their horses, forming a cavalry charge, their long lances aimed directly at the alluring black-clad woman in the snow. At this moment, 50 young swordsmen had vanished into the convoy, likely concealed around the enchanting figure, poised to strike at any moment. "Zhang Yi, leading his men, had encircled the black-clad enchantress. Some drew top bows, while others raised crossbows, their arrows ready to rain down. The north wind howled, causing the recently delivered royal banner to flap violently. The character for upon it adding an aura of menace to the thoroughfare. Xia Tian reined in his steed. Who are you? Why do you seek an audience with me? Remove your foot from Commander Lu's chest. The black-clad enchantress remained silent, instead scrutinizing Xia Tian. This youthful figure, with a jade-like visage and lips of crimson, possessed an elegant stature, a rarity among handsome youths. A prince astride a white horse was indeed a sight to behold. In that fleeting moment, the enchantress felt a sense of awe. Xia Tian too examined the black-clad enchantress, noting her alluring features. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, and her figure was almost perfect with long legs and a slender waist. The neckline of her black outer garment was low, hinting at the white fabric beneath. Alluring yet tantalizingly elusive. Her laughter tinkled like chimes as she delicately adjusted a strand of hair, her cherry lips parting. Ah, it seems His Highness is even more striking in reality than in the paintings. I have encountered countless men, yet none possess the charm of a youth so captivating as you. With a playful sway of her waist, she continued, Your Highness, I sense you have a question for me. Should your answer please me, I shall spare this little general beneath my foot. If not, not only shall I slay him, but I shall also extinguish you and your convoy of the Wangfu of the... Ha. Xia Tian dismounted his steed and stepped forward. Fair maiden, your words resemble a toad yawning. Such audacity. What can a single woman possibly do? You have overestimated yourself while underestimating the might of the Wangfu of Huangzhou. I am not to be called miss. Refer to me as Yao Yao. Summer strode forward with unwavering determination, undaunted, step by step toward the girl in black. Ah, Lady Yao Yao. I detect the scent of those black-clad assassins upon you. If I am not mistaken, you must be their leader, am I right? If you release Commander Lu, I, a prince utterly incapable of harming even a chicken, shall present myself to you, free for your disposal, whether to slay or to maim as you please. What? The assembly from the Wangfu of Huangzhou gasped in disbelief. The prince is willing to exchange his life for that of Commander Lu? How could this be? At that moment, Lu Shu lay at the feet of the black-clad enchantress, tears streaming down his face, deeply moved. Is the prince truly willing to trade his life for his own? He is a royal. He is the lord of Huangzhou. In the entire great Xia dynasty, there exist only 9 princes, making him one of the most esteemed figures in the realm. And who is Lu Shu? Merely a common scion of a military family. Countless generals and their offspring abound within the vast army of the great Xia, and he is the most ordinary among them. Yet, that most exalted prince dares to wager his life for the sake of the most mundane of individuals. Blood and tears clouded Lu Shu's vision as he cried out, Your Highness, do not approach. It is not worth it. My life is of no value. It is not worth risking your Highness's life. This sentiment was shared by all present, for in this feudal imperial era, distinctions of high and low, noble and base, are stark. Your Highness, you must not. Gao Fei and Xiaobai knelt before Summer. Your Highness, please halt your advance, or Commander Lu shall die with unquiet eyes. Master, you cannot. Zhang Yi appeared before Summer, kneeling as well. Master, as the lord of the Wangfu of Huangzhou, you must not endanger yourself for Commander Lu. If you come to harm, Commander Lu shall not survive either. Ha. Summer laughed heartily. Lu Shu, you are mistaken, and you all are mistaken as well. Lu Shu's life is not worthless, and my life is no more precious than his. We are all but one head, one mouth. And we each possess but a single life. Aside from our differing origins, we are no different. Today, he has been captured by the enemy while protecting me, the prince, in the wilds of Huangzhou. If I stand idly by and watch him perish, I shall never find peace, nor sleep soundly, nor eat well for the rest of my days. Just moments ago, Lu Shu sought to bite his own tongue to avoid causing us any trouble. He did this for me, for the Wangfu of Huangzhou, for our comrades. Now, I wish for him to live and confront the enemy. This is entirely reasonable. Is it not? If he can die for me, can I not die for him? In the Wangfu of Huangzhou, each of us stands for me. Thus, I must stand for each of you, taking responsibility for all. Today, if I do not perish, and all in the Wangfu stand for me, then I shall stand for all. Why should we fear that we cannot secure our foothold in the wilds of Huangzhou, or repel the armies of the Tianlang Empire? Summer's words resonated through the air, provoking deep contemplation. Zhao Zichang quietly followed in Summer's wake, eyes ablaze, murmuring, What a magnificent sentiment from our prince. I stand for all, and all stand for me. As the crimson sun dipped low, it elongated Summer's shadow, casting it ever longer as he advanced toward the silhouette of the black-clad enchantress, growing ever more imposing in the hearts of all present. How can one not hold respect and affection for such a prince? Such a prince is worthy of one's utmost devotion. At this moment, Sima Lan's voice rang out. Your Highness, please wait. Xia Tian did not pause in his stride. Lanner, are you here to persuade me as well? Sima Lan smiled faintly. Your Highness has misunderstood. Whatever you wish to do, Sima Lan will support wholeheartedly. I have come, if only to behold the visage of this enchantress. Should she dare to harm you, I, Sima Lan, vow to scour the rugged terrains of the 9 provinces and traverse the 4 seas to find her, flaying her alive and ensuring she suffers the utmost agony until her demise. Ha ha! The dark-clad enchantress sneered repeatedly. Prince of the wilderness, since you insist on exchanging your life for that of this young general, I shall not hold back. This will serve as retribution for my brothers. I am eager to witness how this most talented maiden of the imperial capital will search the mountains and seas, and how she intends to find me. At that moment, Xia Tian had already reached the dark-clad enchantress, standing with a smile. Did you not wish to kill me for revenge? Come then. The enchantress narrowed her charming eyes, her sword striking forth like a venomous serpent, aimed at Xia Tian's heart. Then you shall meet your end. Chapter 52. The Enchantress's Sorrow Beware. The hearts of all within the prince's manor sank. The sword light of the dark-clad enchantress seemed to pierce through the darkest abyss, threatening to consume both their prince and their very souls, burying them in despair. At this moment, 10 meters away from the dark-clad enchantress, a deafening roar erupted as a flurry of white snow exploded forth. The snow mist swirled with the wind. A group of sword-wielding youths, their lips clenched tightly, leapt forward, hoping to shield Xia Tian with their bodies. Yet, the speed of the dark-clad enchantress's sword far surpassed their own. Everything seemed to be unfolding too swiftly. They felt an icy chill envelop them, their eyes wide as they beheld the sharp blade aimed at their prince. They were his loyal guardians. It should be them facing death instead. No. The warriors around them strained their bows, the creaking of the strings echoing in the air. However, without a command, they dared not release their arrows, fearing they might inadvertently harm their own prince. Life and death hung in the balance in an instant. Just as words were spoken, the moment arrived. Ha ha! Xia Tian not only did not evade, but instead offered his chest. My dear enchantress, how ruthless you are! You do not even inquire about the matter at hand, immediately resorting to violence. Do we truly harbor such deep-seated enmity? The dark-clad enchantress's gaze hardened. You seek death. Our hatred runs deeper than the ocean. The razor-sharp tip of her sword, unstoppable, plunged into Xia Tian's garment. Yet, no blood gushed forth. Clang. The sound of metal clashing startled the snow-covered weeds, bringing the inhabitants of the prince's manor back to their senses. They were drenched in cold sweat, as if they had traversed the underworld. In an instant, they cried out in joy, rushing forward. Protect the prince. At that moment, the dark-clad woman's sword had struck Xia Tian's chest as if it had pierced a steel plate. The immense force imbued in the blade sent Xia Tian hurtling backward. Then came the crack. The tip of the dark-clad enchantress's sword snapped. At this juncture, her sword withdrew from the throat of the Lu tree, and Xia Tian stepped back from her presence. Sima Lan, moving forward, commanded, release the arrows. Arrows and crossbow bolts, imbued with the wrath of the warriors, flew towards the dark-clad enchantress. Yet, she moved like a phantom, relentlessly pursuing their lord. Most of the projectiles missed their mark, while a few were deflected. In that moment, the sword-wielding youths, soaring through the air, landed with determination, hoping to shield their lord from the enchantress's onslaught. However, they were powerless to stop her. With a thunderous clap, the dark enchantress unleashed an invisible force that sent all the approaching youths flying. How naive, she scoffed. Do you comprehend why top-tier martial artists are deemed 1,000 foes? It is because I can single-handedly defeat 1,000 of you fledgling warriors. In the air, Xia Tian felt a sweetness in his throat as his blood surged, and he coughed forth a mouthful of warm blood. The might of a first-rate master was indeed terrifying. A sword could slay a bull even through iron. Thankfully, he bore not one, but 3 layers of iron plating upon his chest. The enchantress's strike merely injured his internal organs, but he remained relatively unscathed. Quickly, he retrieved the healing elixir crafted in the palace, swallowing it swiftly. Relief washed over him. Behind him, after the enchantress had toppled the sword-wielding youths, she spotted Zhao Zichang, who had been standing protectively behind Xia Tian. She prepared to deliver another fatal blow to this hulking fool before resuming her pursuit of her target. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Her palm, aimed at Zhao Zicheng, struck an iron staff instead. Though thick, the staff was short, akin to a club reaching her brow. Yet the energy coursing through it was searing, as if she had struck a heated branding iron. The enchantress's eyes narrowed in cold realization as she instinctively reached to seize the burning staff. However, the intense energy emanating from it rebounded against her delicate hand, causing her pain. Her palm was scorched, turning crimson. This was not good. This hulking fool was a master, an expert with a greater depth of energy than her own. At that moment, another iron staff appeared above her head, descending with the force of a mountain. It was perilously close, moving with alarming speed and formidable strength, power she could not hope to withstand. In an instant, the dark enchantress found herself enveloped in the shadow of death. She had underestimated the hulking fool standing behind the Prince of the Wilds. In recent days, she had accompanied the Crown Prince through the Imperial Palace and the Eastern Palace, orchestrating the assassination of the Prince of the Wilds. She had come to believe that the guards serving the Emperor, Crown Prince, and princes were chosen primarily for their towering stature and handsome appearance, while martial prowess was a secondary consideration. This was in stark contrast to the palace's shadow guards, where loyalty and martial strength were paramount, rendering appearance of little importance. Thus, the dark enchantress had mistakenly assumed that Zhao Zicheng was merely a facade, a guard summoned by Xia Tian. However, she possesses a profound misunderstanding of the king of the wilderness, Xia Tian. He is certainly not a man concerned with appearances. Naturally, the dark-clad enchantress would misjudge him. The fact that Xia Tian annihilates his enemies in battle and eradicates all traces is deeply connected to the significant enigma surrounding the strength of the wilderness king's manner. While overseeing the troops from the summit near Erlong Mountain, she was perpetually entangled with the white-clad masked woman, oblivious to the swift strikes of the sword-wielding youths. When she finally diverted her attention, the silver-tipped assassins lying in ambush along the main road had already perished. Consequently, she found herself relentlessly pursued by the white-clad masked figure, caught in a ceaseless struggle within the forest. Despite her exhaustive attempts to escape, she was unable to succeed. By the time the smoke billowed from Erlong Mountain, she received no further communication from her subordinates. Realizing that her men had been completely annihilated, she frantically engaged in a fierce battle with the white-clad woman, injuring herself to force her retreat. Then, she appeared here, intending to ambush and confront Gao Fei, seeking to lure Xia Tian out for a decisive strike. Unexpectedly, her plan unfolded with remarkable ease. Now, her target stood before her, within striking distance, ripe for the taking. Yet, the wilderness prince was undeniably handsome. Comparatively, he was far more attractive than the crown prince, who was reputed to be the most beautiful man in the imperial capital. Nevertheless, he had to die. At most, she would spare his strikingly handsome visage. Afterward, she would return with the head of the wilderness king to present to the crown prince, claiming the reward she deserved, and then vanish overseas to indulge in a life of luxury with a few handsome men. However, ideals often brim with promise, while reality is starkly unforgiving. Her lethal strike not only failed to eliminate the target, but also resulted in the loss of her hostage. Instead, she found herself ensnared in a trap. The wilderness prince had concealed a piece of iron beneath his garments, truly insidious. This foolish giant was indeed cunning, a renowned expert masquerading as a mere hunter to deceive a young woman. At that moment, the dark-clad enchantress was furious enough to explode on the spot. She wished to take those present with her to the grave. Yet, having lived for 19 years, she remained untouched, never having tasted the pleasures of a man. In this life-and-death situation, the dark-clad enchantress found herself lost in chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng's searing iron rod had already struck her hair, mere millimeters from her scalp. At that moment, behind Zhao Zicheng, Xia Tian, having expelled the stagnant blood, steadied himself as a dove landed gracefully in the snow, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Everyone need not worry, I am unscathed. The members of the Wilderness King's manor collectively breathed a sigh of relief, apprehensive yet hopeful, anticipating the dark-clad enchantress's head to burst like a watermelon. This sorceress must pay with her blood to assuage the hatred harbored by all within the Wilderness King's manor. Those who sought to take their prince's life must meet a gruesome end. Heads must explode. At that moment, the dark-clad enchantress let out a piercing scream, channeling all her true energy to shield her scalp. You cannot kill me. Immediately after, The dull thud of Zhao Zichang's iron rod struck the dark-clad enchantress's head without flourish. Under the impact, her protective energy shattered, her skull was crushed, and blood erupted forth. Beneath the staff, the skull of the dark-clad enchantress shattered. With a crack, she knelt in the snow, her peach blossom eyes filled with malice. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. As if experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity, she struggled to speak. King of Huanzhou, do you think that by killing me, you can reach Huanzhou? No, you shall not. With that, the dark-clad enchantress fell backward into the snow, blood flowing from her 7 orifices, her gaze fixed on the sky, her breath growing ever fainter. I, the Grand Saint Envoy, am perishing. The Saintess shall soon emerge. She will not spare you. She will drain you dry. Soon, you will join me in the underworld. Before she could utter another word, her eyes closed forever, her breath extinguished. Zhao Zichang bent down, confirming her demise before speaking. My lord, this enchantress is dead. How shall we proceed? Zhang Yi. Xia Tian commanded, handle her according to protocol. Yes. Zhang Yi and Zhang Jiao immediately began to search the dark-clad enchantress, categorizing her belongings before presenting them to Steward Xiaobai, to be stored in the treasury of the Huanzhou Wangfu. Presently, the treasury of the Huanzhou Wangfu was akin to a mobile convoy. At that moment, Xia Tian spoke in a solemn tone. Zhao Zichang. Present. Zhao Zichang responded, standing at attention. Though you are new to the Wangfu, your valor in battle merits a reward of 10 taels of gold. Thank you, my lord. Zhao Zichang replied with a serene expression, then inquired, my lord, upon entering the Wangfu, must I provide for my own food and lodging? Xia Tian shook his head. Those who enter my Huanzhou Wangfu are provided for in every respect, and additionally, receive a monthly stipend. With an honest smile, Zhao Zichang replied, in that case, my lord, I rarely require money, so I shall leave it in the Wangfu treasury and retrieve it when needed. Xia Tian was somewhat taken aback. This is your reward. Take it with you for convenience. Why leave it in the treasury? Zhao Zichang, securing 2 iron rods on his back, scratched his head and said, before I met you, my lord, I heard numerous rumors. Xia Tian, intrigued, prompted, pray tell. Zhao Zichang cautiously observed Xia Tian's expression. It is said that you were driven from the palace by the emperor. Not only did the emperor deny you the time to recruit talents, but he also withheld rewards, wishing for you to fend for yourself in Huanzhou. Ultimately, it was the Sima family that provided you with provisions, allowing you to embark on your journey without starving. Moreover, I know that your reward has only just arrived. At this point, Zhao Zichang hesitated slightly before continuing. My lord, although I know that rumors contain a grain of truth and a multitude of falsehoods, there is always a kernel of reason behind them. You must not only support the entire household of the Wangfu, but also assist the impoverished along the way. Even a wealth of gold and silver may prove insufficient. Xia Tian remained noncommittal. So, what do you intend to propose? Zhao Zichang earnestly declared, the Wangfu provides for food and shelter, and there is no need to purchase clothing. I, Zichang, am willing to donate my reward to the Wangfu treasury to bolster the strength of our Huanzhou Wangfu. Laughter erupted from Xia Tian, a hearty and joyous sound. The core members of the Wangfu also shared in the merriment. Nearby, Sima Ge looked on with a puzzled expression. Miss, what is the cause of their laughter? Sima Lan wore a smile, explaining that the Wangfu of Huangzhou had unexpectedly acquired a fortune at Erlong Mountain and was not impoverished. Sima Ge pouted, a hint of allure in her voice. But the Wangfu of Huangzhou is not wealthy. Why then does the prince distribute wealth and provisions along the way? Sima Lan gazed at Xia Tian with a complex expression. Firstly, the prince possesses a compassionate heart and cannot bear to witness the plight of the destitute. At such times, a handful of grain can save a life. Therefore, he uses the spoils from eradicating bandits to distribute aid, saving as many lives as possible. Moreover, the benevolent reputation of the Huang prince will spread along the official roads and be etched into the hearts of the people. The provisions given out can serve not only as seeds, but also as a testament of grace sown within the hearts of men. Should the day come when he raises the royal banner and returns to the imperial capital from the great Huangzhou, he will undoubtedly be followed by throngs, unstoppable in his might. Sima Ge listened, increasingly astonished, her lips parting wider as if to accommodate 2 small bird eggs. So, he is already plotting his return. What profound thoughts he possesses. Meanwhile, Xia Tian, suppressing a smile, spoke solemnly. Chief Bai, here. Bai promptly appeared. Zhao Zichang's reward will be stored in the Wangfu treasury, recorded for future retrieval at his discretion. Understood. Zhao Zichang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Thank you, Your Highness." He was aware that he had gained recognition. To have a reward stored in the Wangfu treasury, accessible at any time, was a privilege reserved for the core members of the palace. At that moment, Lu Shu approached Xia Tian with a face full of shame, kneeling on one knee. "Your Highness, it is my lack of skill that has put you in danger. I deserve to be punished." Xia Tian chuckled as he stepped forward, personally helping Lu Shu to his feet, draping his damp shoulders with a cloak. "Did I not make myself clear? If you utter such words again, I shall assign you to ride for Zhao Xing." Laughter erupted among the crowd. With tears in his eyes, Lu Shu proclaimed, "Your Highness speaks clearly. In the Wangfu of Huangzhou, I am for everyone. And everyone is for me. United in sincerity, we are invincible." At that moment, Gao Fei, Song Yi, Song Jiao, Zhao Zichong, Bai, and the young swordsman of Song Jian, alongside the injured soldiers, knelt in unison, exclaiming, "In the Wangfu of Huangzhou, I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. United in sincerity, we are invincible." Their voices rang out, heartfelt and resonant, echoing far and wide. The newcomers were taken aback. Their Wangfu seemed markedly different from other aristocratic families. Yet, in what way was it different? They could not articulate it. They simply felt that the elders of the Wangfu appeared to be in perfect harmony. The wise elders quickly advised their descendants, when newcomers enter the palace, keep a low profile and never provoke the elders within. For the elders are not to be trifled with. They are united. Yes, this was reiterated multiple times. At that moment, Sima Lan and Sima Gu had returned to their carriage. Sima Gu murmured, "I am for everyone, and everyone is for me, Mississippi." This notion is quite easy to comprehend. It means you care for me, and I care for you, a family bound by mutual affection. But what deeper meaning lies in the prince's intention for the people of the Wangfu to remember this phrase? Listening to Sima Gu's somewhat distorted explanation, Sima Lan could not help but chuckle. The prince is setting the tone for the rules of the residence. From here on, he will guide the principles of for the people, by the people to establish the regulations within the mansion. Sima Gu was taken aback. "Miss, every royal residence's regulations are established by the imperial family. Can't we simply adopt them? Is it really necessary for the prince to establish them personally?" Curiosity sparkled in Sima Lan's eyes. "Xiao Gu, have you not noticed that my prince is unlike any other? Therefore, he will certainly not adhere to the old traditions of the royal residence. New rules will undoubtedly be instituted." Suddenly, Sima Gu seized upon a key phrase. "Miss, did you just refer to my prince?" Sima Lan blinked her beautiful eyes. "No. Are you truly certain?" "Indeed. I heard it. That was merely your imagination." Miss, please do not tickle me. I might retaliate." Ha ha. The two young women engaged in playful banter, one a talented scholar and the other a devoted warrior, momentarily transformed into carefree young maidens. It was as if every individual entering the caravan of the Huangzhou king was undergoing a transformation. This caravan possessed the power to change people. Not long after, the caravan of the Huangzhou royal residence continued its journey. In the imperial capital, at the crown prince's residence, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted as the crown prince furiously threw objects around, bellowing, "Come out! All the assassins you sent have perished. Are you not going to take action?" At that moment, a breathtaking beauty clad in red, appearing as if conjured from a dream, materialized within the grand hall. "Do not fret, crown prince. This time, I, the holy maiden, shall personally intervene. Regardless of who guards that useless royal prince, they shall all perish." The mesmerizing beauty's eyes glimmered with cold light. "To break through to that realm, my magical prowess requires the essence of a man. Hence, I will first extract it from him and then ensure he suffers before his demise." Suddenly, the crown prince recalled a legend, a tale that claimed possession of the holy maiden's virginity would grant one great power. He gazed at the enchanting beauty with desire, imploring, "Holy maiden, could you grant me your first night?" The red-clad beauty cast a disdainful glance at the crown prince. "Your physique is too frail. You are unworthy of me. Await my good news." With that, she soared out of the crown prince's chamber, vanishing into the night sky. The crown prince stood frozen, his eyes blazing with fury. Howling into the void like a rabid dog. Am I frail? Where am I weak? Come, let me undress and show you. He was infuriated. How dare you presume that the body of that wretched scholar is more robust than mine? I am the crown prince. I am, though a bit late. I present a lengthy chapter of 3,000 words. Thank you for your generous gifts. Please bestow upon us your 5-star ratings. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 54. The fickle Emperor of Summer in the Imperial Palace's study. The room was illuminated by bright lights and flickering red candles, with wax tears silently sliding down the candlesticks, forming intricate and mysterious patterns that captured one's attention. After finishing the last memorial, the Emperor of Summer rose, opened the door, and gazed at the feather-like snow falling outside. A soft, melancholic sigh escaped his lips. A hint of anxiety crossed the Emperor's authoritative visage, as he murmured with growing agitation. In previous marches, the ice and snow had melted away, the temperatures warmed, and the grass flourished, heralding the season for farmers to sow their seeds. But why this year does the relentless snow continue to fall and the temperature remain frigid? With a heavy heart, the Emperor gazed skyward, imploring, "Heavenly Father, how many of my subjects must suffer before you relent? If this snowfall persists, what shall become of our crops this year? Without spring planting, autumn yields will be lost. Are you intent on extinguishing the lives of my people?" Gradually, the Emperor's countenance darkened with fury. "Since I ascended this dragon throne, I have governed with utmost diligence, believing myself more industrious than the emperors of the preaching era. Yet, why do my subjects still go hungry and shiver in rags?" He raised a hand toward the heavens, bellowing, "Tell me why? Have I truly erred? Do you wish for me to issue a self-reproach edict? Do you desire me to acknowledge my faults before the world, claiming that my shortcomings have provoked your wrath, unleashing this unrelenting blizzard upon us? Know this, it is impossible. I have committed no wrong. I have earned this throne through merit, with honor and integrity." At that moment, all the eunuchs, palace maids, and guards surrounding the Emperor knelt in terror, heads bowed, wishing to cover their ears as if to deny they had heard his outburst. Only the historian diligently recorded the Emperor's words and actions. The so-called self-reproach edict is a proclamation or document issued by a ruler in times of crisis, when the state faces calamity, reflecting upon one's own failures in hopes of appealing to the heavens for aid. This method is employed by various nations across the continent. As the Emperor's roar subsided, a sense of relief washed over him. What do the old sages of the Bureau of Astronomy have to say? When will this snowstorm cease? The Bureau of Astronomy is the institution responsible for observing celestial phenomena and calculating seasonal calendars within the Great Xia court. The elderly eunuch promptly replied, "Your Majesty, the Bureau has reported that this year, celestial anomalies abound. Not only does our Great Xia endure this spring chill, but other empires across the continent are similarly besieged by relentless snowstorms." The Emperor felt a considerable alleviation at this news. Let them perform rituals to the deities of heaven and earth, beseeching them to halt the blizzard. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I have heard rumors circulating that the persistent snowfall is a result of your moral failings, incurring divine retribution." A glint of cold light flickered in the eunuch's eyes as he reassured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have dispatched elite agents from the Royal City Department to investigate this matter. Within 3 days, we shall unearth the source of these rumors." Intrigued, the Emperor inquired, "What leads have you discovered?" The eunuch, with a solemn expression, replied, "The hidden school of Zongheng from the former Qin dynasty has resurfaced. This matter is likely connected to them." A chill passed through the Emperor's gaze as he pondered. As the ancient saying goes, when Zongheng emerges, chaos ensues, and the populace suffers. In times of prosperity, the Zongheng school typically remains secluded, devoting themselves to scholarship and martial arts, indifferent to worldly affairs. However, once chaos descends upon the realm, they resemble curs detecting the stench of filth or sharks sensing blood in the vast ocean, promptly dispatching their disciples into the world, further stirring the pot of disorder. Only then can they demonstrate to the populace that the teachings of the school of diplomacy are indeed the most invaluable wisdom on earth. Their ambition is insatiable, and their intentions are worthy of condemnation. Old fellow, do you not agree? The old eunuch hastily replied, "Your Majesty speaks truly. Those of the school of diplomacy are but instigators of chaos, and their presence in our great Xia dynasty surely harbors a sinister plot. Allow me, old servant, to personally venture from the palace to apprehend every member of the school of diplomacy and eradicate them completely." The atmosphere in the imperial study grew even more chilling with his murderous intent. "Ha." The Emperor of Xia laughed heartily. "Good, with your direct intervention. Not a single disciple of the school of diplomacy shall escape. However, I require them alive. Do you understand?" The old eunuch was momentarily taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Yes, we shall not kill them, but capture them alive, so that your Majesty may question them personally." The Emperor's mind remained unfathomable, forever eluding any attempt at prediction of his thoughts. Suddenly, the emperor shifted the topic. Old fellow, has there been any news from Little Nine? This inquiry caused the old eunuch's complexion to change dramatically. With a thud, he knelt once more, his forehead now drenched with sweat. Your Majesty, forgive me. There have been numerous incidents concerning the Ninth Prince, due to the mishaps of the Royal City Department's spies. Information from the Ninth Prince's side has not been relayed back. The emperor furrowed his brow. What has happened to the spies dispatched by the Royal City Department? The old eunuch, with a grave expression, replied, This morning, the Royal City Department sent out 6 batches of spies to closely monitor the Ninth Prince's convoy, ensuring comprehensive control over the information regarding him. However, all 6 batches were slain by an unknown master. The emperor's fury ignited. Who is responsible? Is this a provocation of the court? Who dares? The old eunuch's countenance grew increasingly solemn. The bodies of these spies have been retrieved, and upon examination of their wounds, it appears they all met their demise from a single sword strike, falling victim to a master of swordsmanship. The technique employed was one I have never witnessed before. Oh, the emperor raised an eyebrow. Could it be that yet another reclusive school has emerged? The old eunuch, cautious in his response, stated, I have not encountered this person or their sword, and thus dare not make a hasty conclusion. Currently, the Royal City Department has dispatched 3 commanding officers to oversee the Ninth Prince's convoy once more. If the perpetrator of the spies' deaths appears, we shall exact our revenge. The emperor's brow knitted tighter. What of Little Nine? He killed the Crown Prince's assassins last night at Taloa Fortress. Given the Crown Prince's character, he would never let this go. Has retaliation already commenced? The old eunuch wiped the sweat from his forehead. It is likely that retaliation has indeed begun. The emperor's frown deepened, his voice chilling further. What do you mean by likely? Old fellow, what precisely has transpired with Little Nine? The old eunuch gathered his thoughts before revealing the shocking news. Your Majesty, the bandits nurtured by the Crown Prince in Erlong Mountain have been annihilated by the Ninth Prince and his followers. What? This revelation startled the Emperor of Xia. The elderly eunuch continued. Then, the Ninth Prince beheaded all the bandits of Erlong Mountain, piling their heads at the foot of the mountain, declaring that this would be the fate of all vile criminals. Subsequently, he declared war on the world's evildoers, leaving a proclamation beside the pile, vowing to eradicate all bandits from the realm. The Summer Emperor, incredulous, inquired, Does he possess such audacity? The eunuch replied, Indeed. Did he truly construct a mound of bandit heads? Yes. His ranks are filled with wounded soldiers, with only Lu Shu and Gao Fei, 2 mediocre fighters, capable of vanquishing the bandits of Erlong Mountain and the prince's assassins that followed. They have already been defeated. The incredulity in the Summer Emperor's eyes deepened. How on earth did he accomplish this? The eunuch, momentarily taken aback, wore an expression of consternation. Your Majesty, I am guilty, for our spies were slain, and thus I know not the details of the Ninth Prince's battle against the bandits. The Royal City Guard are truly a bunch of incompetents. The Summer Emperor, growing impatient, waved his hand. Enough of this prattle. Have the proclamations issued by the Ninth Prince been returned? The eunuch hurriedly produced a sheet of paper from his sleeve. Your Majesty, the proclamation is here. The Summer Emperor eagerly took it and opened it. Ah, you truly understand me. Upon closer inspection, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. In all the world, is there not a king's land? On the shores of the land, is there not a king's minister? This realm belongs to me. If heaven does not punish, the Wangfu of Huangzhou shall surely mobilize its troops to exterminate. Though distant, it shall be annihilated. Though powerful, it shall be eradicated. Well said. Remarkably well said. No wonder he is my son. The eunuch lowered his head, suppressing several thoughts he dared not voice. It was you who drove the Ninth Prince out of the imperial capital. It was you who allowed the Crown Prince to act with malice. And it was you who questioned whether the Ninth Prince was truly your blood. How can you now be so certain of his lineage? These unspoken grievances weighed heavily upon the eunuch. At that moment, the Summer Emperor furrowed his brow. Old man, why have I never heard these ancient words? In all the world, is there not a king's land? On the shores of the land, is there not a king's minister? It should not be so. Such an extraordinary saying could not possibly go unnoticed. You, who are well-read, have you heard of it? The eunuch shook his head. No, because the one who spoke these words is not from this continent. At this juncture, the eunuch observed the Summer Emperor's furrowed brow and tentatively suggested, Your Majesty, I surmise that this must have originated from the Ninth Prince himself. The Summer Emperor's eyes brightened. What is your basis for this? The eunuch had an epiphany. For these words did not exist in the world. They first emerged from the lips of the Ninth Prince. thus they must be his. However, the ninth prince, disinclined to seek fame or recognition, attributed them to an ancient sage. The Summer Emperor pondered the ninth prince's demeanor and words during his time in the palace and found himself believing it to be true. This child has always preferred to hide within the library, feigning ignorance and cherishing a low profile, evidently wishing to remain uncelebrated. The phrase, "In all the world, is there not a king's land? On the shores of the land, is there not a king's minister?" grows more intriguing upon reflection. Old man, write this down and present it to the two chancellors, claiming it was penned by the ninth prince, and request their insights on this statement. He may not desire fame, but I shall make sure his name is heralded. The Summer Emperor's eyes gleamed with profound intention. I wish for the entire world to know that these words were spoken by my son. This phrase embodies the essence of kingship. If it is imprinted in the hearts of the subjects, it will indeed fortify the royal authority. Thus, this statement holds profound significance for the emperor. As long as the chancellors pen letters discussing this saying, it shall prompt scholars across the realm to engage in discourse about it. Subsequently, this phrase will naturally circulate throughout the land, allowing all to comprehend that the realm belongs solely to the emperor. The mood of the Emperor of Xia considerably lifted. He murmured, "Little Gio, you are remarkable." Yet he pondered, how much more does he conceal from me? Your subordinates are merely wounded soldiers, yet you managed to annihilate the assassins of your elder brother, the Crown Prince, at Tawawu Fort, showcasing your cunning. You led a force to eradicate the bandits on Erlong Mountain and the Crown Prince's death warriors, establishing Jingguan and instilling fear into the hearts of the wicked, which demonstrates your bravery. You have declared war against the evil bandits of the world, seeking justice for the virtuous and showing compassion for my subjects, which embodies your benevolence. You have issued proclamations to the realm, your eloquence shining through, warning before executing, which reflects your adherence to propriety. You truly are exceptional. The more the emperor spoke, the straighter his back became, swelling with pride. The old eunuch observed this with keen eyes and continued, "Your Majesty, the ninth prince is presently engaged in another significant endeavor." The emperor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Speak quickly. What has my Jewer accomplished now?" The old eunuch found himself at a loss for words. He had always referred to him as Little Gio, yet now he was calling him Jewer. Had the emperor's sentiments shifted once again? Noticing the eunuch's momentary daze, the emperor nudged him with his foot. "You old fool. Speak up. What has Gio done now?" The emperor's demeanor left the old eunuch rather flustered. What does the emperor truly think of the ninth prince? Is he still intent on executing him? Chapter 55. The suspicious nature of monarchs at this moment. The old eunuch perceived that the Emperor of Xia seemed somewhat infatuated with the ninth prince. This was extraordinarily unusual. The old eunuch was acutely aware that the emperor had once harbored murderous intentions towards the ninth prince, nearly allowing him to perish from the cold at the door of the imperial study under the crown prince's machinations. The emperor's intent to kill had once been resolute. However, now, barely 2 days after the ninth prince was expelled from the imperial capital, the emperor's animosity appeared to have significantly diminished. What transpired during this interval? The old eunuch could not fathom. Wincing from pain, he hastily remarked, "Your Majesty, you are aware that Erlong Mountain serves as the crown prince's stronghold outside the capital, harboring bandits who commit robbery and murder, while also being under the covert control of the Eastern Palace's assassins. It contains a treasury that supports the Eastern Palace's development. Hence, there has been a considerable accumulation of grain and treasures on Erlong Mountain. This time, after the ninth prince's campaign against Erlong Mountain, the convoy from the Wang family of Huangzhou has increased by 100 carriages, all laden with spoils seized from the mountain." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the emperor's eyes as he calculated silently. The crown prince has spent 10 years meticulously managing that bandit lair, and the resources and wealth stored there must be worth no less than the princely rewards I just bestowed. Little Gio has indeed struck a lucrative fortune this time. However, according to the customs of the Great Xia Court, all spoils from the battlefield or bandit extermination are to be split, with half retained by the military as a reward and the other half submitted to the court. Did Xiao Jiu submit even a single coin? Jiao Air has transformed back into Xiao Jiu. The old eunuch shook his head. No. The emperor, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, "I was just praising him for his wisdom, courage, benevolence, and propriety, yet it appears that upon encountering a trifling amount of money, he has been blinded. This is indeed disappointing." The old eunuch was taken aback. What did the emperor mean by that? Was he truly disappointed in the ninth prince for not turning over the spoils from the bandit suppression? Did he still harbor some expectations for the ninth prince? This seemed implausible. Would one have expectations for someone they intended to eliminate? Certainly not. If anything, such expectations would be a wish for their demise. What was the emperor truly contemplating regarding the ninth prince? It seemed far more complex than merely extinguishing the bloodline of the previous dynasty. The old eunuch grew more alert. In the matter of the ninth prince, it was prudent to remain neutral and observe further. A glimmer of insight flashed in the old eunuch's eyes as he quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, you are misjudging the ninth prince." "Oh." The emperor paused. "Old man, speak without gasping for breath. Just say what you must." Indeed, the ninth prince did not appropriate the spoils from Erlong Mountain for himself. As he traveled, he utilized the provisions acquired from Erlong Mountain to assist the impoverished citizens along the way, saving countless lives. The emperor narrowed his hawk-like eyes. Is he attempting to win the people's hearts? Is he trying to emulate his brothers? The emperor's thought trailed off. Yet a chill enveloped the entire imperial study. The old eunuch felt a shiver run through him, and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, you have misunderstood." Misunderstood? Indeed. Yes. His actions are not aimed at secretly winning the people's hearts. His intentions are worthy of scrutiny. The old eunuch attempted to alleviate the pervasive chill with a smile. "My emperor, when the ninth prince aids the impoverished along the route, he proclaims that the provisions are from the court, attributing it to your benevolence and the imperial decree to aid the needy. In truth, he is acting in your name, promoting your virtue. He seeks to honor his father and deserves commendation. This incident reveals his admiration for you and respect for the court. I believe the most commendable aspect of the ninth prince is that each time he enters a village, he carries provisions alongside his subordinates, unafraid of hardship, which is truly touching." The emperor could not help but feel moved. This child carries food to assist others? Indeed, it is not mere pretense. Not at all. It is always thus. A flicker of doubt crossed the emperor's eyes. What does he hope to gain by this? Is it for fame? Fame is bestowed upon me and the court. He gains nothing. Is it for profit? He has dispersed the provisions acquired from the bandit suppression. Where is the profit in that? The emperor was perplexed. "Old man, what do you believe the ninth prince truly desires?" He. The old eunuch chuckled knowingly and guided. "Your Majesty, although the ninth prince has distributed his provisions and gains neither fame nor profit, he has taken in numerous orphans to the Wangfu and Huazhou, and has also welcomed many impoverished families from various villages. These individuals will accompany him to Huazhou for sustenance." The ninth prince, having just been conferred a title, hurriedly made his way to his fief. With only a handful of injured soldiers at his disposal, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Nevertheless, he began to gather a few men along the way, which afforded him some semblance of support. This rationale alleviated any lingering doubts in the heart of Emperor Xia, who earnestly remarked, "Well done, ninth son." The old eunuch smiled, his pride evident yet concealed deep within his eyes, invisible to outsiders. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the eunuch's gaze as he softly proclaimed, "However, there are two individuals with ulterior motives who, during the delivery of ceremonial gifts to the ninth prince, entertained nefarious thoughts." The emperor's eyes brimmed with ferocity as he sternly commanded, "The rewards bestowed upon a prince are privileges reserved for my sons. Bring those two scoundrels forth." A dragon possesses its reverse scales. To touch them is to court death. Having risen to power through usurpation, the emperor was particularly averse to such matters. "I am eager to discover whether these two wretches have been blinded by greed or whether they have someone backing them." At that moment, the golden armored guards thrust the bound figures of High Eunuch Gao and Hua Wujian into the room, unceremoniously dropping them to the ground. "Your Majesty, the individuals have been brought forth." The emperor, icy and accusatory, inquired, "Gao, how dare you conspire with that scoundrel Hua Wujian to embezzle the rewards of the Marquis of Huangzhou? Speak, who has given you such orders?" Thud, thud, thud. High Eunuch Gao, in a frenzy, kowtowed, blood splattering as he pleaded, "Your Majesty, spare me." It was all Hua Wujian's coercion. Hua Wujian, equally frantic, echoed, "Your Majesty. It was the Crown Prince who instructed me. I was compelled by the Crown Prince." The emperor's cold laughter echoed. "Summon the Crown Prince to the study." Soon, the weary Crown Prince was ushered into the study, bowing deeply, "I pay my respects to father." Upon raising his head, he beheld the bound Hua Wujian. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him, draining the color from his face. The emperor, noting the Crown Prince's reaction, coldly declared, "Hua Wujian, I have summoned the Crown Prince to confront you. If this matter truly bears his orchestration, I shall be lenient, given the Hua family's long-standing lineage. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Speak. Were you acting on the Crown Prince's orders? Hua Wujian nodded vigorously. Yes, it was indeed the Crown Prince's directive. The Crown Prince, in a state of panic, felt as though he were plummeting into the depths of despair, a wave of urgency overwhelming him. He stammered, Nonsense. I am not acquainted with you. Nor did I instruct you to embezzle the Marquis of Huangzhou's rewards. Do not slander me, or I shall make you pay dearly. The Emperor fixed his piercing gaze upon the Crown Prince, disappointment etched in his expression. I have not mentioned the Marquis of Huangzhou's rewards to Hua Wujian. How then could you know he would implicate you? You have gravely disappointed me. The Crown Prince, already fearful of Emperor Xia, now felt utterly despondent, collapsing to the ground. Unable to contain his urgency any longer. Father, please allow me to defend myself. You must believe me, it was not my directive. Humph. The Emperor had already made up his mind. Bring forth the two scoundrels, Hua Wujian and Gao, who sought to embezzle the Marquis of Huangzhou's rewards. Execute them by slow slicing, and let it be known throughout the realm. Those who covet the royal treasures shall not be spared. Yes, at that moment, the Crown Prince resembled a frightened dog, trembling on the ground. Father, have mercy. The Summer Emperor paid him no heed and continued. The Crown Prince behaved inappropriately within the imperial study. As punishment, the Crown Prince's residence shall forfeit its stipend for a year, and he must donate 100,000 taels of silver to the Wanggai Palace in Huangzhou. The Crown Prince is to remain under house arrest. Yes, the elderly eunuch replied dutifully. The Summer Emperor then addressed the Crown Prince, saying, You have greatly disappointed me. Return to your residence and contemplate how to fulfill your duties as the Crown Prince of the Great Xia. Should you dare to disgrace my imperial study again, you shall not escape unscathed. Depart. The Summer Emperor pinched his nose, his disdain palpable. The Crown Prince's eyes reddened with fury. His heart roared in agony. Do you think I, the Crown Prince, enjoy being terrified into submission? It was that detestable old nine who startled me into wedding myself for the first time, creating this reflex when frightened. Old Nine, my enmity with you is irreconcilable. This hatred is everlasting. At that moment, the golden-armored guards escorted the Crown Prince, Hua Wujian, and the venerable eunuch Gao away. The Crown Prince suddenly regained his composure. Hua Wujian had become the scapegoat. His father still shielded him, yet it felt as though something had shifted. Suddenly, doubt flooded the Crown Prince's mind. Hadn't his father subtly suggested he eliminate Old Nine? He should have received paternal support to deal with that loathsome figure. So why would his father punish Hua Wujian and suppress him instead? Why use his own funds to construct a palace for Old Nine? Did a doomed prince truly require a palace? The Crown Prince was perplexed. Could it be that his father had changed his mind? As he caught the scent of his own soiled garments, his heart ached with confusion. What had transpired moments ago? Had Old Nine gained favor? How could this be? Ah! The Crown Prince's heart shattered like glass within him. Old Nine, no matter how you struggle, you must perish. That holy maiden will surely drain you dry. Just wait. You shall meet your end. Chapter 56. The sadness of Consort Chao in the deep of night. Within the palace, the solitary Mount Gu Palace remained illuminated by candlelight. Consort Qin was diligently embroidering something beneath the glow. Her lovely face radiated a gentle smile, and deep within her eyes, it seemed as though a handsome young boy was present, keeping her company. Thus, her heart was not lonely. Outside the window, the Summer Emperor had stood for quite some time. Each time he beheld the beauties smile within the chamber, he could not help but lose himself in its warmth, allowing his tensed nerves and body to relax. Time passed without him noticing. Finally, the Summer Emperor let out a soft sigh. Consort Qin, are you sewing a royal robe for little Nine? The lady within paused her needlework but did not turn around. Does His Majesty have business in Mount Gu Palace? The Summer Emperor fell silent for a moment before finally speaking up. Years ago, that assassin hid in your chamber for an entire night. Did nothing happen between you? Consort Qin bit her red lip lightly. If your majesty believes something occurred, then it certainly did. The Summer Emperor's eyes brightened as he pressed further. Is little Nine truly my son? Consort Qin's expression turned cold. No. The answer was resolute and unwavering. However, Emperor Xia, far from being enraged, found his eyes gleaming with intrigue. That assassin must be the foremost sword saint of former Qin, is he not? And the Qianlong Society, I presume, is also under his clandestine guidance? Empress Qin lowered her gaze, continuing her embroidery of the royal robe. Your Majesty, I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. As for this Qianlong Society, I have never heard of it. Emperor Xia erupted in hearty laughter. akin to dislodging a fishbone lodged in his throat. Since my beloved consort claims ignorance, I shall accept that you know nothing, as long as Jiaoer is of my blood. It appears there is indeed nothing to concern ourselves with. I will regard you as entirely oblivious. The emperor understood well that women often spoke in riddles. Were Xia Tian not of his lineage, Empress Qin would never have dared to utter such words. For a sovereign, to wear the green hat of infidelity would invoke a wrath so fierce it could lead to bloodshed and silencing. Empress Qin was unafraid of death, however. She certainly did not wish for Xia Tian's demise. The emperor had his own judgments. I have come to discuss the matter of Jiaoer's ennoblement. While Jiaoer feigned foolishness within the palace walls, once released, he would display the same valor and wisdom that the emperor once possessed. Truly remarkable. Empress Qin furrowed her brow. Jiaoer? The emperor, with utmost sincerity, declared, he is my ninth son. Am I not permitted to refer to him as such? Empress Qin fell silent. At that moment, the emperor set aside his imperial authority, standing by the window as he elaborated on Xia Tian's exploits beyond the capital. The more she listened, the more astonished she became. He declared war against the world's rogues? That child ventured forth to undertake such a monumental task? Was he truly her offspring? His demeanor and methods seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, the heart of a parent swells with pride. The more exceptional Xia Tian became, the prouder Empress Qin felt. Whether his achievements were justifiable was of little consequence. Xia Tian had been confined within the palace's library, absorbing knowledge, though she remained unaware of the specifics. Nonetheless, she regarded Emperor Xia with a perplexed gaze, contemplating his motives for sharing this information. As a princess of the previous dynasty, Empress Qin understood that those who ascended to the dragon throne were often devoid of compassion. The man before her was no exception. Nearly 2 days prior, he had contemplated freezing his own son to death, harboring a desire for Xia Tian's immediate demise. What had transpired in the interim that had transformed his demeanor so drastically? What schemes was Emperor Xia concocting? Empress Qin lifted her large eyes, unflinchingly meeting the emperor's gaze. Your Majesty, have you come to the solitary mountain hall merely to relay news of Tianer's endeavors abroad? The warmth in the emperor's eyes vanished, and he solemnly inquired. My dear consort, where exactly lies the treasure of your esteemed Qin family? Will you truly refuse to reveal it to me? Empress Qin suddenly grasped his intentions, sneering coldly. Ah, Your Majesty, so all your words were merely a means to coerce me into divulging the whereabouts of the treasure by leveraging Tianer? Do not forget, he bears your blood. Whether you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. After all emperors are alike, believing themselves to be the sons of heaven. Devoid of any genuine emotion, the emperor's expression gradually turned cold. I have already dispatched the princely rewards for Xiaojiao. For his life, I have even confined the crown prince. Where have I shown cruelty? He chuckled softly. Empress Qin's cold laughter echoed. Are you attempting to use Tianer to draw out those who oppose your reign, particularly the one who entered my chamber? A glint of frost appeared in the emperor's eyes. Any man who has entered your chamber must perish. Even if he is the world's foremost sword saint, he is no exception. That man, who is hailed as the greatest sword saint of the former Qin, is like a thorn in my throat that must be extracted. Only then can I eat and sleep in peace. He had better not show up. Otherwise, I shall have him torn to shreds. Empress Qin raised an eyebrow. Have you enlisted the ancient beings from the Hall of Offerings? The emperor remained non-committal. What do you think? With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Empress Qin stood, finishing her needlework, and approached the window, extending a garment. Could you deliver this royal robe to Tianer? The emperor took it. I have just fined the crown prince 100,000 taels of silver to build Xiaojiao's royal residence. I shall send it along. Empress Qin's smooth brow furrowed. You're using the crown prince's funds for Tianer's royal residence? Indeed. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? The emperor strode away, holding the robe with a meaningful laugh. In due time, you shall know. Empress Qin stood at the window, perplexed. She draped herself in a fur coat and stepped into the courtyard, allowing the heavy snow to fall upon her as she murmured. You are not one to act without purpose. What do you truly seek from Tianer? Be cautious, my dear Tianer. Meanwhile, at the left Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Sima Jian held the tribute paper sent by the emperor, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he recited, Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. On all shores, all subjects belong to the king. What a magnificent royal way. The king of Huangzhou possesses great ambition. Behind him, the coachman 18 listened intently. Master, the king of Huangzhou speaks with great audacity. Does he aspire to unify this continent? Sima Jian's handsome eyes lit up. Who can say for certain? 18, from now on. Should anyone dare to call you big and foolish, Make sure to teach them a lesson. 18's face brightened with excitement. Understood. It seems I was right. The king of Huangzhou indeed seeks to unify this continent. I shall make sure to voice my opinions more often before the master, so he sees me in a new light and silences those who deem me foolish. As he pondered, Sima Jin picked up a brush and wrote. When I bid farewell to the king of Huangzhou, I inquired about his aspirations. The king pointed to the heavens, his grandeur filling the skies, and replied, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to open peace for all generations. These are the words of a sage, the path of the sage. I was astounded and humbled at the time. The king of Huangzhou has spent over a decade reading in the palace's library, appearing wise yet misunderstood as a fool, a tremendous absurdity. Today, I am fortunate to witness once more the king's profound insights, realizing that he has not only grasped the sage's path but also the royal way. I extend my congratulations to your majesty. Born into the royal lineage, blessed with the sacred path, the dragon's son is destined to bring prosperity to the imperial family and guide the people of the great Xia towards a better life. With a heart full of trepidation, I, Sima Jianxiao, put pen to paper. As I finished my writing in one breath, a spark of brilliance ignited in my eyes. 18. Send word to the young lady. I permit him to escort Xiaolan to Huangzhou, to carefully observe the movements of the king of Huangzhou and report back to me, for I have grand plans. Yes. The coachman 18 promptly took his leave. In the eastern palace, the crown prince, with disheveled hair and a fierce countenance, was atop a beautiful woman, wielding a small whip that cracked audibly in the air. Why can't I act humanely? Am I cursed by that wretched old scholar? The thought of being frightened once more today drove the crown prince further into madness. You wretched creature, speak. Beneath him lay a stunning woman, devoid of any clothing, trembling in fear, at a loss for words. Yet within her heart, disappointment brewed. The crown prince was rendered incapable. She could never bear his offspring. And despite her myriad talents, she would never ascend to the position of crown princess, let alone that of empress. The very thought of this sent her heart into turmoil. That wretched old scholar, I shall not let this rest. Henceforth, her bed would be devoid of happiness, filled only with an insatiable void. The prospect of living a life of solitude pierced her heart, causing her exquisite form to tremble with indignation. At that moment, a voice from outside announced the arrival of the crown prince's personal eunuch. Your Highness, Consort Chao, the right chancellor has arrived. The crown prince's eyes lit up with hope. As if a savior had come. I shall be there shortly. Moments later, the beautiful consort Chao rushed into the grand hall, her face a picture of grievance. Father, you have come. The right chancellor, Chao Wei, furrowed his brow. Straighten your attire. Why the haste? This is no way to comport oneself. The beautiful side consort, not daring to retort, could only resentfully adjust her garments. Shortly thereafter, the crown prince entered the hall, his eyes bloodshot, and bowed with clasped hands. Teacher, the right chancellor. Chao Wei frowned and spoke earnestly. Your Highness must take care of your health. The crown prince, feeling aggrieved, asked, Teacher, you are aware of the events that transpired in the palace just now, are you not? Chancellor Chao nodded. I have heard. That is why I hastily made my way through the secret passage to see you. I have matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's heart sank. Teacher, my father has turned against me. Initially, when I sought to eliminate that wretched old scholar, he tacitly consented. Yet, he has since transformed into a benevolent father, confining me and even bestowing rewards upon that old scholar. Today, he went so far as to execute Hua Wujin to intimidate me. The most infuriating part is that he has allocated my princely stipend to fund the construction of a royal manor for that old scholar. What need has a dying prince for a royal manor? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became. Teacher, of late, I feel as though misfortune has befallen me. Should I summon a few sorcerers to dispel this ill fortune? Chao Wei's eyes widened. No. Your confinement is the emperor's decree. And your misfortune stems from the emperor as well. The storms and blessings alike are the emperor's grace. If one were to invite someone to the Eastern Palace to perform rituals to exorcise evil, would that not imply that His Majesty the Emperor is regarded as a malevolent spirit? The Crown Prince, upon recalling the Emperor Xia's formidable visage, felt a chill creep down his neck. Master, he inquired, what does it signify that Father Emperor's demeanor has shifted so drastically in recent days? The Sanus of the Zongheng school has personally attempted to assassinate the loathsome Ninth Prince, yet I cannot shake the notion that she harbors ulterior motives. What course of action should we pursue next? Chapter 57, The Terrifying Second-in-Command in the Great Xia Dynasty. The governance and operations of the entire empire are primarily managed by the two prime ministers, who lead the 6 ministries. The left prime minister stands as the foremost among officials, while the right prime minister occupies the second position. Chao Wei, who held the title of right prime minister during the former Qin dynasty, harbored aspirations to ascend to the left prime minister's seat. Thus, he aided Emperor Xia in usurping the throne, hoping to claim the coveted position of left prime minister following the change of dynasty, thereby securing everlasting fame. However, he never anticipated that after ascending to the dragon throne, Emperor Xia would, in his quest for support from the powerful Sima clan, summon Sima Jian from seclusion to become the very left prime minister he had long coveted. From that moment on, Sima Jian became Chao Wei's nemesis. No, anyone who occupies the position of left prime minister shall be regarded as an adversary by Chao Wei. This enmity cannot be alleviated unless he either ascends to the left prime minister's position himself or meets his demise, for such is his obstinacy. Emperor Xia was acutely aware of Chao Wei's resentment. Consequently, he appointed him as grand tutor to instruct the crown prince and decreed that Chao Wei's illegitimate daughter be wed to the crown prince as a concubine to placate his heart. Yet, Emperor Xia could not foresee that, upon becoming the crown prince's father-in-law, Chao Wei's ambitions would extend far beyond merely aspiring to the title of left prime minister. In Chao Wei's eyes, the crown prince, who was ambitious yet lacking in capability, brash yet timid, and indecisive in strategy, served as ideal material for a puppet. By controlling him, one could command the empire. Chao Wei had previously engaged in rebellion. Thus, he was unperturbed by the prospect of rebelling once more. Over the years, he secretly aided the crown prince in consolidating power within the court, clandestinely winning over numerous influential ministers and bolstering the crown prince's standing. Externally, he assisted the crown prince in amassing wealth and training lethal warriors, ever prepared for another palace coup. How lonely life would be if he could not assume the mantle of left prime minister and command the realm. For a decade, Chao Wei had lurked behind the crown prince, amassing strength, currying favor with Emperor Xia, eliminating rivals, and smoothing the path to the throne for the crown prince. All proceeding without a hitch. Just days prior, Chao Wei had learned through his clandestine connections within the palace that the emperor wished for Xia Tian's demise but was reluctant to take action himself. Having long served Emperor Xia, Chao Wei surmised that this could be a covert signal, indicating a desire for assistance in executing the deed. Simultaneously, he was privy to certain palace secrets and boldly speculated that Xia Tian was not the emperor's biological son, which could explain the emperor's murderous intent. Thus, he instigated the crown prince to take the lead, aiding Emperor Xia in eliminating Xia Tian and resolving the emperor's inner turmoil, thereby enhancing the crown prince's standing in the emperor's eyes. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the rumored useless ninth prince would prove to be as indestructible as a cockroach, resilient beyond belief. Punished to kneel in the snow, his body frozen, yet he did not perish. In the Peach Blossom Fort, even a sudden assault by assassins could not bring death. Not only did the elaborate traps laid at Dragon Mountain fail to eliminate their target, but they also dismantled the prince's hidden treasury outside the imperial capital, using the acquired wealth to aid the wretched commoners, thus winning the hearts of countless individuals. This endeavor turned out to be a disastrous miscalculation. No, it was akin to losing an entire treasury. The inept ninth prince, despite being the target of numerous assassination attempts, seemed to thrive, while the prince's supporters suffered great losses. Each time Chao Wei reflected on this matter, his heart bled, and he felt an urge to strike Sima Jian. What kind of absurdity was this? If it were merely such, it would be bearable. More disturbingly, merely 2 days after expelling the useless prince from the capital, the emperor appeared to have changed his mind. Not only did he fail to console the severely affected prince, but he also placed him under house arrest and executed those who had sided with him, including the unfortunate Hua Wujian. Such anomalies must conceal treachery. When men act out of character, there lies a blade. Words spoken with insincerity certainly harbor ghosts. Now, the emperor's intentions became increasingly enigmatic. Indeed, Chao Wei began to have the unsettling impression that he had misjudged the emperor's sentiments. This time, the emperor sought not the downfall of the useless ninth prince, but aimed his ire at the crown prince. Or perhaps, the emperor was orchestrating a game of strategy that even Chao Wei failed to comprehend. This was truly maddening. Yet, before the crown prince, Chao Wei maintained the composure befitting a royal tutor, remain unperturbed. A person of great ambition must not flinch even when mountains crumble before them. Do not forget your identity as the crown prince. You are the heir to the great Xia Empire. You are the future emperor of the great Xia Empire. Steady. With a commanding shout, Chao Wei compelled the crown prince to regain his composure, who, with tears in his eyes, lamented, "Teacher, that wretched ninth prince has caused me such misery. In this world, there can be no me with him, nor him with me. I must slay him." The crown prince's obsession with eliminating Xia Tian had taken root deep within him, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Alas, Chao Wei sighed in resignation. Now, merely mentioning the useless ninth prince, Xia Tian, left Chao Wei with a throbbing headache. Yet, he understood that one must endure minor grievances to secure greater plans. Chao Wei cautiously suggested, "Your Highness, remain calm. The pressing matter at hand is to discern the Emperor's intentions, dispel his dissatisfaction towards you, and lift your house arrest. Then, you must regain the Emperor's favor, quietly rally the court officials, and continue your ascension to the throne. Given the current uncertainty, I believe we might consider pausing the pursuit of that useless prince. In the future, once you ascend the throne, even if that useless prince does not perish in the hellish wasteland, with a mere command from you, he could be reduced to ashes. So, shall we wait a while longer?" Chao Wei appealed to the crown prince's emotions and reason, hoping he would heed his advice as he had in the past. However, this time was different. No. The crown prince emitted a piercing howl, akin to an injured wild dog, startling Chao Wei. At that moment, the crown prince recalled the humiliation he had suffered twice in the imperial study. He remembered his recent disgrace upon the consort's lap, and the fury within him surged to a boiling point. His entire body was taut with visible veins, stretching his pale skin as if venomous serpents lurked beneath. His face was flushed, suffocated by pent-up emotions, resembling a crab on the verge of boiling. His heart was burdened, gnawed by countless venomous snakes, an unbearable torment. The loathsome old ninth prince's mere existence made every breath feel laborious, steeped in frustration. It seemed as if even the air reeked, making it impossible to breathe. No, absolutely not. The prince's eyes blazed with fury. Panting like an enraged bull, he declared with terrifying intensity, "I want to kill that detestable old ninth prince right now. I want to see his head. Teacher, help me. I implore you. I refuse to believe that the loathsome old ninth prince is so fortunate every time. Not only escaping death, but growing stronger with each encounter, living increasingly freely. I cannot accept that I will falter when I meet him, that I will be dealt with by my father, that I will suffer losses. I simply cannot believe in such misfortune." Beside him, concubine Chao lamented the thought that her youthful, curvaceous form would be filled only with endless void. Her resentment was no less than the prince's. "Father, that detestable old ninth prince is driving his highness to madness. You must assist him." In that moment, observing the prince's demeanor, Chao Wei recalled his own obsession with the position of left chancellor, and a surge of sympathy welled up within him. Once, he too had been as frantic as the prince, albeit for a title, while the prince's turmoil stemmed from a single individual. Though their obsessions differed, the demons of the heart were akin. "Very well," Chao Wei said gravely, "but there is something I must clarify with His Highness. The assassins we've employed in recent attempts are those we made known to the Emperor. If we now act independently, utilizing forces unknown to the Emperor, we would be drawing upon hidden strengths. Success would be assured. However, should we fail, the Royal City Guard will undoubtedly uncover it, leading to the Emperor's awareness. At that point, we would pay a tremendous price, potentially even your princely status." Chao Wei paused for a moment. "So, Your Highness, are you truly willing to risk losing the dragon throne to eliminate that useless prince?" The prince nodded fervently without hesitation. "I am willing. I am willing. I would trade the dragon throne for the death of the loathsome old ninth prince." Sighing, Chao Wei considered the situation, deciding against provoking the already distressed prince further. He donned his dark cloak once more, exhaling deeply. "Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Rest assured, with my intervention, that worthless prince shall undoubtedly meet his end." "Excellent." The prince, for reasons unknown, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He wiped his nose on his hand, which was now slick with mucus. As he grasped Chao Wei's hand, "Teacher, I entrust everything to you." Chao Wei, feeling the unpleasant slickness in his palm, felt nausea rise within him, nearly regurgitating his dinner. He quickly withdrew his hand, turning to leave without delay. "Cheer, the prince is in disarray, his heart plagued by demons. Have the imperial physician attend to him. Take good care of the prince. Ensure he is well tended to. Do not provoke his anger." "Yes." Chao Sifei reluctantly bid farewell to Chao Wei as he entered the secret passage. "Take care, father." Inside the passage, Chao Wei hastily wiped his runny nose on his clothing, his face contorted with discomfort. What a miscalculation, he lamented, realizing he had forgotten to bring a handkerchief. Now, his only option was to wipe it on himself. His old eyes gleamed with murderous intent. How could a worthless prince reduce the crown prince and himself to such a pitiful state? It was utterly unforgivable. Now, he would take matters into his own hands and observe how this ineffectual prince managed to survive. He was eager to see if it was true that he could not be killed, and whether bringing about his demise would invoke ill fortune. After you perish, ninth prince, your path to the throne shall vanish alongside you. He cackled evilly, mirroring the earlier demeanor of the crown prince. All my enemies must vanish. All must die. Once again, we have a lengthy chapter of 3,000 words, following a previous chapter of 4,000 words. Thank you all for your support and gifts. I will continue writing. If you enjoy this, please leave a 5-star review and send more gifts to encourage me. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 58, Assisting the King of Huangzhou, 5,000-word chapter. More to come today. In the early morning, the snow ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the sun peeked out. At the great Xianghua Temple, Li Furong, the enchanting beauty with large eyes from the iron cage of Erlong Mountain, quietly returned to the capital after being rescued by Xia Tian. During her absence, the Duke and Duchess of Li visited the great Xianghua Temple daily to pray for her well-being. Today, she miraculously reappeared. The Duke and Duchess accompanied her to the temple to express their gratitude. Inside the grand hall, Li Furong knelt devoutly before the statue of Buddha, closing her beautiful eyes and folding her delicate hands in prayer, raised before her noble chest. Her cherry lips moved softly as she prayed for Xia Tian. May the Bodhisattva bless that good man with a long life. May he be free from illness and disaster. And may he live a life of peace and happiness. She paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought. Her cheeks flushed as she timidly inquired of Buddha, Bodhisattva, will I meet that good man again? Due to the softness of her voice, Li's mother, standing nearby, could only catch fragments of her prayer, furrowing her brow. Furong, are you praying for that good man who saved you? Li Furong's face turned even redder. Yes, I wish to see him again. Upon returning home, she did not conceal the incident of being abducted by bandits from her parents. Upon learning that the crown prince was the mastermind behind the banditry, the Duke of Li was consumed with rage, contemplating storming the crown prince's residence with a blade. If not for the persistent pleas of Li's mother and Li Furong, he would have charged into the crown prince's estate, ready to confront him in a deadly struggle. However, such an act would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Even as the Duke of Li, a high-ranking noble in the Daxia Empire, holding a significant military position, he knew that attempting to kill the crown prince would be tantamount to treason, resulting in the utter destruction of his family. In truth, if Li Furong had not been saved by Xia Tian, being secretly delivered to the crown prince only to be tormented to death would have been a futile end. Even if the Duke of Li were willing to endure great suffering, he could not seek justice. In this semi-feudal, semi-servile society, where subjects were compelled to sacrifice their lives for their sovereign, such was the harsh reality. If the crown prince clandestinely consorts with the daughter of a minister, so be it. Aside from the emperor, none can challenge the crown prince's actions. Alas, upon hearing this, Lady Li let out a soft sigh. Furong, that young man may not wish to divulge his true identity. Aside from being a gentleman who remembers to repay kindness, he may also wish to conceal his status from you, perhaps to avoid future encounters. From what you describe, he possesses a clean and handsome appearance. And in such an environment, he remains untempted by beauty, returning all of you unharmed, a truly exceptional young man. If fate allows, you shall meet again. If not, heed his advice and never let outsiders know you were once ensnared in the den of the Erlongshan bandits. Above all, do not let the crown prince discover this. Otherwise, not only will your reputation be tarnished, but it may also incite the crown prince's wrath, leading him to eliminate you to eradicate any potential leverage against him. Li Furong felt a chill run down her spine. Biting her red lip, she replied with a sense of grievance. Mother, I understand. At that moment, Duke Li strode over to the mother and daughter, his gaze filled with complexity. Just now, news from the Erlongshan bandit lair has spread throughout the capital, and the entire city is aware. The mention of the Erlongshan bandits startled both women. What news? Duke Li's eyes sparkled with intensity. It is said that the ninth prince, Xia Tian, passed by Erlongshan and eradicated the bandits, even severing the heads of the villains to construct a monument in the capital. He also inscribed a proclamation beside the monument, declaring war on all evil bandits. Li Furong's eyes shimmered with excitement as her heart raced with urgency. Father, is there a portrait of the ninth prince, Xia Tian? Duke Li shook his head. None. The ninth prince has lived a secluded life within the palace, spending his days in the library. He only appears before the ministers during significant festivals, and otherwise, he remains unseen. I have only encountered him 2 or 3 times. At that moment, a glint of urgency flashed in Li Furong's eyes. She rose and approached the table in the side hall. Master, may I use your brush and ink to draw a portrait? The abbot of the great Xianghua temple promptly stood and exited the side hall. Lady, please. Li Furong unhesitatingly seized the brush and began to draw. Soon, a youth resembling Xia Tian emerged vividly on the paper. Li Furong, her gaze filled with trepidation, asked, Father, is this him? Duke Li nodded. Indeed. Li Furong's heart swelled with joy. The beautiful youth who appeared in her darkest hour, when she felt most helpless, was none other than the ninth prince. The kind soul imprinted upon her heart had finally been found. Gazing at the portrait, a smile graced her lips as she murmured dreamily, You are the good man. You are the prince. The tales of princes rescuing maidens are indeed true. Li Furong found herself entranced. The sentiments of youth are always poetic. What girl does not yearn for love? Coughing heavily, Duke Li could no longer bear to watch. He cleared his throat several times and quietly introduced Xia Tian's identity. Furong, it is rumored that the ninth prince is a simpleton. However, it appears that this is far from the truth. The ninth prince saved you, which means he has saved our entire family. Do you wish to express your gratitude? Li Furong's eyes sparkled with determination. Of course. Father, had the ninth prince not appeared in time, I would surely have perished under the torment of the crown prince. This grace I shall repay. The Duke of Li had always been clear about loyalty and enmity. Very well. For my father, I shall stake my life to assist him in the court. Rest assured. Li Furong solemnly bowed, expressing her gratitude. The Duke of Li, filled with concern, responded, There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. Your previous abduction at Erlong Mountain cannot remain concealed from the crown prince forever. If he discovers it, he will not let you go. Thus, the best course of action is to support the ninth prince as the crown prince. The duke's gaze was resolute. Furong, do not worry. Your father will protect you for a lifetime. At that moment, the chief steward of the duke's residence hurried into the side hall, bowing respectfully. My lord, madam, miss, a decree from the palace has just arrived. Summoning the duke to the palace to discuss the matter of Governor Yi Fan of Qingzhou being ambushed by bandits. The duke nodded. Madam, Furong, I shall enter the palace first. I suspect His Majesty will inquire about strategies for dealing with bandits. This is an opportunity for me to assist that noble man who dares to declare war on the wicked bandits, alleviating his burden and aiding him in advancing into Huangzhou. Li Furong smiled sweetly. Truly, no one treats me better than my father. The Duke of Li smiled affectionately as he stepped away. From this day forth, he would secretly align himself with the king of Huangzhou. Previously, the ninth prince, the king of Huangzhou, had never engaged in faction building within the court and lacked a foundation there. That was of little consequence. Now, it was up to him, Duke Li, to help the king of Huangzhou cultivate relationships with the influential ministers, establishing a presence for him in the court. As the duke pondered, he rode swiftly toward the imperial palace. Perhaps even Zaisheng would not anticipate that, within the central court, a duke was silently aiding him in expanding his power. Should Zaisheng return to the heart of power in Daxia, it would undoubtedly be a fascinating spectacle. He would surely be astonished. Or perhaps, this is the reward for those who align with virtue. Meanwhile, Yi Jinlian sat in a carriage en route to the imperial palace. She was to personally report to the emperor about her father, Governor Yi Fan of Qishou, who had been ambushed by bandits at Minghu Mountain, while also receiving the emperor's consolation and rewards. The shocking incident of a provincial governor returning to the capital only to be assassinated by bandits had sent ripples of astonishment throughout the court and the populace. As the saying goes, the people do not contend with the officials. No matter how audacious the bandits, they would not dare to rob a court official unless seeking death. For such actions are akin to rebellion. The court's dignity would demand a military response to eradicate the bandits completely. Now, a band of reckless bandits had dared to ambush a provincial governor. Anyone with a modicum of sense would suspect foul play. Thus, Yi Jinlian, having just returned to her home in the capital yesterday, was summoned to the palace today to meet the emperor. The emperor and the court needed to ascertain the truth of what befell the Yi family at Minghu Mountain. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed on the bluestone-paved Shikei Avenue. Yet it could not drown out the astonished murmurs of passers-by. Under heaven, is there not the king's land? On the shores of the earth, are there not the king's subjects? What a noble way. What a splendid king of Huangzhou. Along the way, countless passers-by were engaged in discussions about these words. The king of Huangzhou? Upon hearing the title of Xia Tian, Yi Jinlian perked up. Wasn't the king of Huangzhou that foolish ninth prince who had been driven out of the imperial capital by the emperor? How could a simpleton possibly compose such a timeless and profound verse? I refuse to believe that a foolish prince possesses such talent. Yi Jinlian furrowed her brows in anger, wanting to leap from the carriage and give that braggart a good thrashing. He is the true fool. Who is the king of Huangzhou? He is her savior. He is the extraordinary man who, amidst a raging blizzard, led her through the lair of bandits, vanquishing evil foes with laughter, vowing to eradicate all wicked bandits from the world. He is the person Yi Jinlian admires most in her heart. He is the most handsome young lord in the world. He is a deity in Yi Jinlian's eyes. How dare these mundane mortals, who have never laid eyes on the king of Huangzhou himself, speak ill of him? Such blasphemy is utterly unforgivable. Yi Jinlian was furious. Suddenly, a passerby shouted, "Neighbors, according to rumors from the royal capital, after the king of Huangzhou left the imperial city, he directly led a team of injured soldiers to eradicate the bandits that had plagued Erlong Mountain for a decade, severing their heads to build a monument. Moreover, he composed a proclamation declaring war on all the wicked bandits of the world." This profound verse originates from that proclamation. I have obtained a copy. Listen as I recite. On the 8th day of the 3rd month in the 20th year of the Kaiyuan era, I, the king, received the emperor's command to travel to the fief of Huangzhou. Passing by Erlong Mountain, I encountered bandits robbing wealthy merchants from Jiangnan, abducting their daughters, and exterminating their families with ruthless ferocity. As the ancients say, all lands under heaven belong to the king. All shores belong to the king's ministers. The Erlong Mountain bandits have been entrenched here for over a decade, robbing and killing, abducting virtuous women, pillaging wealth, and committing heinous acts without regard for the law. Indeed, they are rebels, deserving of death. Thus, I led my guards to ascend Erlong Mountain, annihilating the bandit stronghold and eradicating the Erlong Mountain bandits. Therefore, I established this monument with the heads of the bandits, intending to convey a message to all bandits. Good will be rewarded, and evil will be punished. If you continue to wantonly harm the virtuous, there will be no refuge for you in this vast world. If heaven does not execute you, the king of Huangzhou shall send troops to slay you. If there are bandits, even if they are far, they shall be punished. If there are bandits, even if they are strong, they shall be punished. There is no escape for those who do evil. Inscribed on the monument, King of Huangzhou, Xia Tian. As the passerby finished reading, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Suddenly, a voice erupted, "Bravo! The king of Huangzhou's principles resonate with the essence of kingship." The crowd erupted in applause. The king of Huangzhou, truly a prince of our great Xia, is remarkable. The passerby who had doubted Xia Tian earlier exclaimed, "Fellow neighbors, I was mistaken. Such words of kingship can only be uttered by a true hero like the king of Huangzhou, who dares to ascend the mountain and eradicate bandits, declaring war on all wickedness. From now on, if anyone dares to call the king of Huangzhou a fool, let them be punished. I shall first punish myself as a sign of respect." Bravo! The straightforward nature of the people in the imperial capital is unwavering. Their words are as binding as nails. Xia Tian, the king of Huangzhou, has become the most talked about figure in the imperial capital today. As discussions proliferated, the chatty citizens began to ponder a question. Could the king of Huangzhou be the emperor's most outstanding son? When comparing the character of the crown prince and the king of Huangzhou, who stands superior? Never mind. The crown prince lacks virtue. His reputation is abysmal. He does not resemble a true sovereign. The king of Huangzhou appears to be far more admirable. He punishes the wicked and promotes the good, aiding the world in distress. The king of Huangzhou is truly remarkable. His popularity surged unexpectedly during the summer in the imperial capital. At this moment, the chill on Yi Jinlian's face dissipated, and she smiled brilliantly, beginning to meditate. Having endured tribulations, Yi Jinlian's character had been transformed by slaughter, bloodshed, sorrow, and suffering. She was no longer the obedient daughter of the governor. Instead, she had become a woman determined to establish her foothold in the imperial capital and assist the king of Huangzhou in his endeavors, all for the purpose of eradicating the scourge of evil bandits. The king of Huangzhou had once bid her farewell, proclaiming that as long as he was in Huangzhou, there would be no bandits. If he could traverse the world, then the realm would be free of bandits. Yi Jinlian placed her faith in the king of Huangzhou more than in herself. Shortly thereafter, in the Hall of Tianxia, the venue for the Great Xia Empire's court assemblies. The Summer Emperor, adorned with a crown, sat solemnly upon the dragon throne. Below him, the left and right chancellors flanked him, followed by a throng of ministers. As the eunuch announced her presence, Yi Jinlian entered the grand hall with poise, kneeling to pay her respects to His Majesty. Rise. The Summer Emperor rarely displayed a smile on his stern visage. Jinlian, I am deeply saddened and exceedingly enraged by the tragic fate that befell your parents at the hands of vile bandits. Upon learning of this, I dispatched troops to Mt. Menghu, only to find that the bandits there have been utterly exterminated. You have vanished from Mt. Menghu. What transpired during that time? Speak to me candidly. If you have grievances, do not hesitate to express them, and I shall advocate for you. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in the Summer Emperor's eagle-like eyes. If there are any peculiarities surrounding your parents' demise or leads to the truth, reveal them, and I will assist you in uncovering the matter. Yes, Yi Jinlian, her eyes brimming with tears and a look of pitiable fragility, replied, Your Majesty, esteemed uncles. Please allow Jinlian to recount everything. She recounted the events at Mt. Menghu truthfully. However, she refrained from mentioning the Summer Emperor's act of saving her, as that remained a secret. In conclusion, Yi Jinlian, gritting her teeth, declared, Your Majesty, before the bandits of Mt. Menghu were eradicated, their leader inadvertently revealed a name. A cold light flickered in the Summer Emperor's eyes. Whose name? With a face filled with dread, Yi Jinlian answered, They said it was the Crown Prince. What? The ministers erupted in astonishment. The Summer Emperor's icy demeanor intensified. The Right Chancellor, Chao Wei, displayed an expression of disbelief. He was caught off guard, nearly collapsing to the ground. Heaven and earth bear witness. Those bandits of Mt. Menghu were indeed not affiliated with him or the Crown Prince. How had this murky water splashed upon the Crown Prince? Chao Wei was so vexed he felt like exploding on the spot. It was truly absurd. The bandits on Mt. Menghu were not only unrelated to the Crown Prince, but were also assassins arranged by the Crown Prince himself to eliminate the king of Huangzhou under the guise of the bandits, ensuring that the court could find no trace of the truth. Yet, neither he nor the Crown Prince could have anticipated that the second sacred envoy, in a manner most perplexing, would show mercy to Yi Jinlian after vanquishing the malevolent bandits of the fierce Tiger Mountain. Perhaps even the second sacred envoy could not foresee that shortly thereafter, she would meet her demise at the hands of Xia Tian amidst the pine woods. All the black-clad assassins would perish at Peach Blossom Fortress. Consequently, regardless of what Yi Jinlian might proclaim now, her fate would remain uncorroborated. For she was the sole survivor who descended from fierce Tiger Mountain. Chao Wei's heart sank. This foul water could not be contained. The human psyche is indeed intricate. There are always cunning individuals plotting against the Crown Prince. The times have turned cruel. Chao Wei felt a twinge of anxiety. Was this a trap aimed at the Crown Prince? Who could possibly be orchestrating such a scheme? Upon reflection, ever since the Crown Prince began to contend with that worthless royal, misfortune has befallen him at every turn. It seemed as if he were a harbinger of calamity. Chao Wei cursed under his breath. Moments later, he composed himself. Now, considering the bandits from fierce Tiger Mountain, their survival beyond the imperial city must indicate the support of some formidable figure. But who could it be? He could not fathom. The imperial city is an unfathomable dragon's lair, where, apart from the emperor himself, many others with intricate motives lurk, including the scheming prime minister. The depths of this water are profound. However, the most pressing matter at hand is how to assist the Crown Prince in proving his innocence. Chao Wei's head throbbed with pain. How to establish that innocence? Chapter 59. The terrifying Duke Chao Wei cast his aged eyes around, hoping to glean some clues from the faces of the ministers present. Yet, all who stood here were astute individuals, save for the few brash young censors who lacked discernment. The censors of the Great Xia dynasty are notorious for their penchant to find fault. They dare to challenge the emperor himself, let alone the myriad officials of the court. Each day, these censors, invigorated as if by the blood of battle, resemble a pack of rabid dogs, ready to pounce upon anyone they deem unworthy. Whether it be the Right Chancellor Chao Wei or the Left Chancellor Sima Jian, if they perceive any wrongdoing, they will surely converge, brandishing their rhetoric as weapons, leaving their victims in despair. Life becomes bleak. Thus, these censors are a source of dread, causing people to wither at their sight, flowers to wilt, dogs to flee, and even ants to shake their heads in trepidation. Their infamous reputation looms over the court, instilling fear even in the heart of the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. The spiritual leader of these censors is Duke Li Jian, a loyal follower of the newly ascendant Xia Tian from the Wild State. In his early days within the court, Duke Li served as a censor for many years, achieving glory by engaging in fierce verbal duels with the six ministers, leaving them so enraged that they nearly succumbed to despair. This victory catapulted him to fame. Subsequently, he, invigorated, lambasted the prominent officials of the court, sparing even the Xia emperor from his scorn. The emperor, incensed, banished him to the military for discipline, partly out of personal vendetta. Unexpectedly, this individual possesses not only a keen eye for detail and a remarkable ability to find faults, but also exceptional martial skills and a profound understanding of military strategy. He has led his troops to countless victories along the border, earning numerous accolades, and has ascended from a fifth-rank official to a first-rank noble, ultimately being conferred the title of Duke. In recent years, having relinquished his military command, he returned to the imperial capital to recuperate, enjoying a life of leisure. The officials present in the Grand Hall are all his disciples. At his beck and call, they would act like a pack of hounds, ready to pounce on his designated target. Who among the officials would not fear him? Chao Wei pondered the formidable nature of Li Jian's sharp tongue, feeling a sense of caution arise within him. It was best not to provoke this man, whose words could cut like a knife. Fortunately, Li Jian currently showed no interest in the power struggles of the court and was not an enemy of the Crown Prince's faction. Nevertheless, as Chao Wei stood in the court, a realization dawned upon him. The situation at Tiger Mountain must have been orchestrated by someone. If he could uncover the mastermind behind Tiger Mountain, he would be able to confront those plotting against him and the Crown Prince. Furrowing his brow, he focused on the composed left chancellor, Sima Jian. If the true instigator remained elusive, it must surely be the work of Sima Jian. His obsession and resentment led him to conclude that seeking trouble with Sima Jian was the right course of action. Across from him, Sima Jian, having engaged in a rivalry for years, seemed to anticipate his approach, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he took the initiative. Right, Chancellor? It was you who suggested recalling Governor Yi Fan from Qingzhou, was it not? This was a precarious inquiry. Sima Jian's probing question struck at the heart of the matter. Chao Wei could only respond, "Indeed, I believe that Governor Yi Fan's capabilities were sufficient for the position of Minister of War, and thus, I sought the Emperor's approval to summon him back." This action was sanctioned by the Emperor. In truth, his proposal to recall Yi Fan was part of a scheme to assassinate the Crown Prince in the desolate state of Huangzhou. By removing the upright Yi Fan, the Crown Prince's faction could maneuver their military forces without hindrance, ensuring that the useless prince would meet his demise upon entering Qizhou. However, Chao Wei never anticipated that the seemingly invulnerable ninth prince would deliberately provoke the Crown Prince, thus hastening the assassination plan outside the imperial capital. Now, not only had the target survived, but they had also stirred a hornet's nest. If Yi Fan's daughter were to speak carelessly, it could spell disaster for both the Crown Prince's faction and himself. The thought filled Chao Wei with resentment toward the Crown Prince. A single misstep had led to a cascade of errors. Yet, it was not solely the Crown Prince's folly. The true blame lay with that cunning ninth prince. He had concealed his talents within the palace, feigning madness and naivety, projecting an image of simplicity and a lack of ambition. Yet, once outside the imperial capital, he emerged like a dragon from the depths, brazen and audacious, leaving all astounded by his actions. He was nothing short of a madman. At this moment, Sima Jian refrained from further antagonizing Chao Wei, offering a faint smile. "Jin Lian, you had not finished your earlier statement. Did that brigand merely mention the Crown Prince?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Jin Lian's eyes. Yes. He did not say anything else. Chao Wei wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling heavily. At this juncture, the members of the Crown Prince's faction present also let out a quiet sigh of relief. This matter turned out to be a mere false alarm. However, at that moment, Duke Li Jian raised his voice. "Your Majesty, the death of Governor Yi Fan of Qingzhou is exceedingly suspicious, fraught with enigmas. I believe a thorough investigation is warranted." As he spoke, a multitude of red-clad censors echoed his sentiments. "Your Majesty, the death of Governor Yi Fan of Qingzhou is exceedingly suspicious, filled with doubts. We believe a thorough investigation is warranted." The resounding voices of the censors echoed far beyond the Great Hall. This familiar scene caused a dull ache in the temples of Emperor Xia, who decisively proclaimed, "Very well. Duke Li Guogong, I appoint you as the special envoy to investigate the murder of Governor Yi Fan of Qingzhou. granting you the imperial sword. Should you uncover any suspects, even in the absence of evidence, you may wield the sword to apprehend them. If anyone obstructs you, you may strike first and report later. Li Jian cast a deliberate glance at Qiao Wei. I accept the command. Yu Jinlian, with tears welling in her eyes, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Subsequently, Emperor Xiao bestowed countless treasures upon Yu Jinlian, offering solace to both her and the Yi family. Afterward, the emperor dismissed the court and summoned Prime Minister Sima Jian to the study. At this juncture, Qiao Wei stood uneasily under the scrutinizing gaze of Li Jian. Why was that old fool looking at him with such malice? Was he plotting to use the imperial sword to frame him? Such a treacherous act was not beyond Li Jian. It was utterly shameless. Then he noticed that the censors were glaring at him like ravenous hounds, as if they were ready to pounce and tear him apart. Truly terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Qiao Wei whispered, Old man, what do you want? Li Jian raised an eyebrow. The Minister of War position is vacant, and with you Fan dead, I shall take it. Qiao Wei, with a face full of reluctance, replied. What if I refuse? Li Jian grinned slyly. Then you shall be revealed as the accomplice of the marauding bandits of Mount Minghu. This special envoy will send you to the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice to entertain the insects. Qiao Wei trembled with rage. This old man was becoming increasingly brazen. Very well. He had no choice but to relent. It appeared that only this old fool had the qualifications to occupy that position and command the proud warriors of the Great Xia. As long as it wasn't he someone from another princess faction taking the role of Minister of War, it would suffice. You have some sense. Satisfied. Li Jian turned and exited the Grand Hall. Why did he desire the position of Minister of War? He feared for Xia Tian's safety within Qizhou, for there were many factions loyal to the Crown Prince, controlling the military. Caution was imperative. Yet, should he ascend to the role of Minister of War, he would possess the means to control the military in Qingzhou, thereby alleviating the greatest threat to Xia Tian within the region. With this thought, Li Jian stepped out of the hall, a faint smile gracing his lips. Prince of Huangzhou. With this third-ranked general of the continent orchestrating strategies in the imperial capital for you, you shall find success in Qizhou, with matters proceeding smoothly. In the future, your debt to me will be substantial. At that moment, an individual dressed in the attire of the imperial city guard passed by, whispering in his ear, Duke. The enchantress of the Zongheng school has appeared in Qingzhou. Li Jian's lips curled into a wicked smile. My lord, that enchantress is no ordinary woman. You must be wary of losing your heart. I would hate to see my precious daughter weeping over your grave. Qiao Wei stepped out of the grand hall, gazing into the void, pondering whether his subordinate had arrived in Qingzhou. That worthless prince was doomed. Ha ha ha, death. Chapter 60. The Cunning Old Fox and the Deceptive Giant. 5,000-word chapter. After the court session, the dark clouds that had long shrouded the sky astonishingly dispersed. The fiery sun, radiating warmth, cast its gentle light across the land, enveloping the world in a comforting embrace. Outside the hall, Duke Li felt the warmth permeating his garments, his eyes brightening. Could it be that this peculiar late spring chill has finally passed? What is a late spring chill? It is an anomalous weather phenomenon. The weather in spring should transition from cold to warm, yet the wintry chill lingered longer than expected, leaving the season marked by springtime, yet still gripped by winter's chill. Li Jian smiled. With the warming weather, the impoverished populace of the Great Xia would find a glimmer of hope. For him, having recently returned to the halls of power, could this be an auspicious sign? Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts shifted to matters of state. In recent years, the emperor had entrusted the crown prince with matters of governance. The emperor's intention was straightforward: to familiarize the crown prince with state affairs, showcase his capabilities, and earn the recognition of the court's esteemed officials, thereby fostering a future rapport between ruler and subjects. However, the reality unfolded contrary to expectations. Over the years, the crown prince not only failed to demonstrate any discernible ability, but also showcased his glaring weaknesses, causing disillusionment among many senior officials and thwarting the emperor's earnest efforts. Now, the princes harbored ambitions, each aspiring to claim the position of crown prince. If they could not achieve that, usurpation was a viable option. After all, their own emperor had ascended the throne in a similar manner. Thus, rumors circulated in the imperial capital of the 7 major princes training private armies in their fiefs, plotting rebellion, certainly not baseless whispers. If one were to liken the Great Xia Empire to a tranquil sea, beneath its calm surface, tumultuous waves were brewing. All princes yearned for the throne. As Li Jian contemplated his next course of action, an elderly eunuch appeared before the grand hall. stating, "Duke Li." Chancellor Chao requests a moment. Duke Li and Chao Wei turned in unison, their expressions filled with respect. Eunuch Wei, has His Majesty issued a decree? It is not a decree. The elderly eunuch Wei beamed with a smile. His Majesty summons the two esteemed lords to the imperial study. Understood. Both Duke Li and Chao Wei silently speculated. What could the emperor desire from them at this juncture? Was it related to the assassination of Governor Yi Fan of Qingzhou? Or perhaps concerning King Xia Tian of Huangzhou? Shortly thereafter, in the imperial study, Eunuch Wei led Chao Wei and Duke Li through the door. After exchanging pleasantries, he respectfully stood before the desk, alongside the already present Sima Jian, awaiting the emperor's words. At that moment, Emperor Xia's countenance was as dark as water, revealing no emotion. "Chancellor Chao, I have entrusted you with the royal edict from my son, the 9th prince. You are to write a memorial detailing your thoughts. Why? To this day, has there been no report from you on my desk?" Chao Wei, unfazed, retrieved a memorial from his sleeve and handed it to Eunuch Wei. "Your Majesty, I have already penned my reflections. Please review it." Emperor Xia, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Chancellor Chao, since you have prepared it, why did you not submit it during court?" Beside him, Sima Jian's eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion. He became vigilant. This old fellow seemed to be behaving unusually today, perhaps plotting something. On the other side, Li Guogong's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He was instantly invigorated. Chao Wei, that old fox, was up to something, for whenever he plotted mischief, his eyes bore the same gleam. However, the one thing Li Jian feared most in his life was the absence of intrigue. Over the past few years, he had abandoned the distantly family army at the border and returned to the capital to recuperate, leading a life devoid of excitement, languishing in boredom. Fortunately, he had now found a new objective, to elevate the king of Huangzhou to the imperial throne. Li Jian set aside his worries and focused intently on Chao Wei. For years, he had been quietly observing the entire Daxia court, particularly the influential ministers who had access to the imperial council. He noticed that the courtiers had been courted by various factions, with Chao Wei having the most support for the crown prince. Other princes also gathered their own supporters within the court. At that time, Xia Tian was still playing the fool in the palace library. He closely observed the crown prince and the other princes, hoping to identify a wise ruler capable of leading the Daxia dynasty forward. However, his hopes were dashed. The crown prince and the princes were all ambitious yet inept, with grand aspirations but lacking in talent. Truly, they were of the same blood, one a tiger, the other a dog. His disappointment was palpable. Consequently, he declined the overtures from various factions. Although Li Jian had been idle at home these past few years, he was a renowned general of the empire, an undefeated warrior with high esteem in the military. To gain his allegiance would mean securing the trust of the Daxia military. Many of the current generals had once been his acolytes and disciples. If Xia Tian were to learn of such an old ally aiding him, he would surely be thrilled at the prospect of an immediate union with Sima Lan. This time, upon leaving the capital, Xia Tian rescued Li Furong, vanquished wicked bandits, established Jingguan, and declared war on the nefarious elements of the realm. This act caught Li Jian's attention. This king of Huangzhou was certainly superior to his 8 brothers. Perhaps he could lead Daxia towards prosperity and flourishing. Li Jian was a man of deep patriotic sentiment. Meanwhile, Chao Wei's memorial had already been presented before the emperor. "Your Majesty, these are my thoughts. Please peruse them. Should my words fall short, I ask for your forgiveness." The summer emperor chuckled lightly, non-committal, and opened the memorial. "Let me examine it first." He wished to gauge the depth of understanding in those few words. Prime Minister Sima and Li Guogong also listened in, curious about the literary prowess of their right chancellor. The summer emperor read aloud with curiosity. "I believe that beneath the heavens, all lands belong to the sovereign. Along the shores, all subjects serve the sovereign." These 4 phrases indeed encapsulate the essence of royal authority, worthy of resounding throughout the realm, allowing the light of the Daxia royal way to illuminate the vast territories. However, the king of Huangzhou, raised in the palace, has been simple-minded since childhood, lacking exceptional wisdom. How could he suddenly comprehend such profound truths of kingship? I contend that only a born ruler could articulate such astonishing words when inspiration strikes. If these words are indeed the king of Huangzhou's insight, then he is inherently wise, possessing the demeanor of a sovereign. Does this mean his previous folly in the palace was a ruse to deceive your Majesty? What was his true intent? This would be a grave offense against the sovereign. Upon reaching this point, The Summer Emperor raised his head and cast a profound glance at Chao Wei, revealing an inscrutable expression. Yet, it was impossible to discern his emotions. The Summer Emperor continued to recite. I pondered the matter from another perspective. What if he is inherently simple-minded? In that case, he would never grasp these 4 profound words of royal wisdom. It must be someone else who comprehends them. And this knowledge has been attributed to the king of Huangzhou, thereby enhancing his reputation. Who could that be? Who possesses such extraordinary talent? After much contemplation, I concluded that this individual must be close to the king of Huangzhou and willing to assist him unconditionally. At last, a name surfaced in my mind. At this juncture, the Summer Emperor, with an impassive visage, glanced at Sima Jian. A sense of foreboding arose. Sima Jian had already begun to deduce something and was quietly on guard. Chao Wei, that cunning old fox, was attempting to instigate trouble. Indeed, the Summer Emperor continued. Since my service to your majesty, I have always been loyal and honest, detesting those who deceive the throne. Thus, if I have inadvertently offended your majesty, I beseech your forgiveness. I surmise that the individual aiding the king of Huangzhou is none other than Sima Jian's daughter, Sima Lan. This young lady, possessing unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent, is renowned as the foremost talented woman in the imperial capital. I believe that only she, in the company of the king of Huangzhou, could grasp such royal wisdom. Furthermore, she has been bestowed in marriage to the king of Huangzhou by your majesty, making her future as his queen a natural consequence of her revelations benefiting her husband's fame. However, Sima Lan's actions not only deceive your majesty, but also the entire world. I contend that at the tender age of 16, she remains an innocent maiden. Without external influence, she would never dare to engage in such treachery, unless, of course, she is acting under the directives of her elders. Ultimately, I posit that this scheme is orchestrated by Sima Jian, seeking to elevate the reputation of his future son-in-law. This, too, constitutes a grave offense against the throne. Therefore, I implore your majesty to hold Sima Jian, Sima Lan, and the king of Huangzhou accountable for their transgressions against the throne. The Right Chancellor, Chao Wei, upon finishing. The Summer Emperor bore an enigmatic expression. In the imperial study, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After a moment of silence, the Summer Emperor spoke with a calm demeanor. Minister Sima, Chancellor Chao has accused you, Sima Lan, and the king of Huangzhou of crimes against the throne. I grant you the opportunity to defend yourself. Proceed. Yes. Sima Jin turned, pointing an accusatory finger at Chao Wei. Chao Wei, as the left and right chancellors. We should unite to assist His Majesty in governing our great Xia towards prosperity. Yet, since my appointment, you have continually obstructed me, maligning my character and fabricating baseless accusations before His Majesty daily. What is your true intention? Chao Wei remained unfazed, responding with a cold smirk. Left Chancellor, are my statements not rooted in truth? If the king of Huangzhou feigned ignorance while residing in the palace, and only after leaving did he proclaim this royal wisdom, then that indeed would be treason. However, if these words were comprehended by Sima Lan and conveyed to the king, then all three of you are guilty of deceiving the throne. Sima Jian gasped in shock. Chao scoundrel, you are truly ruthless. In other words, no matter how I explain, the king of Huangzhou is guilty of treachery, is that correct? What enmity do you have against him that compels you to target him so? Chao Wei, consumed by indignation, exclaimed, Sima, you scoundrel. I merely address the matter at hand, concerned solely that your majesty is being deceived by the king of Aozhou. As for whether you have committed the crime of deceiving the sovereign, did not your majesty grant you the opportunity to defend yourself? Pray, do enlighten us, how have you betrayed the crown? His words were laden with traps. While he debated with Sima Jian, he keenly observed the expressions and demeanor of Emperor Xia. This time, he sought to gauge the emperor's sentiments regarding the king of Aozhou and whether the emperor still contemplated punishing that wretched old scholar. However, the emperor merely rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat pained, without any further reaction. Meanwhile, the two chancellors faced each other, rolling up their sleeves, spitting words that splattered upon each other's faces. Their quarrel was enough to give any emperor a headache. Nevertheless, Li Guogong Li Jian, standing nearby, watched with great enthusiasm. He encouraged them, continue your verbal sparring. Be swift of tongue and abundant in saliva. Do not cease until you have confounded one another. Your rhetorical skills leave much to be desired. I recall when I, as Guogong, silenced the former 6 ministers with my words, nearly driving them to despair. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. almost wishing to join the fray himself. If your tongues falter, then resort to blows. Quickly, let the victor be deemed righteous. The elderly eunuch, Grand Eunuch Wei, struggled to suppress his laughter. Yet, upon witnessing the emperor's discomfort, he stifled his mirth, his face reddening like a constipated crab. At last, the emperor shot a glare at Li Jian, irritation evident in his gaze. That old rascal is no paragon of virtue either. Then, the emperor abruptly rose, his countenance darkened, and bellowed, "Enough." In an instant, the entire chamber fell to its knees. The king's fury rendered all silent, heads bowed in submission. The emperor, seething, declared, "Both chancellors have brought forth charges against you, Sima Lan, accusing you of deceiving the sovereign, with ample justification and evidence. Should you fail to defend yourself adequately, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." At that moment, Sima Jian raised his head. Feigning innocence, "Your Majesty, my defense lies within my memorial. I beseech you to review it." Humph. The emperor resumed his seat and opened Sima Jian's memorial. Suddenly, a light ignited in his eyes as he read, "To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to provide destiny for the people, to continue the teachings of the sages, and to usher in peace for all generations." Marvelous. Truly marvelous. He gazed intently at Sima Jian. "Is this indeed as you claim, Sima Aiqing?" Sima Jian vigorously nodded. "Yes. I would never dare deceive the sovereign." On the other side, Cao Wei heard these lofty principles for the first time, and he too was astounded. What does it mean to establish a heart for heaven and earth? To provide destiny for the people? To continue the teachings of the sages? To usher in peace for all generations? These, by heavens, are the words of a sage. As a scholar himself, Cao Wei felt a surge of emotion at such profound declarations, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, could it be that our great Xia has produced a sage? Congratulations, Your Majesty. I extend my heartfelt felicitations." He hastily lavished praise upon the emperor. Sima Jian's lips twitched, and on the side of his face hidden from Cao Wei, a smirk of derision emerged. Li Jian pricked up his ears, preparing to listen further. Undoubtedly, these 4 statements are sacred words. The one who uttered them must be a sage. But who could it be? Is it the ancient being concealed within the shrine? Or has someone from the myriad schools of thought attained sagehood? Ha ha ha. Emperor Xia closed the memorial and laughed for a moment. Then, a trace of derision appeared at the corners of his mouth as he coldly inquired of Cao Wei, "My right chancellor, do you believe these 4 statements to be sacred words?" "Indeed." Cao Wei dared not speak recklessly. "But do you know who said them?" Suddenly, upon seeing the emperor's expression, a chill gripped Cao Wei's heart. This expression of the emperor was one of mockery. He was all too familiar with it. This meant that the emperor, wearing this derisive expression, was indeed mocking him. A cold wave surged from the depths of Cao Wei's heart. How did the old rogue Sima Jian defend himself in the memorial? Observing the emperor's demeanor, there was no hint of intent to punish for deceiving the sovereign. This indicated that Sima Jian's memorial had exonerated him, Sima Lan, and one of Huangzhou from the crime of deceiving the monarch. Cao Wei felt an icy dread, as if his heart were filled with ice cubes. Suddenly, his countenance paled. Could it be that these 4 statements were also uttered by that worthless prince? That the worthless prince had attained sagehood? How could this be possible? Absolutely impossible. Cao Wei's head began to throb painfully. Who, in the end, could have said these words? Continuing with a grand chapter. A chapter was reviewed last night. Thank you all for your support and gifts. I shall continue to write. Chapter 61. 3 old rogues at this moment. Within the imperial study, silence reigned, as if even the air had solidified, with the emperor silent. Who would dare to draw a breath? Thus, the emperor gazed at Cao Wei with a face full of derision, his eyes devoid of joy or anger, merely waiting for him to speak. Beads of sweat mischievously emerged from Cao Wei's brow, the temperature as low as the icy chill outside. At this moment, he felt as though the emperor was a ravenous dragon poised to devour him, watching him intently. His heart raced with anxiety. The pressure was immense. In that instant, Cao Wei gritted his teeth and forced a smile, resembling a famished dog from the left chancellor's residence. Your Majesty, such aspirations of a sage can only be fulfilled by a sage. When spoken, they astonish the world and elevate the speaker to the revered teacher of scholars everywhere. I boldly conjecture that this aspiration of sagehood was established by Your Majesty. Upon reaching this point, Cao Wei earnestly bowed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Rejoice, for you have ascended to the position of sage. He delivered this with utmost seriousness. Ha ha ha. Emperor Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his mocking expression vanishing as he burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Sima Jian, Li Jian, and Gong Wei simultaneously scorned him internally. Shameless. Brazen. A moment later, as the emperor ceased his laughter, his expression softened considerably. Old fellow, if you cannot guess, then do not resort to flattery. I have no aspirations of sagehood in this life, for what I desire is far too great. At this point, a glint of brilliance flashed in the emperor's eyes as he picked up Sima Jian's memorial and tossed it into the nearby bronze furnace, watching it turn to ash. Upon departing the imperial capital, the king of Huangzhou encountered a delicate scholar with a penchant for ancient texts. The two formed an immediate bond and, after becoming friends, the scholar expressed his grand aspirations for a sage-like existence. The four profound maxims of royal authority were, in fact, the drunken musings of this fragile scholar, offered as a token of friendship to the king of Huangzhou, who subsequently inscribed them into his official documents. Later, Sima Lan, the daughter of the left chancellor, conveyed these sage words and royal maxims to her father, who articulated them clearly in his memorial. Thus, the king of Huangzhou is depicted as a loyal and filial child, who has never deceived me. The father and daughter of the left chancellor have also been forthright with me. It is the right chancellor who is overly concerned. At this juncture, the Emperor of Summer instructed Sima Jian to craft a perplexing narrative. Sima Jian's expression remained unchanged, for the emperor has always acted contrary to expectation, rendering his motives elusive. Why is this so? The emperor continued, for the time being, accept this as the sage aspirations and royal maxims of the king of Huazhou. I, being so illustrious and formidable, cannot possibly have a foolish son indefinitely. His sudden maturation into wisdom is quite reasonable. The assembly hastily concurred, of course. We shall comply. The emperor continued to smooth over the situation. Just now, Minister Chao once again demonstrated his loyalty to me. Thus, I bestow upon him a reward of 1,000 taels of gold and a pair of jade auspicious objects. Chao Wei's face shone with delight as he knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, I, Chao Wei, thank your majesty for your generous endowment. I shall devote my life to serve you and the court until my last breath. However, he harbored not a shred of belief in the emperor's recent words. If what the emperor proclaimed were true, why then would he burn the letter from the old rogue Sima? Surely, allowing him to view, it would convey more than 1,000 words. Nevertheless, he dared not reveal his skepticism, for disbelief towards the emperor could lead to dire consequences. He steadfastly maintained that the words were concocted by Sima Lan, the most talented woman in the capital. It must be so. If not, may lightning strike his original wife, leaving no trace of her. Chao Wei swore to the heavens. Meanwhile, Sima Jian sought to mend the rift. Minister Chao, the matter is as such. Please do not wrong me or my daughter, nor should you malign the king of Huangzhou. Otherwise, his majesty will not be lenient. Chao Wei feigned a smile. Forgive me, left chancellor. My loyalty to his majesty led to this misunderstanding. I apologize. Sima Jian graciously accepted the apology, responding with warmth. The right chancellor is correct. It is our duty as ministers to serve the emperor faithfully. I understand. They exchanged smiles, as if all past grievances had been resolved, and it seemed as though the earlier verbal sparring and near conflict had never occurred. The emperor inwardly scolded, truly, the old who do not perish are thieves, and those who do not wither are demons. These two ancient figures were well aware that he, the emperor, desired them to contend without breaking, to maintain a balance of power within the court, thus they dared to perform their charade before him with impunity. Nearby, Duke Li Jian observed with evident disinterest, his mischievous spirit stirring. Your Majesty, they nearly brawled before you, utterly lacking the demeanor befitting loyal subjects. Thus, I believe that they, as the chancellors of the Great Xia, have acted in a manner unbefitting their esteemed positions and should be held accountable for their actions and resign from their posts. The Emperor of Xia, Sima Jian, and Chao Wei exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, they recalled the impressive achievements of Li Jian during his tenure as an inspector, and a sense of alarm washed over them. What mischief is this fellow stirring? What relevance does this matter hold for him? None at all. Coughing slightly, the Emperor of Xia rubbed his temples, feeling a dull throb. Then who do you propose should succeed them as chancellor? Li Jian thumped his chest decisively. Of course. It should be I. If I were to serve as the left chancellor, I could assist your majesty in dealing with those disobedient officials who pay lip service, yet fail to fulfill their duties. We must elevate capable individuals to positions of power and ensure the prosperity of our great Xia. This way, Your Majesty shall be remembered as a wise sovereign throughout the ages. The Emperor's headache intensified. Enough. The two chancellors have not committed any grave offenses. You must refrain from such antics in the future. Sima Jian and Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. The Emperor then inquired, Li Guogong, do you have any further matters to address? Li Jian nodded affirmatively. I believe that the ninth prince, the king of Huangzhou, is acting recklessly by constructing the Jingguan, which may terrify travelers along the way. Even if it does not frighten passers-by, scaring cats and dogs is still undesirable. I think your Majesty should issue a decree to admonish him. The Emperor massaged his temples. Do you have any other issues? I am weary. He felt a surge of irritation towards Li Jian. This fellow, rambling on, what is he truly trying to achieve by targeting the ninth prince? Before he could finish his thought, Li Jian interrupted. Your Majesty, I have more to say. The Emperor, now somewhat irritable, urged, speak. Li Jian then seriously stated, after the court dispersal, Chancellor Chao approached me, expressing concern that with Yu Fan's demise, the position of Minister of War is vacant, leaving the military affairs of the great Xia unattended. Thus, he implored me to assume the role of Minister of War. What is your Majesty's opinion on this? A profound silence fell over the imperial study. Chancellor Chao's face was etched with resentment. This old fellow is indeed more shameless than himself. Was it he who sought out Li Jian for the position? Clearly, it was Li Jian who had coerced him into supporting his claim. The Emperor of Xia gazed deeply at Li Jian, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Agreed. The forces of the Tianling Empire are already gathering at the borders of Huangzhou and will surely invade once the snow melts. According to intelligence, this time, the so-called most beautiful woman in the world, the Tianling princess, will personally lead the invasion. I trust you to oversee the Ministry of War. What say you, Left Chancellor? Sima Jian responded without hesitation, agreed. There is no better candidate than Li Guogong. Li Jian bowed gracefully. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor rubbed his temples once more. I am fatigued. If there are no further matters, you may all take your leave. Yes. The three men bowed and exited the imperial study. Chancellor Chao wished to accompany Li Jian, for he had just launched an unfounded attack against the king of Huangzhou, which could imply a personal vendetta. How fortuitous. The enemy of my enemy is a potential ally. However, Li Jian and Sima Jian, united in purpose, left him behind. Xiao Wei found no opportunity to engage and was left to wait. On the way, Li Jian earnestly inquired, Left Chancellor, was it the king of Huangzhou who spoke of the aspirations of the sage and the principles of kingship? Sima Jian nodded. Indeed. Li Jian felt a surge of exhilaration. The king of arid state, is he a person of both inner sanctity and outer royalty? He seems somewhat agitated. What does it mean to possess both inner sanctity and outer royalty? It refers to one who embodies the virtues of a sage while simultaneously exercising the principles of benevolent governance. This is the ideal emperor that Taoism aspires to. According to Taoist philosophy, only an emperor who possesses both inner sanctity and outer royalty can govern the world effectively, allowing people to live in happiness. Li Jian smirked, remarking that if the ancient Taoists were aware of the affairs of the king of arid state, they would surely be restless in their secluded mountains. Excellent. The Taoist school holds considerable power. Left Chancellor, why do you allow Xiaolon to accompany him? Sima Jian shook his head. I do not know. If you have the ability, go ask Xiaolon. Li Jian's fierce gaze glinted. Do you believe that tonight dozens of censors will invade your residence, making your escapades to the brothel known throughout the capital? Sima Jian felt a pang in his chest, nearly choking on his breath. That old scoundrel. It seems Xiaolon has taken a liking to the king of arid state. Li Guogong then reined in his fierce demeanor. What about your Xiaomei? I hear she was spotted on the official road to arid state. Sima Jian halted. Li Guogong, why have you chosen to re-emerge and take command of the military? Whose side are you on? Or who do you intend to assist? Ha ha, Li Guogong, maintaining his composure, laughed heartily and departed, naturally. I am here to assist the crown prince. Sima Jian lightly chastised with a smile. Old fellow, what exactly do you wish to accomplish by re-entering the court? In the imperial palace, the worship hall, even during the day, it is shrouded in an eerie ambience. Strange noises occasionally emanate from within. Outside, the imperial guards stand vigilant. At this moment, within a secret chamber of the worship hall, a stunning young girl, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age with a birthmark on her brow, is engaged in conversation with Emperor Xia, her voice bearing an unusual maturity. What? The exquisite girl expressed astonishment. You say he has comprehended the principles of royal and sage paths? Indeed. I fear his brilliance may attract the attention of those lifeless beings. So I help to obscure it somewhat. The emperor's expression grew intricate. Suddenly, he seems like a different person, rendering me unable to fathom him. I wonder if that incident is destined to befall him? The exquisite girl furrowed her brow. If so, he is surely facing a dire fate. A glint of severity flashed in the emperor's eyes. Then he shall indeed face a dire fate. The exquisite girl shook her head. Emperors are indeed selfish. I shall venture out of the palace shortly to investigate for you. If he is capable, then he shall be chosen. If not, shall I assist you in eliminating him? The emperor's gaze remained complex. Do as you see fit. Then, like a fleeting shadow, the exquisite girl vanished from the secret chamber. At this moment, on the official road of Qingzhou, the late spring breeze melts away the ice and snow. The retinue of the king of arid state buzzes with excitement. Spring has finally arrived. Meanwhile, on both sides of the convoy, several mysterious women, possessing exquisite beauty, quietly appeared. They gazed intently at the white carriage, watching the tall figure of Xia Tian, contemplating their next move. As the saying goes, in March, the weather is as fickle as a child's face. The warm spring breeze dispels the lingering chill, gently caressing the earth and swiftly melting the snow. By the official road, 2 dogs are engaged in mating. Soon, a litter of puppies should be born. Along the road, the convoy of the Wang family from the desolate state is gradually slowing down. This is due to the diminishing snow cover on the official road, causing the modified sleds to scrape against the ground. The leader of the convoy, Summer, commands them to halt in an open space ahead to rest and prepare lunch, instructing the carriages to revert to their wheeled form. Instantly, the vast convoy gathers by the roadside, occupying the clearing to begin cooking. Summer dismounts, holding the innocent and cheerful Zhao Ziying by the hand. Little Lingzi, have you seen that masked lady in white? Little Lingzi shakes her head. Prince brother, I do not like that lady in white. Summer chuckles and asks, why does little Lingzi dislike her? Little Lingzi frowns in annoyance. Because mother said that love can change and shift. She wants to monopolize Prince brother. Then, Prince brother will only love her and not little Lingzi anymore. Summer bursts into laughter, ruffling her hair. Such mischief. Nearby, the newly arrived members of the Wang family are also filled with joyous laughter. To the children, the prince is a kind and approachable brother. Hence they affectionately call him Prince brother. Only their family's prince possesses such warmth and charm. They harbor hopeful aspirations for their future life. The future Wang residence in the desolate state shall undoubtedly be the warmest home in the world. Certainly, for they have the best prince under heaven. At this moment, behind Summer, Zhao Zichang bears an awkward expression and softly admonishes, Little Lingzi, do not trouble the prince with nonsense, or I shall scold you. Little Lingzi turns around, casting a wrong glare at Zhao Zichang. Only brother is the worst, scolding me. I shall go tell Sister Lan. With that, Little Lingzi pouts, on the verge of tears, and dashes towards Sima Lan's carriage. At this point, Zhao Zichang's ears perk up, his expression becoming serious. Prince, it seems another group of spies has arrived. Lurking along both sides of the official road, Summer calmly inquires, is that masked lady in white still present? Zhao Zichang nods. Indeed, from yesterday to today. She has been driving away the spies sent by various factions along the road. Anyone dispatched by the bandit camps has met with her swift retribution. Those who approached out of curiosity to spy on the prince's movements have all been sent away. A glimmer of intrigue sparks in Summer's eyes. What does she desire today? Zhao Zichang chuckles knowingly. She claims she has not had enough of the noodles made by the prince. The oil splash noodles. Summer nods. Excellent. I shall prepare oil splash noodles for her. In this frigid weather, it is indeed arduous for a woman to accompany our convoy day and night, driving away various spies. Today, I shall also make her my specialty, the knife-cut noodles. Zhao Zichang beams with a simple smile, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Prince, Zichang wishes to taste them too. Very well. And thus, in the summer, he scanned both sides of the official road, hoping to catch a glimpse of the figure of the masked girl in white. Yet, there was none to be found. Perhaps she had gone off to chase someone away again. The tale of this masked maiden in white begins after the eradication of the bandits from Erlong Mountain. That night, the caravan had taken refuge in a village by the roadside. Xia Tian, along with his injured guards, the sword-wielding youth, the craftsmen, and the newcomers from the royal residence, busied themselves making dumplings. In the end, he personally prepared 2 bowls and placed them on his cart, intending to offer them to the injured after tending to their wounds. But then disaster struck. A girl clad in white, like a sprite emerging from the snow, appeared by his side, unmasking herself without hesitation as she ravenously devoured the 2 bowls of dumplings. Beneath the flickering candlelight, her petite mouth, capable of expressing both annoyance and delight, swallowed a dumpling whole and drained a bowl of soup in a single gulp. After finishing the soup, she playfully licked the remnants from the corner of her mouth with her dexterous little tongue. She ate with utter disregard for her surroundings, indulging with vibrant enthusiasm. She was beautiful, and her enjoyment of the dumplings was a delightful sight. Nonetheless, she remained a thief who had pilfered Xia Tian's late-night meal. Once she had finished, Xia Tian signaled Zhao Zichang to intervene, and they engaged in a match of equal prowess. Of course, Xia Tian bore no ill will towards a thief who only stole dumplings and not the treasures of the royal residence, and Zhao Zichang felt similarly. However, the girl's martial skills were indeed formidable. In the end, she tossed aside a piece of paper and departed with an air of haughtiness. She was not merely there for a free meal. The paper detailed her contributions to the caravan of the Wangfu. The following morning, Xia Tian prepared noodles himself, intentionally making an extra bowl to set aside. The girl in white reappeared, consumed the noodles, and then produced another piece of paper, which enumerated the number of spies she had driven away from the caravan the previous night, along with their origins and the actions taken against them. Xia Tian invited her to travel with the caravan for mutual protection. The masked girl regarded him coldly and asked, "Are you attracted to me because of my beauty and wish to keep me in the Wangfu caravan for your own desires?" Xia Tian hastily shook his head. "Of course not." The girl raised an eyebrow. "Could it be that my assistance in driving away spies in this icy wilderness has led you to misinterpret my intentions?" Xia Tian remained noncommittal, cautiously inquiring, "Then why do you help me?" The masked girl blinked her beautiful eyes and replied with a playful smile, "Indeed, I have taken a liking to the prince and aspire to become the princess, hence my assistance to you. My background and origins are no less than that of Sima Lan, and in terms of wisdom and talent, I am equally formidable. Moreover, the forces behind me can help you establish a firm foothold in the vast wasteland. Additionally, my exceptional martial skills can protect you. Marry me, and you shall gain more advantages than if you wed Sima Lan. If you must choose between us, whom would you select, me or her?" With unwavering resolve, Xia Tian declared, "Of course, it would be Lan." The masked girl left with an expression of deep sorrow. Yet, upon turning her face, she revealed a radiant smile. Xia Tian pressed for her name. "Ijime, I am the most vivid red plum in the snow." From that moment forth, whenever the caravan of the Wangfu prepared meals, the masked girl Ijime would appear. At that time, in the snow-covered ground by the official road, 4 elegantly dressed women in white knelt on one knee in the snow, swords in hand, whispering, "We welcome the Holy Maiden." Suddenly, a stunning figure clad in red gracefully tread upon the snow. It was the enigmatic Holy Maiden of the Zongheng sect, who had once graced the Eastern Palace. "This time, I intend to capture the king of Huangzhou alive. Are you prepared?" The women replied in unison, "We are ready." "Excellent." The Holy Maiden brandished her sword, poised to strike. Unexpectedly, a lithe woman in white, her face concealed, appeared silently beside them. "Who are you? Why do you wish to capture him? Do you intend to take him back for other purposes?" Chapter 63. The Hierarchy of Wisdom. A wave of murderous intent surged from the Zongheng Holy Maiden. "You are correct. I have come to take him back for such purposes. A man who is both an outsider and an inner king. Are you not interested? I arrived first, thus he belongs to me. If you value your life, do not obstruct my path. Should you wish to savor him as well, you must wait until I am finished." A branch of plum blossoms, coldly mocking, responded, "Zongheng Enchantress, do you wish to drain him dry?" The Zongheng Holy Maiden narrowed her flower-like eyes. "Do you know me?" The plum blossom woman retorted disdainfully. "Your overwhelming aura of seduction is unmistakable. Pretending not to recognize you is futile." The Holy Maiden thrust her sword forward. "Who are you?" Unflinching, the plum blossom woman replied, "Guess." In an instant, the 2 women were entangled in a fierce battle, neither yielding to the other. Blood began to seep into the pure white snow. Swords clashed, and soon the snow was stained crimson. The Zongheng Holy Maiden, clutching her bleeding chest, fled in haste with the support of her subordinates, declaring, "White-clad woman, we have forged enmity. Await my return." At lunchtime, in a carriage, the plum blossom woman, drenched in blood, appeared before Xia Tian, devouring knife-cut noodles with fervor. "King of Huangzhou, I just battled the enchanting woman of the Zongheng sect. We are both gravely wounded. However, she will return. I have been struck by her red fiend palm and must seek the healing of the Holy Maiden of Medicine." I can no longer protect you. Fend for yourself. Xia Tian's expression turned serious. I possess medical skills. Remove your clothing and allow me to examine your wounds. The plum blossom woman glanced at him. You lack internal energy. You cannot heal a genuine energy injury. With utmost sincerity, Xia Tian replied, I possess the art of golden needles. Even if I cannot fully heal you, I can at least help control your condition. The plum blossom woman pondered for a moment. Are you certain you do not wish to see my body? Xia Tian raised his hand. I swear by heaven, I have no ulterior motives. In the eyes of a healer, the wounded are devoid of gender. The plum blossom woman was well aware of Xia Tian's remarkable medical prowess, capable of curing battle injuries that even the imperial military doctors could not heal. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly removed her white outer garment, loosening the red cord of her bodice, covering her delicate bosom with her hand as she slowly descended. At last, a red palm print emerged before Xia Tian's eyes, emblazoned upon her chest. The plum blossom woman bit her red lip, shyly admitting that enchantress received a sword strike in the same place. I dare say, she must not be faring well either. In the summer, he retrieved silver needles, deftly inserting them into her body to seal the blood vessels surrounding the palm imprint. The silver needles blocked the acupoints. The pain was unbearable. Ijime trembled all over, exclaiming, Be gentle. It hurts. Xia Tian nodded and took out a delicate silver knife, carefully slicing open the crimson palm mark. Instantly, a foul stream of tainted blood gushed forth. Xia Tian was well prepared. He picked up a piece of white cloth nearby, wiping Ijime, urging, Endure the pain. I will suck the toxic blood out for you. Do not let your mind wander. Shock filled Ijime's beautiful eyes. A handsome young man intended to suck poison from her pristine chest with his mouth, and she was instructed not to think too much about it. How could she manage that? Noticing her hesitation, Xia Tian swore, I vow to heaven, my intentions are purely medicinal. I only wish to heal you. Suddenly, Ijime covered her chest with her garment, her eyes brimming with shyness. I will handle the toxic blood myself. Then, I shall seek the aid of a renowned healer for my internal injuries. Take care. After a moment's thought, she added, Your aspirations of sagehood and the kingly rhetoric have already spread throughout the imperial capital. The eminent scholars of this generation will surely seek you out. You must be cautious. Xia Tian's gaze sharpened. Why would they come to me? Ijime, enduring the pain, explained, Your Highness, human wisdom is stratified. From the ordinary to the extraordinary, it ranges from common, excellent, and transcendent, to the subsaint and the sage. The initial generation of scholarly figures possessed wisdom that merely reached the subsaint level. Lacking the sage's insight, the various schools of thought are fundamentally flawed and incomplete. Even the mightiest Confucian and Taoist schools are incomplete. For centuries, the scholars have aspired to cultivate a sage of boundless wisdom to perfect their doctrines, becoming the supreme authority among the schools, able to disseminate knowledge across the world and achieve eternal renown. Now, with your sage aspirations and kingly principles emerging, the world proclaims you to embody the external sage and internal king, endowed with extraordinary wisdom and the potential to attain sagehood. If they could grasp your wisdom for their own use, it would be a splendid opportunity to rectify their flawed doctrines. However, each school has its own motives. Trust me, there will be seductive women from various factions vying for your affection, wishing to bear your children and entangle you for a lifetime. You must maintain your composure. You must govern your desires. With that, she leapt from the carriage like a swallow returning to the forest, vanishing from sight. Xia Tian hastily lifted the curtain. Where did she go? The coachman, Zhao Zichong, feigned ignorance, observing the nose, then the heart, pretending he had heard nothing. She has left. Xia Tian, with a complex expression, asked, Did you hear what she just said? Zhao Zichong, panicking, replied, No, I swear. But he had indeed heard. Is it true that without internal energy, I cannot heal her internal injuries? Yes. Xia Tian clenched his fists. Then I shall begin my martial training immediately. Zhao Zichong, what can you teach me about martial arts? Zhao Zichong chuckled awkwardly. Nothing. Xia Tian was taken aback. Is your martial skill not to be shared? Indeed. My master forbids me from sharing. Xia Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, Zhao Zichong continued. However, I do enjoy practicing martial arts in the presence of your highness, which does not violate the sex rules. As Summer's heart warmed, a voice resonated, proclaiming that good fortune would come. Zhao Zichong, with an honest smile, expressed his desire for a fine spear. Summer closed his eyes and uttered, Song Yi. In an instant, Song Yi appeared atop the carriage, presenting a tome, Master. The ancient art of sword concealment. Summer accepted it, commanding, Song Yi, ensure that the young swordsman organizes the teachings of various schools and delivers them to me for study. Yes, Song Yi acknowledged. Summer then pondered softly, has my wisdom ascended to the level of the sages? The wind stirred, yet remained silent, offering no response. At that moment, Lu Shu and Gao Fei arrived on horseback, reporting, Your Highness, the injured guards have lost their combat effectiveness after your treatment and are now recuperating in the carriages. How shall we replenish our ranks? Summer, having devised a plan, replied, From the new recruits in the royal mansion, select 100 young men aged 12 to 18. Starting tomorrow, I shall lead their training. Simultaneously, choose 100 men aged 19 to 30 for you to train. Understood. Lu Shu and Gao Fei, skilled in selecting soldiers, were entirely trustworthy. Subsequently, Summer entered the carriage, beginning to commit to memory the martial arts texts from Huaxia. He aimed to purify his essence and diligently practice, aspiring to become a martial expert who would astonish all. Concurrently, he intended to expedite the training of new warriors. Once the veterans recovered, the strength of the Wangfu of Huangzhou would undoubtedly astonish the world and terrify Princess Tianlang. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble ominously. Zhao Zichang raised an eyebrow, his ears twitching. Your Highness, a large contingent of cavalry approaches. Summer commanded in a low voice, Halt. Assume defensive positions as rehearsed. Yes, ahead of the convoy. A battalion of black-clad cavalry surged forth like a bolt of dark lightning toward the Wangfu of Huazhou. A young general, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Chao Wei, menacingly produced a piece of black cloth and declared, Mask up. The target lies ahead. Prepare to charge. Leave no man alive. Women, take them back for enjoyment. Especially that Sima Lan. She must not be harmed. I will make her wish for death. Yes. The cavalry masked their faces, moving stealthily, their blades glinting ominously, as the atmosphere thickened with impending conflict. Chapter 64. The Schemes of Various Factions, Fourth Update. On another front, within the imperial capital, the entire city resonated with the recitation of 4 phrases: to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the teachings of the sages, to open peace for all generations. It was unclear from where these words had originated, but they ignited a fervor throughout the capital. The name of the 9th prince, Summer of Huangzhou, echoed once more across the city. The Royal Academy of the Great Xia, the highest institution of learning in the Great Xia Empire, had a lineage of directors, all bearing the surname Kong, custodians of Confucianism and the imperial court's sacrificial rites. The current director, named Kong Ke, shared a name with the King of Birds, a title bestowed by his predecessor, who hoped that Confucianism would continue to reign supreme among the myriad schools under his stewardship. In the presence of a stone statue, the esteemed director Kong, holding a book and with tear-filled eyes, knelt in fervent emotion. O ancestor, he implored, the 9th prince has attained the sacred path and established his noble aspirations. He has also comprehended the royal way, his wisdom vast as the ocean. Is he the one you foretold? The founder of the Confucian school, the sage of the East, has long since passed into eternity. His likeness, sculpted within the Royal Academy, serves primarily for the veneration of Confucian disciples. The Royal Academy stands as a hallowed ground for the Confucian tradition. After his moment of excitement, Director Kong continued, O ancestor, seeing is believing, and hearing is mere illusion. The 9th prince has departed the imperial capital for the desolate region of Huazhou. I shall pursue him to inquire about several questions you left behind, to ascertain whether he possesses the answers. If he does, he may indeed be the sage we Confucians seek. I shall yield my position to him. At that moment, a eunuch appeared before Director Kong. The emperor's decree is here. Kong, the sacrificial scholar, heed the command. Surprised yet respectful, Director Kong knelt, replying, I, Kong Ke, humbly await the sacred edict. The eunuch conveyed the message, Director Kong. The aspirations of the sage and the royal way do not originate from the lips of the Huangzhou king, but rather were gifted by his friend. There is no need to pursue him to Huangzhou for verification. Focus instead on imparting knowledge at the Royal Academy and promoting the teachings of Confucianism. Once the Imperial City Bureau locates the whereabouts of the Huangzhou king's friend, you may then engage in scholarly discourse. Thus decreed. Disappointment shadowed Director Kong's face. I shall abide by the command. Why would the emperor obstruct his meeting with the Huangzhou king? This perplexed him greatly. Please return to inform his majesty that I await his good news. Yes. The eunuch departed, satisfied. At the Imperial Astrological Tower, the esteemed Qintian supervisor resides. The position of Taisher Ling has been held by the Li family for generations, descendants of the Taoist founder, Li the Sage. The current Taisher Ling, known as Li Si, bears a name inherited from the preceding Taisher Ling. The reason for the name Si remains a mystery. At this moment, Li Si, with his azure beard trembling in excitement, knelt before a statue, fervently reciting, "O Taoist sage, the individual we Taoists have sought for a century, the one who embodies inner sanctity and outer kingship, has finally appeared. He's the ninth prince. Now, I shall seek him, hoping he possesses profound wisdom to unravel the century-old enigmas of our Taoist school, elevating us to an extraordinary tradition." Suddenly, a eunuch appeared before him like a specter, the emperor's decree. Taken aback, Li Si hurriedly knelt. The emperor's message echoed the previous one. Upon hearing it, a glimmer of determination sparked in Li Si's eyes. "I accept the decree and shall not leave the Qintian supervisor." The emperor's command was one of confinement, and he dared not defy it. Yet, within the Taoist tradition, there are sages who could inquire on his behalf. In the splendid Fangfang Tower, the grandest artistic establishment of the capital, where beauties abound, the renowned courtesan captivates all with her allure. Yet, these maidens offer their talents without surrendering their virtue. At this moment, in a fragrant boudoir, a strikingly beautiful young woman gazed at the sacred aspirations and royal words on the paper, her eyes sparkling like a fox spotting its prey. With a playful giggle, she smiled, resembling a blooming rose. "O ancestor, once you seduced the 9 lesser sages and acquired their essence, your wisdom rivals that of the sages themselves. This time, I, Huashanand, shall surpass your record by invoking a saint in tribute to you. Not only shall I acquire his wisdom, but also his corporeal form, enabling him to complete the dual cultivation doctrine of the Hahuan sect for me. Let the world revel in ecstasy upon their beds until death." Suddenly, a beautiful courtesan entered, exclaiming, "Your Majesty's decree." Hua Shangnan was momentarily taken aback, obediently kneeling to receive the edict. Although she felt a pang of reluctance, she could only comply. "I accept the decree." Thereafter, she pondered whether to establish a brothel in the great wilderness province. For how else could she entice the king of the wilderness? With a charming smile, Hua Shengnan took the courtesan's hand and led her toward the bed. "Zhao Meiren, I never imagined you to be an emissary of His Majesty. Come, let me serve you well. I shall show you that joy can flourish between women." The courtesan's expression changed drastically. No. On this day, the emperor's decree spread among the various sects, preventing their members from departing the imperial capital to meet the king of the wilderness. Simultaneously, discussions began to arise regarding the friend of the king who had bestowed upon him a gift. Soon, the popularity of that friend eclipsed that of the king himself, and the name of the king of the wilderness gradually faded into obscurity. Within the imperial palace, Eunuch Wei stood respectfully before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have dispatched emissaries to convey the decree, confining all sects within the capital." The emperor nodded. "Well done. This way, most will divert their attention from Xiaojiu." Eunuch Wei wore a smile. If the king of the wilderness knew of all that your Majesty has done for him, he would surely be deeply moved. "Is that so?" The emperor responded absently. "Let us hope so. Old fool, I have changed your illustrious name to Wei Taisui. Do you harbor any grievances?" Eunuch Wei appeared puzzled. "Your Majesty, does this name carry significance?" The emperor smiled mysteriously. "In due time, you shall understand. Convey to Minister Li Guogong, or rather, Minister Li Shangshu, that should the army of Qizhou covertly assault Xiaojiu's convoy, he, as Minister of War, shall resign of his own accord. He has been proclaiming himself as a supporter of the crown prince." The emperor's brow furrowed as a thought struck him. "Old fool. Go tell Chao Wei that if Li Jian arranges for the Qingzhou army to harm Xiaojiu, I shall annihilate his entire family." Eunuch Wei bore a strange smile. "Understood." Not long after, Chao Wei stood in stunned silence as he received the emperor's decree. Bewildered, he questioned himself. When did Li Jian become affiliated with the crown prince's faction? Yet, it appeared that Li Jian had some grievances with the king of the wilderness. However, this decree was exceedingly peculiar. Why would the emperor threaten to destroy his own family if Li Jian killed the king? What madness was this? Now, any matter connected to that worthless crown prince made him uneasy. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he leaped up, shouting, "Send a carrier pigeon to Chao Ma immediately. Halt! Quickly! Hurry!" Meanwhile, on the official road of Qizhou, Chao Ma, shrouded in darkness, grasped his lance, urging his steed to accelerate, preparing to charge into the convoy of the king of the wilderness. The situation was dire. Thank you all for your encouragement and recognition, as well as for the 5-star ratings. Today, we present a grand update. Chapter 65. Chao chases Li at this moment, behind the 1,000 riders led by Chao Ma. A contingent of black-armored cavalry from Qizhou raced forward with fervor. At the forefront was a young officer, approximately 20 years of age, whose appearance bore a resemblance to Duke Li Jian. However, this young man appeared even more youthful, with a beard like steel needles, exuding an air of fierceness and unrestrained spirit. His name was Li Fei, the adopted son of Duke Li and the vice-commander of the Qingzhou cavalry. Faster! Li Fei bellowed. We must catch up to Chao Ma, otherwise we shall face military law. The black-armored cavalrymen lashed their steeds with fervor, increasing their speed. Today, he received a carrier pigeon from his father, Duke Li, detailing the life-saving grace of Wang Xiantian of Huaqiu towards Li Furong, along with numerous arrangements. Among the most critical points was to keep a watchful eye on the other vice-commander of the Qingzhou cavalry, Chao Bao, to prevent him from sending his brother Chao Ma to assassinate Wang Xiantian, or from taking matters into his own hands. Li Fei acted promptly, only to discover that Chao Ma had already left the camp with men. Alarmed, he immediately pursued. His adoptive father, Li Jian, had made it abundantly clear in the letter that if he failed to protect Wang Xiantian within Qingzhou, he would not only face military punishment but would also be wed to the 10 ugliest women in the realm. Such was the nature of his adoptive father, unyielding and resolute. He understood that his adoptive father was a man of his word. Thus, for the sake of his future happiness, he fervently prayed. Wang Xiantian must not come to harm in Qingzhou. Yet, the thought of only 100 wounded soldiers surrounding Wang Xiantian made his heart sink. He knew the prowess of his cavalry. Perhaps a single charge could obliterate Wang Xiantian's convoy. Panic gripped his heart. He would not marry the ugliest woman in the world. Absolutely not. At this moment, his resentment towards the Chao brothers ran deeper than the oceans. With urgency, Li Fei pressed his legs against his steed. We must go faster. If we dawdle, we shall only gather the dead. Meanwhile, at the place known as the Tiger's Mouth, so named for the perilous terrain, both sides of the official road were enveloped by primal forests, where countless hunters had once come to slay tigers to prove their valor. However, hunters, too, met their fate upon the mountains, and generals inevitably fell in battle. Many tigers fell to the hunters' hands, and many hunters perished in the jaws of tigers, wolves, bears, and venomous snakes. This forest teemed with fierce beasts and venomous creatures, making it a forbidden zone for humanity. Thus, even if someone passed through, they dared not linger. It was a desolate place, fraught with danger lurking from the forest's edges. Here, Chao Ma had chosen this very location as the burial ground for Wang Xiantian. With a resounding thunder, 1,000 steeds charged, shaking the earth to its core. Attack! Chao Ma roared. In 100 paces, unleash all your might. At this moment, the massed cavalry from Qingzhou had transformed into bandits, vowing to slay the legendary king of Huangzhou. They were all die-hard warriors nurtured by the crown prince's faction, merely masquerading as imperial cavalry. Thus, even if Chao Ma led them to confront the emperor, they would not hesitate. The northern wind howled, and the royal banner fluttered. Chao Ma, gazing at the increasingly near banner of Huang, sneered, King of Huangzhou, I have heard that you aspire to eradicate all wicked bandits in the world. Now, here I stand with my Qingzhou horse bandits. Today, will it be you who slays me, or I who slays you? Today, I shall make you a laughingstock for all to see, a boastful figure promising to eliminate all bandits, only to be slain by them. Meanwhile, on the yoke, Sima Gu stood with fervor in his eyes. Miss, those Qingzhou bandits are insulting His Highness. Our injured soldiers are recuperating and have lost their combat capabilities. Even if we had 100 young swordsmen, there would surely be no match for regular cavalry. Perhaps we should escape and protect you and the king of Huangzhou. Sima Lan, her delicate face untroubled, replied, You must have faith in His Highness. If he lacked the means, he would never allow the wounded to rest peacefully in the carriage. These cavalrymen were no match for the prince. Sima Gu remained anxious, someone. Prepare to protect the miss and facilitate our retreat. Yes, the warriors of the Sima residence tensed at the command. Ahead, the entire Huangzhou convoy had come to a halt. Several unmanned carts were pushed together, effectively blocking the entire official road. No one knew what lay within those carts. Chao Ma, however, was utterly unconcerned. Did they think a few empty carts could obstruct his path? Such naivety. He was a second-rate martial general. A single thrust of his spear could send a cart flying. Therefore, they could not hinder him. Moreover, he had not seen in the intelligence reports that the Huangzhou royal residence possessed any cavalrymen among their wounded. The few he could see were standing atop the carts, their bodies wrapped in medical gauze, appearing gravely injured. Qiao Ma was overjoyed. This king of Huangzhou, relying solely on his reckless bravery to combat bandits, must have rendered the injured soldiers who set out with him from the imperial capital utterly incapacitated. Ha ha, Qiao Ma laughed, observing the group of peasant youths brandishing swords and spears. Brothers, the fat sheep are defenseless. Slay the sheep. Seize the women. Burn the convoy. The bandit riders roared with boastful bravado, embodying the essence of villainy, their ferocity palpable. The men shouted, the horses neighed, and the wind howled. The intent to kill hung thickly in the air, sending shivers down the spine. At that moment, the war horses surged to their utmost speed. 50 paces, 40 paces, 30 paces. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted as the barricading carts fell apart. 3 menacing siege crossbows emerged from the carts, exquisitely crafted. Each crossbow was strung with 3 long and stout bolts, their tips glistening with a chilling light. These 3 siege crossbows could simultaneously launch 9 bolts, enough to barricade the narrow official road. Siege crossbows were formidable weapons of war, possessing immense power, long range, and devastating destructive capabilities. It is the most terrifying weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield, and also the most challenging to manufacture. Yet now, this instrument of devastation has appeared before Qiao Ma. He is struck with horror. Even a top-tier general would find it impossible to withstand such a force. Only a master-level expert could hope to counter it. How could the king of Huangzhou possess such a device? He shouted in alarm, akin to a chicken with its neck gripped. It's a siege crossbow. Take evasive action. In an open battlefield, Qiao Ma would undoubtedly lead his cavalry in a swift retreat to avoid its deadly aim. However, here, on the narrow official road, they had already commenced their charge. The moment he pulled on the reins, the cavalry behind him would crash into him, impaling him with their long lances. There was no stopping now. Retreat was not an option. They could only advance. A fierce glint flashed in Qiao Ma's eyes. The 3 siege crossbows could only unleash a single volley of arrows, and he intended to reach the wagon in front and destroy the siege crossbows, appending the cart. Thus, the siege crossbows had but one opportunity to fire. This understanding was shared not only by him, but by all the assassins behind him. Therefore, they charged forward. On the opposite side, a voice commanded, "Fire!" With a whoosh, 9 arrows from the siege crossbows soared through the air, piercing the space towards Qiao Ma. He instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding 1 arrow. However, the cavalryman to his left and right lacked his exceptional skill. Thud, thud, thud. 9 arrows pierced through 9 sets of armor, penetrating the bodies of 9 assassins, their immense force flinging them off their horses. The arrows continued their deadly flight. Blood sprayed forth, bones shattered. They pierced through a second assassin, then a third. Finally, the 4th arrow lost its strength, bringing down 4 lifeless bodies to the ground. In an instant, the official road was stained crimson with blood. 9 arrows had claimed the lives of 45 of Qiao Ma's assassins. At that moment, he surged forward, reaching the wagon, extending his lance, channeling his energy, and exerting all his strength. Up. The tip of the lance, like a monstrous serpent emerging from its lair, lifted the obstructing wagon and the siege crossbows. At this juncture, the entire convoy of the king of Huangzhou lay before him, completely unshielded. Beneath the royal banner stood a handsome young man clad in royal robes, coldly observing him. Qiao Ma's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he thrust forward with his lance. "King of Huangzhou, perish. Brothers, kill." As the words left his mouth, he moved with lightning speed. The lance shimmered with a cold gleam, piercing toward the throat of Shi Ti, and in a flash. Chapter 66. Zhao Zichang is here, for 1,000 words long. Humph. Shi Ti and stood unmoving, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils. Qiao Ma's heart soared with joy. The king of Huangzhou, a bookish fool devoid of martial prowess, was doomed. As for Lu Shu and Gao Fei beside the king, they were merely third-rate warriors and could not hope to withstand his strike. The only one Qiao Ma truly feared was the expert from the Sima family, but at this moment, he should be at the rear, protecting his lady. Nonetheless, a typical martial artist would meet death when confronted by a cavalry formation. Whoosh. Qiao Ma believed this to be the most perfect thrust he had ever executed in his training with the lance. The shot, akin to a dragon emerging from its lair, pierced through the air with a resounding, melodious shriek. The unity of horse and rider rendered him invincible. By slaying the king of Huangzhou, he would earn the admiration of his father, Qiao Wei, be entrusted with significant responsibilities within the family, and ascend as a favored figure among his kin. Subsequently, he would eliminate his brother, Qiao Bao, inherit his father's title and become the right chancellor of the Great Xia. No, he must aim for the left chancellor, for he intended to fulfill his father's ambitions. All the splendid prospects of the future would commence with this very shot. Qiao Ma's gaze burned with fervor. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. An iron rod, seemingly emerging from nowhere, intercepted the tip of his spear. Crack! The once sharp point shattered, akin to an egg striking a hard rock. Simultaneously, he observed the king of Huangzhou coldly uttering, "To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Strike down the one who feeds the hungry wolf." Indeed, before his words had fully escaped his lips, a figure wielding an iron rod materialized before him. It was he. It was he. The one who thwarted his lethal strike, shattering his dreams like the splintered spearhead, scattering them to the ground. How infuriating. Alarmed, Qiao Ma saw the man take a step forward, akin to a specter materializing before him. With a powerful leap, he obscured the sunlight that was rightfully Qiao Ma's. A massive shadow loomed over him. This man moved with astonishing speed, so swift that it filled him with despair. Perhaps even his detestable brother, Qiao Bao, the finest warrior of Qingzhou, could not match such velocity. In a flash, the piercing sound of the iron rod slicing through the air reached his ears. Qiao Ma's heart sank. He instinctively raised his head, realizing his adversary wielded 2 iron rods. No wonder the sound was so deafening. This was Qiao Ma's last thought. Bang! Zhao Zichang's 2 iron rods descended upon his head, delivering a fatal blow. Brain matter and blood erupted, blossoming like a beautiful flower. Qiao Ma's head exploded, and he fell from his steed. Zhao Zichang lifted his eyelids, wielding the 2 iron rods like an invincible whirlwind, commencing a counteroffensive, striking down one cavalryman's head after another. As for Qiao Ma's warhorse, it remained unharmed, for the prince had decreed that the enemy's steeds were spoils of war, treasures that must not be harmed. To mistakenly slay them would incur significant losses. Zhao Zichang wholeheartedly agreed. The prince was indeed a kindred spirit. The sound of iron rods shattering skulls echoed incessantly. As Zhao Zichang advanced, the heads of the black-armored cavalry exploded in a gruesome display, a tapestry of white and red intermingling in the air. His strength was unparalleled, his speed unmatched, and the shrieking of the iron rods as they whirled was ceaseless. The first cry seized one's spirit. The second cry claimed one's soul. The third cry heralded death. In mere moments, Zhao Zichang had dispatched over a dozen cavalrymen, leaving a trail of corpses along the official road, forging a bloody path. With their riders fallen, the war horses stood on the road, neighing, obstructing the charge of the black-armored cavalry. At this moment, Zhao Zichang leapt onto a warhorse, thrusting 2 iron rods into his back, wielding a long spear with fervor. He bellowed, "Zhao Zichang of the Wangfu of Huangzhou stands here. Who dares to challenge me? Who dares to engage in combat?" At that moment, he was drenched in the blood of his enemies, his fierce tiger-like eyes radiating an aura of death. Resembling a deity of war, brandishing his spear with divine authority, he embodied the spirit of a lone warrior standing firm against a multitude. Suddenly, he queried, "Is this how I should call out, my lord?" With a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Xia Tian replied, "Indeed. I wish to see you issue challenges in this manner. Let all battles be conducted thus." A general embodies the courage of soldiers. With one mighty roar, the soldiers inherit the general's might. United in purpose, their morale soars, impervious to fire and water, thus creating an invincible army. Zhao Zichang, brimming with valor, declared, "Zichang understands. My lord, you mentioned wanting to see me penetrate the enemy lines repeatedly. Now, I shall proceed." With a fierce cry, Zhao Zichang urged his warhorse forward, spear in hand, exclaiming, "Those who obstruct me shall perish." He surged forth like a god of war, an unstoppable force. Xia Tian gazed upon him with admiration, exclaiming, "Zhao Zichang, how majestic! In the future, I shall ensure you are adorned with a white horse and a silver spear." Across the battlefield, the black-armored cavalry quaked with fear. For this godlike figure had slain Qiao Ma with a single blow, clearly an elite warrior, a foe who could take on 1,000 men. Among them, none could stand against him. Yet, they could not flee, for they were the prince's loyal assassins. Unable to defeat him, they could only meet their demise. Charge! The black-armored cavalry echoed with frenzied shouts, rushing towards Zhao Zichang. With a sweeping motion, Zhao Zichang's spear dispatched the black-clad riders before him. Die. With each sweep, many fell. With each thrust, entire lines were obliterated. As he advanced, the cavalry vanished, leaving behind only those who lay on the ground, wailing or clutching their bleeding wounds. gasping for their last breaths. Kill. Lu Shu and Gao Fei surged forth on horseback, trailing behind Zhao Zichang, forming a spearhead formation, ready to deliver finishing blows. Blood paved the path for the three of them, resembling a trail of crimson silk. The black-armored cavalry, driven to madness, fought fiercely without retreat. At that moment, Xia Tian unfastened Chao Ma's armor and retrieved a token engraved with the character Qing. This was the identity token of the Qizhou army. He had anticipated the identity of the black-armored foes, yet his heart remained heavy. In this world, evil bandits roamed freely, and rather than quelling them, they sent assassins to kill him. What manner of world was this? The entire Daxia court boasted daily of a prosperous era. Yet why were there so many frozen corpses along this route? How was this realm governed? The emperor, who endlessly likened himself to a wise ruler, seemed perpetually burdened by the welfare of his subjects. Yet why did the empire of Tianlang bully the vast Huangzhou, with its people captured and enslaved like mere livestock? Unable to voice their plight? Was he truly a ruler eager to cultivate his realm? Did he genuinely care for the people of Daxia? If this suffering, hunger, and economic despair, with death rampant and oppression rampant, constitutes a prosperous era, then Xia Tian would rather be blind to it. But such prosperity is not meant to be. A prosperous era should encompass shelter, clothing, sustenance, and the presence of joyful faces. Suddenly, a surge of emotions flooded Summer's heart. She leapt onto the carriage beside her, lifted the silk cover from the great drum, seized the drumstick, and struck the battle drum with a resounding thud. The drum beats stirred the spirit of war, reverberating within the hearts of enemies. This rhythm was the general's command. Zhao Zichang, Lu Shu, and Gao Fei, upon hearing the drum's call, felt their fighting spirit ignite. They were now prepared to offer the blood of their foes to the heavens, seeking eternal peace for their desolate province. At that moment, Summer, echoing the drumbeats, let out a roar that pierced the sky. The emperor has conferred upon the king the title of Lord of the Wild Province, where treacherous bandits roam freely. Their brutality knows no bounds. Yet there are valiant souls who shall safeguard the path, and the king, with swords drawn, the bandits shall feel the sting of our blades. Their spirits shattered. Raising their gazes, filled with fervor, they beat the drum, gazing northwest. The shame of the wild province remains unavenged. When shall the king's wrath be extinguished? First, we must slay the bandits, restore order, tread upon the wicked lands, and vanquish the wolf of heaven. The sound was resounding and powerful, echoing across the expanse. In the midst of battle, Zhao Zichang seemed to be infused with boundless strength. Tears glimmering in his fierce eyes as he felled two foes with a single shot. What a shot at the wolf of heaven. Truly, he is my king. Gao Fei grasped half of it. Brother Zhao, I hear the words of the prince and feel my blood surge with passion. His words are indeed formidable. But what is the prince truly saying? Zhao Zichang's eyes sparkled with reverence. The prince has declared that the emperor has appointed him as the lord of the wild province. Yet the bandits dare to kill even him. Such audacity is beyond comprehension. Fortunately, we are here to protect him on his journey to his fief, with our swords drawn. All the bandits shall perish. He is a royal of the great Xia, yet he has been ambushed by bandits, filling his heart with grief and rage. He beats the drum to proclaim that is the lord of the wild province. He shall cleanse the shame brought by the wolf of heaven and avenge the people of the wild province. However, first, he must eradicate the bandits and govern the wild province well before he can drive his war chariot against the wolf empire, flattening their sacred mountains and slaying their emperor. Gao Fei and Lu Shu's eyes shone brightly. Kill. Zhao Zichang echoed. Kill. At that moment, Sima Lan gazed at Summer, who was fervently beating the war drum, and said dreamily, So, your ambitions extend beyond merely preserving the fief of the wild province. Sima Gu, with disbelief etched on his face, replied, Miss. While he is indeed clever and resourceful, it is impossible for him to infiltrate the Wolf Empire for revenge. The Wolf Empire is far too powerful. The great Xia cannot conquer it, let alone a small, impoverished wild province. Sima Lan fell silent for a moment. You doubt his capabilities? I do not believe. I believe. Sima Gu countered. Miss, have you perhaps fallen for him? Sima Lan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. At this juncture, Zhao Zichang had already slain over 100 cavalrymen, embodying an unstoppable force of slaughter, single-handedly standing against 1,000 riders. Then, Summer set down the drumstick and solemnly commanded, Song Yi, commence. Yes. Song Yi waved the red flag. Boom, boom, boom. From the wild grasses flanking the official road, emerging from the shadows of the black-armored cavalry, a group of sword-wielding youths erupted, akin to fierce cubs pouncing upon their prey. With iron swords stained in blood, they struck with unmatched ferocity. The cavalry, unable to charge, became mere targets. Kill. The sword-wielding youths, their blades gleaming like lightning, advanced with an unstoppable momentum, rendering the black-armored cavalry of Chao Ma powerless. Forced to engage in a desperate struggle for survival. Soon, empty steeds galloped chaotically along the official road. The black-armored cavalrymen had already perished upon the thoroughfare. Zhao Zichang, drenched in blood and radiating heat, rode back to Xiatian. My lord, the enemy bandits have been vanquished, and I return to report. Xiatian responded with a gentle smile. Well done. Xiaobai, clear the battlefield. Yes. Xiaobai rubbed his hands together, cheerfully exclaiming. There are thousands of warhorses and suits of armor here. We shall prosper. Xiatian nodded. Gather the bodies and burn them all. Inform everyone that we have never encountered these men nor fought this battle. Understood. At that moment, Gao Fei and Lu Shu approached. Pulling down the black cloth from Chao Ma's face. My lord, I recognize this bandit. Xiatian was unfazed. This leader hails from the imperial capital, does he not? Xiaobai nodded. He is Chao Ma, the younger son of Right Chancellor Chao Wei. Just then, Sima Lan quietly brought the bewildered Zhao Xing closer. My lord. Indeed. This is Chao Ma, the younger son of Right Chancellor Chao Wei. Chao Wei serves as the tutor to the crown prince and is a core figure of the prince's faction. His two sons command troops in Qizhou. The elder, Chao Bao, is the deputy commander of the Qingzhou Cavalry Corps. This time, Chao Ma masqueraded as a bandit to launch an attack, surely orchestrated by Chao Bao. Under the instructions of Chancellor Chao Wei, now that Chao Ma lies dead at our hands, Chao Wei and Chao Bao will undoubtedly seek vengeance. They will certainly ambush our convoy within Qizhou. Therefore, my lord, we must be cautious. Xiatian had long been prepared. Lanner, there is no need for concern. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall hide behind the earth. I have instructed the blacksmiths to create some small devices. If Chao Bao leads an assault, we shall use him as a test. Sima Lan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. My lord, are these small devices akin to siege crossbows? Xiatian teased. Just wait and see. Excellent. Sima Lan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Throughout this journey, this man had first transformed the carts, creating sledges that made traversing the snowy terrain significantly easier. He then innovated the preparation of flour dishes, rendering them both delectable and filling. Moreover, he had introduced Sima Lan to the delight of twice-cooked pork, a dish that lingered delightfully in her memory. Not long ago, she had witnessed the new equipment for warhorses. An extraordinary invention that could exponentially enhance the cavalry's combat capabilities. There were times when Sima Lan truly wished to pry open Xiatian's head to discover what resided within. How could he conceive such an abundance of inventions? Could it be true, as her father had written, that he possessed the wisdom of a sage? Sima Lan glanced at the individuals flanking the official road. They must be nearing their destination. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Fei led the cavalry. Finally catching up near the tiger's den, where he saw a bloodied horse returning empty. This was a steed of the Qingzhou cavalry. And Li Fei recognized it all too well. His heart sank. The horse remained, bloodied, yet its rider had vanished. Its master might have perished in battle. This indicated that scoundrel Chao Ma had led the Qingzhou cavalry to attack the convoy of the king of Huangzhou. The unfortunate king of Huangzhou must have met his end. With his mere 100 remaining soldiers, how could they possibly withstand the ferocity of the Qingzhou cavalry? It was over. Li Fei felt utterly despondent. For a fleeting moment, he felt utterly despondent. With a face etched in frustration, he murmured, how could the king of Arid Prefecture die? How am I to survive without you? Those 10 women, I truly lack the fortune to endure them. At that very moment, on the other side of the tiger's den, Chao Bao hastened forward with 1,000 riders. His father, Chao Wei, had sent a message via carrier pigeon, commanding him not to mobilize the troops of Arid Prefecture. Otherwise, the emperor would annihilate his entire family. It was clear that the emperor had discerned the intentions of the crown prince's faction. The emperor's words were always to be taken seriously. Should Chao Ma slay the king of Arid Prefecture today, the Chao family would undoubtedly face total destruction. Thus, throughout the journey, Chao Bao kept praying, King of Arid Prefecture, you must not perish. For if you do, my family will meet their doom. How am I to live without you? The hearts of Li Fei and Chao Bao burned with anxiety. Both were fervently praying. Before long, Li Fei and Chao Bao's cavalry arrived at the scene where Chao Ma had been killed. At this moment, the bodies of Chao Ma's cavalry had just been gathered. yet they had not yet been incinerated. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air. The atmosphere began to grow ominous. Chapter 67. The elegance of the royal manor. Just moments ago, the people of the king of Arid Prefecture were still exuberantly clearing the battlefield. 1,000 warhorses, 1,000 sets of black cavalry armor, 1,000 finely crafted lances, and 1,000 waist knives constituted the spoils of this battle, sufficient to form a cavalry unit of 1,000 men. The warhorses and cavalry armor were exceedingly precious. Such items could not be purchased even with great wealth. Originally, the garrison of the king of Arid Prefecture was to consist of 3,000 men, with 500 cavalry slots and 2,500 infantry slots. Thus, when summer arrives in Arid Prefecture, the court would only allocate 500 warhorses and 500 sets of cavalry equipment to the royal manor, certainly no more. Consequently, the king of Arid Prefecture could equip at most 500 cavalrymen. This was due to the fact that neither the Great Xia dynasty nor the former Qin dynasty permitted the common people to fabricate weapons or armor. All weapon workshops throughout the realm were established and managed by the court, supplying the military and the royal guards of various princes. The mining of iron ore and the forging of weapons and armor were tightly controlled by the court, akin to salt, with no allowance for private involvement. Particularly for the various princes, anyone daring to privately forge weapons, regardless of intent, would be treated as a traitor. Death. The emperor of Xia had seized the throne through rebellion and feared the same fate befalling him. Thus, he enforced even stricter regulations, especially concerning warhorses and cavalry equipment, which were absolutely prohibited from entering the black market. Therefore, while many swords and blades could be found in the black market of Great Xia, cavalry equipment was conspicuously absent. This was the established rule of the Great Xia weaponry black market. In short, the recent counter-assault had proven immensely profitable for the king of Arid Prefecture. Not a single warhorse must be spared, nor a single piece of cavalry equipment overlooked. All must be accounted for in the storeroom, destined to equip the cavalry of Arid Prefecture in the future. Hence, it was imperative to strip these cavalrymen of all their gear. Thus, the speed of clearing the battlefield this time is the slowest encountered in the recent conflicts faced by the Wangfu of Huangzhou. The newcomers of the Wangfu stripped a black-armored cavalryman bare and carried him aside to be stacked. They intended to set fire to these black-armored bandits in a final act, returning dust to dust and earth to earth. Thus, one by one, the corpses of the black-armored dead, clad only in their undergarments, lay bare-chested along the roadside. The long garments and trousers, which had adorned the cavalry beneath their armor, were also removed. Once cleaned, these filthy garments would be distributed to impoverished families along the route. For wastage was not an option. As the prince of their own house would put it, they were performing a good deed for these nefarious black-armored bandits. However, before the battlefield had been fully cleared, the scouting youth from the Zhangjian reported that two groups of black-armored cavalry were swiftly approaching from both directions. Their allegiance was uncertain, but given that they were clad in black armor, the likelihood of them being foes was considerable. Consequently, fearing an ambush from both sides that would leave him unable to defend himself, Xia Tian issued a decisive command: chop down trees to build a defensive encampment. Armed with a large machete, he led all members of the Huangzhou Wangfu into the adjacent forest, wielding various weapons to fell trees and erect a makeshift military stronghold. Firstly, they drove the wagons within, tethering their steeds inside for safety. As for the corpses of the black-armored cavalrymen yet to be stripped, they were unceremoniously lifted into the hastily constructed wooden stockade. The hard-won spoils of battle could not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. It was a matter of pride. The head could be severed, blood could flow, but not a single piece of loot could be relinquished. Cleaning the battlefield was a task at which the Huangzhou Wangfu excelled. They had been taught directly by their prince, whose guiding principle was, if you leave without collecting, it is as if you have lost. This sentiment resonated deeply with the newcomers, all of whom hailed from humble beginnings and understood the value of resources, cherishing them dearly. Now, as they traversed the battlefield, they were resolute in their prince's teachings, ensuring that not a single coin was overlooked. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained untouched. They even trampled through puddles, indifferent to the dampness that soaked their shoes. This meticulous, diligent, and responsible attitude rendered the battlefield they cleaned impeccably pristine, to the extent that even the ants hiding underground shook their heads in retreat from their presence. Xia Tian was greatly pleased with this outcome. The children of the impoverished mature early. Only those who struggle understand the true cost of rice, oil, and salt. Whether in past lives or this one, Regardless of being commoners or princes, Xia Tian had always faced life's challenges with difficulty. The newcomers of the Wangfu, with their determination to transport everything home, resonated with him profoundly. Truly, they were not kindred spirits, nor did they share the same threshold. Thus, when Li Fei and Qiao Bao arrived at the makeshift military encampment, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. On the muddy official road, where blood mingled with the white snow, a group of common folk with grim faces frantically dragged the dead into the encampment. Hurry! Quickly! The resemblance in attire between these two groups of black-armored bandits and the deceased was unmistakable. They were undoubtedly enemies. They would soon come to slaughter. With renewed vigor, the newcomers of Huangzhou Wangfu encouraged one another, successfully dragging the final batch of black-armored corpses back into the makeshift fort. Then, with jubilant cheers, the newcomers at the Wang residence exclaimed, "We have finally completed the move." The atmosphere had been fraught with tension, but now the armor from the fallen corpses was theirs. A prize trophy. As they beheld Li Fei and Qiao Bao approaching the makeshift military camp, Sun Sanyang remarked, "Your Highness, instruct the men to strike precisely, aiming for the throats of these rogues, so the armor remains intact, and we need not repair it later." Xia Tian wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "Zichang, did you hear that?" Zhao Zichang nodded in affirmation. This subordinate understands. At this moment, Zhao Zichang, Lu Shu, Gao Fei, and Song Yi stood ready for battle beneath the banner of the Wang. Guarding Xia Tian, having just erected the rudimentary fortification, they were covered in dirt, with straw and ashes atop their heads, their appearance somewhat disheveled. Behind them, the wounded soldiers, wrapped in white gauze, bore fresh wounds that bled through the fabric, resembling individuals who had just endured grievous injuries. Furthermore, the recently recruited young and adult warriors among the newcomers brandished their weapons, prepared to fight fiercely, albeit lacking training, wielding their arms like a disorganized mob. At the rear of the makeshift camp, a group of women from the Wang residence frantically skinned the black-armored cavalry. At this moment, Qiao Bao's heart ached deeply upon seeing the stripped corpses, for among them lay his beloved younger brother, Qiao Ma. This contingent of 1,000 cavalrymen had been painstakingly trained by him, now all lifeless. A tide of murderous intent surged within him as he gazed at the banner of the Wang, adorned with the character for chaos. And upon the handsome youth clad in royal robes, his eyes reddened with fury. On the other hand, tears welled in Li Fei's eyes. Gazing upon Qiao Ma's lifeless form, he felt an unrestrained sense of relief, akin to placing ice upon one's heart on a sweltering summer day. Looking at the regal youth, he felt gratitude for the heaven's favor. The Lord of Huangzhou had not perished. His unblemished life would no longer be sacrificed to the 10 most unattractive women of the realm. He expressed gratitude to his adoptive father and mother for their nurturing. Then, his expression hardened, a surge of energy coursing through him, ready for combat. As Qiao Bao brandished a sword, his eyes bloodshot and fierce, leading his forces toward the makeshift camp. A palpable aura of bloodlust thickened the air. At that moment, Li Fei recalled his adoptive father's strategy. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes as he rallied his troops toward the makeshift military encampment. "Qiao Bao, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 68, The Turning of Fate Within the Makeshift Camp. Lao Gui, his body wrapped in blood-stained bandages, appeared beside Xia Tian. "Your Highness, there is something peculiar about these 2 cavalry units." Xia Tian nodded. "You noticed that too?" "Indeed." Lao Gui replied seriously. "Firstly, these 2 units of Qingzhou cavalry show no signs of communication. Upon arrival, they did not merge their forces, indicating mutual suspicion and a lack of unity. Secondly, both cavalry units are advancing toward us, now less than 50 paces away, yet they have not charged, which is uncharacteristic of cavalry tactics. If the cavalry intends to launch an attack, they typically begin to spur their horses to accelerate from a distance of 300 paces. At 100 paces, the steeds commence their full gallop, surging forth like a tempest to assail our encampment. Therefore, it is not certain that they come with hostile intent. However, if their purpose is to rescue you, they ought to communicate their intentions clearly, rather than approaching in silence." At this moment, Zhao Zichang's eyes sparkled with wisdom. His previously innocent gaze now replaced with keen perception. "Your Highness, perhaps they harbor murderous intentions towards us, yet are restrained by some unseen force." Xiatian nodded in agreement. Zichang's thoughts aligned closely with my own. One must harbor no ill will towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. We must be prepared to confront any impending assault. Yes, the assembled generals responded in unison. At this juncture, 2 units of Qingzhou cavalry maintained their silence, gradually advancing towards the makeshift military encampment. 40 paces, 30 paces, 20 paces. Across from them, Qiao Bao's blood-red eyes became distinctly visible, as did Li Fei's pronounced beard. Within the simple encampment, Sima Lan approached Xiatian, accompanied by Sima Ge. Your Highness, the grim-faced warrior on the left is Qiao Bao, the vice-commander of the Qingzhou cavalry. He is also the brother of Qiao Ma. The anxious-looking bearded man on the right is Li Fei, the vice-commander of the Huangzhou cavalry, whose adoptive father is Duke Li. At this moment, Xiatian was unaware that Duke Li Jian had already pledged his allegiance to him. This unfamiliar Duke Li had resolved to elevate him to the position of crown prince and had begun to cultivate support among the court officials in the capital to facilitate his claim. His mind was devoid of any information regarding Duke Li Jian. Who was Duke Li? Sima Lan recounted the life of Li Jian many years ago. A mysterious organization held a ranking of famous generals across the continent, in which Duke Li ranked third. However, after sustaining injuries, he returned to the imperial capital for recuperation, leading to a gradual fading of his former renown. Suddenly, an image of the iron cage at Erlong Mountain flashed in Xiatian's mind, where a group of exquisite noble women were held captive. Among them was a striking beauty named Li Furong, who had claimed to be the daughter of Duke Li. Xiatian hesitated. Lanner, how many Duke Lis are there in the capital? Sima Lan extended her slender hand. There is only Li Jian. In an instant, a thought crossed Xiatian's mind. Could it be that Li Fei leads an army to rescue him? It is a possibility. This might be connected to his attempts to save Li Furong. Xiatian grasped at this thread of insight. It now seemed evident that the one who had incited Qiao Ma to kill him was indeed Qiao Bao. With Qiao Ma's demise here, he would surely lead his forces in vengeful pursuit, destined to clash with Xiatian in a deadly confrontation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiao Bao's bloodshot eyes scrutinized the injured soldiers of Huangzhou, counting and discovering that they still numbered a full 100. Though all were wounded, not a single one had perished. He cursed Qiao Ma's incompetence for failing to vanquish even these injured, inexperienced recruits. However, the king of Huangzhou truly had no capable individuals. What manner of soldiers were these? Could such a ragtag assembly ever hope to fight? Next, he would exact revenge for Qiao Ma. Revenge. At this moment, within the encampment, under the command of the summer, Lu Shu presented a half-naked corpse, hanging awkwardly against the wooden wall of the military encampment. It was Qiao Ma. Qiao Bao gazed upon his brother's lifeless body, his eyes ablaze with fury, his heart roaring with grief. How tragically you have met your end. Although you have long harbored thoughts of your sister-in-law, even daring to sneak into her chamber and remove her undergarment in my absence, I truly do not mind. For we are brothers bound by blood. Brothers are like limbs, while women are but garments. Thus, I too often found solace in the company of my sister-in-law, engaging in martial practice through the night. I am certain you would not object, would you? Now that you are dead, I can freely seek out my sister-in-law, spending your silver and playing with your children. Yet, as the saying goes, a wife is not as desirable as a concubine. And a concubine pales in comparison to a secret affair. Nothing is as thrilling as the thrill of a forbidden romance. Yet with your death, you have severed my enjoyment. You are truly selfish. The king of Huangzhou is indeed detestable. Fear not, I shall avenge you, though not at this moment. Should he slay Xia Tian here, the entire Qiao family would face the emperor's wrath. He does not wish to perish. The king of Huangzhou cannot die in Qingzhou. Qiao Bao wiped the blood and tears from the corners of his eyes, forcing a smile as he mounted his steed, resembling a wicked wolf displaying its fangs, and clasped his fists in salute. I am Qiao Bao, deputy commander of the Qingzhou cavalry, paying my respects to the king of Huangzhou. Upon entering Qingzhou, the king was assaulted by impostors posing as Qingzhou cavalry. It was my tardiness in protecting you that warrants punishment. The warriors behind Qiao Bao bowed in unison. Saluting, we pay our respects to the king of Huangzhou. Xia Tian was momentarily taken aback. Something was amiss. The resolve of the crown prince's faction to eliminate him was unyielding. Even if he had not killed Qiao Ma, Qiao Bao would surely have sought vengeance upon seeing him, leading to a deadly confrontation. Yet, he strangely refrained from attacking. The corpse of Qiao Ma hung before him, and this brother pretended not to recognize him. This was indeed peculiar. At this moment, Qiao Bao's behavior also astonished Li Fei. This was far from the usual demeanor of Qiao Bao. This fellow must have a hidden agenda. However, regardless of whatever schemes he concocted, they could not possibly outwit his adoptive father. Li Fei brandished his blade, his face etched with ferocity, bellowing, Qiao Bao, you have mistaken your man. There is no king of Huangzhou here. These rogues are the very bandits who murdered your brother. Qiao Ma. Now, as the commander, I shall eradicate these bandits, and if you seek vengeance for your brother, join me." A murderous intent filled Li Fei's rugged visage as he pointed his blade forward, shouting, "Brothers, follow me to slay the bandits. Kill, kill, kill." A glint of intrigue flashed in Xia Tian's eyes. This fellow was also behaving strangely. What on earth was he plotting? Meanwhile, Qiao Bao was taken aback. Galloping his horse to block Li Fei. "Li Fei, how dare you? As long as I, Qiao Bao, am present, you shall not harm the king of Huangzhou. Not unless you tread over my corpse." In that moment, Qiao Bao's face was filled with righteous resolve, as if he were a loyal guardian. The scene before the military encampment had grown increasingly bizarre. No one could foresee what would transpire next. Chapter 69. Not fellow travelers at this moment. Only Qiao Bao comprehended the gravity of the situation. Qiao Wei had articulated clearly in his letter that Li Jian harbored a grudge against the king of Huangzhou, and there was a possibility that he might command his adopted son to assassinate the king in Qizhou. Thus, Qiao Wei instructed Qiao Bao to keep a vigilant eye on Li Jian and, more importantly, to safeguard the king of Huangzhou while on Qingzhou's soil. Qiao Wei's message arrived somewhat belatedly, resulting in Qiao Ma's demise. Qiao Bao had resolved to return home and stew that pigeon, ensuring it simmered for a total of 81 hours, shedding tears as he consumed it in memory of his unfortunate brother. It was also a tribute to the joy that had now perished within him. Yet, at this moment, the paramount task was to intercept the frenzied Li Fei. Should he succeed in slaying the king of Huangzhou, the Qiao family would face annihilation. Across from him, Li Fei seemed to grasp something. Nevertheless, he sought further confirmation. With a face contorted in rage, he pointed at Qiao Ma's lifeless body and bellowed, "Qiao Bao, do you truly see? Your brother Qiao Ma met a gruesome end. Stripped even of his undergarments, left here to be chilled by the wind. Does this not pierce your heart?" Qiao Bao refrained from turning to look, for the sight of his brother's shattered skull was too excruciating. How agonizing it must have been for him in his final moments. Qiao Bao's eyes burned with fury. He glared at Li Fei, shouting, "Nonsense. That man is not my brother. He was an impostor, masquerading as my Qingzhou cavalry and my brother. And he deserved to die at the hands of the king of Huangzhou." As he uttered these disingenuous words, a sharp pain pierced his heart. His blood surged within. His throat tasted bitter, and he felt the urge to vomit blood. The sorrow was unbearable. At that moment, Li Fei narrowed his eyes. What was Qiao Bao really attempting to accomplish? If he could not take revenge for his brother himself, he could simply watch as Li Fei eliminated the king of Huangzhou and reaped the benefits. Yet he refrained. In other words, he could not permit the king of Huangzhou to perish here. Qiao Ma had been sent by Qiao Bao to assassinate the king. Yet he had now arrived to protect the very target he had intended to kill. This indicated that Qiao Bao had received new orders. In that instant, the seemingly brutish Li Fei grasped the crux of the matter entirely. This situation was far too amusing. Within the simple military encampment, Xia Tian had also discerned the essence of the predicament. Qiao Bao not only dared not harm Li Fei, but also forbade anyone else from doing so. What could possibly be the reason? Xia Tian fixated his gaze on Li Fei, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the bristles on Li Fei's face stood erect like steel needles, resembling a rabid wild boar. "Captain Xiao, what in the world are you saying? Since you dare not act, step aside and let me handle it." Qiao Bao would not yield. With reddened eyes, suppressing his anguish, he communicated silently to Xia Tian. "Captain Li Fei, your father has received my father's recommendation to serve as Minister of War. Thus, our forebears in the imperial capital had instructed me prior to my arrival that, due to the declaration of war by His Highness the King of Huangzhou against the infamous bandits, there might be an assault as we pass through Qingzhou, and we must ensure the prince's safety. Now, you must join me in protecting the King of Huangzhou." Li Fei understood. It was that old rascal Qiao Wei with new orders. Stubbornly, he retorted, "I do not believe it. This is truly absurd." Qiao Bao was on the verge of tears. "I speak the truth. What if I choose not to believe?" Qiao Bao gazed at Li Fei, his bearded visage strikingly disheartening, evoking a desire to pluck every last hair from his face. "If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with your father." Li Fei responded with a chilling smile, his expression laden with meaning, and bellowed fiercely, "Brothers, prepare to charge and eliminate the scoundrels of this military camp." Qiao Bao retorted, "Do you dare?" Li Fei raised an eyebrow defiantly, asserting, "Of course, I dare. Brothers, this Qiao Bao is part of a band of brigands. Let us vanquish them first. Charge." With that, Li Fei's loyal guards suddenly launched an assault on Qiao Bao's men, galloping forward to swiftly dispatch a multitude. Qiao Bao, taken aback, exclaimed, Li Fei. We are all loyal to the crown prince. We are on the same side. Li Fei's fierce gaze pierced through him, his demeanor exuding pride. The crown prince I serve is not the same as the one you follow. Your Qiao family engages in disgraceful deeds, and I am not of your ilk. Today, I shall take your life. He urged his steed forward, striking at Qiao Bao, unable to contain his fury any longer. Qiao Bao roared, Warriors, slay them. Attack. He desperately defended against Li Fei's onslaught, determined to prevent him and his cavalry from breaching their lines to confront the king of Huangzhou. At that moment, Qiao Bao's cavalry obstructed the path between Li Fei and Xia Tian. Xia Tian observed Li Fei with an amused smile, remarking, This fellow is quite intriguing. A skilled performer. Turning to Lan Er, he inquired, What manner of person is Duke Li? Sima Lan pondered briefly. Father once said that in the court of the great Xia dynasty, Duke Li is the one he least wishes to confront as an adversary. Xia Tian's expression turned grave. Suddenly, with a hearty laugh, Li Fei boldly addressed Qiao Bao. Your Highness, my adoptive father, Duke Li, sends his regards, mentioning that my adoptive sister, Furong, misses you dearly. Let us engage. At that moment, Qiao Bao's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Li Fei was indeed an ally of the king of Huangzhou. Was the crown prince he mentioned the king of Huangzhou? Did that old villain, Li Jian, return to court to assist the king of Huangzhou in seizing power? At this juncture, Qiao Bao yearned to sprout wings and fly back to the imperial capital to inform his father. That old wretch, Li Jian, is the enemy. As a military leader, he was all too aware of Li Jian's formidable reputation. What merits did the king of Huangzhou possess that could inspire one of the continent's top 3 generals to follow him? Meanwhile, Sima Lan's enchanting eyes brimmed with curiosity as she bit her red lips lightly, whispering, Who is Furong? Is she beautiful? Her voice was soft, as if she were murmuring to herself, yet it seemed directed towards Xia Tian. He deliberately feigned ignorance, responding in a solemn tone, Attack. Zhao Zichong, Lu Shu, and Gao Fei surged forth, cutting a swath through the enemy ranks. Kill. Boom. The ambushed swordsmen emerged from their concealment, plunging into Qiao Bao's cavalry. Blood spattered, and the flames of battle ignited. Not far away, a stunning maiden adorned with a red birthmark upon her brow approached gracefully, akin to a celestial being, treading lightly upon the ancient branches and leaves. In this moment, the exquisite girl with the red mark delicately touched the leaves with her feet, her weight comparable to that of a dragonfly, causing only the slightest tremor without disturbing the branches. As her toes lifted from the foliage, her lithe form traced an elegant arc through the air, allowing her to effortlessly traverse half the height of a tree in a single step. She traversed from the depths of the forest, gracefully striding past towering ancient trees, as if meandering through a tranquil garden. Her gown danced with the wind, ethereal and enchanting, resembling a fairy emerging from the woodland's heart. Between her delicate brows, a crimson mark shone, partially concealed by a silk scarf that veiled her exquisite visage. Yet, it could not obscure the allure of her large, round eyes, nor the profound wisdom reflected within them, reminiscent of the passage of time. At that moment, she was nearing the mouth of danger, with the fierce sounds of battle resonating in her ears. According to her intelligence, the convoy of the king of Huangzhou should be in close proximity. The cacophony of combat was unmistakably emanating from the royal convoy. The young maiden, intrigued by the power of the Huangzhou royal family, recalled the information she had gathered when the 9th prince, the king of Huangzhou, had been ousted from the imperial capital. He was accompanied by merely 2 mediocre military officers. Though these officers hailed from martial families and had trained since childhood, their talents remained unremarkable, likely destined to remain third-rate warriors throughout their lives. The reports from the emperor indicated that these 2, named Lu Shu and Gao Fei, were akin to sheltered flowers, never having ventured into the battlefield or engaged in the ways of the martial world. They had lingered within the palace, hoping to secure favor with the crown prince and ascend through nepotism. Unfortunately for them, they had witnessed the crown prince's humiliating moment when confronted by the 9th prince. Should the crown prince ascend to the throne, this incident would become a dark chapter he would prefer to forget. Yet, if he were to eliminate them, it would directly offend the Gao and Lu families. Thus, these 2 unremarkable officers were dispatched to the king of Huangzhou, with the crown princess men poised to eliminate them as well. As for the 100 wounded soldiers surrounding the king of Huangzhou, according to the military department's records, they had all been afflicted by the venom of the wolfmen, requiring the finest antidotes from the palace for their recovery. However, such remedies, crafted from rare herbs, were reserved for the emperor and nobility, leaving the powerless soldiers to languish. Consequently, the department dared not mention this, allowing those soldiers to slowly succumb to their fate. Military physicians speculated that the arduous journey to Huangzhou would hasten the toxin's infiltration into their bones, accelerating their demise. Thus, in the Crown Prince's strategy, these 100 wounded soldiers not only lacked combat capability, but were also a burden during the summer for the king of Huangzhou. In summary, the intelligence analysis indicated that the king of Huangzhou had only 2 mediocre officers, with the wounded soldiers rendered useless, resulting in an almost non-existent fighting force. The guards of the Sima residence were likewise negligible. Yet, the 9th Prince's actions following his designation as the king of Huangzhou defied all expectations. Firstly, the convoy of the king of Huangzhou had retaliated against the Crown Prince's assassins at Taowawu Fort. Subsequently, they dismantled the Crown Prince's trap at Erlong Mountain, vanquishing bandits and slaying the Crown Prince's elite warriors with remarkable prowess, achieving 3 victories in 3 battles. How could a frail prince, accompanied by 2 inconspicuous officers and 100 incapacitated soldiers, achieve such unprecedented triumphs? This defied logic unless the 9th Prince, the king of Huangzhou, possessed the ability to unleash blades and transform into an indestructible human weapon. Perhaps someone is assisting the caravan of the Wangfu of Huangzhou. But who could it be? Along the journey, all scouts approaching the Huangzhou Wangfu caravan have perished. Thus, no one knows precisely who comprises the caravan of the Wangfu of Huangzhou. Undoubtedly, there are formidable guardians hidden within, which has enabled the complete annihilation of the surrounding scouts. This is why they remain invincible throughout their journey. This is also the reason the king of Huangzhou possesses the audacity to declare war against the world's nefarious bandits. Today, she arrives bearing the edict of the Summer Emperor, intending to personally ascertain who stands watch over the king of Huangzhou. She seeks to determine whether the 9th Prince, the king of Huangzhou, is suitable for the task at hand. She believes that no one in this realm can thwart her approach to the caravan of the Wangfu of Huangzhou. Today, she demands that the guardians of the Wangfu kneel before her, surrender or perish. The girl with the crimson birthmark flicks her long, ebony hair, her 3,000 strands dancing in the breeze. She exudes such confidence. She is poised to make her grand entrance. The girl with the crimson birthmark closes her large eyes. Taking a deep breath, she has been in seclusion for too long, and perhaps the world has forgotten her name, even her illustrious reputation. But that matters not. From this moment forth, the name of Qin Hongyi shall echo across this land once more. Her moniker as the Red Demon will once again resound throughout the realm. At this moment, she draws ever nearer to the tiger's den. The hidden truths within the Wangfu of Huangzhou are about to unveil themselves before her. Suddenly, a figure clad in azure darts from afar, soaring down from the treetops. In the blink of an eye, the azure figure stands before her, obstructing her path. What audacity! The figure blocking her way is dressed in scholarly robes, wearing straw sandals, and a conical hat that obscures his face entirely. He is a man, cradling an ancient sword. His appearance utterly peculiar and eccentric. Yet, the aura emanating from him is profound and unfathomable, a master of his craft. The battle spirit within Qin Hongyi surges. Who are you? Why do you impede my path? The wind rustles fiercely atop the treetops. The man remains silent, merely lifting his head to reveal the visage beneath the conical hat. Qin Hongyi, where are you headed? Such a terrifying face. Qin Hongyi is taken aback. The face of the man beneath the hat is marred with scars, resembling grotesque centipedes crawling across his features, rendering him almost unrecognizable. This is a man who has lost all semblance of humanity. No, he retains a pair of well-formed sword-like eyebrows and piercing, sharp phoenix eyes. Suddenly, Qin Hongyi finds herself curious about what this face might have looked like in its pristine state. Surely, it must have been quite handsome. However, in this world, who could possibly heal such a disfigured countenance? Could that cunning fox from the medical family do it? This face must have endured immense suffering and surely conceals many stories. Qin Hongyi narrows her eyes and coldly inquires, "Who are you? My destination is my own affair. Do you have the authority to interfere? Can you control me?" The scarred man beneath the hat draws forth his ancient sword and speaks candidly. "You seek to find the 9th Prince of the Great Xia, the current king of Huangzhou. Do you not?" Qin Hongyi raises an eyebrow. "How do you know?" The man with the bamboo hat and scarred face, with piercing eyes full of wisdom, declared, "Of course I know. 20 years ago, You supported the usurpation of the Xia Emperor solely to gain entry into the imperial palace and seek clues about that object. Did you not? I am aware that you have found the clues. However, you have yet to unravel them, have you? Qin Hongyi's delicate hand brushed against her jade belt, the red birthmark on her brow radiating an aura of lethal intent. How do you know this? Who exactly are you? The man with the bamboo hat laughed heartily. Who am I? I have forgotten who I am over these past 2 decades. Therefore, how am I to answer you? Qin Hongyi fixed her gaze on him, slowly drawing a soft sword from her jade belt. In that case, I shall kill you first, before attending to my matters. He remained unfazed, responding, Qin Hongyi. The king of Huangzhou is merely a clever youth, not the person you seek. He does not possess the wisdom of a sage. Return. Qin Hongyi laughed ominously. If the king of Huangzhou cannot unravel that secret, I shall not harm him. Why do you impede me? He shook his head. I stop you because you are the most perverse woman among the female masters. The men you have probed have always lost their very essence, condemned to a life without humanity. Thus, I cannot permit you to investigate him. With a swift motion, Qin Hongyi unleashed her sword, a surge of sword energy piercing through. What is your relationship to the king of Huangzhou? Why do you protect him? In response, the man wielded his ancient sword, releasing a sword aura of his own. He is the one whom the people of Huangzhou need. He is determined to avenge Huangzhou. Therefore, I must protect him. Qin Hongyi soared upwards, her sword radiating like lightning. Who are you truly? Huangzhou surely does not harbor someone of your caliber. Among the masters of the continent, none resemble you. From where do you emerge? The man with the bamboo hat, with sword light illuminating the heavens, retorted, 20 years ago, you were merely a top-tier expert. Today, you have become a master. Why should others not be able to achieve the same? You may call me the Faceless Man. With an explosive clash, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their swords clashing and palms colliding, unleashing internal energies that reduced the ancient trees beneath them to dust, scattering it across the winds of the world. Such a duel between 2 great masters was a rare sight in these times. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Tiger's Den, Zhao Zicheng led Gao Fei and Lu Shu as they pressed forward, unstoppable in their charge. He maneuvered through enemy lines, wreaking havoc as Qiao Bao's cavalry crumbled, fighting amongst themselves with diminishing strength and increasing casualties. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fei's cavalry arranged themselves and charged with fervor, scattering Qiao Bao's forces. Then, the command was given, kill. Qiao Bao's cavalry, caught in a double ambush, fell beneath the blades of their adversaries. Enraged, Qiao Bao exclaimed, Li Fei, I will kill you. Yet, Li Fei was a formidable general, equally matched in martial prowess and strength. The clash between them resulted in a stalemate, neither side able to gain the upper hand without exhausting their internal energy. At that moment, Qiao Bao's battalion had dwindled to just himself. With a clash of weapons, both Qiao Bao and Li Fei were thrown from their horses, landing on the ground, momentarily ceasing hostilities. Stepping out of the makeshift military camp, Xia Tian confronted Qiao Bao. Qiao Bao, I have slain your brother, yet you do not seek vengeance. Instead, you shield me. What is the true intention of the Qiao family? Reveal it to me, and perhaps you might find a swifter end. Qiao Bao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sprang to his feet. It is the emperor who threatens my father, forbidding the armies of Qingzhou from covertly moving against you. Otherwise, he will annihilate my entire clan. Xia Tian was momentarily taken aback. How can this be possible? Qiao Bao let out a sinister laugh. Initially, I too believed such a scenario was inconceivable. Yet, damn it, this is the reality. I am utterly weary of that old emperor, who changes his decrees with the wind, endangering my prince's faction. Qiao Bao's heart brimmed with resentment. He has proclaimed his intent to kill you. And now the prince is confined in the East Palace due to the matter of your death. My father assisted in your assassination, only for his decree to reach my family. If you meet with misfortune in Huangzhou, he will exterminate us all. Thus, my brother Qiao Ma died in vain. With a spurt of blood, Qiao Bao felt a sharp sweetness in his throat. The torrential crimson flowed forth, embodying a grotesque beauty. He bellowed in rage. I witnessed my brother perish before my eyes, yet I could not acknowledge it, swallowing my grief in silence, unable to avenge him. That wretched emperor. This is not merely an attempt to kill you. He aims to annihilate my prince's faction. He seeks to eliminate the sons of the Qiao family. The more he pondered, the deeper his sorrow grew. Huangzhou king, do you not conspire with the emperor to stage this drama, where he plays the role of a cruel father and you, the prince who puts him to shame? Then, inciting the prince to slay you for merit, all the while revealing his own strength, allowing the emperor to seize the opportunity for eradication. In the end, he would depose the prince and install you as the new heir, setting you on the path to becoming the emperor of the great Xia Empire. Would you not agree? Xiao Bao's deductions were both logical and compelling, rendering them difficult to refute. However, Xia Tian understood that this was not the truth of the matter. No. Yet Xiao Bao remained unconvinced. Astute as he was, he had discerned the emperor's scheme. In a fit of madness, he roared, "It must be so. It must be. King of Huangzhou, do you even deceive a dying man?" Xiao Bao despaired. "That is why the treacherous old Li Guogong has been reinstated and now follows you. That old scoundrel is a renowned general with influence throughout the military. Were it not for the emperor's word, how could you, a remnant of the previous dynasty, capture his attention? His daughter, Li Furong, is his cherished treasure. Absent the emperor's intervention, how would she become your concubine? Damn it. All of this is a conspiracy. A conspiracy against the East Palace and my Chao family." Xiao Bao's heart was shrouded in immense shadow. All of this was a grand scheme orchestrated by the emperor and the king of Huangzhou. His reasoning was both sound and startling. At that moment, Sima Lan gracefully approached Xia Tian, her beautiful eyes fixed upon his. "My lord, I know the truth is not as you perceive, and I shall not misjudge you, so rest assured." Xia Tian felt a sense of relief. Sima Lan interrupted. "No need for explanations. I truly believe in you." With that, she turned and departed with Sima Ge. Suddenly, with a thud, Xiao Bao knelt before Xia Tian, weeping profusely. "My lord, I have guessed correctly, haven't I? You see, I possess great wisdom and can offer strategies for your future endeavors. Moreover, I am the vice commander of the Qizhou Cavalry Corps and can secretly recruit soldiers on your behalf to vie for the throne. Additionally, I can persuade my father to ally with you. Thus, you see, I am of great utility. Please do not take my life. Oh, and I can also present to you the beauties of Qizhou that I have captured. My lord, please do not disdain them for not being untouched maidens. In truth, it is only the experienced women in bed that can truly satisfy one's desires." Xia Tian's temples throbbed with fury. Zicheng, with a swift motion, Zhao Zicheng crushed Qiao Bao's skull with an iron rod. In this battle, both sons of the right chancellor, Qiao Wei, met their demise at Xia Tian's hands. The caravan of the Wang Fu of Huangzhou secured 2,000 sets of cavalry equipment, laying the groundwork for the establishment of a cavalry force. Soon after, a great fire blazed at the Killing Tiger Pass. The Qiao brothers and the 2,000 cavalrymen, stripped of their flesh, slowly turned to ashes. Apart from the bloodstains on the ground, no one would ever know what transpired here. Subsequently, Li Fei led the cavalry onward. The Huangzhou Wangfu caravan resumed its journey, passing through the Killing Tiger Pass toward the Great Huangzhou. Suddenly, two blood-soaked figures plummeted from the sky, crashing before Xia Tian, their fates unknown. One was a beautiful maiden with a red birthmark on her forehead, her delicate face enchanting beneath her veil. The other was a scarred man, his pleading phoenix eyes full of desperation. "Save me. Thank you, dear brothers and sisters, for the overwhelming gifts these past days. Please encourage more updates and leave 5-star reviews. I will continue to strive and write." Chapter 71. A master comes knocking. Initially, Xia Tian had been captivated by the newly acquired warhorses of the Wangfu, selecting a majestic white stallion, flawless in its coat, to practice his equestrian skills. Just as he reveled in the gallop, two bloodied figures fell from the sky. He swiftly pulled the reins, bringing the stallion to an abrupt halt, narrowly avoiding their descent. At that moment, Zhao Zicheng arrived, wielding an iron rod, positioning himself protectively before Xia Tian, ready to strike the two bloodied figures. Suddenly, Zhang Yi, accompanied by 9 young swordsmen, emerged mysteriously, their iron swords drawn. Poised at the throats of the two bloodied individuals, prepared to sever their necks at a moment's notice. In truth, Zhang Yi and these 9 swordsmen had been shadowing Xia Tian, providing protection, yet their ancient sword techniques rendered them nearly invisible to the ordinary eye. Xia Tian glanced up at the steep cliffs flanking the official road, perilous and formidable. However, they were at least 10 meters away from the road, making it implausible for the two figures to have fallen and drifted that distance mid-air to land before him. This situation was quite peculiar, and so were the two individuals. With a spurt of blood, the scarred man gasped, "Save me." Xia Tian's expression hardened as he swiftly dismounted, approached the faceless man, and produced a pouch of needles. With remarkable speed, he utilized the silver needles to seal the man's acupoints, stabilizing his internal injuries. Then, He took out a porcelain vial and poured the royal medicinal pills directly into the mouth of the faceless man. Afterward, Summer gently placed his hand on the faceless man's left wrist, feeling the pulse. Thump, thump, thump. Despite suffering such grave injuries, the pulse was remarkably vigorous, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, and the vitality within him was extraordinarily robust. This was a kind of powerful life force that Summer had never experienced before. Suddenly, he thought of a legendary creature, the divine dragon. Perhaps only a mythical dragon could possess such a thriving essence of life. In other words, this man's body was comparable to that of a divine beast. A glimmer of curiosity gradually appeared in Summer's eyes. This man, who had descended from the heavens, had physical qualities that far surpassed those of Zhao Zichang. Summer glanced at Zhao Zichang, his gaze questioning. Although no words were spoken, Zhao Zichang seemed to understand and nodded. Thus, Summer comprehended. A warrior whose physique was even stronger than Zhao Zichang's must be at least a master. No wonder the vitality within this man was so exuberant. At that moment, the effects of the silver needles and the medicinal pills began to manifest. The faceless man no longer coughed up blood. His phoenix-like eyes displayed a complex expression. Your Highness, why did you save this ugly man before the beautiful one? Are you not afraid of my hideous appearance? Summer smiled gently. Your injuries are quite severe. If we do not stop the bleeding immediately, you may perish from excessive blood loss. The faceless man was taken aback. He understood his own body. This kind of injury would certainly not claim his life. He merely wished for Summer to use the palace's secret medicine to restore his strength so that he could eliminate that madwoman, Qin Hongyi. Otherwise, if she regained her combat abilities first, it would mean death for him. Death for everyone in the Wang family of Huangzhou. A master can single-handedly vanquish thousands. At this moment, Summer squeezed his hands and feet. When you fell from the sky, your bones were fractured and need treatment. Little Jiao. His hands and feet need to be stabilized and bandaged. Song Jiao immediately brought wooden boards for stabilization. Only then did Summer respond to his question. A healer has the heart of a parent. In my eyes, there are only patients with no distinction between beauty and ugliness. Though your face is marred with scars, they are all acquired injuries and can be healed. Suddenly, the faceless man's eyes lit up. Really? My face has even been deemed unhealable by the saintly healer. Do not deceive me. Summer's lips curled into a confident smile. Have you heard of cosmetic surgery? The faceless man was momentarily stunned. What is cosmetic surgery? It is the art of giving you a new visage, restoring your original appearance, or allowing you to adopt a different face for your life. Cough, cough, cough. The faceless man became somewhat agitated, feeling warmth rise in his chest, and coughed up more blood. Is that true? Summer nodded. Of course. I just need some time to research the medicine before I can treat you. Good. The faceless man's eyes glistened with tears. I have time to wait for your highness to study. Summer nodded. Very well. This man, who had descended from the heavens, continuously referred to him as your highness, indicating that he was aware of his identity. Summer understood clearly. The two might have come for him. Both individuals bore wounds from swords, a clear indication of a fierce duel that had left them mutually injured. In Summer's heart, there resided a mirror of clarity. At that moment, the faceless man seemed to recall something, laboriously turning his head to fixate on the continuously bleeding Qin Hongyi, and urgently exclaimed, Your Highness. Swiftly slay this demoness. She has come to kill you. Summer retorted, And you? The faceless man earnestly replied, I have come to save you. We fought amidst these mountains to prevent her from harming you. Summer gazed upwards at the sky, incredulous. You engaged in combat while soaring through the heavens? The faceless man nodded. We commenced our battle atop the treetops, following your convoy, and ultimately clashed upon this mountain peak, resulting in our mutual downfall. Contemplating. Summer approached Qin Hongyi, first using silver needles to seal her acupoints, then producing 2 round pills to place into her cherry-red lips. Speak. Why do you wish to end my life? At that moment, Qin Hongyi's eyes were filled with frustration. Initially, she believed her venture into the martial world would herald the dawn of her invincible legend. Yet, the harsh reality was that she had encountered this grotesque adversary, leading them both to a state of mutual destruction. Her path to invincibility had been abruptly severed. More infuriatingly, her target lay within reach. Yet she lacked the strength to fulfill her mission. Her limbs were incapacitated, her organs displaced, and her once flawless skin marred by countless lacerations inflicted by that unsightly creature. Her exquisite form, now irrevocably tarnished. Qin Hongyi seethed with rage. Nevertheless, she endeavored to smile, striving to appear more captivating and alluring. for she must earn the favor of the king of Huangzhou. Otherwise, her fate would be dire. Yet, she was confident that her beauty and charm could enchant the youthful king, who at merely 16 years old, was at the age of dreams about beautiful women. Your Highness, do not heed this grotesque creature's fabrications. He sought to slay you, while I safeguarded you. I am here on the orders of the Grand Princess to protect you. The Grand Princess, being the esteemed Qin Guifei, Summer's mother. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Summer's eyes, though Qin Hongyi remained oblivious. She continued weaving her deceit. Your Highness, in my effort to protect you, I nearly perished alongside him. Now, he lies gravely injured and immobile. You must swiftly eliminate him. At that juncture, a cryptic smile curled at the corner of Summer's lips as he stood between the two. Seemingly caught in a dilemma. Both of you claim the other has come to slay me. Do you possess any evidence? The faceless man and Qin Hongyi fell silent. You see, neither of you holds any proof. Summer contemplated for a moment before stating earnestly, thus, I have reason to suspect that both of you may be here to assassinate me. The faceless man and Qin Hongyi hesitated, yet remained silent. Their silence enveloped them once more. Summer raised an eyebrow. Bring forth individuals to carry each of them onto separate carriages, until the true assassin is determined. I shall attend to their injuries simultaneously. Yes, Xiaobai complied, directing others to lift both individuals onto adjacent carriages. At that moment, Summer felt it was time to hone his martial skills, because the heavens bestowed upon him the bodies of two martial arts masters. He found himself in an opportune position to conduct an in-depth study. His silver needles had sealed the vital points of both individuals, and should he fail to employ the Qing Nong needle technique to release them, their dantians would erupt. These two venerable masters were now under his complete control. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips as he leapt into Qin Hongyi's carriage, his hand traversing her ample bosom to grasp the neckline of her dress. Come, my lovely maiden, let us undress and tend to your wounds. Qin Hongyi's complexion shifted dramatically, for the young man's warm fingers had already made contact with her skin, and it appeared his intentions were far from merely healing her injuries. What on earth did this boy wish to accomplish? At this moment, Qin Hongyi gazed intently into Xia Tian's eyes. Within those starry orbs, there was no trace of lewdness. Rather, they radiated an unparalleled purity, captivating in their vivacity. Having encountered countless individuals, she had never before beheld such untainted eyes. Having lived within the imperial palace, she had witnessed the absurdities of emperors and consorts, and was well versed in the matters of desire between men and women. Thus, although her heart raced with trepidation, she was not overwhelmed by fear. Moreover, once she regained her strength, the need for pretense would vanish. My lord, what do you intend to do? Xia Tian replied with a gentle smile, of course. I must remove your garments to treat your external wounds. You are covered in sword wounds, bleeding profusely. If we do not staunch the flow, even with your exquisite beauty, you shall perish from blood loss. Qin Hongyi bit her red lip. My lord, are you truly only here to tend to my injuries? You do not wish to tear my clothes and commit some shameful act upon me? Xia Tian halted his movements. Certainly not. Qin Hongyi cast a sidelong glance. Was the girl who bandaged that ugly man's wounds your disciple? Xia Tian nodded. Do you desire my little apprentice to apply the medicine for you? Indeed. Her technique is not as adept as mine. I do not care. She may inflict pain upon you, while I shall not. I can endure the pain without a sound. In that moment, both Xia Tian and Qin Hongyi stood their ground, locked in a stalemate within the carriage. Meanwhile, not far behind the carriage, Sima Lan rode on horseback, closely followed by Sima Gu with her ears perked up. Miss, this young lady, though bloodied, possesses a beauty that rivals your own, and the vermilion mole on her forehead is a mark of her purity. If I were the prince and encountered such a beauty, I too would be tempted. Sima Lan remained unfazed. What sort of temptation? Sima Ji's expression grew urgent. My lady, the prince is merely a youthful man, and now, under the pretext of treating her sword wounds, he seeks to strip her bare and caress her delicate form. If I were the prince, I would certainly do the same. It is akin to my own sleepless nights, yearning to glimpse the male form. Sima Lan's veins throbbed uncontrollably at the corners of her eyes. The prince is not as lecherous as you think. Are you afraid that he might lose control and take liberties with this young lady, which is why you brought me here? Miss. Sima Gu observed that the young lady was unfazed, and with a hint of frustration, remarked, if the prince were to strip that woman of her garments and touch her, according to the traditions of the great Xia, he would undoubtedly have to marry her. By then, before you even set foot in the door, the prince could have acquired a concubine. Does that make sense? Sima Lan's expression turned serious. Silence. The prince knows the gravity of his actions and the boundaries he must not cross. How dare you speak so recklessly? Sima Gu, somewhat unconvinced, pressed on. Then what of the daughter of Duke Li Furong? What do you say about her feelings for him? Sima Lan frowned. That was a ploy devised by Li Fei to gauge my stance. The old scoundrel of the Li family seeks to test my resolve. Sima Gu, puzzled, inquired, how so? Sima Lan replied with a calm smile. His daughter, Li Furong, was saved by the prince. Upon returning, she surely has developed feelings for him. What young woman does not harbor romantic notions? Thus, the old man of the Li family wishes to secure a position for his daughter as a concubine in the Wangfu. However, the prince has no interest in her. I will heed the prince's wishes. Sima Gu blinked her beautiful eyes. Miss, and what of the situation in the carriage? Aren't you going to check on it? Or perhaps remain in the carriage to prevent them from igniting a fiery passion? Sima Lan turned the horse's head. I have faith in him. If he intends to unfasten that woman's clothing, there must be a compelling reason, a profound significance. Sima Gu was left speechless. Has the young lady been ensnared by the prince's charm? Such blind trust. A concubine? Absolutely out of the question. Suddenly, words of seduction floated from within the carriage, spoken by Qin Hongi. However, since it is the prince who wishes to examine my wounded body under the guise of healing, I shall not resist. After all, I am currently gravely injured, with broken limbs, rendering me incapable of resistance. Let him do as he pleases. At once, Sima Lan seized the reins, halting the horse, neither advancing nor retreating, her expression cold and inscrutable, lost in thought. Sima Gu gritted her teeth and cursed, shameless enchantress. Taking a deep breath, Sima Lan clenched her silver teeth. Xiao Gu, there is no need for further words. I trust the prince. Yet, she turned the horse's head and continued to follow behind the prince's carriage. I truly believe in the prince. You must believe too. At that moment, within the carriage, the tense atmosphere had been shattered. A devilish smile curled at the corners of Xia Tian's lips. My little beauty, are you indulging in wild imaginings? Or are you employing a tactic of feigned resistance to entice me? Now, I shall loosen your garments and inspect the wounds upon your delicate form. Xia Tian gradually exerted force, pulling the neckline of her dress apart, and with a little more strength, he might reveal the smooth, white curves beneath. Xia Tian had completely embraced a certain role. Qin Hongi furrowed her brows, uncertain of Xia Tian's intentions. Yet, she was indeed a master. Even in the face of grave injuries, with limbs shattered, as long as a thread of true energy remains within her, she could unleash a single droplet of saliva. Empowered by the mastery of her true essence, capable of vanquishing the loathsome creature before her and piercing through that handsome visage. At this moment, a faint glimmer of life-saving energy lingered in her dantian. Qin Hongi, seizing the opportunity, said, Your Highness, there is no need for such haste. Before you strip me of my garments, I have a whispered secret to share, if you would kindly lend me your ear. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with tension. Oh, Summer, without hesitation, leaned closer. Speak. Behind the carriage, Sima Ji's eyes blazed with fury. Wretched couple. Sima Lan shot her a glare. Mind your manners. Even if His Highness leans in, there must be a reason. Sima Gu, feeling vexed, thought to herself, Miss, why do you become so foolish in the presence of the King of Huanzhou? We've reached this critical juncture, and you still trust him? Let us return to the imperial city. Sima Lan stubbornly shook her head, her expression complex, pondering. Your Highness must have his reasons. At that moment, within the carriage, Qin Hongi noticed Summer leaning in, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, gathering her true energy. She aimed her spit like a needle to kill the detestable king of Huangzhou. With her last ounce of strength, she thrust her head forward, her lips poised to deliver a deadly blow. Yet, nothing came forth. Her thread of true energy was sealed by the silver needles within her body, rendering her utterly powerless. Consequently, her saliva lacked any potency and did not escape her lips, for a silver dagger was pressed firmly against her crimson mouth. Summer, gripping the dagger, remarked earnestly, You are truly mischievous. Such a delicate flower cannot capture my attention. In my heart, there is but one, a lady named Sima Lan, the most exquisite woman in the world, whom I treasure above all else. Spare us your efforts. Behind the carriage, upon hearing this, Sima Lan smiled sweetly and turned the horse around. Let us return. His Highness is getting unruly again. Sima Gu sighed in relief. Your Highness, you are indeed mischievous. Sima Lan, her expression relaxing, said, He bears the weight of the entire royal household. everyone relies on him, compelling him to muster his spirit and lead us toward the desolate Huangzhou, carving out a path for survival. Throughout our journey, he has protected his family and the royal household, maturing in a manner that makes one forget he is only 16. Most noble youths of his age are still preoccupied with training falcons and engaging in frivolities with their maidens. Yet he, a prince, grapples with the struggle for life, constantly outwitting death. Is it not reasonable for him to exhibit some mischief? For some unknown reason, Sima Gu felt her cheeks flush and murmured, toying with maidens. Noble youths are truly wicked. At this moment, within the carriage, Qin Hongyi felt an overwhelming urge to explode with frustration. Since her birth, she had been renowned for her beauty. Countless poets and scholars had penned innumerable verses to extol her charms. For she had once held the title of the 10th beauty in the realm. It was said that one had even offered a city just to earn a kiss from her. However, this young man dismissed her kiss with disdain. His eyes filled with contempt. This is a great humiliation. Truly, there are limits to what one can endure. Wang of Huangzhou, I shall surely kill you. Ha ha ha. Xia Tian emitted a mocking laugh. Are you no longer pretending? Qin Hongyi's neck was tense with veins bulging, and you needn't pretend any longer. Speak. What do you seek from me? Xia Tian's expression grew serious. What is your name? Qin Hongyi. Have you come from the imperial palace's offering hall? Qin Hongyi narrowed her eyes. Yes. You come under the emperor's orders to kill me? After a moment's thought, Qin Hongyi replied, sort of. Xia Tian furrowed his brow. Sort of? Aside from coming to kill me, do you have any other tasks? Qin Hongyi evaded the question, retorting, young prince. You ought to know that the offering hall has its own rules. Speaking what should remain unsaid could lead to death. In truth, I am quite curious. While you were in the palace, we observed you in secret. Though not foolish, you can hardly be termed wise. You possess some depth, yet your strategy is decidedly lacking. Despite your extensive reading, you have not comprehended thoroughly. We have scrutinized all 9 sons of the emperor and shall relay our findings to the summer emperor. Thus, the reputation of the 9th prince as foolish has spread. At this juncture, curiosity adorned Qin Hongyi's face. However, after your expulsion from the capital, your character and manner of action have transformed entirely, as if you have suddenly gained enlightenment and grasped the true doctrines of sagehood and kingly authority. My lord, could you enlighten me as to what you have experienced? Have you consumed some elixir of immortality? Or were you, while in the palace, sealed by a master, rendering you seemingly foolish? Yet, upon your departure from the palace, that adept lifted the seal on your intellect, allowing you to regain the wisdom of a sage. The implications within Qin Hongyi's words were immense. Xia Tian contemplated many possibilities. Is that master who can seal one's wisdom the person you seek? Qin Hongyi nodded. Yes. What do you seek him for? Qin Hongyi closed her eyes, her complexion pallid. If you do not staunch my bleeding, I shall truly perish. In that case, you shall learn nothing of my secrets. Hurry. I am so cold. Xia Tian chuckled coldly. Do not feign. A master possesses boundless vitality. Their self-generating blood flow is exceedingly rapid. You shall not perish. Qin Hongyi, infuriated, opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, My Dantian, meridians and acupoints have all been sealed by your silver needles. It is as though my inner vitality has been confined by you. How can I generate blood? Speak. What must I do for you to save me? Xia Tian asked earnestly, how does one become a master-level expert? Chapter 73, Martial Arts and Eccentrics. At that moment, Qin Hongyi seemed to hear the most foolish question in the world, her laughter brimming with derision. Wang of Huangzhou, do you wish to become a master of martial arts? Yes. Thus, your earlier attempt to tear my dress was not born of lewd intentions, but rather a desire to study the body of a master through your medical skills. Half correct. Qin Hongyi furrowed her delicate brows. What is the other half? In the summer, a serious inquiry arose. How is it that a woman in her 70s still possesses the visage of a youthful maiden? I wish to explore whether your body has truly aged. Summer's face radiated an insatiable curiosity. The secret of Qin Hongyi was unveiled by Summer's words. Her cheeks flushed, revealing a hint of embarrassment. In my earlier years, while cultivating the inner school-esque techniques, I fell into a trance, for reasons unknown, and have remained at the appearance of 30. Subsequently, upon advancing to the master realm, my visage began to rejuvenate, growing increasingly youthful, as if I were not merely preserving my youth, but rather returning to my childhood. Summer cast a deep gaze upon her delicate features. Indeed, you are an ancient enchantress. How dare you insult our sect as a den of old witches? Qin Hongyi was thoroughly incensed. Very well. After your birth, An ancient spirit in our worship hall had already assessed your physique. The outcome revealed that your meridians are inherently wide, at least 10 times broader than the average person. And your bones are naturally resilient, granting you a chance of possessing innate strength. However, your meridians are also inherently blocked, harboring impurities left from birth that cannot be cleared. Thus, you are destined to be incapable of martial arts. For your vital energy cannot traverse your meridians to invigorate your body, merging into true strength. As Qin Hongyi spoke, her mood lightened considerably, and she mocked. So, you cannot even step into the threshold of inner martial arts. Even if you were to train your entire life, you would remain a third-rate martial artist. What I speak is the truth. Are you not filled with despair? Summer shook his head earnestly. Not at all. For if I were to practice martial arts, I might leap directly beyond the realm of a third-rate practitioner. Qin Hongyi regarded him with skepticism. If I were you, I would abandon any thoughts of martial training. A martial arts failure is just that, and no amount of effort will change that. Qin Hongyi aimed to extinguish Summer's resolve to pursue martial arts. Yet, Summer remained unfazed, for he was certainly not a martial arts failure. The knowledge of the I Ching Jing and Shi Sui Jing within his mind was more than sufficient to transform him into an extraordinary martial artist. However, he would not divulge this to Qin Hongyi. He intended to practice in secret, astonishing the world, particularly those ancient figures in the worship hall who deemed him a martial arts failure. Perhaps, in due time, the most shocked would be his unworthy father and the great Xia court. At that moment, Qin Hongyi gazed at Summer as if he were a fool. This is truly laughable. Very well, in light of your status as a martial arts failure, I shall reveal to you the first prerequisite for becoming a master. Summer, composed, replied, please enlighten me. To become a master, you must first cultivate a master-level martial arts technique. Do you possess it? Summer smiled knowingly. You do. This statement pierced Qin Hongyi's heart like a blade. Her pupils contracted. You shall not succeed. Yet, her expression soon relaxed. You, a martial arts failure, even if granted a master-level technique, would still be unable to cultivate it. Summer pointed beyond the carriage. I have many followers. Even if I cannot learn, they can. Qin Hongyi expressed her surprise. Do you comprehend the immense value of master-level martial arts techniques? Xia Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. In this world, there are not merely millions, but billions of individuals blessed with the talent for martial arts. Yet, conspicuously, there exist only a scant handful of master-level experts. This underscores the rarity of such esteemed martial arts doctrines. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Hongyi inquired, since you are aware of the preciousness of these techniques, are you truly willing to impart them to those around you? Without hesitation, Xia Tian replied, absolutely. The stronger they become, the mightier my royal estate shall be. In the future, the army of the Wangfu and Huazhou will undoubtedly be filled with formidable martial generals. I shall personally teach them. Qin Hongyi regarded Xia Tian with deep appreciation, remarking, since your departure from the imperial capital, you have indeed transformed remarkably. Xia Tian nonchalantly responded, people are bound to change. Very well. If you could enlighten me about that peculiar individual, I shall bestow upon you my martial arts teachings. It was a pact. Tell me, the insights you have gleaned regarding the holy and royal paths, were they not gifted to you by that enigmatic figure? Xia Tian, steeling himself, confessed, yes. This enchanting woman, despite her injuries, persisted in her inquiry about the whereabouts of the mysterious person, indicating her seriousness. Thus, he resolved to recount a story about the eccentric individual. I recall, during my time in the palace, that strange figure appeared and gave me quite a beating. Following that encounter, my mind felt foggy, and only by sitting quietly with a book could I regain clarity. Upon leaving the imperial capital, I found lodging at Taohuawu Fort, where he once again descended under the cover of night and delivered another thrashing. Consequently, my mental fog lifted, and I felt my intellect sharpen significantly. Qin Hongyi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Xia Tian. Indeed, this is his whimsical approach to life. He strikes those with potential, rendering them temporarily dull-witted. Then, after a period, he reappears to administer another beating, and the afflicted individual suddenly awakens to profound wisdom, at least possessing extraordinary intelligence. It is both wondrous and terrifying. Her envy grew with each word. During the Qin dynasty, he had similarly struck Confucian scholars, Taoist adepts, and Mozi disciples. Thus, some proclaim him a sage, for he possesses the ability to elevate the intelligence of those he strikes. You are truly fortunate. Xia Tian dismissed her claims. He is merely spouting nonsense. Can one truly correlate such events? Is this fate, or is Qin Hongyi merely jesting? However, at that moment, Qin Hongyi's sincerity was palpable. She was not performing. Xia Tian fell into contemplation. If one wished to render the intelligent foolish, the most brutal method would be to harm their head directly. Yet, to heal a head that has been damaged through violence and simultaneously enhance wisdom is an achievement beyond even the legendary Hua Tuo. Even in the modern era of technology, the human brain remains an insurmountable fortress. The intricacies of the mind are profoundly enigmatic. At this moment, Xia Tian found himself intrigued by this peculiar figure. If fortune favors him in the future, he would surely seek to engage the eccentric in a discussion on medical arts and inquire about the secrets of enhancing intelligence through unconventional means. Such knowledge would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. In the summer, curiosity piqued. Are you seeking that eccentric individual to unravel the enigma of eternal life? Qin Hongyi's expression shifted dramatically. How do you know? Who informed you? Is there a traitor within the offering hall? Who could it be? Xia Tian remained silent. Human desire is indeed insatiable. The Emperor and the Grandmaster, already perched atop the pinnacle of society, bask in boundless wealth and enjoy extraordinary power and strength. Yet, they remain unfulfilled. They yearn for immortality. They aspire to maintain their dominance over the world indefinitely. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, numerous emperors and alchemists sought eternal life, striving to retain power indefinitely. However, they all met their demise. Their deaths serve as a testament to humanity that the pursuit of immortality is but a fanciful dream, challenging to realize. Hence, the Great Wall endures. But where is the lamentation of Qin Shi Huang? At this moment, Qin Hongyi felt her head growing increasingly dizzy, her body chilling, as if the very blood within her was dwindling. Panic began to set in. Wang of Huangzhou, save me. Then, her eyes closed, and she fainted. Xia Tian's eyes sparkled. Xiaojiu, here. Zhangjiu had been concealed within the carriage all along, however. Qin Hongyi could not perceive her due to the sealing of her senses. Xia Tian turned, retrieving a handkerchief from his sleeve to cover her eyes. Now, you shall obey my command. Remove her garments, and apply the golden ointment. Then, commence the needlework to test her meridian responses. Yes. Zhangjiu's cherubic face radiated excitement as she loosened Qin Hongyi's belt and removed her bloodied attire. Subsequently, she took off Qin Hongyi's undergarment. Strip it all away. Everything must be removed. For Qin Hongyi was riddled with sword wounds, and without undressing, applying the medicine would be impossible. Master, why must you let her lose so much blood before administering the medicine? Xia Tian sat with his back to the two women, because, to assess her physical constitution, the silver needles sealing her body must be extracted. The bodily functions of a grandmaster are extraordinary, far beyond the norm. If she were to summon even a flicker of true energy and exhale, it could result in our heads bursting. Xia Tian recalled the vicious intent with which Qin Hongyi had attempted to spit at him moments prior, and a shiver ran down his spine. A martial artist at the grandmaster level is truly formidable. Zhangjiu suddenly understood, her small hand tracing over Qin Hongyi's ample bosom. Master, her chest is ample. Her waist is slender, and her legs are long. How can you not steal a glance? Xia Tian chuckled in reproach. Mischief. Extract the needle sealing her dantian. Yes. Insert it into her yongquan point. Zhangjiu's small face was filled with seriousness as she inserted a needle into Qin Hongyi's pressure point. Even in her stupor, Qin Hongyi involuntarily let out a cry of pain. Perhaps she is the first grandmaster on this continent to be studied by an ordinary person. At this moment, Xia Tian sat upright in the carriage, directing Zhangjiu with the needle, while simultaneously practicing the rhythmic breathing techniques of the I Ching Ching. Within the depths of Qin Hongyi's dantian, the last vestige of true energy finally gained its freedom, no longer constrained. It surged forth from her dantian, meeting the silver needle aimed at her yongquan acupoint with fierce resolve. This strand of true energy resembled a ferocious giant python, exerting its brute strength to gradually push the needle outward. Break. Zhangjiu gritted her teeth. Her delicate face contorted with effort as she channeled all her strength to grip the needle, engaging in a stalemate. At that moment, a prominent vein surged forth from Qin Hongyi's exquisite form, akin to a malevolent dragon coiling upon her jade-like body, extending slowly from her dantian. Zhangjiu's heart swelled with joy. Master, her true energy circulation diagram has emerged. The energy flowed from the dantian, traversing the Xinyu acupoint, the scapula acupoint, the Tianqiu acupoint, the Fengqi acupoint, and the Xinyu acupoint back to the dantian. Excellent. Summer Tianjuan's face radiated with delight. Now, you must pierce her Baihui acupoint and observe her true energy's pathway. Is it still confined to these major acupoints? Indeed. Zhangjiu, Having followed Summer Tianjin to learn the art of needling, found herself unpracticed due to the lack of live subjects for her to practice on. Now, with Qin Hongyi, a master-level expert, before her, she had the perfect target for honing her silver needle technique. The vitality within a master's body was robust enough that even a misplaced needle would not spell doom. Moreover, Qin Hongyi was an adversary. Reflecting on it now, Summer surmised that had it not been for the scarred expert obstructing her from acting against the Wang Fu of Huangzhou, she might have already lost her life to this woman. Perhaps the entire entourage of the Wang Fu had already fallen as souls beneath her blade. At this juncture, Zhang Jiao had withdrawn the silver needle from Qin Hongyi's Yongquan acupoint and redirected it towards her Bai Wei acupoint. The Bai Wei acupoint, as its name suggests, is the convergence of the body's myriad meridians, representing one of the most crucial acupoints within the human anatomy. Its location is particularly unique. Positioned at the apex of the head, being the highest point of the human body and the crown of the cranium. Legends of this land proclaim the Bai Wei acupoint to be a celestial gateway. Should it be unsealed, one could achieve unity with the heavens, unlocking the heavenly eye to perceive the essence of all things and ascend to the status of an infinitely wise sage. In other words, if a hole were drilled into the Bai Wei acupoint, one could receive supreme wisdom from the heavens, potentially grasping 500 years of knowledge above and 5,000 years beneath, becoming an all-knowing and all-seeing sage of humanity. This belief is deeply ingrained among the populace of this continent. Yet, Summer was acutely aware that should one open the Bai Wei acupoint, the brain sealed within the skull would come into close contact with various viruses present in the world. At that moment, myriad bacteria and viruses would invade the human brain, transforming one into a lifeless corpse, or perhaps a living corpse. Whether one would attain boundless wisdom remained uncertain. But death was inevitable. For the Bai Wei acupoint is indeed one of the death acupoints within the human body. With utmost gravity, Zhang Jiao delicately inserted the silver needle into Qin Hongyi's Bai Wei acupoint. Instantly, the true energy within Qin Hongyi's body vanished from the Yongquan acupoint, reappearing within the Bai Wei acupoint to counter the intrusion of the needle. Zhang Jiao's large eyes fixated intently upon Qin Hongyi's form. Master, the path of cultivation is identical. Energy flows from the dantian, traversing through the kidney point, scapula point, tian shui point, feng qi point, and heart point before returning to the dantian. This creates a complete cycle. Zhang Jiao's youthful face glowed with excitement. This was the operational route of a master-level internal cultivation technique. Once she mastered the breathing frequency of this internal art, she would be able to restore the formidable power of the technique. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jiao's brow. Master, I cannot withstand this strand of true energy's counterattack. Zhang Jiao, she is merely a novice in the realm of third-rate martial artists. Even if she gathered all her strength, she could not endure a strand of true energy from a master. The might of a master's true energy is evident. At that moment, an iron rod extended from outside the car curtain, pressing against Zhang Jiao's back. A surge of energy coursing through the rod entered her meridians, causing her garments to tremble vigorously. Zhao Zichang's voice resonated deeply, instilling in Zhang Jiao an unparalleled sense of safety. Little Jiao, do not resist the true energy I transmit. Disperse the true energy within her body. Zhang Jiao's heart soared. Understood. In silence, Zhang Jiao harnessed the internal true energy from the first-rate expert Zhao Zichang to disperse the last remnants of true energy within Qin Hongyi. With a soft sound, the already blood-drained Qin Hongyi's head shook once more, her mouth opening as she spat out blood again. Your Highness, little Jiao, you may now study with peace of mind. Xia Tian declared solemnly, retrieve the silver needle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao collected the needle, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. Master, if we cultivate according to this old hag's techniques, will we not become like her, regaining our youth? Xia Tian's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Let her awaken first. We shall find the answer from her. Very well. Zhang Jiao bit her lower lip with her two prominent white teeth, a sense of trepidation washing over her. Master, just now there was only a trace of residual true energy from the master realm within her, yet it nearly overwhelmed me. Without Brother Zhao's assistance, I could have been gravely injured by the counterattack. If we wait for her to awaken and regain more true energy, we may find ourselves outmatched. At this moment, it would be prudent to eliminate her and eradicate future threats. At that moment, Zhang Jiao, who usually appeared harmless with an innocent smile, now harbored a resolute intent to kill in her eyes. Xia Tian shook his head. We still require her breathing method to complete the master-level technique. Once we acquire it, we may execute her. Earlier, while seated cross-legged in the carriage, Xia Tian had attempted to practice the breathing method of the I Ching Jing and discovered that his meridians were indeed severely obstructed, preventing the energy of heaven and earth from penetrating into the dantian. Consequently, he was unable to cultivate internal true energy. However, the I Ching Jing proved to be remarkable. Practicing the breathing method allowed the energy of heaven and earth to purify the impurities within his meridians. This was truly powerful. No wonder it was named the I Ching. Thus, Xia Tian felt no further anxiety regarding his martial cultivation. He simply required time to purify all the impurities within his meridians, after which he would quietly train and astonish the world. Suddenly, maintaining his seated posture, Xia Tian turned, still masked, as his ears twitched, seemingly picking up a sound. Following that, a faintly wicked smile graced his lips as he produced silver needles, one by one inserting them into Qin Hongyi's body. Little 9, fret not. I possess a needle technique known as the exploding divine needle. By arranging 12 silver needles in accordance with an ancient formation, I can insert them into her 12 major acupoints, sealing her dantian. Even if her dantian is subsequently filled with the true energy of a master, she will remain trapped. If she fails to extract the needles according to the method, the true energy within her will run rampant, attacking her internal organs, meridians, and acupoints, culminating in her body exploding from within. Song Jiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This technique is extraordinary. I wish to learn it. Suddenly, Qin Hongyi's bare form trembled. As if seized by spasms of pain, Xia Tian inserted the final silver needle. Little 9, cleanse her of the tainted blood, then assist her in changing into a gown. Remain here to watch over her. Should she awaken, offer her some broth. Song Jiu pouted with reluctance. Master, did you not say that we should treat enemies with the ruthless ferocity of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves? She came here to kill you. To kill all of us. Why do you show her such kindness? Xia Tian turned and exited the carriage with a nonchalant smile. My dear apprentice, remember, even if one must slaughter a pig for meat, it should be well fed before taking action. The amount of flesh on her is so scant that even if ground to make buns, it would yield but a few. Song Jiu sulked, puffing her cheeks. Oh. At that moment, Qin Hongyi's curvaceous form spasmed once more. Xia Tian's ears perked up, yet he did not turn back. Meanwhile, the faceless man lay within the carriage. His eyes filled with pain as he watched Xia Tian enter, fixated, his phoenix-like eyes shining with light as he murmured. So similar. Remarkably so. As Xia Tian unfastened the rags on his body to tend to his wounds, he inquired, Who do I resemble? Chapter 75, The Faceless One is a God of War. Who do I resemble? Xia Tian found the topic intriguing. Is it my mother? Indeed. The depths of the faceless man's gaze seemed to harbor the image of a woman. Your brows and eyes mirror hers. It is why you are so remarkably handsome. Xia Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this scarred man had not compared him to anyone else. Otherwise, he would have begun to question his existence. At that moment, Xia Tian extended his hand once more, resting it upon the faceless man's left wrist to check his pulse. Something was amiss. When this man had fallen before him, his vitality had been remarkably strong, rivaling that of the enchanting Qin. How could it have diminished so drastically in such a short span? As though he were on the verge of death? What had transpired? Xia Tian maintained his composure as he retrieved some liquor, applying it to the wounds on the faceless man's face. He then swiftly applied a healing ointment and bandaged it with gauze. The potent spirits of this era were perhaps only around 20 degrees, lacking in sterilizing power, yet it was better than nothing. Who are you? Xia Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. Why would you risk your life to protect me? The faceless man replied coolly, You may call me the faceless man. The reason I risked my life to protect you is that I owe your mother a life debt. She instructed me to repay it to you. The faceless man. If an individual conceals their true name, it may signify a desire to obscure a particular chapter of their life, an unwillingness to reveal their past. Alternatively, they might be reluctant to recall the people and events associated with their true identity. Xia Tian pondered. My mother, the Empress, has grown up in the palace and has never ventured beyond its confines. If you are linked to my mother, I surmise you must be from the former Qin dynasty. Am I correct? Ha ha. The faceless man chuckled with evident delight. Indeed, you have awakened. You have truly become more astute. Truly, the heavens bless the grand princess. The heavens bless our great Qin. Xia Tian gazed into his eyes and declared, Great Qin has perished. No, the faceless man, with fervor, responded, It has not perished. Great Qin lives eternally in my heart. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Tian understood that further discussions about Great Qin were futile. He shifted the conversation. Have you witnessed my feigned foolishness? The faceless man regained his composure. Every 3 years, I would secretly infiltrate the palace to catch a distant glimpse of you. Xia Tian furrowed her brow. Were you observing me? Or were you looking at my mother? The faceless man replied earnestly. I was watching you. I could not bear to face the grand princess. Xia Tian examined his ghastly visage. I have mentioned that I am skilled in ancient plastic surgery. I can restore your appearance. As a master, your vital essence is robust. Recovery should be swift. The faceless man shook his head. No. Though I yearn to restore my visage and behold the grand princess once more before my demise. After 2 decades of bloodshed, my internal vitality is gravely depleted. My body has become a mere shell. Having just expended all my true energy in a fierce battle against that witch, Qin Hongi, resulting in mutual destruction. Cough, cough, cough. The faceless man weakly coughed a few times. I know, my end is near. My lord, today, I return my life to you, fulfilling the grand princess's trust. Before my passing, I have come to realize that you are not the fool I once believed, but a person of remarkable wisdom. I can depart with peace in my heart. This revelation clarified why the faceless man, despite being a master in physical prowess, exhibited such a decline in vitality. He removed the tattered long robe from the faceless man, only to discover his body was riddled with wounds, with scarcely a patch of unblemished flesh. He was astounded. How many blood-soaked battles must he have endured to earn such scars? What tales of survival do these injuries bear witness to? He began to tend to the fresh sword wounds. How did you acquire these injuries on your face and body? The faceless man, with a hint of pride, replied, naturally. They were inflicted by my enemies. Do you have many foes? I have as many enemies as your mother does. Who are those enemies? A flicker of hatred crossed the faceless man's eyes. Those who undermined the foundation of the former Qin Empire, aiding Xia Zhou in usurping your Qin family's dominion. Along with the forces hidden behind them, I shall eradicate them all. Whoever assisted that scoundrel Xia Zhou shall meet their demise. Xia Tian raised her eyelids. The former Qin has transformed into the Great Xia. The entire realm is under Xia Zhou's dominion. Can you truly vanquish them all? Ha ha. The faceless man laughed with a hint of madness. Then I shall slay one by one. Some blood must be repaid with blood. Some grievances must be avenged with lives. Numerous brothers have long awaited my promise to deliver their enemies to the netherworld. How could I possibly disappoint them? The vendetta for our fallen nation and family must be avenged. Even if it means standing against the world, I shall not falter. The voice of the faceless one resonates with an unwavering resolve for vengeance. Though grievously wounded, each word rings out with clarity and strength. Such passionate declarations, coupled with his myriad of scars, only serve to accentuate his indomitable spirit. For the past 2 decades, I have instilled fear and trepidation in the hearts of those traitors and the forces that support them, depriving them of peace and solace. They have attempted countless ambushes, striving to extinguish my life and thwart my quest for revenge. Yet, in the end, they became mere souls claimed by my blade. They cannot impede my relentless pursuit of retribution. In this moment, Xia Tian finds himself at a loss for words. Before him stands a warrior who has clawed his way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a battle-hardened deity burdened with profound enmity. Silence envelopes the carriage for a moment. The faceless one's gaze gradually clears, and he regains his composure. Have I frightened you with my appearance? Xia Tian shakes his head, unfastening the tattered wine flask from the faceless one's waist. Do you often indulge in drink after battle? The faceless one nods. Without inebriation, slumber eludes me. As soon as I close my eyes, the faces of my fallen brothers haunt me, igniting a furious rage within me. If I do not drink, I am painfully aware of my heart, bleeding and gasping for breath. Thus, I have battled for 20 years and drunk for 20 years. I have sampled all manner of wines, both exquisite and vile, under the great summer sun. The more I drink, the more tasteless it becomes. The harder I strive to intoxicate myself, the more elusive it remains. The faceless one murmurs, I cannot tell if the wines of this world have grown increasingly false, or if my capacity for liquor has merely expanded. Xia Tian cannot help but smile. The wines of this world lack potency, and your tolerance grows ever greater. Ha ha. The faceless one laughs heartily this time, his eyes clear, as he swallows hard and moistens his lips, as if parched. My lord, do you possess any fine wine? Please, grant me a barrel to savor. Xia Tian nods. Indeed. However, given your severe injuries and internal dislocation, consuming alcohol now would be detrimental to your recovery. Once you are healed, I shall brew the strongest wine in the realm for you, and we shall indulge until we are inebriated. You shall experience what true nectar of the gods tastes like. The faceless one grits his teeth. My lord, if I remain sober, I shall suffer nightmares, should I sleepwalk. I fear I may harm you or those of the Wang residents in Huazhou. Xia Tian beams with confidence. I shall assist you in finding rest. There is no need for concern. The faceless one's eyes glimmer with curiosity. How will you aid me, my lord? Xia Tian raises the needle in his hand. With this. In a flash, the silver needles dart through the air, piercing the faceless one's head and face. Instantly, a look of astonishment washes over him. He then closes his eyes, his neck slackening as he succumbs to slumber. Xia Tian continues to tend to his wounds. You have endured far too much over these 2 decades. It is time for you to rest peacefully. Rest assured, with me by your side, even if your body is ashen and weary, I shall ensure you experience a renaissance of spirit. After wrapping up the faceless one's injuries, Xia Tian strides towards the carriage where Qin Hongyi awaits. Due to the formidable vitality residing within that enchantress, it is intrinsically linked to the cultivation method she practices. This particular technique allows the enchantress to attain a form of rejuvenation. Logically, the faceless one could achieve this as well, even in a state of exhaustion. The faceless one managed to engage in a fierce battle with Qin Hongyi, suggesting that at the height of his powers, he must have been a master of unparalleled prowess. Should he cultivate Qin Hongyi's techniques and restore his vigor, he would undoubtedly surpass his former self. Thus, who could possibly stand against the faceless one? In the future, a decisive confrontation with the Celestial Wolf Empire is inevitable. Within the Celestial Wolf Empire, martial artists abound, many of whom invoke a sense of dread merely by being considered. If the faceless one were to serve as a guardian in the future, he would have no fear of minor skirmishes provoking greater threats. Therefore, the faceless one must not perish. He cannot allow such a remarkable figure to meet a demise so ignoble. Absolutely not. Qin Hongyi, you must awaken. Chapter 76. The Ageless Rejuvenation Technique. Additional update. Inside the carriage where Qin Hongyi resided, Summer leapt forward with remarkable agility, springing high and landing firmly on the yoke. Impatiently, he lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Within the carriage, Zhang Jiao had long since tended to Qin Hongyi's wounds and clothed her in a black dress. Yet, it did little to obscure her alluring curves and graceful silhouette. Master, Zhang Jiao exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. She is yet to awaken. At this moment, Summer's emotions surged. He spoke coldly. Qin Hongyi, you must awaken. In that instant, Zhang Jiao distinctly sensed a shift in her master's demeanor, a newfound urgency lacing his tone. Despite their exchange, Qin Hongyi remained unresponsive, her eyes still closed. A glint of cold light flickered in Summer's eyes as he produced a long, slender silver needle. If you continue to feign slumber, I shall pierce your dantian with this needle, rendering your martial prowess null. Suddenly, Qin Hongyi opened her eyes, fury etched across her face. King of the Wasteland, what do you intend? Summer fixed her with a piercing gaze. Prior to treating your injuries, we reached an agreement. Should I divulge the matter of that peculiar individual, you shall surrender your master-level martial arts technique. I have already disclosed the matter of that strange individual. He continued. Now, it is time for you to honor your promise. A complex expression flickered in Qin Hongyi's eyes. What if I choose not to fulfill it? Summer's laughter was frigid, his white teeth gleaming with an eerie quality. Then I shall first shave off your 3,000 tresses, then your eyebrows, extract your teeth, and inscribe the words untrustworthy upon your face. Following that, I will apply paint and soak you in saline, transforming you into an abominable monster. Let your treachery be known throughout the land. You dare. Qin Hongyi seethed with rage, her desire to kill rising within her. Yet, her dantian was sealed by the silver needle, rendering her unable to channel her true energy. Her limbs were broken, her meridians severely damaged, leaving her powerless. As she struggled on the ground, excruciating pain surged through her nerves. She could not suppress her cries of anguish. If she were to regain her strength, she would ensure that this worthless prince faced a fate worse than death. Summer perceived the malice glimmering in her eyes. He bent down, producing a cold silver dagger and pressing it against Qin Hongyi's cheek. If you fail to honor your promise, I shall render you unsightly, leaving you with no face to confront the world. Of course, being a master, your bones are resilient, and you may choose to remain silent. In that case, I shall continue to sever your hands and feet, and then remove your tongue, allowing you to experience the essence of a living hell. Naturally, if your bones are even harder, you may persist in your stubbornness. Thus, I shall carve an opening upon your bald crown and pour in mercury. You will find your scalp unbearably itchy, yearning to escape through a hole. In the end, you will feel a void atop your head, and as you stretch upward, your scalp and skin will tear away, leaving you faceless and skinless. After all, you are a person who does not fulfill promises. Having a visage is of no consequence. A sinister smile crept across Xia Tian's lips. Qin Hongyi, do you believe that my methods can rectify a deceitful creature such as yourself? For a moment, the carriage fell into silence. Xia Tian's words hung in the air like a chilling wind, sending shivers down Qin Hongyi's spine. Having lived for so many years and witnessed countless tortures within the palace, she had thought that the world's cruelties were limited. Yet, after hearing Xia Tian's descriptions of punishment, she realized her understanding was superficial. In the back of the carriage, Sima Lan and Sima Ge had, unbeknownst to them, followed on horseback. Sima Ge, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Miss, the prince does not usually speak in such a manner. His descriptions of torture are truly terrifying." Sima Lan smirked, "Sometimes, only through thunderous methods can one reveal a compassionate heart. Trust in the prince. He must have his reasons for intimidating this enchantress." Sima Ge replied, "It seems that, in the eyes of the miss, the prince is justified in all he does." Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Qin Hongyi clenched her teeth and swallowed her rage. "Very well. My technique is called ageless rejuvenation. I shall now impart to you the breathing method of the upper portion. However, the lower portion, detailing the circulation of true energy within the meridians, shall only be revealed once you have healed my wounds." Qin Hongyi sought to exchange the upper portion of ageless rejuvenation for Xia Tian's promise to spare her life and grant her time to regain her strength. After all, with only the upper portion, Xia Tian would not be able to master the technique. Little did she know, the route of true energy circulation for the lower portion had already been acquired by Xia Tian when she had lost consciousness from blood loss. Now, should she relinquish the upper portion, the mastery of this profound technique would be complete. The faceless man could then cultivate it, perhaps experiencing a revival in life. Xia Tian's expression darkened. "No. What I desire is the entirety of the cultivation method." Qin Hongyi stubbornly retorted, "No. I must wait until I am healed before I can provide you with the lower portion. Otherwise, you may as well kill me now. For if I perish, you shall gain nothing." Reluctantly, Xia Tian conceded, "Very well, then impart the breathing method of the upper portion first." Qin Hongyi finally let out a sigh of relief, believing she had outsmarted him. "Rest assured, my lord, I will not deceive you," she declared. Following this, she meticulously relayed the breathing techniques of the ageless revival skill. After listening, Xia Tian turned to leave. Qin Hongyi was taken aback. "You can remember such a complex formula after hearing it just once?" Xia Tian lifted the curtain of the carriage without looking back. "Have you ever encountered someone with a photographic memory?" "No." Xia Tian's voice echoed from within the carriage. "Well, you have now." "What?" A flicker of brilliance ignited in Qin Hongyi's eyes, her expression one of astonishment as she murmured, "A photographic memory, the wisdom of a sage? Could it be? Is it possible?" An absurd thought struck her mind. Could this martial arts wastrel's intellect truly reach the level of a sage? How could that be? The more she pondered, the more shocked she became. Could that peculiar person's head actually yield wisdom akin to that of a sage? Would the king of the wilderness be able to deduce the flow of true energy within the meridians through the first half of the ageless revival skill? Qin Hongyi's heart began to flutter with anxiety. She resolved to observe discreetly. If someone within the king of the wilderness's household practiced the complete ageless revival skill, it would indicate that his wisdom had indeed reached a sage-like level. Yet, what she remained oblivious to was that during her moment of unconsciousness, Xia Tian had already acquired the second half of the ageless revival skill. By the time she feigned waking from her stupor, it was far too late. At that moment, a colossal city loomed in the distance. It was the ancient Qingzhou city. At the city gate, a strikingly beautiful female general, leading 1,000 riders, awaited the arrival of the king of the wilderness's convoy. Had that fool become clever? She was eager to observe. However, after so many years apart, would he even recognize her? A hint of trepidation crept into the general's heart. Moreover, she had to inform him that the 10 most notorious villains had gathered at the Tianshan Pass bandit stronghold in the wilderness, along with 3,000 brigands, intent on killing that fool. Meanwhile, Xia Tian finished committing the breathing technique of the ageless revival skill to memory, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Song Yi, let the world know that I am a martial arts wastrel. Indeed, thank you all for your support of this book. I strive to provide ample content in each chapter. Tonight, I will add an extra update as a token of gratitude for the gifts you've sent. I shall continue to write. Chapter 77. Xiaji's transformation at this moment. Sima Lan and Sima Gu had returned to the carriage. Suddenly, as Sima Gu was meditating, she furrowed her brow. Song Yi, are you looking for the young lady? Song Yi's voice resounded from outside the carriage. Yes. Miss Sima, I have come at the behest of the Lord. This marked the first time Xia Tian had formally sent someone to seek an audience. Sima Lan was curious. What instructions does the Lord have? Speak. At that moment, Song Yi's figure appeared at the carriage's yoke, bowing respectfully as he addressed them. Miss Sima, the two individuals who fell before the Lord are both martial arts experts. One of them is a master from the Hall of Offerings, and according to her, the Lord has suffered from blocked meridians since childhood, rendering him unable to practice martial arts. In Sima Lan's eyes flickered a glimmer of wisdom. Very well, I understand. Soon, the news would spread throughout the court and the martial world. A hint of respect crossed Zhang Yi's usually indifferent gaze. Indeed, the future Lady Sima was exceptionally astute. Moreover, she shared a tacit understanding with the prince. Truly, one cannot enter the same door without being of the same family. In the future, the presence of such a wise mistress in the Wangfu of Huangzhou would be a blessing for the prince, as well as for the estate itself. Zhang Yi took his leave, and before his words faded, his figure vanished into the carriage. At that moment, Sima Gu blinked her large, bewildered eyes. The 9 princes of the Great Xia, the crown prince and the other 7 royal dukes, are all rumored to be martial geniuses, deeply versed in the royal martial arts. Hence, they are celebrated in tales for their literary and martial prowess, garnering much admiration from the world. With countless talents following in their wake, their reputation is formidable, commanding great respect. The fact that the 9th prince cannot practice martial arts is rather disreputable. Such matters are hardly kept secret. Miss, why would the prince choose to publicize his status as a martial failure for all to know? Sima Lan smiled faintly, her eyes filled with contemplation. Xiao Gu, what are your thoughts on this matter? Sima Gu pondered for a moment. Before leaving the imperial capital, the prince was already burdened with the reputation of being a fool, lacking both literary and martial accomplishments, and no minister wished to follow him. After much effort, he has finally shed that foolish label and established a reputation for exceptional wisdom that inspires loyalty. Yet, he now seeks to broadcast his martial inadequacy to the world. What could be his intention? Does he believe that carrying the title of a failure will make his journey more pleasant? Sima Lan replied, Xiao Gu, I have long told you that the prince has his own reasoning in his actions. You need only to trust him. Trust him? Sima Ji's eyes brightened. Miss, could it be that he intends? Her words were left unfinished, as the proud and beautiful Sima Gu seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Within the carriage, a radiant smile illuminated Sima Lan's exquisite jade-like face. Foolish Xiao Gu, you have finally come to your senses. The princess' actions are never without purpose. In the future, should assassins mistakenly believe him to be a mere frail scholar, there will surely be much amusement to be had, adding to our own enjoyment. Sima Ji's eyes sparkled with understanding. Now I see. Xiao Gu, this is the first time the prince has utilized our Sima family's dark web to disseminate information. We must execute it flawlessly to assure him. Sima Ji's expression grew serious. Rest assured, miss, I will not let the prince down. From this moment on, I shall believe that his actions are imbued with profound significance and that he has objectives beyond my understanding. Sima Lan smiled beautifully, having journeyed together. Has your impression of the prince changed? The rhythmic sound of the horses' hooves echoed on the gravel path of the Huangzhou Wangfu, reminiscent of a steady drumbeat. This question conjured vivid images in Sima Ji's proud eyes. She recalled their first encounter at the gates of the imperial capital, where she had thought the prince merely a master of grandiloquent words, a mere blusterer. During the counterattack at Taohua Fortress, she witnessed what true wisdom entailed. That ambush was executed splendidly. Then, the exposure of the internal traitor among the Sima dead warriors allowed her to witness the brilliance of Xia Tian. Ultimately, the battle to eradicate bandits at Erlong Mountain showcased the valiant spirit of a youthful monarch. Earlier, during the counterattack at the Tiger's Mouth, that young man donned the royal robe, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Fearless and undaunted, the image of him drumming in royal attire frequently appeared within Sima Ji's thoughts. This legendary so-called worthless prince has brought her immense astonishment. His reign in Huangzhou is indeed a blessing for its people. However, first and foremost, one must ensure his survival until he reaches his fief. Then, safeguard his establishment in Huangzhou. Finally, they must repel this year's invasion from the Tianlang Empire. Only then can Huangzhou flourish in the future. Sima Ji's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Xia Tian's carriage. Miss, what if one day I no longer wish to be a dead warrior? Inside the carriage, Sima Lan's eyes sparkled with insight. Xiao Gu, do you wish to become my personal maid? A blush instantly graced Sima Ji's delicate face. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her flush faded to pallor. And she despondently replied, once a dead warrior, always a dead warrior. Miss, let it be. Sima Lan understood her thoughts. There are some matters I cannot assist you with. However, the prince can. In the future, as long as he is sufficiently powerful, he can shatter the shackles binding you, granting you the freedom to soar in this world. Sima Ji's eyes lit up. Thus, Xiao Gu, from now on, protecting him must be as if safeguarding your own life. From the moment we journey alongside him, our fates are irrevocably intertwined. If he thrives, we too shall prosper. Should he falter, in this era that favors men over women, we shall merely be playthings for men. Sima Ji's expression grew serious. Yes, miss, I understand. Sima Lan then teased. Do you now believe that whatever the prince does is justified? Sima Gu smiled brightly. Miss, it indeed seems to be so. Hiki. Sima Lan continued to jest. So, do you wish to be my personal maid? Or are you contemplating marrying into the Huangzhou royal family? Sima Gu proudly lifted her chest, retorting decisively, Miss, how could you even think of marrying into the Huangzhou royal family? You are truly shameless. Sima Lan playfully reached out her delicate hand towards Sima Ji's proud bosom. You little rascal. Hiki. The pair of mistress and maid laughed heartily within the carriage. Outside, the winter's ice and snow had melted away. Spring had truly arrived. At this moment, ahead of the Huangzhou convoy, a knight clad in black armor galloped forth. Songabai informed the prince that the younger sister of the Qingzhou princess has led her troops out of the city, seemingly awaiting the prince's arrival, with unclear intentions. Songabai, the captain of the Huangzhou royal convoy's vanguard, replied, Understood. The prince asks that you convey his gratitude to Deputy Commander Li Fei for his hard work. The black-armored knight responded with a refined smile. Our deputy commander also mentioned that once we reach Qizhou City, he hopes the prince will accompany him in a performance to pass through, allowing Qiao Bao and Qiao Ma to rest in peace, and giving that old rogue Qiao Wei no excuse to trouble him. Song Yibai chuckled in response. The prince assures that everything will unfold as he anticipates. The black-armored knight was momentarily taken aback. Does your lord possess the gift of foresight? The proud Song Yi retorted, Guess. The black-armored knight turned his horse and departed, stating, Business concluded. We shall meet in Qizhou. At this moment, Xia Tian remained inside the faceless man's carriage, gazing at the approaching Qingzhou, murmuring, King of Qingzhou, will you allow me passage? I sincerely hope you refrain from harboring ill thoughts. Meanwhile, at the gates of Qingzhou, King Xia Yu led his army out, startling the female general at the gate. She hurriedly approached. Brother-in-law, what brings you and your army here? King Xia Yu bore a striking resemblance to Emperor Xia, his gaze sharp and predatory, of course, to kill. The beautiful female general was taken aback. Kill whom? Chapter 78. Ambition in Qizhou. Ha ha ha. King Xia Yu of Qizhou laughed with murderous intent. Jinzi, whom do you await? The person you are waiting for is the one I intend to slay. General Jinzi was stunned. Brother-in-law, he is your own brother. You are his 8th prince. He merely passes through your Qingzhou. Why would you kill him? King Xia Yu shrugged indifferently. Born into a royal family, we are all isolated individuals. I have no siblings. Jinzi's lips twitched. Brother-in-law, you are blood relatives. King Xia Yu scoffed. Do you truly believe that siblings in a royal family are akin to family? Jinzi furrowed her brow. Isn't that so? Ha ha. King Xia Yu gazed at the distant procession of the Wang family from Huangzhou, his golden crown shaking. If my elder brother, the crown prince, possessed the demeanor of a ruler, the means to command this world, and could compel us brothers to serve him, then we 9 brothers would indeed be true kin. However, the crown prince is inept, ambitious yet lacking talent, incapable of managing this realm. Thus, he is no true dragon. In this world, we brothers may vie for power. Blood relations only serve as stumbling blocks on my path to the throne. At this juncture, a middle-aged man clad in colorful garments, fanning himself, spoke up with a sickly demeanor. Your Majesty, tread carefully. Some matters should not be uttered in public. King Xia Yu shot an annoyed glare at the colorful-clad man. Master Wang, these are all my people, my confidants. There is nothing that cannot be said. You are overly cautious. I merely wish to convey to Jinzi that the doctrines of your school of strategy are unparalleled, incisively elucidating the affairs of the royal family. Such words may be harsh, but they are the undeniable truth. Upon hearing this, General Jinzi glared at the flamboyant, sickly man and inquired, Master Wang, is sowing discord among royal brothers also a part of your strategic teachings? Master Wang vehemently denied, Miss Zhao Jinzi. The bonds of the royal family are not something my school of strategy can sever. The royal family is merciless, driven solely by interests. This is the conclusion I have drawn from observing the imperial struggles throughout history. Zhao Jinzi clenched her small tiger teeth against her red lips. Lowering her voice to a whisper, brother-in-law, is this cunning strategist not continually inciting you to vie for the position of crown prince? Master Wang was greatly displeased by this remark. Much like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Who is this sorcerer? Zhao Jinzi. That you are the direct sister of the princess and a daughter of the esteemed Zhao family, you must refrain from baseless insults. I, Wang Sifu, am a direct disciple of the school of unfettered learning, with a heart that encompasses the world and a wealth of knowledge that exceeds the limits of mere books. Initially, I sought only to indulge in the pleasures of the mortal realm, living as a reclusive hermit, free from worldly disputes. However, the state of the world is in utter disarray. The people are suffering, and they yearn for a wise ruler to emerge, one who can govern the Grand Xia and lead them to a better life. And that ruler is none other than the prince. The prince possesses a celestial disposition, his fate intertwined with the heavenly emperor's star, yet obscured by the dust of the mundane world, unnoticed by all. On the day I entered Qingzhou, I was immediately captivated by the princely aura emanating from him, compelling me to enter the Wang residence and clear away the worldly distractions shrouding his destined star, allowing the true sovereign to manifest in this realm. At this juncture, Wang Sifu, with an expression of fervent devotion, knelt before the Prince of Qingzhou, Your Highness. The dragon's offspring. This Qingzhou is a land of hidden dragons. You are here, preparing for greatness, observing the shifting tides of the world. Once the opportune moment arrives, you shall emerge from the depths, striking at the imperial capital and claiming dominion over the realm. You are the true destined sovereign of the Grand Xia. Congratulations, Your Highness, and best wishes for your future endeavors. The Prince of Qingzhou, elated by Wang Sifu's flattering words, beamed with confidence. Master Wang speaks wisely. The dragon begets 9 offspring. Yet only one may become the true dragon. That dragon is I, pointing around with an air of self-assuredness. He continued, The day I ascend the dragon throne will be the moment you all attain wealth and position. Therefore, you must strive diligently to elevate me to the throne. Indeed, the civil and military officials surrounding the prince responded with eager expressions. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to assist Your Highness in achieving great things. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinzi glared with fiery eyes, wishing she could eliminate the insufferable Wang Sifu. Sorcerer, you are misleading the prince. I will certainly inform my sister and have you executed. Wang Sifu, however, remained indifferent. As long as the prince believed his fabrications, he felt assured of his safety. At that moment, Zhao Jinzi cast a disappointed glance at the sycophants surrounding the prince. She would rather have her brother-in-law be as silent as a fool, unable to utter a word, than to be inflated with arrogance, unaware of his own limitations, surrounded by a cadre of inept flatterers who were oblivious to their own incompetence. Such folly was indeed lamentable. Gradually regaining her composure, Zhao Jinzi addressed her brother-in-law. If you are truly determined to vie for the position of crown prince, I shall not obstruct you. However, why must you seek the death of the king of the wilds? He has been exiled to the desolate and impoverished land of the great wilderness, and his wits are lacking. It is uncertain whether he shall ever return to the imperial capital in his lifetime. He poses no obstacle to your pursuit of the crown prince's position, nor is there any conflict of interest between you. Why must you harm him? Zhao Jinzi found herself perplexed. The Prince of Qizhou raised an eyebrow. Jinzi, have you recently heard any rumors in Qizhou city? Zhao Jinzi replied evasively, What rumors? The prince coldly stated, My 9th brother has ceased to feign foolishness since leaving the capital. He, accompanied by the enchanting Sima Lan, is determined to vanquish bandits and win the hearts of the people by distributing wealth and provisions. Not only does he aspire to the noble ambitions of a sage, but he also speaks with the authority of a monarch. Rumors now circulate that he is the true dragon among our 9 brothers. Both the court and the populace are stirring, eager to pledge their allegiance to him. Such a brother. Do you not consider him a stumbling block on my path to power? Zhao Jinzi furrowed his brow, responding, I have heard this rumor, but it is undoubtedly false. An official decree has been issued from the imperial capital stating that those words were uttered by his friends, and have no connection to him. As for the bandit extermination, it was orchestrated by the Sima family in secret. His acts of charity in distributing money and food to the people were, in fact, the emperor's command. To refrain from doing so would be to defy the imperial will. King of Qingzhou looked perplexed. Why have I not seen this decree? The flamboyant Wang Sifu's expression stiffened as he leaned in with a sycophantic smile. Your Highness, reading such a forced defense is futile. I am merely a scapegoat. My lady has conveyed that this king of Huangzhou is deeply scheming, surrounded by formidable allies. You must capture him alive this time, so my lady can interrogate him and uncover the secrets of the sage's wisdom. Sage's wisdom? Zhao Zhenzi sighed. Brother-in-law, though Xia Tian has not played with us since childhood. We all know he has been simple-minded since then. Where could such wisdom arise? The king of Qingzhou was aware of Xia Tian's past foolishness and was uncertain if he had indeed grown wiser. Nevertheless, Master Wang was correct. To achieve great things, one must possess a ruthless heart. Better to mistakenly kill than to let a foe escape. In the struggle for the throne, one cannot afford to be merciful. At this moment, the convoy of the king of Huangzhou was already in sight. Xia Tian rode furiously toward the king of Qingzhou, panic etched upon his face. Eighth brother. Save me. Chapter 79. A chance encounter with the bamboo horse. At this time, before the grand city of Qishou, the army amassed to over 11,000 strong. The earliest to depart the city was Zhao Zhenzi, leading 1,000 light cavalry, an elite force comprised of young Zhao family members, a dowry for the queen of Qingzhou. When the king of Qingzhou emerged, he brought forth the entire royal guard, totaling an impressive 10,000 troops. The royal guard's official strength was 3,000. Yet their numbers had far exceeded this limit, revealing the king's ambition. The Qingzhou royal guard had already formed ranks. Within their formation, the glint of blades flashed, and the military arrangement stood resolute, shields reflecting the sun's rays with a chilling gleam. The air was thick with the aura of impending battle. At this moment, Xia Tian, followed by Zhao Zichang, charged toward the king of Qishou, declaring without hesitation, Brother, there are vile bandits gathering in Qishou, seeking to kill me. His reckless advance towards the king of Qishou left the area before the western city gate in stunned silence, entirely unexpected by the Qishou forces. How should they respond? Their original plan anticipated that the king of Huangzhou would have two choices upon witnessing their formation, to flee for his life or to kneel and beg for mercy. Yet the king of Huangzhou was acting unpredictably. The king of Qingzhou slapped the back of his head. Master Wang, what should we do? Wang Sifu blinked. Wait until he draws near, and we shall follow the king's orders to capture the king of Huangzhou alive. The king of Qingzhou nodded. Very well. Just then, beside him, Zhao Zhenzi raised her arm and commanded, Zhao family troops, come forth to greet the king of Huangzhou. With that, 1,000 elite Zhao cavalrymen galloped alongside Zhao Zhenzi, positioning themselves before Xia Tian. Do not be alarmed, king of Huangzhou. Xia Tian had already received intelligence from Li Fei. This stunningly beautiful general was none other than the second daughter of the Zhao family. The Zhao family, the foremost clan of Qishou, was led by Zhao Dao, who had served as the Minister of Rites for nearly 2 decades, a venerable elder of the great Xia dynasty. In the past, Zhao Dao had played a pivotal role in assisting the Emperor of Xia to seize the throne. His sister, Zhao Man, was one of the emperor's consorts. Thus, Zhao Zhenzi had often frequented the palace since childhood, and she had known Xia Tian from a young age. Xia Tian pondered why Zhao Zhenzi awaited him there. He had some vague memories of her, yet they eluded him. Who are you? Zhao Zhenzi's expression darkened at his words. Do you not recognize me? Xia Tian shook his head. You appear somewhat familiar and are indeed lovely, but it seems we truly do not know each other. A soft laugh escaped Zhao Zhenzi's lips. She recalled a time spent playing hide-and-seek in the palace, where she had fallen and cried at the foot of an artificial mountain. A foolish boy had helped her up, saying, You are truly beautiful, like a little fairy, but if you cry any more, you will become a little kitten. Be good and stop crying. Reflecting on this, Zhao Zhenzi's cheeks flushed. Fool. She silently cursed. I am Zhao Zhenzi. Do you truly not remember? Xia Tian continued to shake his head. 10 years ago, beneath the artificial mountain in the imperial garden, you helped a crying little girl. Do you not recall? Still, Xia Tian shook his head. You even gave her some candy. Do you remember that? I do not. Tears welled in Zhao Zhenzi's eyes as her delicate hand produced a jade pendant. Back then, you gave me this pendant to cheer me up. Do you truly not recall? The pendant was engraved with a cloud design and bore the character for heaven. Xia Tian began to remember. This pendant was a gift from his mother, Miss Zhao. I was just a child then. To comfort you, I foolishly gave away the jade pendant my mother gifted me, which was quite inappropriate. Now, you have blossomed into a graceful young lady who no longer needs my consolation. Please, return the pendant to me. Zhao Jinzi's almond-shaped eyes widened in protest. Not a chance. This pendant was bestowed upon me, and it belongs to me now. As soon as she spoke, she tucked the pendant securely into her bosom, as if fearing Xia Tian would snatch it away. Then, in a lowered voice, Zhao Jinzi urged, King of Huangzhou, listen to me. Your 8th brother waits here with his army because he intends to kill you. You must take me hostage as leverage and swiftly depart the Qishou territory with the convoy of the Huangzhou royal household and return to your domain. Xia Tian, intrigued, queried. Why assist me when he is your brother-in-law? Zhao Jinzi hesitated, avoiding a direct answer. Hurry. Xia Tian shook his head. Miss Zhao, I grew up alongside my 8th brother. We are like brothers, and he would not harm me. Fool, I speak only the truth. Why do you not believe me? Zhao Jinzi exclaimed in desperation. In the summer, Xia Tian could not help but exclaim, Miss Zhao, if my brother does not take action, and I were to abduct you without reason, my 8th brother would rise in arms to slay me in order to rescue you, thus acting with righteousness and a just cause. Zhao Jinzi was taken aback. Indeed. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance ignited in her apricot-shaped eyes. Fool, have you truly come to your senses? Are you no longer foolish? Xia Tian remained non-committal. Clear the way. I shall meet him. He dares not act against me. At that moment, Zhao Jinzi recalled the rumors of Xia Tian possessing the wisdom of a sage. She tugged at her horse's reins, allowing passage. Then you must promise me, should anything go awry, to immediately take me hostage as a bargaining chip. Warmth blossomed in Xia Tian's heart as he nodded. All right. Jinzi, I have remembered what transpired beneath the palace's rockery. In the future, do not shed even a drop of blood before wailing as if grievously wounded, frightening everyone. Zhao Jinzi's picturesque face flushed. I have grown up. Xia Tian scrutinized her from head to toe. Indeed, you have matured. Zhao Jinzi, feeling somewhat bashful under his gaze, inquired, do you still recall the words you spoke when you gifted me the jade pendant? Xia Tian was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. I truly have forgotten. Jinzi, I am already betrothed. Even if we exchanged words in our youth, it is likely that I can no longer